Granny Tao turned to look at her and replied, "A pity that I've grown old. I fear that you won't be able to hold these three down in the future. They don't even hold the three Red Lotus Realm advisors in any regard. It's evident that their ambition isn't small. For now, let's just wait and see what happens next." All those in the cultivation realm spent most of their time cultivating, unlike mortals who met the challenges of daily life as they came. And with the gradual passage of time, the waves that were stirred in suppressing 10th Hall slowly died out. The grudge between Miao Yi's posse and the three advisors was set in stone, and it was only a matter of time before something happened that would cause both parties to clash once again. Half a year later, the three Manners forces had still yet to be replenished. After all, they could try to recruit people as much as they want, but none of the higher-ups would approve of it. That said, although the forces within the three Manners had dwindled, they no longer carried themselves in the same way they did before, as all their old practices had been completely swept aside. The fact that the three advisors weren't able to push any of their subordinates into the three Manners forces played a huge role in ensuring that internal reforms could be completed so successfully. Otherwise, if the higher-ups suddenly slotted someone into their forces or talked about using their connections and whatnot, then all their efforts would have been wasted. The only thing worth regretting was that battles for territory weren't allowed here. As such, Miao Yi could only command his subordinates to do mock ambushes on one another periodically. They were free to use any method at their disposal. However, since they didn't have many members in the first place, they couldn't really start to kill one another. Therefore, they were only allowed to use wooden sticks and their dragon steeds. The losing side would have to pay a certain number of orbs of will to the winning side, which would be tabulated during the annual tribute at the end of the year. Chaos immediately ensued after that announcement was made. Miao Yi's subordinates battled each other constantly, and would always end up with heavy injuries on both sides. Suffering wounds became a daily routine for them. Even though it was stressful having to go through every single day being wary and cautious of enemy attacks, the change it brought to the troops was significant. The disastrously laid-back attitude previously exhibited by the caves and mountains was now gone, slowly replaced by an aura of vigilance and ferocity. This was what Miao Yi wanted to see. Within the silent quarters, a two-petaled blue lotus bloomed on Miao Yi's forehead. As he opened his eyes, Miao Yi gently breathed out. There was a happy look on his face. With the increase in his cultivation, he could now refine 4 orbs of will a day instead of his previous rate of 3 orbs a day. He never thought that after breaking through to the Blue Lotus realm, his daily orb refining speed would increase by a whole orb every time he broke through to the next grade. This was not to be underestimated, as this seemingly minor improvement indicated a very significant increase in his cultivation in the long run. As for breaking through to the Blue Lotus 3rd grade, it seemed Miao Yi would need to refine about 5,120 orbs of will. Once again, it was 2 times the previous amount. This also meant that he would need around 3.5 years to break through to the 3rd grade. To most cultivators, such a cultivating speed was already quite terrifying. Miao Yi ceased his cultivation and stepped outside. He would do this almost every month. He then called for Yan Xiu, Xian and Shui and asked them about the state of things in his absence. He was particularly interested in any movements from the 3 advisors of suppressing 10th Hall, as he was worried they would use some underhanded methods while he wasn't around. As always, nothing unusual of note had happened this time around as well. After making sure everything was okay, Miao Yi led the 2 girls away from his manor and headed straight towards the forbidden site, which was also the island where Yao Ruoxian resided in. Every time Miao Yi stepped out of cultivation, he would be concerned about the progress of his transcendent artifact. He was very excited to see a transcendent artifact on par with the Flowing Cloud Killer. The island was quiet. Under the manor head's command, no one dared to set foot here. As Miao Yi and the 2 young ladies arrived, they headed straight for the courtyard, where they were immediately greeted with the sound of something snoring. This obviously came from Charcoal, who was all curled up and sleeping under the eaves of the main hall. Miao Yi didn't know how many Yao cores Yao Ruoxian had fed to Charcoal, but in short, he practically never saw the damned fatso awake every time he visited. Within the main hall, Yao Ruoxian was sitting atop a bamboo bed and cultivating. Miao Yi's eyes immediately brightened as he saw this. In all the times he visited before, the old man would be refining artifacts inside a cave that he dug out. Why was he cultivating all of a sudden? Could it be that his transcendent artifact was completed? The old coot had never once treated him with courtesy. If he recklessly set foot inside, there was a chance that he would get hammered to a bloody pulp by the old coot's mace. As such, Miao Yi quickly tossed a glance at the two young ladies. While Miao Yi waited outside, Shan Hai and Shui'er walked inside the main hall and bowed. "Father, you're here." Yao Ruoxian opened his eyes and revealed a faint smile. Then when he saw Miao Yi standing outside acting cool, he couldn't help letting out a cold huff. "Senior Yao." Miao Yi finally walked in. He cupped his fists and said, "This junior is here to see you, You're here to see the transcendent artifact I refined for you is more like it," Yao Ruoxian said with contempt. With a flip of his hand, he then handed 4 crystalline bracelets to the 2 girls. "These are for you too." From a single glance, Miao Yi's eyes were sharp enough to tell that these were made from the supreme fire crystal. His expression froze, but not in time to watch as Yao Ruoxian took out yet another intricate jade tablet made from the supreme fire crystal. The old man chuckled and said, "I have one too. Girls, remember to always wear this on you. You never know when you might need it. It's one heck of a fire repellent. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc. please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 490. Chapter 490, Black Scaled Light Armor. Translator, Soup Hunter. Editor, Milk Biscuit. What the hell? Miao Yi's expression looked a little horrible as he asked, "You old coot, weren't you going to use this material to refine the formation core for my transcendent artifact? Why did you make these instead?" Yao Ruoxian narrowed his eyes at him. "Anyone else can say this to me, but not you. How many of these little toys do you think I could have made with the amount you threw away?" Miao Yi was speechless. The old coot was bringing this matter up again. He really knew how to hit him where it hurt. Every time this matter was brought up, Miao Yi felt a terrible pain in his chest. But alas, he couldn't possibly go back to the Supreme Fire Palace to pick up all those shattered fragments. He quickly tossed a glance at Shan Hai and Shui'er. Shan Hai immediately pulled on Yao Ruoxian's arm and asked, "Father, have you finished refining Master's transcendent artifact?" Yao Ruoxian's lips twitched, and he tossed Miao Yi a hateful gaze. He knew that this bastard was intentionally avoiding the subject and unwilling to argue with him. The brat was fully aware that the 2 girls were his weak spot, and so he made them speak on his behalf for everything he found difficult to ask. Had he not found it unbearable to see the pleading gazes on the 2 girls' faces, Yao Ruoxian would have long given Miao Yi a good beating to let off some steam. "Take it." The object rattled as Yao Ruoxian tossed it straight at Miao Yi's face. Afraid that this was another one of the old man's tricks, Miao Yi quickly dodged to the side and caught the artifact as it passed him by. After making sure that it was safe, he opened it up and found that it was actually a black-colored leather armor which took the shape of a sleeveless, scaled vest. Miao Yi didn't really care what it looked like. He quickly injected the artifact with his Transcendence energy signature and gained ownership of it. He then put it on straight away, wanting to test out its capabilities. "Don't test it out here. Go inside the cave. This house can't handle your pyromaniac tendencies." Yao Ruoxian suddenly barked. Shan Hai and Shui'er immediately left their father behind and excitedly went after Miao Yi. They were curious about the artifact's capabilities as well. Yao Ruoxian couldn't help rolling his eyes at those 2 ungrateful girls. He then jumped down the bamboo bed and followed after them. Everyone soon made their way to the cave that Yao Ruoxian had dug out to refine his artifacts. Miao Yi immediately closed his eyes to feel the changes within the armor artifact. As he slowly comprehended the basic mechanics, he suddenly let out a gasp of astonishment. He looked down at the qilin head ornament placed where the armor's collars intersected. He had just discovered that the ornament actually contained a very profound design. There was a small pocket dimension inside, and quietly floating within that pocket dimension was the Supreme Fire Crystal qilin head that he'd brought back from the Supreme Fire Palace. The formation core for this transcendent artifact was so blatantly out in the open. This was something Miao Yi had never seen before, at least not in the transcendent artifacts he was familiar with. He looked up at Yao Ruoxian, who was slowly walking into the cave. He pointed to the qilin head ornament on his collar and asked, "What's up with this?" Yao Ruoxian briefly explained, "It's a bit of a waste to use such a large chunk of Supreme Fire Crystal to refine a mere second-grade transcendent artifact. That's why I decided to refine it into an unsealed formation core instead of just hiding it away permanently. That way, you can take out the keystone that is the Supreme Fire Crystal anytime you want. Once your cultivation is high enough, I can recycle it into a formation core for a third-grade transcendent artifact. In doing so, you'll be able to make greater use of the Supreme Fire Crystal's effects and also avoid wastage. The downside to this is that if someone were to steal the formation core, then this artifact of yours is as good as garbage. This is also the reason why most transcendent artifacts tend to have their formation cores hidden away and sealed off. It's just like how transcendent arrays normally hide the heart of the array away so that it can't easily be found by the enemy. Otherwise, once the heart is broken, so too shall the array crumble." "I can take out the keystone?" Miao Yi asked curiously. Yao Ruoxian nodded. Miao Yi quickly examined the artifact again with his transcendence energy. He focused on sensing the inner dimension hidden within the qilin head ornament, and soon enough, he found the method of opening it. As he manipulated his transcendence energy, the qilin head on the collar of the artifact opened its mouth and released a white radiance which quickly expanded. Miao Yi hurriedly reached out and grabbed at the light. Seeing that it was indeed the Supreme Fire Crystal qilin head, he couldn't help clicking his tongue. He figured that this qilin head ornament contained similar capabilities to a storage ring, but the dimension within seemed a little more complex than that. There were holes of various sizes situated around the spatial walls of the pocket dimension. Miao Yi then brought the qilin head closer to his chest, and the ornament on his collar opened its mouth once more, sucking the qilin head back inside and returning it back to its original position. "Back away a little. I'm going to give this a go." There wasn't a lot of space inside the cave and there was no place to hide. Miao Yi was afraid of accidentally hurting the other three, so he warned them beforehand. Xian'er and Shui'er were about to exit the cave when Yao Ruoxian suddenly took out a crystal tablet. He then pointed at the crystal bracelets on the two young ladies' wrists and said, "You two don't have to be afraid. We have something that can counteract the effects of his transcendent artifact." Since the old man had put it that way, then Miao Yi had nothing left to worry about. He spread his arms, and flames started bursting forth from the tiny gaps between the scales of his armor. In the blink of an eye, Miao Yi was completely wrapped in flames. The fire quickly expanded, and with a violent rumble, the whole cave was instantly swept by an intense wave of heat. With his entire body shrouded in flames, Miao Yi looked absolutely imposing, and his presence was nothing short of astonishing. Meanwhile, Yao Ruoxian, Xian'er, and Shui'er looked as if they were wrapped inside an eggshell. The burning fire was around 1 foot away from them, but it had no way of getting any closer than that. It was a rather peculiar sight indeed. That said, the three of them could still feel a tiny amount of heat coming from the powerful flames beyond the safety zone. As he examined himself, Miao Yi chuckled in delight. With this, there was no way an enemy would be able to get close to him by normal means. The powerful blaze quickly subsided and was reabsorbed back into Miao Yi's black-scaled armor, and the cave returned to its gloomy self once again. "Let's see what you can turn into," shouted Miao Yi with one arm raised and his palm spread open. The black-scaled light armor he wore immediately started revolving around him as individual scales quickly gathered on his wrist. The scales then continued upwards to his palm, where they immediately grew longer and bigger. In the blink of an eye, the scales had morphed into the inversed scale spear in Miao Yi's hand. The difference between this inversed scale spear and the old one was that instead of a dragon's head being attached to the tail of the spear, it was now replaced by a cheilant's head. And the scales that were originally on Miao Yi's armor had now transformed into the inverted scales that formed the spear. Draconic roars erupted as Miao Yi struck forward with his spear. Then from the tip of his spear, a powerful flame burst forth. Having been imbued with Miao Yi's transcendence energy, the destructive power of the flame was extremely powerful, and was capable of creating a blackened hole about the size of a pillar on the walls of the cave, with smoke rising from its incinerated remains. Miao Yi pulled back the inversed scale spear and held it up at an angle. Then, violent flames started spewing forth again from the spear, encasing it completely with fire from top to bottom. "Nice!" Miao Yi exclaimed. The flames on the inversed scale spear quickly subsided, and the spear itself immediately started revolving up his arm, turning back into the black-scaled light armor over his body. Feeling the armor on his body, Miao Yi was ecstatic. With his spear art combined with the devastating force of this fire, it was easy to imagine the outcome if he ever had to battle someone. Even if he went up against an entire army by himself, he was confident he would still be able to hold his own. This was truly a powerful transcendent artifact. Even Yao Ruoxian, the one who refined the artifact himself, couldn't help shaking his head. He turned to his two daughters and sighed, "Oh my girls, I'm so sad for you too. All you can do is watch and envy as someone else gets the precious artifact. Initially, I wanted to cut that chunk of supreme fire crystal into 3 pieces and make 2 transcendent artifacts for you as well. Sadly, even if I did do such a thing, you girls wouldn't be able to control the finished product anyway. It's tough even for me. All those who don't practice any fire-type cultivation arts will naturally have difficulty controlling such a transcendent artifact unless their cultivation was high enough that they didn't need to fear the feedback from the intense flames. But even then, they wouldn't be able to utilize this transcendent artifact to its full potential. Transcendent artifacts of the 5 elements are different from normal transcendent artifacts. They can only be wielded by someone who practices the corresponding element's cultivation art. Thus, I have no choice but to let this brat have all the benefits. Ha! Shen Er and Shui Er hurriedly waved their hands and said, "It's all right, father, but..." Hearing the old man say that he had difficulty guarding against the might of the flaming spear, Miao Yi couldn't help asking, "Old coot, do you think I can fight you with this transcendent artifact?" Deep down he thought that if he could defeat the old coot with this transcendent artifact, then he would no longer have to act humble in front of him in the future. Yao Ruoxian was taken aback by Miao Yi's question. He had never thought of the brat as a good person in the first place, so as his mind steered towards the negative side of things, he quickly guessed the heinous intentions of the great manor-head Miao. Whoosh! A dark red mace artifact instantly appeared by his side. With a raised eyebrow, Yao Ruoxian said coldly, "I've always known you were a stinking brat. Go ahead and try me. We'll see whether or not I can smash you and your artifact into a bloody pulp." As his gaze fell upon the old man's 3rd-grade transcendent artifact, Miao Yi was a little dazed, and instantly broke out into a cold sweat. He had always been fearful of the old coot's 3rd-grade transcendent artifact. How could he forget about this crucial fact in his excitement? Shit, that's a 3rd-grade transcendent artifact for crying out loud. If that slams down on me, then this flaming spear will definitely turn into scrap metal right on the spot. He saw firsthand how the battle went down between the old man and that Commander Yuan back in the Sea of Constellations. A 3rd-grade transcendent artifact was enough to flatten a whole mountain in a single stroke. How could his flaming spear possibly withstand such a terrifying force? Miao Yi hurriedly scrapped all his nasty intentions and smiled drily. "What are you thinking about? That's not what I mean. I just feel that this transcendent artifact you refined for me is a little off." Hearing someone criticizing the transcendent artifact he refined, Yao Ruoxian's occupational habit immediately crept up. With furrowed brows, he asked, "What do you mean a little off? Aren't there 2 little transformations on this transcendent artifact? It can only morph into either a spear or light armor." I've seen other transcendent artifacts in the sea of constellations. Some of them can change into all kinds of shapes and sizes. Miao Yi could still remember the might of that flowing cloud killer till this day. Yao Ruoxian's expression instantly darkened, and he was practically shouting at Miao Yi as he said, "Kid, do you have any idea what you're talking about? If you don't, then stop spouting nonsense like an ignorant fool." For a normal transcendent artifact, once the formation core is broken, then the artifact itself will be destroyed as well. Meanwhile, not only is the transcendent artifact I refined for you capable of transformation, you can even take out the formation core anytime you want and the transcendent artifact will not be destroyed. You can use it as a spear, or turn it into an armor artifact to protect yourself. Do you think that there are many people in the artifact refining industry who can accomplish such a feat? If you want it to transform into all kinds of shapes and sizes, then that's simple enough. However, you should know this, a transcendent artifact that's capable of taking on multiple forms requires an equally large number of materials to refine. Do you think that something that can change into a mountain can just magically pop out of nowhere? Of course, you would first need enough materials to fill up an entire mountain to make it. As long as the transcendent artifact isn't generating an illusion, then all its transformations require real materials to be refined. It would normally take the whole fortune of a large sect to create such a thing. How can your paltry little savings even compare? And you're still dreaming of having it transform into various shapes and sizes. Are you tired of living? You don't like my transcendent artifact? Fine. Then give it back to me. Don't be so hasty. That's not what I meant. I was just casually asking. Miao Yi laughed drily, then secretly glanced at the two girls, who immediately went up to placate Yao Ruoxian's anger. You two, there's really no helping you. I'm so frustrated. Yao Ruoxian pointed at the two girls, then helplessly flicked his sleeves and left. Xian'er and Shui'er turned to look at Miao Yi. He chuckled and said softly, "It's all right. It's normal for someone that's agitated to behave a little strangely. I don't mind it at all." He mused to himself, how many cultivators out there get to have their own personal artifact artisan? Feeling his light armor, Miao Yi felt that it might be a little too off-putting to wear this over his clothes. He activated his transcendence energy, and the armor quickly transformed into the inversed scale spear in his hand. The spear artifact then immediately morphed again, revolving around his arm and into his sleeves, successfully becoming armor under his clothes. It was impossible to discern it from the outside. Touching his body again, Miao Yi didn't feel too unpleasant. The old man was definitely skilled when it came to refining transcendent artifacts. Miao Yi chuckled in satisfaction and waved his hand, "Let's go. It's almost time for the annual tribute. We have to be more alert. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 491. Chapter 491, Those Who Share the Same Pillow. Translator, Soup Hunter. Editor, Milk Biscuit. As Miao Yi and the two girls walked across the stone bridge, Xian'er and Shui'er glanced back at the Forbidden Island with some hesitation in their eyes. Eventually, Xian'er said, "Master, Father wishes to teach us both how to refine transcendent artifacts." "Teach you how to refine artifacts?" Miao Yi was surprised. He smiled and continued, "This is a good thing. Why were you so hesitant to mention it then?" Shui'er answered, "Father told us that his artifact refining technique is also a type of skill that can be handed down, with many of its previous generations' masters having already passed on. He said that this technique can only be handed down to those who are direct disciples, and since we can be considered his students, Father tells us that he can teach this technique to us as well. However, since Master is an outsider, Father wants us to swear to never leak this technique out, not even to you." Miao Yi's footsteps came to a halt as he looked at the two young ladies curiously. Xian'er then quickly added, "We haven't agreed to it yet." We told father that we have to ask for your permission first, and because of this he got very angry, but... And here I was wondering why it felt like the old man had a strong urge to punch me in the face. So it turns out it was because of this. Miao Yi shook his head and laughed. Waving his hand, he continued, "There's no difference between teaching it to you two and teaching it to me. I doubt you two are going to become as small-minded as your father, who treats his own junk as if it was treasure, just because you're learning his technique. Go ahead and learn it. I'm fine. I still have to focus my efforts on my own cultivation. There's no time for me to learn other skills. That said, even though I said it's fine for you to learn your father's artifact refining technique, remember to pay attention to your own cultivations as well. Don't neglect it because of this. The two young ladies were ecstatic, they no longer needed to mull over this dilemma. They repeatedly nodded in excitement. As the seasons passed, the time for the annual tribute eventually came, much like it did every other year. This event was the whole basis on which the rules of the present-day cultivation realm were established, and how everything came to be. It was the biggest happening of the year. As always, the time for the annual tribute fell upon the winter season. However, the climate within Raincloud Manor was not seasonal, but warm and humid all year round. While South Edict Manor was most likely covered in heavy snow around this time of the year, there was no chance of seeing even the tiniest snowflake here. The trees and forests were still evergreen, the flowers were in full bloom as usual, and the lakes rippled gently like they always did. The notion of winter was completely unheard of here. Wen Fong came early on to visit her big brother and bring gifts, making sure to see him before things started getting busy with the annual tribute. It could also be considered her first visit of the year, as she knew that Miao Yi wouldn't have the time to see her if she came late. She managed to rack up a bunch of sales this year, so she was able to bring more luxurious gifts than the ones presented the first time she met Miao Yi. With her connections in the Chamber of Commerce, she was able to procure some very unique items. However, she knew that her big brother Miao Yi wouldn't be interested in such frivolous things, so she simply brought items that Chen and Shui would like. After all, fawning over those who share the same pillow as her big brother was just as effective. And indeed, she was able to catch the two young ladies' fancy. After visiting Miao Yi, Wen Fong quickly galloped off again on her own. Naturally, she still had to visit Thousand Lake Manor's Jiaofei and Mulberry Cloud Manor's Sikong Wuwei as well. She even mentioned that she was going to head to the first earthly branch and visit Yan Beihong after everything was settled on this side. That was going to be quite the journey. Miao Yi asked Wen Fong to send Yan Beihong his regards. At the same time, he handed her a spirit feather to pass to the latter and instructed her to get another one from Yan Beihong to bring back to him once she returned. That way, they would be able to get in touch with each other easily. Naturally, Wen Fong accepted the task with glee and guaranteed she would succeed. Since he'd handed the other party a task, Miao Yi naturally needed to send her off personally. As he stood by the edge of the lake and watched Wen Fong leave, Miao Yi turned to Chen and Shui and smiled. This girl isn't afraid of hard work at all, and always greets people with a smile on her face. For the sake of achieving her objectives, she can be as persistent as a cockroach. It's too bad she's with the Chamber of Commerce. Otherwise, I'd use any means necessary to get her to be my subordinate. Covering her smile, Shui said, Wen Fong isn't doing too poorly in the Chamber of Commerce either. Earlier, she told us that she has a high chance of being promoted to a managerial position within the Raincloud City branch next year, as her superiors were all very satisfied with her performance this year. She told us that it was thanks to Master's grace. That's not entirely true. Even though we did lend her some assistance, she was the one who persevered and took the opportunity with her own hands. Why else would I help her for no reason? Miao Yi shook his head and smiled. Raincloud City was Miao Yi's vassal city with a population of up to 10 million followers. As the time for the annual tribute neared, the city lord visited with an entire envoy of carriages filled with gifts. Miao Yi didn't meet him, however, and instead left it to Yen Shou to take care of everything. He had to hand over his share of the tribute for the next 10 years anyway, as part of his punishment from suppressing 10th Hall. However, halfway through the procedure, Yan Xiu ran over to meet Miao Yi. When he saw that Qian'er and Shui'er were present as well, he became a little hesitant to speak, as though the matter he wished to talk about wasn't appropriate to share out loud. Just as he was prepared to use voice transmission, Miao Yi asked, "What's the matter?" "There are no outsiders here." Yan Xiu had no choice but to grit his teeth and say, "The Raincloud City Lord has brought 5 exquisitely beautiful women here. He says that they're a gift to you, my lord. Should I accept them?" When he said this, Qian'er and Shui'er immediately sent him a piercing glare. If looks could kill, then they probably would have turned Yan Xiu into a beehive already. The intensity of their gazes caused Yan Xiu to almost break out into a cold sweat. The two young ladies' eyes were filled with discontent. If their master wished to partake in beautiful women from the outside, then as servants, they couldn't really complain. They would still need to serve him like they always did, and maybe even ask if he was satisfied after the fact. However, Yan Xiu could be considered as half their teacher and master. How could he report such a thing to their master? He should have just declined that city lord straight away. Why did he need to mention it in front of their master? "Master Yan, how could you do such a thing? Little sister and I can serve master well enough. We don't need any outside help." Qian'er was already complaining through voice transmission. Yan Xiu replied in kind, "Can't you see I'm doing this for you too? Otherwise, I could have just told the master when you weren't around, or just use voice transmission to inform him. Once the master makes up his mind, then it would no longer be appropriate for you two to say anything against his decision." The two girls finally realized that they had misunderstood Yan Xiu, who had actually thought of such a method to help them. Miao Yi also noticed the indignant gazes in the two girls' eyes as they glanced at him furtively. He coughed drily in response, realizing that some things were indeed better left unspoken even when there were no outsiders around. To be precise, some things were better discussed when outsiders were around, but absolutely not when one's own people were present. Truth be told, Miao Yi was quite curious about the 5 beautiful women the city lord had brought for him. Since the other party had used the term exquisite, Miao Yi couldn't help wondering if they were as beautiful as Fairy Hongchen, and was very interested in taking a look. Given his current status and prestige, it wasn't much of a problem if he slept with multiple women. Even mortals who didn't have his exalted position could do something like this without any issue. Meanwhile, he was an esteemed manor head with over 10 million followers in his grasp. It wouldn't be strange at all for him to accept those 5 beautiful women. Rather, it would be a very common thing to do. In the eyes of others, abstaining from other women was perhaps the more peculiar thing to do. This had nothing to do with whether he liked those women or not, nor was there anything related to love. It was just something that everyone did. It was a kind of common sense. Miao Yi never thought of wanting to be some saint that was different from everyone else. However, Miao Yi also had to consider the person behind the two girls, Yao Ruoxian. If he were to take in any woman that came his way, that old coot would definitely pummel him to death with his mace. Sometimes, he couldn't help wondering if it had been a good idea to let the two girls accept Yao Ruoxian as their adoptive father. As he considered the consequences, Miao Yi eventually calmed his stirring heart. He waved his hand and said, "Have him take them back. Tell him to just focus on managing Raincloud City's affairs, and to not put so much effort in such frivolous things from now on." Don't put so much effort in it? That means he can still put in some effort then? A woman's mind was capable of creating deep misunderstandings at times. At Miao Yi's side, Qian'er quickly suggested, "Master, why don't you just bestow those girls to Master Yan then?" She was afraid that a certain someone would try to come up with ways to send those women to her master's bedside afterward. After all, she had borne witness to how skilled the people in Raincloud Manor were at currying favor. There was no choice but to take precautionary measures. Once those women were gifted to Yan Xiu, then there was no chance of her master touching them no matter how pretty they were. Still oblivious to her true intentions, Miao Yi immediately jumped at the idea. He nodded and teased, Yan Xiu, it's not good for you to stay single for so long either. You need someone to take care of you. Do you want them? If you do, then I'll just gift them to you. Yan Xiu hurriedly waved his hands and said, I'm already old. I wouldn't be able to take them. Why don't we just send them back then? Shui'er also suddenly chimed in, since these girls are a token of the city lord's appreciation, why don't you just accept them, master? The subordinate deacons and advisors have worked hard as well. Maybe you can just gift those girls to them instead? Little sister is right. Shui'er nodded expressionlessly. Yan Xiu and Miao Yi looked at one another wordlessly, with one set of big eyes staring straight at another set of smaller eyes. With how efficient the two girls were at finding ways to deal with those 5 women, Miao Yi finally had a vague idea of their intentions. I'll leave it to you then. Miao Yi smiled drily. Yan Xiu immediately acknowledged the order and left. With just a couple of words from Shui'er and Shui'er, the fates of those 5 so-called exquisitely beautiful women had been decided. It wasn't as though the 2 girls were merciless. Rather, there was probably no woman in the world who would stay her hand when it came to matters such as this. Even though they both knew that their master would most likely get married and have a legitimate spouse one day, that was something to think about in the future. At the very least, that person hadn't appeared yet. The 2 of them still called the shots in the rear palace. It didn't mean that any woman could come in here if they felt like it. At least not the ones right now. To decide a person's fate with just a couple of words. From this incident, it was evident how prestigious the 2 aunties' positions were in this manner. They stood only second to one person, but above countless others. Have some tea, master. Shui'er suddenly became very gentle, causing the great manner Miao to feel a little unnerved. However, he failed to notice the glance that Shui'er had secretly tossed to Shui'er. Meanwhile, Shui'er had already followed Yan Xiu out. When she saw the city lord, she immediately berated him, the manor head is not interested in gifts like this. If you ever do such a thing again, then you can kiss your city lord's position goodbye. You'd better watch out for your head. Within Raincloud Manor, Shui'er definitely had the right to say such things. If this city lord made her unhappy, then she didn't even need to mention anything in front of Miao Yi. She could just let Yan Xiu know, and he would immediately change the city lord to a new one. The city lord was utterly terrified. He had never seen the new manor head ever since the latter took up post, and always just received his official decrees through Yan Xiu. As such, he couldn't help wondering if the Miao Yi didn't like him or something. This was also why he had spent so much effort to obtain these 5 beautiful women, and viewed them as precious gifts. He had thought that he would finally be able to meet the manor head with this, but little did he expect he would end up shooting himself in the foot. When the 5 beautiful women were revealed, they were truly as exquisite as the city lord had boasted. It was hard not to be tempted by them indeed, and even a woman would find her heart pounding a little once she saw them. Could things possibly get any worse then? Shui'er immediately ordered for these women to be gifted to the subordinates. She wasn't going to give Miao Yi the slightest chance at all, and had even gotten thanks from the subordinates on his behalf. A little less than 2 days since the frightened city lord was sent off, the interim mountain chieftains and their respective interim cave masters arrived in Raincloud Manor with the tributes they had collected. Within Raincloud Pavilion, the tabulating of the annual tribute was naturally left to Shui'er and Shui'er to handle. After their experience in Mount Comingsi, the 2 young ladies were already quite adept at these things. Meanwhile, Miao Yi started questioning the mountain chieftains that arrived one after the other. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 492. Chapter 492, Impeachment. Translator, Soup Hunter Editor, Milk Biscuit. The next day, the 10 interim mountain chieftains were all present in the main assembly hall. Shenfei, Jisixio, Female, Sherman, Yang Zhaoqing, Dan Dandan, female, Dingjia, Jia Yongtian, Nili Gong, Gu Ping, and Ning Zilai. Seated on the high chair, Miao Yi swept his gaze across these 10 interim mountain chieftains. Within the past 6 months, Raincloud Manor had undergone a massive change, and these 10 people were part of the reason why. They had all worked hard, and Miao Yi was quite satisfied with their performance. Or to put things in another perspective, Yan Xiu had really thought things through when selecting these people. He didn't disappoint Miao Yi at all. During the final assembly of the year, everyone was free to discuss about any topic, no matter how big or small the issue. It was a way to settle the grievances of the year. Ding Jie stood out with cupped fists and reported, "This subordinate wishes to lodge a complaint against Yang Zhaoqing. When he ambushed my troops, he used underhanded methods and poisoned our water supply. His victory was not honorable." Dan Dandan also stepped forward with cupped fists. "This subordinate also wishes to lodge a complaint against Yang Zhaoqing. He hired a group of loose cultivators to act as sentries in his own territory, preventing my troops from approaching his domain. This is highly unfair to my troops and is not reflective of their combat prowess. I would like to request my lord to punish Yang Zhaoqing for making use of those who are outside of the administration to achieve his own ends." Even Chen Fei stepped forward. With a dark expression, he complained, "This subordinate also wishes to protest against Yang Zhaoqing. It was already stated that the use of weapons was disallowed, and wooden sticks were to be used instead. However, in our battle, right as my troops were charging forward with their wooden sticks, Yang Zhaoqing and his forces suddenly brandished their weapons. It was not an honorable victory." Miao Yi couldn't help his surprise at Chen Fei's words. He could imagine what it must have been like at the time. Chen Fei was leading his troops to attack with their wooden weapons when suddenly Yang Zhaoqing's troops retaliated with the real deal. Miao Yi could see how Chen Fei and his troops must have immediately fled at the sight of that. Besides Chen Fei, Miao Yi didn't have much of a recollection for the others. However, after hearing repeated complaints about the same person, Miao Yi couldn't help looking at Yang Zhaoqing in surprise, sizing up the latter as he renewed his perception of the guy. He then asked, "Yang Zhaoqing, what do you have to say for yourself? This subordinate doesn't need to make any explanations." Yang Zhaoqing stepped forward, then cupped his fists and continued, "All I know is that the manor head's official decree stated that I am to temporarily take charge as Mount Spiritual Longevity's mountain chieftain, that I am given full authority to make any decision on the spot, and if anything happens, my lord will shoulder the responsibility. I would also like to note that the others were free to use all the methods I had employed as well. No one's stopping them. If they manage to defeat me, then I will reflect on my mistakes and think of a way to regain victory, rather than complaining to the manor head at the main assembly hall. If I were to cause Mount Spiritual Longevity to fall when the manor head specifically left it in my care, then that would be my greatest crime." Miao Yi asked, "How many loose cultivators have you employed?" Yang Zhaoqing cupped his fists and replied, "Sir, not too many, just around 80 or so." The other mountain chieftains immediately rolled their eyes. How was 80 not too many? Right now, everyone's forces were halved, but this guy practically had an entire mountain's worth of forces in surplus. Miao Yi frowned. "Around 80 people? How are you able to hire so many?" "Actually, I didn't need to spend any resources to hire them. I just provided them with some food and drink." Yang Zhaoqing seemed a little hesitant as he said this. He was wondering if it was appropriate to reveal his tricks in public like this. However, when he met Miao Yi's piercing gaze, he eventually spat out the truth. "Actually, I didn't really hire them. I captured them." "You captured them?" Miao Yi asked curiously, "Where did you catch so many loose cultivators from?" Yang Zhaoqing replied, "I had issued a command to my subordinate caves to station their troops next to the public roads as well as outside all the major and minor cities. As soon as they find cultivators trying to cross the border on their dragon steeds or simply wanting to enter the city to buy things, my men will immediately stop them for questioning. If we find that those people are loose cultivators, we will immediately set them up with a crime and punish them to work for our Mount Spiritual Longevity for a year. And should they ever think of escaping, we will threaten to issue a manhunt for them. There have been no loose cultivators who dared to go against the administration to this day. Besides, we only asked them to work for a year. As the request wasn't too difficult, those loose cultivators complied very easily. Even Miao Yi was a little flabbergasted at this, much less the other mountain chieftains. Was this even fair? The guy was practically bullying those loose cultivators because he knew they wouldn't dare go against the administration. Yang Jiaqing cupped his fists and continued, I have only stationed them as sentries. The others can all vouch for this. In our battles, I have never once allowed those loose cultivators to participate in the conflict, as I have not been given permission to do so. Miao Yi clicked his tongue in admiration as he looked at Yang Jiaqing. He never thought that someone capable would actually emerge from this group of subordinates. As he continued sweeping his gaze across the other mountain chieftains deep in thought, he couldn't help musing to himself, given the other party's wits, it was no surprise that you guys would lose. He then pointed to Yang Jiaqing and said, well, you heard him. You are free to use all the underhanded methods at your disposal to win against him. And as long as you triumph, he will accept his loss with grace and not complain to me. The crowd was speechless. Since the manor head had already put it that way, it was clear that he was taking Yang Jiaqing's side. However, let me make things clear. Even though I said that you can use as many underhanded methods you want, you are not to go beyond the boundaries set by our traversing water palace and the celestial nation. Otherwise, I wouldn't be able to save you if anything happens. Miao Yi warned solemnly. We acknowledge the manor head's decree. The mountain chieftains cupped their fists and responded. Miao Yi looked back at Yang Jiaqing and asked, how is your win rate over the past 6 months? Yang Jiaqing replied, this subordinate has been through a total of 28 battles, and has fought against each of the other 9 mountains forces at least once. Up until now, I have yet to taste a single defeat. Although his tone was reserved, his words were overflowing with a sense of dominance. This basically meant that this Yang Jiaqing had never lost even once, or it was better said that he had won every single battle. No wonder there were so many people complaining about him. Miao Yi's eyes flashed with astonishment as he carefully reassessed his evaluation on this guy. He himself was someone who had experienced his fair share of defeats back in the day. However, the guy standing before him right now seemed to be an even bigger hard-ass than that. Hot damn, are all those with the surname Yang this overpowered? Miao Yi mused to himself as he thought of South Edict Manor head Yang Qing. The way I see it, the rest of you should just admit your losses. Make use of this opportunity while I'm here as a witness to settle all the bets you guys made in the past 6 months. Said Miao Yi while chuckling on his high seat. The 10 mountain chieftains then started with the proceedings. They didn't bet too much on their battles, it was only 10 low-grade orbs of will per battle. To a bunch of mountain chieftains who received over 100 orbs of will from their vassal cities every year, and not to mention the tributes they got from their subordinates, this wasn't such a large sum. However, if the bet was any greater, they definitely wouldn't be able to suffer the loss. Yang Jiaqing was the biggest winner of them all, even pulling far ahead of Chen Fei. With all 28 battles ending in victory, he managed to win a total of 280 orbs of will, causing the other mountain chieftains to look on in envy. After which, Miao Yi decided to take out his share of the tribute as well. The subordinates had presented him with over 1,000 orb of will as gifts. Besides the 400 or so he needed to spend on and reward the main troops of Raincloud Manor, he split the remaining 600 into individual prizes and handed them over to the top 3 performers of the Battle Royale. This meant that Yang Jiaqing managed to earn another 300 low-grade orbs of will in a single stroke. He thanked Miao Yi for the generosity, while the other mountain chieftains looked on in admiration. They couldn't help thinking how Mount Spiritual Longevity had really struck gold this time. It was easy to imagine how heated Yang Jiaqing's subordinates would be once he returned to Mount Spiritual Longevity and rewarded them for their good performance. He was sure to obtain his subordinates' respect and admiration, thereby cementing his authority within Mount Spiritual Longevity. And the next time their mountains fought, Yang Zhaoqing's subordinates would definitely fight even harder. However, this caused Mu Tai Lai and the other main troops of Raincloud Manor to be a little tempted, and they contemplated whether they should ask the manor head for a mountain chieftain's position instead. That was definitely a more profitable position than being some advisor. That said, Miao Yi didn't give out all these orbs of wool because he was feeling generous. Rather, it was because his share of the tribute for the next 10 years had to be confiscated either way. The more than 1,000 orbs of wool from his vassal city was sure to be handed over to suppressing 10th Hall. However, he didn't need to give them the ones that his subordinates had gifted him as well. As such, he figured he might as well just use that share to reward his subordinates. The handover procedure for each mountain was soon completed. Miao Yi had no intention of hosting some kind of combat tournament the way Yang Qing did to reward his subordinates. There was already enough of that from the past 6 months. He didn't ask the mountain chieftains to stay and escort the tribute over to suppressing 10th Hall either. There was no need for that. If he couldn't even protect the tribute with the number of transcendent artifacts he had on hand right now, then no amount of extra help would change anything. Even though the use of gifts and flattery was no longer practiced in the current Raincloud Manor, the subordinates still needed to strengthen their connections with one another. Miao Yi wouldn't go so far as to cut off his troops' source of income either. The advisors and everyone else working under him only earned about a dozen orbs of will at most every year. Without any tributes from the subordinates, it would be hard for them to get by. If Miao Yi were to limit this source of income as well, then those troops would no longer wish to work for him. They would definitely try to fight against him in the shadows. Naturally, this matter was left up to the mountain chieftains to resolve. Shan and Shui'er had received a fair share as well, coming to a total of nearly 30 orbs from all the subordinates. Each mountain chieftain had gifted them with 2 orbs each, with Yang Zhaoqing offering the most. He gave 10 orbs to each auntie, which was almost the annual income of an entire cave. Yan Xiu also received quite a bit as well. Perhaps in the eyes of the 2 aunties in Yan Xiu, this was not a large sum. Compared to what Miao Yi gave them, it wasn't worth mentioning at all. However, they all knew that to these subordinates, this was already quite a large amount. After all, they still had their own subordinates to care for and had to make sure that every single orb of wool counted. Miao Yi revealed a faint smile when he found out about this. It seems that Yang Zhaoqing really isn't just some layabout. He's got potential. Once the subordinates had left for their respective territories, Miao Yi called his 2 advisors, Mu Tai Lai and Hu Difu, to accompany him in delivering the tribute to suppressing 10th Hall. Having already planned to meet up with one another beforehand, Miao Yi was soon joined by Zhao Fei and Xikong Wuwei, and the 3 groups continued the journey together. In the past 6 months, the 3 of them had placed most of their efforts in their own cultivations and thus didn't talk to each other as often as before. As such, they couldn't help asking about one another's affairs. When the other 2 heard about Miao Yi's method of training the subordinates by having them fight against one another, they immediately praised it for being a great idea and made plans to implement it in their own territories once they returned. The 3 of them soon reached suppressing 10th Hall, was granted an audience with the hall master, and then handed over the tribute. After which, they continued to stay in suppressing 10th Hall. There was no longer any need for them to visit the 3 advisors. When all the manor heads had arrived and the handover of the tributes was completed, it was naturally time for everyone to assemble in the main assembly hall and settle the year's past grievances. Oddly enough, not a single person mentioned the massacre of Tranquil Sun Manor by the 3 manors, and even the hall master himself had merely given Miao Yi and the others some light scolding. The 3 of them couldn't help their surprise at this. Why were the advisors not taking this opportunity to criticize them? However, right as they were about to be dismissed, trouble managed to find its way back to them indeed. Seated on his high chair, Hallmaster Shen Huixin said, "If there's nothing else, you are all dismissed." Suddenly, Su Jinsong stepped forward with cupped fists and said, "This subordinate wishes to impeach the 3 manor heads of Raincloud Manor, Thousand Lake Manor, and Mulberry Cloud Manor, but..." The crowd immediately cast their gazes at the 3 manor heads, thinking to themselves, I just knew that this wouldn't end so easily. Looks like it's finally happening. Those unrelated to the incident were all idling around as they prepared themselves to watch the show. Shan Huaixin blankly asked, on what grounds? Su Jinsong replied, the punishment issued by suppressing 10th Hall to the 3 manor heads was the confiscation of their 10 years' worth of income. However, I just found out that the 3 of them had only handed over about 1,000 orbs of will per person. May I ask, Hall Master, is this true? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 493. Chapter 493, 3 Heroes vs. 3 Advisors. Translator, Soup Hunter. Editor, Milk Biscuit. It's true. Shan Huaixin acknowledged. Jizai immediately stepped forward and continued, Hall Master, normally, the annual income of a manor head is far greater than 1,000 orbs of will. There should at least be another 500 orbs of will that each of them have yet to hand over. Naturally, Huang Zhizhang weighed in as well. The 3 of them are dishonest and show no regard for their superior's official decree. If the others start to follow in their example, then the consequences will be dire. They must be punished. I suggest that their manor head positions be revoked. A deacon by the name of Gao Sheng immediately stepped forward and added, disobeying a superior's decree is a heavy crime. If such habits were allowed to persist, then everyone will start to think they can simply ignore their orders. Where will suppressing 10th Hall's authority be then? I suggest that these 3 be beheaded on the spot. Miao Yi and the others were just quietly listening when they heard this sudden statement. They immediately turned their heads towards the deacon Gao Sheng. They never thought someone would actually give an even more ruthless suggestion and have them suffer a death sentence. The other 5 deacons also voiced their approval for the idea. So they held it in for half a year just to join hands and kill the 3 of them in a single stroke. The crowd mused in astonishment. Shan Huaixin gazed at Miao Yi and the others and asked, do the 3 of you have anything to say for yourselves? Miao Yi replied, what a load of bullcrap. Hall Master, I would advise against paying these mangy mutts any heed. They are clearly trying to get payback under the pretense of punishment. Although the other party's words were ruthless, his weren't any weaker either. The crowd's lips inadvertently twitched. To think someone would actually use the words mangy mutt. Meanwhile, the deacons and advisors were immediately inflamed. Su Jinsong shouted furiously, who did you just call a mangy mutt? Miao Yi mocked, whoever was the one trying to use punishment as an excuse for his own ends. Why? Are you telling me I can't even scold such a petty man? I'm already being very lenient. Otherwise, I would have asked the Hall Master to kill such a scoundrel right away for trying to sow discord in suppressing 10th Hall. Su Jinsong snarled, then are you actually going to tell me that the 3 of you have handed over all the orbs of will as planned? Miao Yi replied with a question, don't tell me that handing over all the orbs of will received from our vassal cities didn't count as everything? Jizai barked, what about the orbs of will gifted to you from your subordinate mountains then? Sikong Wuwei asked, are you saying you want us to hand over the orbs of will that we used to provide for our subordinates as well? Where will the main troops get their resources if we do that? They're different from you lot. They don't have that many people handing presents to them. Huang Zhizhang immediately pointed at him and shouted, Sikong Wuwei. You're way out of line. This is no place for you to spout such drivel. In normal circumstances, after deducting the amount used to provide for the main troops, a single manor should still have at least 500 orbs of will. Where is the rest of it? Zhao Fei scoffed, Advisor Huang, you said it yourself. In normal circumstances, that would certainly be the case. However, given the unusualness of the current situation, it is natural that we need to employ different means. We have already rewarded the remaining orbs of will to our subordinates. Huang Zhizhang shouted, what do you mean by unusual situation? Zhao Fei also raised his voice. I mean the very situation we are in right now. With the forces of our three manors halved, there aren't enough hands to go around maintaining the safety of our domains. As a consequence, the troops have had to work overtime, with one person requiring several days to finish the job of an entire squadron. Don't you think it's only right that they be properly rewarded then? Or are you saying that that's against the rules? If the rest of you can return our forces to us, then with sufficient manpower, things will naturally go back to the way they were before. What's wrong with calling this anything other than an unusual situation? Since the three of them had dared to do such a thing, they naturally had a valid justification. The other party hadn't thought that they would use this as an excuse against them at all. Huang Zhizheng scoffed, excuses. The three of you are clearly rewarding your subordinates as a ploy to challenge suppressing 10th Hall's decree. Zhao Fei tilted his head and looked over. He said bluntly, as far as manor heads like us are concerned, I believe it is entirely up to us whether or not to reward our subordinates, as well as the size of said reward. You have no place to comment on that. This does not fall under the control of an advisor like you. If you have the authority to question how much each manor head should reward his subordinates from now on, then I have nothing to say. However, let me be so bold as to ask, does that mean that the hall master must also report to Traversing Water Palace every single reward he so rightfully gave out? Su Jinsong scoffed. Regardless of how you put it, the three of you are still challenging suppressing 10th Hall's decree under the guise of rewarding your subordinates. Anyone who isn't blind can see it. Miao Yi said, Advisor Su, don't you think you're being a little too controlling? Let's say we were indeed rewarding our subordinates as a pretense. So what? As long as it's within our authority, we can reward the troops however we want. It's not like we broke any rules. Why do you need to interfere? Zhao Fei flicked his sleeves. I suggest you advisors just stick to your own jobs. Once you become hall master, you will then have the right to decide how to reward your own troops. There wasn't the slightest hint of consideration in their words. But then again, the other party was already trying to kill them. What was the point in trying to keep up appearances now? The three advisors were fuming with rage. Su Jinsong cupped his fists toward Shan Huaixin. The three manor heads have no respect for their superiors. Hallmaster, I'd like to ask that they be heavily punished. Ji Zhe, Huang Zhizhan, and the other 6 deacons also cupped their fists. We wholeheartedly agree. Miao Yi, Zhao Fei, and Sikong Wuwei looked at each other. They cupped their fists toward Shan Huaixin as well. We would like to ask that the hallmaster punishes these scoundrels for misuse of authority, harboring ill intentions, and transgressing beyond their jurisdiction. The rest of the people in the hall couldn't help their astonishment. These two parties were out for blood, with neither side willing to give their opponent any time to rest. What a spectacular show indeed. Bang! Shan Huaixin suddenly slammed on his armrest and stood up. He barked, Are all of you done messing around? Dismissed. With a swing of his arm, he turned around and left, followed by his 2 handmaidens. He didn't plan on punishing anyone at all. We wish the hall master farewell. Everyone cupped their fists and bowed. The remaining crowd soon left the main hall one after the other. Su Jinsong turned his head to look at the 3 manor heads walking together and scoffed, a bunch of conceited fools who don't know their own limits. Sikong Wuwei casually looked up to the sky and replied, a bunch of narrow-minded, greedy scum. Insolence! Su Jinsong couldn't hold back his anger any longer. He had never seen someone act so arrogant towards him. He barked, slap his mouth. The 2 deacons beside him immediately rushed over to subdue Sikong Wuwei and give him a slapping. Miao Yi and Zhao Fei obviously couldn't let this pass. They brandished their inversed scale spear and halberd respectively, then quickly forced away the 2 deacons. Miao Yi yelled, Who dares to be impudent? How dare you take up arms within the confines of suppressing 10th Hall? A 2-petaled red lotus shone on Su Jinsong's forehead. Having found a perfect excuse, he swiftly shot over with his hand outstretched. Not just Miao Yi and the others, but everyone else was also taken by surprise. They never thought that Su Jinsong would really launch an attack. A powerful wave of yin energy quickly erupted from Miao Yi's hand. He had wasted no time in using the mystic yin mirror to protect himself against Su Jinsong's attack. The bastard was attacking them in a fit of rage. There was no telling what he would do. All Miao Yi was sure of was that Su Jinsong definitely wouldn't be merciful, so how could he allow himself to fall into the other party's grasp so easily? Not a single person in the hall dared to make light of that powerful yin energy. Moreover, no one knew what kind of transcendent artifact it was. Su Jinsong was also taken by surprise. With a flick of his sleeves, he swiftly changed his trajectory midair and shot up to the sky, narrowly brushing against the wave of yin energy that swept by. The mystic yin mirror's attack had missed its target. Su Jinsong was now hovering up in the sky. He brandished a spear that glowed with a blue hue, pointing it downwards as he bellowed, "Impudence! How dare you attack me?" Not every single White Lotus cultivator could afford to use a first-grade transcendent artifact, and not every single Blue Lotus cultivator could afford to use a second-grade transcendent artifact. It's the same for Red Lotus cultivators, not all of them could afford to use a third-grade transcendent artifact. Just the third-grade Yao core inside a third-grade transcendent artifact cost 1 million orbs of will. Naturally, the spear in Su Jinsong's hand was just a second-grade transcendent artifact. There were 3 people standing on top of the roof of the main assembly hall. They were the solemn Shan Huaixin and his 2 handmaidens. Evidently, they had come back out after hearing the commotion. Strangely, Shan Huaixin was just narrowing his eyes down at Miao Yi and the others. He didn't say anything to stop the battle. Realizing the situation, Miao Yi and the others immediately exchanged glances with one another. If not even the hall master was planning to put a stop to this, then there was no chance for Su Jinsong to let them off easily. The 3 of them cursed at the situation. As for the rest of the crowd, they instinctively backed away. Su Jinsong charged towards Miao Yi and the others and swung his spear down at them. The powerful waves of transcendence energy he emitted were astonishing. Miao Yi and the others immediately backed away from the plaza as best they could. A flying sword then rushed out from Miao Yi's sleeves and shot towards Su Jinsong. Su Jinsong let out a cold laugh. He didn't think much of that little flying sword at all and swung powerfully against it with his spear. Suddenly, right as Su Jinsong's spear met the flying sword, it abruptly split into 2. This transcendent artifact was Miao Yi's mother-child flying sword. Boom! A powerful explosion erupted in mid-air as the mother sword was blown into a plume of black mist by Su Jinsong's attack. Ah! Su Jinsong also let out a painful wail. The suddenness had caught him off guard, and he was almost killed by the child's sword. Fortunately for him, he had reacted quickly enough. However, there was too little time and too short of a distance to evade the attack properly. One of his arms had already been sliced off, and blood was gushing out in the sky. In a single confrontation, a Red Lotus second-grade cultivator actually had one of his arms chopped off by the child sword of the mother-child flying sword. However, because the mother sword was destroyed by Su Jinsong's attack, the transcendent artifact's formation core was broken, and the child sword also turned to black mist upon cutting off Su Jinsong's arm. To think a top-tier second-grade transcendent artifact couldn't even withstand a single attack from the other party. That said, it was evident from this that Su Jinsong didn't have much battle experience, and was too careless for his own good. Otherwise, how could a Red Lotus second-grade expert get his hand cut off by a top-tier second-grade transcendent artifact in a single confrontation? On the other hand, Miao Yi and the others were all hardened veterans of war. Their every strike was filled with decisiveness. Once they launched their attacks, there was no hesitation or mercy whatsoever. Su Jinsong landed on the ground, clenching his wounded arm. As Zhao Fei waved his arm, a large swarm of greatsword illusions started circling around and attacking Su Jinsong. Su Jinsong was horrified. He frantically attacked, one arm launching his spear at great speed to knock back the flying greatswords coming at him. While he quickly discovered they were all illusions, he had no way of telling which was the real one. Perhaps even normal Red Lotus cultivators would have trouble dealing with this transcendent artifact. Su Jinsong then stomped on the ground, creating a large boom as dozens of blue bricks erupted from the floor of the plaza. Using his powerful transcendence arts, he controlled these bricks to rapidly hover around him and guard against the countless greatsword illusions trying to attack him. Die! Sikong Wuwei bellowed as a mighty hammer was hurled out of his grasp, creating a thunderous roar as it broke past the countless greatsword illusions that blanketed the sky. The force of this hammer was too overwhelming. The crowd spectating the battle couldn't help feeling as though their hearts were about to jump out of their chests. The blue tiles hovering around Su Jinsong were instantly crushed to dust. Using one arm, he hastily struck out with his spear. Boom! The massive mountain-suppressing hammer was knocked back, its glow turning dim after receiving Su Jinsong's attack. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 494. Chapter 494, Fallout. Translator, Soup Hunter. Editor, Milk Biscuit. Even though the mountain-suppressing hammer was a crude weapon, it had its redeeming features as well. Most notably, its enormous size. The artifact was large in every sense of the word and wasn't as fragile as the mother-child flying sword. Even if Su Jinsong wanted to destroy the mountain-suppressing hammer, his cultivation wasn't high enough to do so. The overwhelming blunt force of the mountain-suppressing hammer had shocked everyone present. It was true to its namesake of being able to suppress entire mountains indeed. Even though Su Jinsong had managed to knock it away with a single attack, the massive weight behind the mountain-suppressing hammer had caused the ground beneath Su Jinsong's feet to cave in as well, stirring up a powerful eruption of dust and rubble. Like a nail in the ground, the lower half of Su Jinsong's body sank into the earth, and the wound on his arm which he had previously sealed using his transcendence energy started gushing out blood once again. At this moment, the silhouette of a greatsword struck at the opening in Su Jinsong's defenses, piercing through his lower back and coming out the front of his stomach in a spurt of blood. Su Jinsong spat out a mouthful of blood. His body was suffering from both massive internal injuries and external ones. The spectators were completely dumbfounded. They couldn't believe that a powerful Red Lotus second-grade advisor of suppressing 10th Hall was actually being pushed to the brink of death by three manor heads. Ji Zhe. Huang Jizhan. Su Jinsong bellowed frantically, having no way of discerning between the swarm of greatsword illusions that surrounded him. How dare you! Ji Zhe and Huang Jizhan shouted furiously. They didn't step and not because they were concerned for Su Jinsong's safety. Truth be told, neither of them had expected Su Jinsong to lose his temper here. This was the Hall Master's manor after all. The two of them didn't want to get themselves mixed up in the mess. Not to mention, they had also assumed that Su Jinsong wouldn't have any difficulty in dealing with those three either. If they could use Su Jinsong's hand to handle those three bastards, they wouldn't need to take any responsibility. What could possibly be better than that? As such, the two of them simply thought that they only needed to sit back and watch. However, the results of the battle had completely caught them by surprise. Not only did Su Jinsong fail to get the upper hand, but his own life was also now at risk. With things having escalated to such an extent, if Ji Zhe and Huang Jizhan were to allow those three to kill Su Jinsong, then they would lose face as well. Just as they were about to step in, a black shadow abruptly descended from the sky. At the same time, Shan Huaixin's commanding voice yelled, "Stop!" Boom! A black pagoda with a vermilion glow suddenly expanded in midair, then shot down instantly, pressing down on Su Jinsong, who was already half buried in the ground and causing the entire plaza to tremble. A third-grade transcendent artifact. Suppressing 10th Hall's master Shan Huaixin had stepped in at the crucial moment. Bang! A dull sound echoed forth. Just before it could take Su Jinsong's life, the true body of the spirit illusion greatsword crashed into the black pagoda, igniting sparks as it was knocked backward. Suffering heavy injuries and with no way of retaliating, Su Jinsong would have definitely been killed had the black pagoda been a little slower. The myriad of greatsword illusions in the sky instantly reverted into a single weapon, and the spirit illusion greatsword landed back in Zhao Fei's palm. He had a double-headed flail in his other hand, ready to strike at a moment's notice. It was unknown what sort of transcendent artifact that was. Sikong Wu also grabbed his mountain-suppressing hammer and tucked it away. At the same time, he also readied a steel hoop. It had 7 bells dangling around it and was just as unrecognizable as Zhao Fei's artifact. The dragon-tip inversed scale spear in Miao Yi's hand was also substituted by the Qilin head inversed scale spear. The three of them turned their heads to look at Shan Huaixin up on the roof, their murderous intent not subsiding in the least. Ji Zhe and Huang Jizhang also looked to the roof, and so did the rest of the crowd. Shan Huaixin swept his gaze across Miao Yi and the others. He originally wanted to use Su Jinsong to test these three and see where they got their confidence from, and was prepared to step in right before Su Jinsong dealt the finishing blow. Much to his surprise, however, Su Jinsong was actually defeated by them. If he had stepped in a little bit slower, Su Jinsong's life would most likely have been forfeited by now. He didn't wish for Miao Yi and the others to be killed by Su Jinsong, but he also didn't wish for Su Jinsong to die by their hands either. This place was still his manor after all. If he'd stood by the sidelines while something serious happened, then once the higher-ups started investigating, he would surely be held responsible as well. Moreover, he also wanted Miao Yi and the others to continue going against the three advisors. That way, he would be able to use the conflict between them to his advantage. The current situation was clear. Besides he himself, there was no longer anyone in suppressing 10th Hall who dared to oppose the three advisors. After all, they had connections to some of the higher-ups as well. Because of this, he couldn't just oppress them without reason like a tyrant. And much like the three advisors, there wasn't a single person in all his 10 manors who could contend against Miao Yi, Zhao Fei, and Sikong Wu. By maintaining the balance of power between these two parties, he would be able to use Miao Yi and the others to slow down the progress of the three advisors and protect his position from being threatened. One example of this would be how their 3 manors would no longer provide the 3 advisors with any cultivation resources as gifts. On the other hand, the 3 advisors were also able to prevent Miao Yi and the other 2 from growing too powerful. Whenever he felt that Miao Yi and the others were slipping out of his control, he would simply allow the 3 advisors to suppress them. Everyone watched as Shan Huaixin leaped down and landed in the center of the plaza. As he spread his palm, the iron pagoda on the ground quickly ascended, then shrunk to the size of a normal mace. It then quickly shot over to Shan Huaixin and entered into his storage bangle. Miao Yi mused to himself, so it's a transforming third-grade transcendent artifact. That's better than Yao Ruoxian's mace artifact. As expected of someone who's sat on the high seat of suppressing 10th Hall for so many years, he's had abundant sources of orbs of will at his disposal until he reached the Red Lotus 7th grade. He definitely has quite a bit of capital saved up. Shan Huaixin gently waved his hand, and 2 deacons immediately rushed over to Su Jinsong's side, whose lower half was buried in the ground. They then dug him out using their transcendence energy. Su Jinsong's face was already deathly pale. It was evident that his body was in a very weakened state. However, the look in his eyes as he stared at Miao Yi and the others was full of hatred. It was fortunate enough that he was able to survive. The sight of Su Jinsong had all the manor heads in shock. That's a Red Lotus 2nd grade cultivator, for crying out loud. To think he was actually beaten up like this. Those 3 are too ferocious. As expected of subjugation crusade survivors. There's no telling what sort of transcendent artifacts they're holding onto right now either. Don't they seem to have a little too many of those at their disposal? It's no wonder they can be so cocky. Meanwhile, Miao Yi and the others knew deep down that they were only able to defeat Su Jinsong so decisively because of their transcendent artifacts. Moreover, they had even worked together to do so. If they were to fight with their own strengths, then there was no chance for the three of them to even take a single blow from Su Jinsong. How dare you start a fight in my manor? It looks like none of you hold this hall master in any regard. Shan Huaixin suddenly barked, Jizai, Huang Jizhang. Who was the one who made the first move? Jizai and Huang Jizhang wordlessly looked at each other. Even though they wanted to help Su Jinsong, there were simply too many witnesses at the time. Furthermore, it had happened right under the hall master's nose. They didn't dare to lie. Their attitude had proved it all. Shan Huaixin slowly turned to look at the frail Su Jinsong and said, Su Jinsong, seeing as how you've worked for my suppressing 10th hall for so many years, I will forgive you this one time. This better not happen again. Otherwise, don't blame me for not showing any mercy. Go back and treat your injuries. I am aware of my mistakes. Thank you for your magnanimity, Hall Master. Carried by two people at the side, Su Jinsong lowered his head and thanked Shan Huaixin. After which, the deacons swiftly brought him away. However, as he turned around, the gaze he tossed Miao Yi and the others looked like he wanted to rip them to shreds. Miao Yi thought to himself, what a pity. This enmity is definitely set in stone now. We might not get such a good opportunity again in the future. This hall master Shan sure knows how to step in at the right moment. One of my top-tier second-grade transcendent artifacts just got destroyed for nothing. Then again, it wasn't entirely for nothing. At least I was able to cut off one of Su Jinsong's arms. And if he wishes to make a full recovery, there will definitely be a hefty cost to pay. Shan Huaixin looked at Miao Yi and the others, then pointed to the numerous cracks and craters on the plaza caused by their battle. Even though Su Jinsong was the one who struck first, the cost of repairs still fell on their heads. Moreover, it was very expensive too. Who asked the three of them to be rich in the first place? If someone had a valid reason to make money off them, then they definitely wouldn't let the chance go. Having caused such a big commotion at the top of the mountain, it was natural that all the people in suppressing 10th Hall would be alarmed. Even though they didn't dare to go up the mountain, there was no stopping them gathering at the foot of the mountain to figure out what happened. When the two deacons brought the heavily wounded Su Jinsong down the mountain, the crowd was utterly shocked. Who else but the hall master could injure a Red Lotus second-grade cultivator to such an extent? Earlier on, they had heard the sound of Su Jinsong and Sikong Wuwei yelling amidst the commotion. Many people started speculating that the three manor heads had completely fallen out with the three advisors, thinking that Miao Yi and the others were in for some trouble if Su Jinsong and the others were to abuse their authority to make things hard on them. The aids that Miao Yi and the others had brought with them couldn't help their restlessness as they waited at the foot of the mountain. When they saw how Su Jinsong was being carried down the mountain, they couldn't help growing more anxious as they wondered how much worse their three manor heads would be. The crowd then noticed the manor heads walking down the mountain one by one. Miao Yi and the others were at the very end. Although their faces were solemn, they seemed to be fine otherwise. Everyone was astonished. Even Advisor Su was injured to such an extent, but these three, what exactly happened inside the manor? My lord! What happened? Mu Tailai approached and asked. We're going back. Miao Yi said curtly. He didn't answer Mu Tailai's question. Miao Yi and the others led their subordinates and quickly departed suppressing 10th Hall, unwilling to stay there for another second. The three of them were quiet on the way back as well. This was not the outcome they wanted to see. Initially, they had only planned to oppose in moderation against the three advisors. That way, they would be able to maximize the potential of their benefits. They could avoid having the three advisors interfere in their business too much, and at the same time maintain the delicate situation between their two parties. The three of them had never expected Su Jinsong to actually attack them in a place like that. It seemed the guy had never been this agitated by a subordinate before. As a result, Miao Yi and the others' plans were completely thrown off the rails. It wasn't good if the situation was exacerbated to such an extent. Once Su Jinsong recovered fully, he was likely to use every opportunity possible to get back at them. And not just through petty squabbling, but by actual use of force this time. Miao Yi and the others regretted not killing Su Jinsong and eliminating this potential threat. He was the one who unreasonably picked a fight, but the three of them felt pressed for time. They separated along the journey and went back to their own manors. After returning, Miao Yi handed down a few instructions to his troops, then looked for Yao Ruoxian to have a serious discussion. After which, he immediately entered closed-door cultivation. It was impossible to conceal a flame with a sheet of paper. With such a major incident happening in suppressing 10th place, and with so many eyewitnesses at the time, the news quickly spread. Not only was the rest of suppressing 10th Hall greatly shocked, but the entire traversing water palace as well. Together, 3 Blue Lotus cultivators had actually managed to defeat a Red Lotus second-grade cultivator. The other manors in suppressing 10th Hall were even more terrified of the 3 manors now. On the other hand, the cultivators working under the 3 manors were filled with a sense of pride. They'd never thought that their manor heads were actually this powerful. As for the ones who were most shocked by this news, they were none other than Yan Shou and Chen Fei. They could hardly believe that the Miao Yi from all those years ago had already grown this powerful. However, no one knew that Miao Yi and the others didn't want such fame that had nothing to do with their actual strength. They all knew that Su Jinsong had only lost due to his lack of battle experience. The guy's cultivation was purely just for show. The 3 of them suddenly felt worried that this news would continue to spread further and further. This was because the more people talked about this, the more humiliated Su Jinsong would feel, and the more desperate he would be in trying to regain his dignity. Spring Glory House, inside the capital city. As they escorted their respective palace lords to deliver the annual tribute, it was inevitable that some of the hall masters would meet up with one another. Brother Hua. That sworn brother of yours who's currently working under me has really got some spunk to him. He even defeated one of my advisors and nearly killed the guy, and he's a Red Lotus second-grade expert. Shen Huaishan announced as he knocked cups with Huo Lingxiao. Huo Lingxiao finally seemed to recall that he had a sworn brother working under the other party. He couldn't help asking, what happened? Not far away, Wu Minglan's eyes brightened at the sound of this, and she slowly walked over to listen in on Shen Huaishan's story. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 495. Chapter 495, Strange Things. Translator, Soup Hunter. Editor, Milk Biscuit. To a cultivator, the years passed by very quickly. In the blink of an eye, a whole year had passed. However, it seemed as though last year's incident in suppressing 10th Hall during the handover of the annual tribute had only just happened yesterday. For this year's handover, neither Miao Yi, Zhao Fei, nor Sikong Wuwei attended. They had sent a message to the hall master beforehand telling him straight up that they wished to avoid meeting Su Jinsong for the time being, for fear that the air would be awkward between them. Shen Huaishan obliged. Their 3 manors had each sent a squadron to carry the annual tribute over to suppressing 10th Hall. Once his troops had returned, Miao Yi immediately called for Mu Tai Lai and Hu Difu, who were tasked with leading the troops, and asked about the situation. Within the main hall, after reading through the sign-off document on the tribute given to Mu Tai Lai and Hu Difu, Miao Yi raised his hand and gestured them to sit down and talk. He casually asked, "Were you able to hand over the tribute smoothly?" They replied, "Everything went smoothly." Miao Yi then asked, "The 3 advisors didn't try to make things hard on you?" They shook their heads. "We were also worried about this before we left for suppressing 10th Hall, and were afraid that we would fail the manor head's task." However, the 3 advisors didn't say anything at all. As a result, our mission was completed rather smoothly. Good. Miao Yi nodded, then continued, "How is Advisor Su's injury? Is he actually being nice and showing concern for the enemy?" Mu Tai Lai and Hu Difu looked at one another, then the former replied, "A whole year has passed after all. Even if his recovery was slow, his injuries are mostly healed. From the looks of it, he seemed fine enough. Miao Yi couldn't help his surprise. He asked, then he's already grown back his severed arm? So that's what he's concerned about. I seem to have heard that the person who chopped off Advisor Su's arm was this very man before me. Mu Tai Lai replied, no, not yet. His arm has not regrown. Miao Yi finally heaved a sigh of relief. After being heavily wounded by him in a single battle, Su Jinsong probably wouldn't be bold enough to come looking for trouble without first making a full recovery. Suppressing 10th City, suppressing 10th Hall. This was a major city with a population of over 5 million people, and also the vassal city of Hall Master Shin Huaixin. Within the quiet streets of the city sat the branch shop of the Celestial Nation's Chamber of Commerce. After making his payment, Su Jinsong opened a jade box, and lying quietly inside of it was a glorious star immortal herb that was half a meter long. With the passing of a year, all his wounds besides the severed arm had fully recovered. Just like how Mu Tai Lai had reported to Miao Yi. After making sure that the goods were fine, Su Jinsong closed up the box and tucked it away. He cast his gaze at the fair, well-shaven man facing him and asked, Shu Zhihui, why did you have me come all the way here for this? Don't tell me the sum was too little for me to call you over? In front of him, Shu Zhihui hurriedly cupped his fists and said, Advisor Su, your words hurt me deeply. If you think the price of a glorious star immortal herb is considered a small deal, then there's a little too many of such small deals in the world. The reason I called you here this time is because there is someone else who would like to talk about a different deal with you. Su Jinsong looked around, but found nothing amiss in the trade room. He blankly responded, oh? Who is the expert who wishes to talk business with me? Please wait a moment, Advisor Su. I'll go get them right away. Shu Zhihui cupped his fists and excused himself, then quickly stood up and left the room. Su Jinsong waited on his own for a short while when the doors to the room were opened, and a middle-aged woman walked in. Her hair was tied up high in a bun, and she adorned a black silk dress. As she stepped inside the room, she turned around and shut the door, then gracefully made her way to sit right in front of Su Jinsong. Don't tell me the person that Shu Zhihui wanted me to meet was Manager Su? If it's you, then why did he need to be so secretive about it? We're old acquaintances anyway. Su Jinsong huffed. He knew the identity of the woman sitting before him. The manager for the Chamber of Commerce's suppressing 10th City branch by the name of Su Yanran. This was not their first time meeting each other. Su Yanran smiled, yes, it's me. It's just that some things don't exactly comply with the rules of the Chamber of Commerce, so it's best to be a little careful. Stop beating around the bush. Just tell me what you want. Su Jinsong was a little irritated. The Chamber of Commerce and the local administration never interfered in one another's business, so he had no idea what this woman was planning to do. Su Yanran was a little confused. Didn't Shu Zhihui tell you that I'm here to make a deal with you, advisor? Manager Su, there's no point in speaking riddles between intelligent people. If there really was some kind of trade, then it can be easily dealt with between me and Shu Zhihui. There's no need for you to get involved. What are you plotting? Advisor Su, don't you think you're being a little too hasty? I am indeed trying to make a trade with you. Su Yanran raised her slender finger, then pointed at Su Jinsong's hollow sleeve. She said, it's a deal that would help you restore your severed arm, but... Su Jinsong's eyes brightened slightly. He chuckled, then I'd really like to hear what you have to say. What sort of deal are you going to give me to help restore my severed arm? Su Yanran sighed, I've also heard the tragic stories about you, Advisor Su. I'm just a little curious. Don't you wish to take revenge for that severed arm? Naturally, this was not a topic that Su Jinsong was happy to discuss. His face darkened as he replied, what does my revenge have to do with you? Su Yanran smiled, Advisor Su, if the only thing stopping you from taking revenge is the rules of the administration, then rest assured. Someone is willing to help you settle this vendetta, and eliminate Miao Yi, Zhao Fei, and Sikong Wuwei for you, There's actually something that's this convenient? Su Jinsong scoffed. Su Yanran then pointed to his storage ring and said, if you wish to recover that severed arm of yours, I'm afraid just a 1,000-year-old immortal herb is not enough. However, if you had a 10,000-year-old glorious star immortal herb or 2 spiritual recovery pills, then you can definitely restore that arm in one go. A certain someone heard that Advisor Su was patient enough to recover his arm slowly, and guessed that maybe you were short on funds. As such, they are willing to lend you a hand. Then I'd really like to know who this kind soul could be. That's not something I can say. Su Jinsong wasn't a fool. He shook his head and said, I don't believe in lucky coincidences. Cut to the chase. What do you need me to do? Su Yanran leaned forward slightly and rested her arms on the table in front of her. She whispered, you only need to find an excuse to force the 3 of them out of Celestial Nation territory. After that, someone will naturally help you take care of them. Su Jinsong raised an eyebrow at this. He immediately guessed that the person who wished to kill Miao Yi and the others were most likely afraid to breach the rules of the administration. After all, everyone knew that those 3 manor heads were assigned by the Celestial Sage's command, and their individual domains each make up 10 million followers. They weren't just any minor characters. If they were killed under unusual circumstances within the Celestial Nation's domain, then news of it would immediately spread across the nation. The higher-ups would definitely get to the bottom of it, and wouldn't rest until they did. The other party evidently knew how troublesome this would be as well, so they didn't dare to make their move recklessly. Su Jinsong scoffed, those bastards don't even have the slightest hint of respect for me. How could I possibly send them out of the Celestial Nation? That's not true. As long as you're willing to lend us a hand, then there will naturally be someone to create an opportunity from the outside and set up the perfect conditions for Advisor Su to send those 3 away. Forgive my ignorance, but I can't think of any way that would be convenient for me to send those 3 out of our nation's borders. Su Yanran suddenly switched to voice transmission and conveyed, let's say for example, the legendary Nether Dragon ship of Flowing Clouds Dune Sea has resurfaced, and there is a need for a group of capable individuals to scout it out. Su Jinsong was taken aback. He asked curiously, then what excuse can I use to delegate the 3 of them specifically? Let's say for example that your domain was coincidentally selected to send a group of people over. Su Yanran revealed a teasing look as she smiled and said, forgive me for being blunt, but in these parts, there aren't many cultivators who could be considered capable individuals. In contrast, those 3 that just came back from the Sea of Constellations subjugation crusade couldn't be a better fit for such a task. Is this not a good enough excuse for you, Advisor Su? As long as you put some more thought into it, I believe it shouldn't be too difficult for you to come up with something. As Su Jinsong contemplated the underlying notions, he couldn't help his shock. Who exactly were these people who wanted Miao Yi and the others dead? Spreading the rumor on Flowing Cloud Dune Sea wasn't the scary part. What's scary was that these people were able to get the higher-ups on this side to send people over. Logically speaking, someone capable of doing such a thing could easily take care of Miao Yi and the others. All they needed to do was send them somewhere dangerous and the problem would be settled. Yet, they were doing things in such a roundabout manner. This was a little too unusual. Things were a little too mysterious, and Su Jinsong couldn't help shuddering. Since the other party had such capabilities, they wouldn't kill him after the deed was done, would they? It was a little risky for him to get too deeply involved in this matter. He immediately stood up and scoffed, why do I need to go so far to eliminate those 3? If I want to take revenge, then I'll do it myself. I much prefer settling my vendettas with my own 2 hands. I will pretend I didn't hear what you said today. I won't tell it to anyone either. So long. Su Yanran had yet to realize that her words had frightened the other party. Hearing Su Jinsong say that he wished to take revenge himself, she also stood up and smiled, then I shall await for your good news, Advisor Su. If things don't go as smoothly as you hope, you are welcome to look for me anytime. I am always available. Su Jinsong didn't want to continue on this topic. Even though he wanted Miao Yi and the others dead, he didn't want to risk his life to do so. For someone from the Chamber of Commerce to suddenly come to him and say they were going to help him take revenge, and even made everything so mysterious on top of that, it gave him chills just thinking about it. He wanted absolutely nothing to do with this affair, and hurriedly took his leave. In the blink of an eye, 2 more years had passed. Sitting cross-legged within his silent quarters, Miao Yi let out a smile as the mark of a Blue Lotus 3rd grade cultivation shone on his forehead. As he predicted, after breaking through to the 3rd grade, his refining speed had gone up once again from 4 orbs a day to 5. He would also need to refine about 10,240 orbs of will to break through to Blue Lotus 4th grade. He expected that he should be able to reach this stage in 5.5 years. After roughly doing the calculations, he immediately tossed in another orb of will into his mouth and resumed his cultivation. On a certain day 5 years later, Miao Yi was speculating that it wouldn't be long before he broke through to Blue Lotus 4th grade, when suddenly, Shan Hai's voice came from the outside, "Master." Miao Yi slowly opened his eyes and asked, "What's the matter?" After hearing his response, Shan Hai and Shui entered the room. They looked a little hesitant to speak. Miao Yi grew a little anxious at the sight of this. He immediately put his cultivation to a stop and got down from the bed and asked, "Did something happen outside?" The 2 girls shook their heads, and Shui said, "When Fong came by just now. She left not too long ago." Miao Yi was thinking that the suppressing 10th Hall's 3 advisors were at it again, but it turns out, it was just Wen Fong. He got a little nervous for nothing. However, as he thought about it, he couldn't help feeling curious. Why would the 2 girls interrupt his closed-door cultivation just because of Wen Fong? He asked, "What happened?" Shan Hai replied, "Wen Fong told us about something just now. However, we're not sure if she did it intentionally, or if we're just overthinking things." Miao Yi asked curiously, "What did she say?" Shui answered, "She said that both Master Zhao Fei and Master Sikong had looked for her to procure 3 pieces of fretless fruits." Miao Yi pondered over the matter, then slowly nodded and said, "They're both at the Blue Lotus 9th grade. This isn't too surprising. They're probably just preparing for their breakthrough to the Red Lotus realm. Any cultivator would need a fretless fruit to break through to the Red Lotus realm. It's just that some cultivators might only need 1 fruit, whereas others would require a few extra. Typically, 3 would be enough. The 2 of you should know about this as well. What's so wrong about that?" Shan Hai shook her head and said, "Master, this is not the point of the story." As Wen Fong was talking about the other 2 masters, she started mentioning Master Yan Beihong as well. She said that she had just come back from his place, and told us that there was something strange with the fretless fruit that he'd bought. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 496. Chapter 496, Heaven-Defying Cultivation. Translator, Soup Hunter Editor, Milk Biscuit. Yan Beihong also bought a fretless fruit? Miao Yi found this a little strange. Back in the subjugation crusade, Yan Beihong's cultivation was only at the Blue Lotus 5th grade. He couldn't possibly break through from that to the Red Lotus realm in less than 10 years, could he? If that was true, then that was a little too inconceivable. Everyone knows that the time it took to raise one's cultivation grade only grew longer the higher their cultivation was. However, it wasn't as if everyone knew about Yan Beihong's cultivation grade. How could an outsider possibly tell that it was strange, especially Wen Fong? Miao Yi asked, "What's wrong about it?" Shan Hai replied, "Wen Fong said that this was already Master Yan's 4th time buying a fretless fruit from her within the year. The first time, he had bought 3 fruits. However, after a few days, he bought another 10 fruits. And a month later, he looked for her to buy 50 more. This time, he's actually bought 200 fretless fruits from Wen Fong." "So many?" Miao Yi exclaimed in shock. A single fretless fruit cost about 10,000 low-grade orbs of will. Wouldn't this mean that Yan Beihong had spent almost 2.6 million orbs of will on buying fretless fruits? That was equivalent to 2.6 billion gold crystals. How much exactly were 2.6 billion gold crystals worth? He had once spent almost all his savings just to refine a set of second-grade armor artifacts, so he was fully aware of the gravity behind such a large sum. At the time, he had purchased 150 urns of crystalline obsidian at a net total of 300 million gold crystals. This amount was not only enough to refine his entire set of armor artifacts, but charcoal's as well. And because of charcoal's size, that was where most of the spending had gone to. So in truth, his own set of armor artifacts had only cost about 100 million gold crystals. If he was going by the market rates, then he would have to take into account Yao Ruoxian's labor fees as well as the second-grade Yao cores he had used for the refining process. That put the total cost of his second-grade armor artifact set at about 200 million gold crystals. A single low-grade orb will cost around the same as 1,000 gold crystals, which meant that his armor artifact set was worth about 200,000 low-grade orbs of will. This meant that Yan Beihong had actually used up over 10 sets of second-grade armor artifacts just to buy fretless fruits. Miao Yi couldn't help wondering why he was spending so much money. Why did he buy so many fretless fruits? Miao Yi couldn't help asking. He knew that Yan Beihong's cultivation speed was fast, but still, regardless of how quickly his cultivation grew, did he really need to buy so many fretless fruits? Xian'er replied, Wen Fang also has no idea why Master Yan is buying up so many fretless fruits. She said that during the first 2 times he made the purchase, she was still able to see him in person. However, during the next 2 purchases with the 50 and the 200 fretless fruits, Hong Xiu and Hong Fu were the ones who signed off on Master Yan's behalf. The person in question was nowhere to be seen. Wen Fang wanted to pay him a visit, but it seemed that Hong Xiu and Hong Fu stopped her from doing so, which was very strange. Moreover, it would be inappropriate of Wen Fang to pry into why the other party had bought so many fretless fruits. Back when she was talking to us, Wen Fang even made a joke about it. She noted how there aren't too many cultivators that could break through to another major realm within a year, and as such, there aren't a lot of fretless fruits circulating around the market. Moreover, the orchards responsible for producing the fretless fruits only release a very limited amount at any one time as a means to control their market value. Now that Master Yan has bought so many fretless fruits, there's a shortage of it in the market. Wen Fang speculates that the price will drastically increase soon enough. She joked that Master Yan had a businessman's cunning, and wondered if he was preparing to make a huge profit of the fretless fruits once the price has soared. Shui'er continued, even though Wen Fang was just saying it in jest, but both of us felt like she'd caught on to something, and was intentionally leaking this information out to us so that we could inform you, Master. Miao Yi quietly nodded. The Chamber of Commerce wouldn't normally reveal the details of a transaction with its customers, and Wen Fang wasn't such a loose-lipped woman either. She definitely had her own reasons for doing so. In short, she was likely trying to do him a favor, as she was aware that he had a close relationship with Yan Beihong. It looks like that woman made yet another killing this time. Miao Yi chuckled. He raised his hand and added, Let's go. We're going to see your father. The 2 girls looked at each other, then immediately followed after Miao Yi. Deep down, they pondered, I wonder why Master is looking for father? He normally doesn't meet with him if it's nothing major. The trio soon reached the Forbidden Island and entered the quiet courtyard. There, they saw Charcoal still sleeping under the eaves of the main hall, while Yao Ruoxian was cultivating on the bed inside. Yao Ruoxian's cultivation seemed to be picking up speed at a steady pace. It seemed he had just sold off 30 sets of second-grade armor artifacts in one fell swoop and had the 2 girls exchange them for 5 million low-grade orbs of will for him. At his cultivation grade, every breakthrough required millions of low-grade orbs of will. Now that he had an adequate supply of orbs, it was natural for his cultivation speed to pick up. Miao Yi laughed bitterly as he thought about this. Other things aside, not only did he have to provide for the old man, he still had to spend a relentless amount of Yao cores for charcoal and the tiny mantids as well. Had he not earned a fortune in the subjugation crusade, there was no way he could afford such luxury. Just the amount of orbs of will for Yao Ruoxian's cultivation alone was an astronomical sum. However, Miao Yi knew that this was money he needed to spend. After going through the Sea of Constellations subjugation crusade, he became aware of the importance of transcendent artifacts. Moreover, he realized that Yao Ruoxian was indeed quite the expert. This artifact artisan was someone he definitely needed by his side. Once his own cultivation had increased and he had a powerful transcendent artifact at his disposal, why should he ever have to worry about not getting enough orbs of will? Therefore, it was important to have foresight. There was no such thing as profit without investment. "Father!" the two young ladies called out as they entered the main hall. Yao Ruoxian opened his eyes and smiled, then tucked away the large mounds of orbs of will in both his hands. Once a cultivator was at the Red Lotus realm, they could easily emanate their own internal arts outside of their body. There was no longer a need for them to place the orb of will in their mouths. "The damned fatso has eaten so many Yao cores, but he doesn't look any different than usual. He still sleeps like a pig all day long," Miao Yi grumbled as he sent a couple of kicks to Charcoal's body. However, there was no reaction from Charcoal at all. As Miao Yi then walked inside the house, he lifted his head up to the eaves and noticed the tiny mantids silently perched up on the beam. Compared to Charcoal, these little fellows had undergone quite the change. At the very least, they were around the size of 2 fists now and were almost twice as large as they were before. It seemed the food wasn't wasted on them, at least. "What are you here for?" Yao Ruoxian scoffed. It seemed he was always pissed at seeing Miao Yi. But then again, there was probably no way a man would be pleased to see the guy sleeping with his 2 precious daughters. Miao Yi let out a chuckle and cupped his fists. "I've come here just to see you, senior." Yao Ruoxian huffed disdainfully, "Spare me the crap. Like I don't know you well enough. You would never show your face in front of me if you didn't have anything urgent to talk about. Saying that you're here just to see me is a lie. It's more like you want to know about that high-grade storage ring of yours, correct? You're overthinking things, senior. You've been in the cultivation realm for so many years. Surely, you know about a great many things. I have come to seek guidance from you." Miao Yi didn't wait for another scornful reply, and quickly added, "Senior, do you know if there is a purpose to gathering a large supply of fretless fruits?" Yao Ruoxian was taken aback. "Why are you asking this for?" Miao Yi said somberly, "I have a friend who suddenly purchased a large supply of fretless fruits. Over 200 pieces, to be exact. I felt this was a little strange, so I came here to ask if you know anything about it." Yao Ruoxian said casually, "Obviously, a fretless fruit is used for breaking through to the next major realm. Don't tell me you don't know this much. Over 200 pieces? There's no need to have so many of them to break through from the Blue Lotus realm to the Red Lotus realm, but it's a little too few to break through from the Purple Lotus realm to the Golden Lotus realm as well." Miao Yi asked, "Are you saying it can only be used for breaking through a major realm? There's no other purpose to it?" Yao Ruoxian responded, "What other purpose can there be? It's precisely because there aren't too many uses for it that the Western Constellations Palace intentionally limits the number of fretless fruits they sell and avoid its price from falling." Western Constellations Palace? Miao Yi was surprised. The fretless fruit came from the Western Constellations Palace? I've been around the area before, but I didn't see any place that grew these fretless fruits. Yao Ruoxian huffed irritably. He himself had never been to the Western Constellations Palace before, but the brat before him did. He said in annoyance, "Then it's probably because you just can't tell trash from treasure. The Sea of Constellations is a place where demonic creatures of all kinds reside. There are no followers in that place, only rare and mysterious plants and herbs. And the fretless fruit itself is a very important bargaining chip for the Western Constellations Palace to get their share of cultivation resources from the 6 sages. As a result, Western Constellations Master Fu Qing keeps a tight grip on its production rights. Where else can you find it if not in the Western Constellations Palace? Moreover, I heard that this is a very tough plant to grow. It cannot take the heat, nor can it withstand the cold. And although it's a type of plant, it cannot be affected by the presence of other plants. It needs to grow in an environment without worry, hence, why it's called the fretless fruit. Hearing this, a thought suddenly flashed by Miao Yi's mind. He asked, "What does the plant of the fretless fruit look like? Is it dark green in color? Like hell would I know. I've only seen the fruit itself, not the plant." As he said this, Yao Ruoxian seemed to have caught on to something, and asked, "You've seen it before?" "I don't know if I have. But hearing what you just said, I think I did." Miao Yi then briefly recounted his experience sweeping the grounds of the Western Constellations Palace. After hearing Miao Yi's tale, Yao Ruoxian slapped on his thigh and shouted, "That's definitely it. The grassy area where you swept is definitely the place. TSK, to be able to care for the garden where the fretless fruits grows. This isn't something that anyone can experience. Most of the cultivators in the world have only seen the fruit and not the plant itself. Kid, you were quite lucky. Now you've become more knowledgeable. You call this lucky? I almost died from fatigue sweeping that place." Miao Yi shook his head. He didn't find such an experience to be something to be enthused about. Since he couldn't get any answers from Yao Ruoxian, Miao Yi didn't stay too long and returned back to his manor. He then wrote a letter to Yan Beihong asking him how he was doing. However, for some reason, Yan Beihong didn't reply for quite a while. Hongfu only sent back a perfunctory reply on his behalf saying that everything was fine. Miao Yi grew even more suspicious that something had happened. Why was Hongfu replying to his letter instead of Yan Beihong? This wasn't normal. Yan Beihong would never be so busy that he couldn't even write back a single letter. If his position didn't make it difficult for him to leave his post without first getting his superior's permission, then Miao Yi would have definitely gone straight to the first earthly branch to find out what was going on. By the time Yan Beihong wrote back to him, half a year had passed. Currently, Miao Yi's cultivation was at the Blue Lotus 4th grade, and his cultivation speed had already increased from refining 5 orbs a day to 6. Furthermore, he would need to refine over 20,000 orbs of will to break through to the Blue Lotus 5th grade. Miao Yi speculated that it would probably take him around 10 years to make the next breakthrough. He believed that his own cultivation speed was quick enough, so much so that it was dangerous for him to reveal it to outsiders. However, when he read through Yan Beihong's letter, even though he was already prepared for it, he still couldn't help his shock. Yan Beihong's reply went as follows: "The reason I didn't reply to your letter last time was because my cultivation had already reached its crucial stage for breaking through to the Red Lotus realm, and I had ordered that no one is to disturb me. I'm sorry. Right now, my cultivation has already broken through to the Red Lotus 1st grade. I've also caught the Palace Lord's eye and have already been promoted to Hall Master, but..." Within the silent quarters, Miao Yi held onto the Jade Archive and went deep in thought as he slowly recovered from his shock. He was simply too astonished by Yan Beihong's cultivation speed. After so many years, even Zhao Fei and Sikong Wuwei, who had already reached the door to the Red Lotus realm, have yet to break through. However, Yan Beihong, who was several levels behind the two initially, had already completely overtaken them in one fell swoop. This was just too inconceivable. Miao Yi couldn't help wondering what kind of cultivation art Yan Beihong was practicing in. This cultivation speed was just heaven-defying. He hoped that Yan Beihong wouldn't become too outstanding and attract some unsavory attention to himself. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 497. Chapter 497, Good Things Come in Pairs, 1. Translator, Soup Hunter Editor, Milk Biscuit. There was no use thinking too hard about it. Knowing Yan Beihong was fine was good enough for Miao Yi. After replying to Yan Beihong's letter, Miao Yi resumed his closed-door cultivation. It was safe to say that he was desperately trying to catch up, hoping that the others wouldn't leave him too far behind. That year, just before it was time for the annual tribute to be handed over, the manor heads of Thousand Lake Manor, Mulberry Cloud Manor, and Raincloud Manor once again requested to take a leave of absence in order to avoid bumping into the three advisors. However, this time around, not only did Hall Master Shan Hai Pavilion decline their request, he even reprimanded them. It's been so many years. Do the three of you think you won't have to set foot in suppressing 10th Hall ever again? How do you think this will look in front of the other manor heads who come every year to hand over the annual tribute? There was no helping it. Shan Hai Pavilion had a point. If the three of them continued to hide like this, it was inevitable for the others to start talking about it. The three manor heads arranged a time to meet, then rendezvoused with one another before heading off to suppressing 10th Hall together. Along the way, Miao Yi remembered the matter with Yan Beihong. He suddenly turned around and told the aides, "The six of you, go scout the path ahead." Zhao Fei and Sikong Wu Wei looked at one another. They could tell that Miao Yi had something he wanted to discuss, and so the three of them slowed down their mounts. The six aides continued to gallop in front. Once they were out of sight, Sikong Wu Wei asked, "Brother, is there something you wish to talk about?" Miao Yi smiled, "It's nothing much. I just wanted to ask, you two have been in the Blue Lotus 9th grade for so many years now, and you both told me that you were close to breaking through to the Red Lotus realm way back during the subjugation crusade. Why has nothing happened even after so many years?" When the other two heard this, they exchanged glances and helplessly shook their heads. Zhao Fei smiled bitterly and replied, "To tell you the truth, I've discussed this issue quite often with Sikong as well. We've been facing this problem for many years now. It always feels as though we're just a little bit short of breaking through, almost as if we're only one step away from succeeding. We've even prepared the fretless fruits that were required during the breakthrough. However, we just can't seem to succeed. Sikong Wu Wei also sighed and said, "This feeling is so suffocating. It's like you've been locked up inside a small room for a long time with no way of getting out. Even though you're lying right before the window and can already feel the vastness of the land outside, you just can't punch through those paper sheets. This thin veil is the only thing standing in your way. That feeling when you're close to breaking through yet not succeeding at the same time can really drive a man crazy." Zhao Fei nodded. It is indeed a very annoying feeling. Sometimes when we're cultivating, we'll find that our refining speed just suddenly increases to many folds its usual pace. However, right as we're getting excited and start thinking that the breakthrough is just around the corner, down comes a bucket of cold water over our heads, and we realize it was all nothing but a fantasy. We're still right where we were. We're still unable to break through that thin veil trapping us inside the room. That feeling can make you wish you were dead sometimes. Miao Yi asked curiously, "Which means that although you're still refining orbs of will and absorbing the essence of nature, your cultivations are not progressing?" The other two nodded. "Exactly. That's strange." Miao Yi clicked his tongue in astonishment. His cultivation had yet to reach that level, so he didn't understand that feeling they were both talking about. Zhao Fei sighed, "We can't rush these sort of things. Perhaps our chance just hasn't come yet. Since there's no forcing it, we might as well just let it follow its course." Miao Yi could do little but offer a few consoling words. He wondered what it would be like for him once he reached that stage. After reaching suppressing 10th Hall, the trio continued with the usual proceedings. They visited the hall master, handed over the annual tribute, then when it was time for all the manor heads to gather once again in the main assembly hall, they stood inconspicuously at the back. Seeing these three finally showing up, many people harbored expectations that they would get to see another sensational performance again. Unfortunately, the three advisors disappointed them. Besides exchanging a few words out of formality, they didn't provoke Miao Yi and the others. As for the other three, they simply answered what was asked, and just kept silent otherwise. Their gazes occasionally landed on Su Jinsong's severed arm and noticed the arm that was cut off from the shoulder had now grown back quite a bit. Seated on his high chair, Hallmaster Shan Huixin swept a glance at how calm both parties were, and couldn't help feeling somewhat disappointed. Su Jinsong and the others weren't fools either. Back then, during their battle in suppressing 10th Hall, the Hallmaster had clearly arrived on time. However, he didn't try to intervene until both sides had completely fallen out with one another. Not only were the three advisors clear on Shan Huixin's motives for doing so, but even Miao Yi and the others could also guess what he was planning. Without any assurance that they could deal with Miao Yi and the others once and for all, the three advisors were prepared to bide their time for now. There was no reason for them to keep giving Shan Huixin excuses to punish them. Besides, it would do them no good to be branded as incompetent fools over at Traversing Water Palace's side, as it would affect their future. There would always be someone who would use this sort of poor reputation to slander a person right before their promotion. That would be a terrible thing to happen to the three advisors. This was probably what Shan Huixin had hoped to see as well. To put things in a different perspective, the fact that Miao Yi and the others were able to heavily injure Su Jinsong during the last battle was shocking news in itself. Optimistically speaking, that battle managed to earn them the other party's respect. Su Jinsong no longer dared to underestimate them, and he wouldn't make any reckless moves if he didn't have enough assurance, even though his arrow was already knocked and primed. The journey back from suppressing 10th Hall was as smooth as the trip going there. Miao Yi and the others all safely reached their respective territories, and after handing down several instructions, all three of them proceeded back to their closed-door cultivations. The one thing that Miao Yi, Zhao Fei, and Sikong Wuwei were thankful for was that there were no battles within Traversing Water Palace territory. If they didn't have any grudges to settle, then this place was indeed quite suitable for cultivating in peace, especially for people like them who had plenty of cultivation resources in their hands. Another 10 years or so passed, and Miao Yi managed to break through to Blue Lotus 5th grade as expected. The refining speed for orbs of wool had once again increased from 6 orbs a day to 7, while the number of orbs Miao Yi needed to refine to break through to the Blue Lotus 6th grade was almost at 41,000 orbs. This would likely take him at least another 16 years to break through to the next grade. Over the years, Xian and Shui hadn't been slacking off either. Their cultivations were both at the White Lotus 5th grade now. On the other hand, Yan Shou's cultivation speed was falling a little behind, and he was still at White Lotus 8th grade. If this continued, then he would eventually be overtaken by the two young ladies. It wasn't easy to have such a loyal subordinate in the cultivation realm. Miao Yi was already thinking about getting a better cultivation art for Yan Xiu and had even consulted Wen Feng about it. However, even though the Chamber of Commerce sold a large number of things, cultivation arts were not in their catalog. The black markets of Flowing Clouds Dune Sea might have some, but there were just too many fraudulent ones. Moreover, there was no telling if a cultivation art was the real deal or not until you've actually practiced it. And by the time you realize there's a problem, it would be too late. To this end, all Miao Yi could do was try to come up with other ways. On a certain day 15 years later, under the vast, starry night sky, a red streak of light shot past the clouds and descended right on the courtyard of Miao Yi's private residence in Raincloud Manor. An energetic-looking Zhao Fei lightly hovered in the sky with a faint smile on his face. Soon, after hearing the news while he was still in closed-door cultivation, Miao Yi quickly rushed out. He cupped his fists and said, "Congratulations, Brother Zhao, on finally breaking through like you've always wanted. You finally made it past that single immensely wide step." Zhao Fei waved his hand and humbly said, "I've already been stuck in the Blue Lotus 9th grade for close to 300 years. I'm truly ashamed at my own incompetence. And yet, here I am, showing off to you, brother, the second after I broke through. How embarrassing." Miao Yi immediately joked, "Then have you boasted about this to Sikong as well, Brother Zhao? I visited him first before coming to your place. I've already lost count how many times Sikong kept circling around me." He was restlessly scratching his head and was completely envious. He kept asking how I managed to break through. Sadly, I myself have no idea how it happened. It just did. As Zhao Fei described Sikong Wuwei's reaction to Miao Yi, the two of them looked at each other, then abruptly burst into laughter simultaneously. It was easy to imagine how Sikong Wuwei must have reacted in that situation. And for the normally serious Zhao Fei to crack jokes like this, it was evident how joyful he must be feeling inside at the moment. That was why he came looking for a friend to share his happiness with right after breaking through. Now that you've finally made this step, you can go anywhere you want in the world. It's a joyous affair indeed. God knows how many cultivators there are across the realm who live to a ripe old age without ever being able to cross that bridge. We should have a big celebration. Miao Yi turned around and waved his hand. Shan Hai, set up a feast in Raincloud Pavilion. Yes, master. The two young ladies also happily came forward and congratulated Zhao Fei on his success. Both the two young ladies knew that the stronger their master's friends were, the larger the support their master would have, which also meant the safer it would be for him. Zhao Fei then took out a couple of second-grade armor artifacts and rewarded the two young ladies. Let's go! Being just as happy as his friend, Miao Yi grabbed Zhao Fei by the wrist and pulled him straight to Raincloud Pavilion. This was because Zhao Fei's breakthrough to the Red Lotus realm was simply much too important for him and Sikong Wuwei. All these years, the three of them couldn't help their restlessness as they watched Su Jinsong's severed arm grow longer and longer with each passing year. They constantly worried that trouble was just around the corner. Now that Zhao Fei had broken through to the Red Lotus realm, he had effectively become the greatest threat to the three advisors. Raincloud Pavilion. The two manor heads were drinking joyfully under the moonlight. The two young ladies stood behind them, helping to refill their cups whenever they were empty. As they talked about Zhao Fei's breakthrough, Miao Yi couldn't help getting absorbed in his own thoughts. Back when they journeyed together to suppressing 10th Hall, the other party had already mentioned that it was difficult to reach a breakthrough. However, Miao Yi had no idea it was actually this hard. Just this seemingly small step had taken Zhao Fei over 20 years to do so. Zhao Fei let out a bitter smile. That said, he felt more relieved of a heavy burden than not. From this day onwards, an even greater realm would be laid out before him. As Miao Yi and Zhao Fei gradually calmed down from all the excitement, the former placed his cup down and asked, "Brother Zhao, what are your plans from now on?" Now that they were talking about serious issues, Zhao Fei quickly calmed himself. He gently placed down his wine cup and said solemnly, "Now, I've broken through to the Red Lotus realm. Although the three advisors are still higher than me in terms of cultivation, but the way I see it, they're nothing more than a joke. Those three bastards don't have the slightest clue how to fight a battle. If we were to actually start fighting, there's no telling which side would be the one trembling in fear. There's no need to be scared of them at all. The only person in suppressing 10th Hall who can actually pose a threat to us is Shan Huaixin. That man definitely has some hidden agenda of his own. I'm not interested in his hall master's seat, however. Now that I have plenty of cultivation resources in hand, I can't wish for anything more than to cultivate in peace. That being said, even if one doesn't fret over what happens tomorrow, one still needs to think about the distant future." "Brother, do you still remember the pagoda artifact he wielded?" Miao Yi nodded. "That is a problem. If we ever clash against the three advisors again, and Shan Huaixin decides to help them out, then given the strength of his third-grade transcendent artifact alone, you definitely won't be a match for him." Zhao Fei sighed. To protect oneself, one must first possess the power to intimidate their opponents. After this, I'm planning to look for Wen Feng. I must get a suitable third-grade transcendent artifact for myself, no matter the cost. Otherwise, I'm not confident I'll be able to hold my ground. Speaking of transcendent artifacts, I might be able to help you get one that's suitable, Miao Yi mused. "Brother, if you have a way, then that's even better. Wait here for a while. I'll be back in a bit." Miao Yi then called for Qian and Shui and left together. The place they were headed to was none other Yao Ruoxian's island. With such a mighty artifact artisan expert living in his backyard, How could Miao Yi let the opportunity slip? They soon met up with Yao Ruoxian. When he heard that Miao Yi wanted him to refine a transcendent artifact for someone else, Yao Ruoxian immediately declined. But alas, he couldn't defend against Chen Er and Shui'er's pleading in the end. Although he ultimately agreed to it, Yao Ruoxian gave his own set of conditions as well. Firstly, Zhao Fei had to provide all the materials for the transcendent artifact himself, and he couldn't skimp out on the labor costs, which was double the amount for a normal artifact artisan. Most importantly, and Yao Ruoxian couldn't stress how serious this next condition was, once Zhao Fei had gotten his transcendent artifact, he can never reveal to anyone that it had come from Raincloud Manor, even if someone were to ask him about its origins. Simply put, Zhao Fei must swear to never reveal Yao Ruoxian's location. God knows what the old man was so scared about. If Zhao Fei were unable to satisfy these conditions, then Yao Ruoxian wouldn't agree to make the transcendent artifact for him. He wouldn't budge even when Chen Er and Shui'er pleaded. After that, Miao Yi mentioned these conditions to Zhao Fei and gave him time to think it over. Although Zhao Fei was a little curious as to the identity of this artifact artisan, since Miao Yi had told him not to ask so many questions, he didn't pry any further. Since this artifact artisan was recommended by Miao Yi, Zhao Fei didn't mind the high price tag and agreed to it immediately. He then told Miao Yi he would go look for Wen Fong after this to gather the necessary materials and send them over. Perhaps Miao Yi and the others were in some sort of lucky streak, as the day right after Zhao Fei had left, another red flash of light shot over from the distant skies and descended on Miao Yi's private quarters in Raincloud Manor. The person that had arrived was none other than Mulberry Cloud's manor head Sikong Wuwei. When he saw Miao Yi coming out, he placed his hands by the side of his waist and chortled towards the sky. He was absolutely filled with delight. "What? You've broken through as well?" Miao Yi said in astonishment as he walked forward and circled around Sikong Wuwei. He had just been laughing with Zhao Fei the day before about how this guy must be scratching his head in frustration. The smile instantly froze on Sikong Wuwei's face. He rolled his eyes and said in annoyance, "Why can't I break through too? What do you mean by that? Are you unhappy that I've broken through?" Truth be told, he himself was a little confused by all this. Logically speaking, he must have been stimulated by Zhao Fei, and thus when he was breaking through, he gave everything he had and beyond. Or at least, it seemed that way at the time. As a result, he accidentally managed to break through that thin veil that was the paper sheet of the window. Naturally, he would never admit that Zhao Fei's instigation was the cause of his breakthrough. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 498. Chapter 498, Good Things Come in Pairs, 2. Translator, Soup Hunter Editor, Milk Biscuit. Of course I'm happy. Why wouldn't I be? Miao Yi hurriedly cupped his fists and smiled, "Congratulations." Sikong Wuwei immediately broke into loud, arrogant laughter. He was simply much too happy. To a cultivator, this was indeed a joyous affair. No one wouldn't be excited by this achievement. Beside him, Miao Yi asked, "Sikong, now that your cultivation has increased, when are you going to pull the celestial sage off her seat?" As though someone had caught him by the throat, Sikong Wuwei immediately lost the smile on his face. How could such words be spoken so casually like this? Wouldn't it spell disaster for him if someone heard it? He immediately glared at Miao Yi and said angrily, "What do you mean by that? Are you intentionally trying to spoil my fun?" Miao Yi sighed. "Zhao Fei was here yesterday, and boasted to my face just before leaving. Now, you're here to do the same as well. Do the two of you really have to slap your breakthroughs in my face back and forth like this? So what if you can fly? Do you two expect me to feel good about this? Jealousy. I see it now. You're feeling jealous. Nothing but pure, blatant jealousy." Sikong Wuwei felt utterly conceited as he pointed at Miao Yi's face and said scornfully, "Stop feeling so full of yourself. Jealousy? You've only just broken through to the Red Lotus first grade after cultivating for a couple thousand years. It's not like I've never seen fast cultivators before. What's there to be jealous about? If Miao Yi really had to be jealous of someone, then it would be Yan Beihong. However, he couldn't be bothered to slap this harsh reality in Sikong's face. The other party was already a hall master, for crying out loud. You. Before Sikong Wu could release a mouthful of spit on his face, Miao Yi grabbed the wrist that was pointing at him, then dragged him to Raincloud Pavilion. Let's go. I'll throw you a feast to celebrate. That's more like it. Sikong Wu huffed. Needless to say, after downing a few drinks, the matter of Sikong Wu's third-grade transcendent artifact was tasked to Yao Ruoxian as well. Yao Ruoxian couldn't help sighing to himself. He thought he had hidden himself well enough, but business was still making its way to him somehow. Indeed, when one's skills are too dazzling, there's just no way to conceal it. As he watched Sikong Wu fly off into the sky, Miao Yi let out a bitter smile. If he was successful, he would only just break through to Blue Lotus 6th grade next year. He would be lying if he said he wasn't the slightest bit envious of Zhao Fei and Sikong Wu. Since time immemorial, man had admired birds for their ability to freely traverse the skies. This was something that all mortals dreamed about the moment they were born, and was also the desire of the cultivators who were able to travel the land as they pleased. After seeing one after another of his friends breaking free of the shackles of the earth and soaring into the skies, while he himself was still stuck on the ground, Miao Yi couldn't help but feel how small he was as he gazed into the distant blue sky. How could he possibly not feel envious? He was still able to accept the fact that Sikong Wu and Zhao Fei were able to break through. However, even Yan Beihong, who started cultivating around the same time he did, had also reached this realm. On the other hand, he was still far from being able to reach their level. Miao Yi had to remind himself deep down, you have to work harder. If you fall too far behind, then no matter how close our friendship is, a rift will eventually form. Because you can no longer catch up to them. His relationship with Chen Fei was a good example of this. It was no longer possible for the two of them to revert to being friends and treat each other as equals. Although Miao Yi himself could be casual, Chen Fei had to display proper courtesy and humility when speaking to him. In front of Miao Yi, he had completely become an obedient subordinate, and whatever Miao Yi said, to Chen Fei, it was the same as an official decree. Chen Fei had gone from being a friend to becoming nothing more than a close subordinate. There was no way for them to go back to the way things were before. A few days later, both Zhao Fei and Sikong Wu sent over a massive heap of artifact refining ingredients. The two of them had really expended much of their fortunes for this. There was simply no helping it, as they both knew that when facing a more powerful opponent, if they wished to survive, then they needed the strength to protect themselves. Otherwise, they would be no different than a piece of meat on the chopping board. If someone wished to dice them up, then they could do it with the simple drop of a knife. Only by covering themselves in a coat of thorns like a hedgehog would their enemies be forced to think twice before messing with them. Just for refining the keystone that would be the formation core of the transcendent artifact alone, Zhao Fei and Sikong Wu had used up about 8 million low-grade orbs of will's worth of spending. Moreover, the keystone itself wasn't even of a particularly high quality. After which, they each had to prepare 25 third-grade Yao cores as well. A single third-grade Yao core cost around 1 million low-grade orbs of will, so 25 Yao cores were equivalent to 25 million low-grade orbs of will. On these two things alone, the two of them had each spent over 30 million low-grade orbs of will's worth of purchases. They also had to include the cost of other materials as well as the exorbitant labor costs Yao Ruoxian was charging them. Just for making the whole set of artifacts for each person, both Zhao Fei and Sikong Wu had already spent over 40 million low-grade orbs of will. To recount, the two of them had each managed to obtain around 300 sets of second-grade armor artifacts from the Subjugation Crusade, and now they were practically spending over 200 of them in one fell swoop. This was a great expense indeed. That said, there weren't too many cultivators who could obtain a whole set of third-grade transcendent artifact for themselves right after breaking through to the Red Lotus first grade. If Zhao Fei and Xikong Wuwei were really able to do such a thing, then unless they were fighting against a really tough opponent, there wouldn't be too many Red Lotus cultivators who would dare challenge them. Even Hall Master Shen Huaishi might not necessarily be their match. Evidently, this was also the reason why both Zhao Fei and Xikong Wuwei had spared no expense in procuring themselves a full set of third-grade transcendent artifacts. Miao Yi couldn't help sighing to himself when he realized how easy it was for Yao Ruoxian to make a living out of his artifact refining skills. Why did the old man need to force himself to go through such a miserable life then? He was always hiding around here and there, and even after running all the way to the Sea of Constellations, he was labeled as a thief and was hunted down. At the same time, Miao Yi could imagine how big the smile on Wen Fang's face must be right now. The commission from this alone was probably quite the hefty profit for her already. It probably wouldn't take her too many years to become the manager for Raincloud City. Her promotion was all but assured. Word that 2 of Suppressing 10th Manor's members had simultaneously managed to break through to the Red Lotus realm soon spread, and the whole place was shaken to the core. And even the people from Traversing Water Palace were now focusing their attention on Suppressing 10th Hall. There was no way Zhao Fei and Xikong Wuwei could keep the news under wraps now that they had both broken through to the Red Lotus realm. There were certain rules they had to oblige, after all. Once a cultivator reached this stage, their strength would clearly be completely different than before their breakthrough. Naturally, the respective palaces needed to keep a close eye on these people. As such, they must report their statuses to the higher-ups as soon as possible. Otherwise, they would be severely punished. Many of Suppressing 10th Hall's members were once again expecting to see another performance. Presently, the 3 advisors and the 3 manor heads were about evenly matched. If they fought, then that would surely be quite the battle to watch. While news of Zhao Fei and Xikong Wuwei's breakthrough was still spreading like wildfire throughout Suppressing 10th Hall, Traversing Water Palace had sent a messenger over to deliver an official decree straight to the 2 manor heads' hands. They were being summoned by the palace lord. Both of them then met up at Miao Yi's place to brainstorm about the possible reasons behind the palace lord's summons. However, they couldn't come up with anything at all. It was equally possible for this to be a good and bad thing at the same time. In the end, Zhao Fei and Xikong Wuwei had no choice but to fly off into the skies. Atop the island resting upon the vast, serene waters of the lake, Miao Yi stood on top of the roof and looked up to the sky, his figure gradually becoming smaller and smaller. There were absolutely no roads leading to the precipitous cliff that was surrounded on all sides by massive waterfalls, and sitting at the peak was the structure of a lofty palace. It was evident that this was not a place that mere mortals can make their way into, and its name was Traversing Water Palace. Within the fluttering curtains of the main assembly hall, a gentle breeze drifted into the room from all sides. It was as though the building itself was floating on air, and it made one feel as if it existed separate from the mortal plane. The main hall itself was empty, and within its fluttering curtains, only Zhao Fei and Xikong Wuwei stood shoulder to shoulder in silence as they waited for the palace lord to arrive. Soon, a steady knocking sound reached their ears. The 2 of them were not unfamiliar with this sound, as they had heard it before back in Jade Capital Peak as well. Their expressions immediately tensed up as they knew that the palace lord, Granny Tao, had arrived. Tao Qingli supported Granny Tao as they walked in from behind Zhao Fei and Xikong Wuwei. The 2 manor heads then quickly retreated to the side and vacated the center of the room. As they waited for Granny Tao to walk by, both Zhao Fei and Xikong Wuwei cupped their fists and said, "Your subordinates, Zhao Fei and Xikong Wuwei, respectfully greet the palace lord and advisor." After passing through the center between the 2 of them, Granny Tao chuckled, then raised her hand and said, "At ease." Once Granny Tao had passed them by completely, Zhao Fei and Xikong Wuwei returned to their original positions and stood side by side as they faced forward. After she helped Granny Tao sit down on her palace lord's seat, Tao Qingli stood to the side, then cast a scrutinizing gaze at the 2 manor heads. Out of the 3 manor heads of that iron triangle that surrounded Tranquil Sun Manor, she had only ever seen Miao Yi. It was her first time meeting these two. The two of you were brought back by me from the Overlord's place. How time flies. It has been over 30 years since then, yes? Granny Tao asked. Zhao Fei and Sikong Wu cupped their fists. Yes, ma'am. You don't have to be so tense. You should be more like what's his name. Out of the three that I brought back all those years ago, the little scamp that isn't here today. That's right. His name is Miao Yi. Qingli, how exactly did he complain to you again? Granny Tao turned her head to look at Tao Qingli and asked. Tao Qingli was slightly taken aback. After some thought, she answered. Miao Yi said, it's not like I've never seen powerful individuals before. I've met all 10 palace lords of the 5th earthly branch, and I've even been in the presence of the Overlord himself. And while I was in the Sea of Constellations, I didn't so much as bat an eye at the sight of bloodshed in every corner. I've slept upon a pile of corpses, bathed in a puddle of blood, fought side by side with the disciple of the celestial sage, swept the grounds of the Western Constellations Palace. Hell, I've even been in the capital city's prison. I've called the grandson of the devil sage my brother and fought against the grandchild of the Yao sage. Even the celestial sage's disciple Tang Jun once helped me in my time of need. The people that worked alongside each of the 6 sages, I've met almost every one of them. It was something along those lines, but... Oh my God! Zhao Fei and Sikong Wu secretly turned to look at one another. They were a little speechless. Miao Yi had actually said such a thing to Tao Qingli? Why didn't the bastard ever mention this to them before? Wasn't this a little too bold of him? That's it. The three of you are comrades, so I'm sure you've been through similar situations as well. You've already had so many valuable experiences. There's no need to be nervous. I only called you two here today to have a little chat and nothing else besides that. Granny Tao smiled and said. Down below, Sikong Wu smiled wryly and said, we have indeed been in prison with him before, but he was the only one who's ever swept the grounds of the Western Constellations Palace. Nevertheless, most of those experiences were simply a result of our bad luck. The two of us haven't had as many random experiences as that guy. Zhao Fei slightly frowned. However, as he thought it over, he realized Sikong Wu did indeed have a point. Those were unfortunate situations that they were in most of the time. How was being in prison not being unlucky? It seemed that bastard Miao Yi had only swept the grounds of the Western Constellations Palace because he was forced to as well. He wouldn't stop complaining about it afterward. And back when they were fighting the grandson of the Yao sage, things were even worse for them. They had almost lost their lives. Moreover, if that bastard Miao Yi hadn't gotten himself into a sticky situation after that, then Tang Jun wouldn't have helped him to resolve the troublesome affair as well. Not to mention, there was also the time when they were almost taken away by Lan Ho back when they were meeting the Overlord and 10 palace lords in the capital city. As he recalled each affair, Zhao Fei soon realized that most of them had nothing good worth noting at all. It was just that Miao Yi had talked about them in a way that made it sound like they were impressive experiences. Those who knew the full story would probably laugh their heads off at this. Who would be so shameless as to boast about such experiences to try and intimidate another person? Granny Tao asked, were you friends before joining the subjugation crusade? No, ma'am. We got to know each other during the subjugation crusade itself. Sikong Wu replied. The three of you came to my traversing water palace together, stirred up trouble together, and even your fights, you fight hand in hand. What camaraderie! That's why you've got this old one intrigued. Not many cultivators out there share as close a relationship the way you three do. Granny Tao sighed. Stirring up trouble? Fighting? Sikong Wu's expression froze. She's not trying to punish us, is she? He furtively glanced at Zhao Fei. Zhao Fei cupped his fists and replied, the three of us have been through life and death and overcame countless tribulations together in the subjugation crusade. We were only able to make it back alive by supporting one another. It's understandable that our relationship will be close after such an experience. However, we're definitely not the type who like to go around causing trouble. At most, we're the type of people who won't go offending others, provided they don't offend us first. Yup. You are all faithful individuals. It is good to have such loyalty. That's the kind of person I like the most. Let's do this then. I'll let the two of you oversee the suppressing second hall and suppressing third hall that's at the foot of this mountain. As she said this, Granny Tao quickly wrote down 2 decrees of appointment. She gently raised her palm, and the decrees floated right down to Zhao Fei and Sikong Wu. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 499, No Longer the Same. Chapter 499, No Longer the Same. Translator, Soup Hunter. Editor, Milk Biscuit. Zhao Fei and Sikong Wu reached for the Jade Archives. After reading through them, they both couldn't help exchanging glances. In the blink of an eye, Zhao Fei had become the suppressing second hallmaster, and Sikong Wu the suppressing third hallmaster. The decrees in their hands were the proof. However, they couldn't help but feel as though they were dreaming. Did they seriously get promoted after just breaking through to Red Lotus first grade? They had heard of something like this happening before. The moment that those who survived the subjugation crusade broke through to the Red Lotus realm, there was a chance of them being recognized by the Palace Lord and were subsequently promoted to Hall Master. If they both said they didn't harbor such expectations themselves, then they would be lying. It was a truly wonderful feeling to finally accomplish your dreams. From this day forth, or specifically, the instant that Zhao Fei and Sikong Wu had grabbed onto their decrees of appointment, they instantly became the lords of over 100 million followers, and their authority would place them over just as many people. We thank the Palace Lord for this great esteem. The two of them hurriedly cupped their fists in gratitude. Granny Tao chuckled and pointed to Tao Qingli beside her. Since the 2 halls are close by anyway, you can seek guidance from her on anything you don't understand. I will also have her visit your territories often. Understood. The two of them then cupped their fists towards Tao Qingli. We are in your care, advisor. Tao Qingli gently nodded and smiled. We should get in touch more often from now on. Her words made the other two feel as though they were being treated too nicely, because they seemed to recall Miao Yi saying that this woman wasn't the easygoing type at all. They hurriedly responded, yes, my lady. Tao Qingli then helped Granny Tao back up, and the latter walked towards the other two as she said, go then. Head to suppressing 10th Hall and hand over all the duties that were given to you, then hurry along to your new posts as soon as possible. Understood. The duo responded. However, Zhao Fei hurriedly cupped his fists and added, Palace Lord, this subordinate would like to make a request to transfer Miao Yi over to my division. Sikong Wu also cupped his fists and said, he can come to my division as well. Now that they would soon be leaving suppressing 10th Hall territory, they clearly couldn't leave Miao Yi all alone there. If the two of them were able to transfer him over to their side, then it would be easier for them to take care of him as well. However, it must be noted that the two of them had yet to be officially installed as hall masters. Their positions were still that of manor heads at the moment, and they were still equal in rank to Miao Yi's own status back in suppressing 10th Hall. Where was the logic in a manor head taking away another manor head to be his subordinate? After all, the other party only had a total of 10 manor heads. Now that the two of them were already leaving, they still planned on taking one more? This was not the way a person should take another under their wing. It was against the rules. Even when they just arrived at Traversing Water Palace, they only brought along the subordinates who were lower than them in rank by a single level at most. Even the time when Miao Yi went to suppressing 10th Hall to be manor head, he didn't take any of the mountain chieftains under Yang Qing along with him, as he couldn't do so. It wouldn't be appropriate to ask Shan Huixing for such a thing after they were appointed. As such, getting Granny Tao to agree right now was their best shot. Granny Tao continued walking as she shook her head and said, there's no such rule. You can worry about this after you're done sorting everything out in your respective territories. That should be the more pressing concern for you two right now. This meant that she declined. The duo was lost on what to say. All they could do was cup their fists towards Granny Tao as she passed them by. Understood. In the end, the two of them were left alone in the vacant main assembly hall once again, staring at one another blankly. After leaving Traversing Water Palace, they immediately rushed over to Miao Yi's place and informed him of the situation. The three of them couldn't figure out Granny Tao's intentions for the time being, and Miao Yi could do little but congratulate the other two on their promotions. They felt sorry that they couldn't take Miao Yi along with them. However, Miao Yi didn't mind and assured them not to worry about it. Instead, he urged that they first try to stabilize their footing in the two halls. As both Zhao Fei and Sikong Wuwei still needed to head to Thousand Lake Manor and Mulberry Cloud Manor respectively to settle the proceedings, they couldn't stay for too long and quickly departed. When Suppressing 10th Hall received the decree from Traversing Water Palace, they immediately sent people over to the two manors for the handover procedure. The original manor heads for Thousand Lake Manor and Mulberry Cloud Manor were jumping with joy. Initially, they were the ones forced out of their own manors. Now that the two manor head seats were being vacated, the rights to the posts naturally fell back to them with little effort. After both manors had successfully finished the handover procedures, Zhao Fei and Sikong Wuwei immediately rushed to Suppressing 10th Hall to sign off. Hallmaster Zhao, Hallmaster Sikong, please. Shan Huaixin personally led the 3 advisors and 6 deacons to wait outside the manor and welcome the two, while the rest of his subordinates, as well as the 2 aunties, had now become the ones to come forward and bow to the both of them. Now that their positions were that of hallmasters, their statuses were equal in rank to Shan Huaixin and were no longer the same as they were before. Su Jinsong and the others had a terrible expression on their faces. The other party was ranked lower than them the day before, but now their positions had completely overtaken their own. The 3 of them had been working for Traversing Water Palace for so many years, but the manor head seats for both Suppressing 2nd Hall and Suppressing 3rd Hall had actually fallen onto these 2 newcomers' hands instead. Moreover, they were the ones with a higher cultivation than the other 2. It was hard to describe what the 3 advisors were feeling right now. They resented Traversing Water Palace for this unjust treatment. To add insult to injury, there was even a banquet held within the main hall, and the 3 advisors had to offer up toasts to the other 2, all while giving words of congratulations. The forced smiles on their faces surely lived true to the saying, the river flows east for 30 years, then rushes west in the next 30. Everyone else couldn't help sighing inwardly as they watched on. This was also a testament to the might that Zhao Fei and Sikong Wuwei now wielded. Halfway through the banquet, the 2 hallmasters asked Shan Huaixin if they could take away some men. Naturally, they had to bring along their old subordinates as well as the newly trained troops with them too. Since the subordinates were willing to follow these 2 and make a better future for themselves, it wouldn't be right of Shan Huaixin to get in the way of that. Not to mention, this would free up some positions in Suppressing 10th Hall as well. As such, he easily agreed to the request. Using the opportunity, Zhao Fei asked, I wish to take Raincloud Manor head Miao Yi along as well. Please grant me this request, Hallmaster Shan. Since Granny Tao had declined, he wished to try his hand with Shan Huaixin instead. Shan Huaixin was slightly taken aback. He swept his gaze across Su Jinsong and the others, then lightly smiled as he said, Manor Head Miao already has a manor head position over on this side. Even if he followed you, he would still be a manor head at most. If people hear about this, they might think that our Suppressing 10th Hall isn't a welcoming place to be in. How about this then? If you're really insistent on taking him along, Hallmaster Zhao, then why not try asking the Palace Lord for permission? That way, I will have a valid reason to hand Miao Yi over as well. Now that 2 of the 3 were leaving, there would only be 1 person remaining to contest against the 3 advisors. As such, how could Shan Huaixin possibly let him go? Not to mention, it was also against the rules for Zhao Fei to take along a person who was of the same rank as him back in Suppressing 10th Hall. I only let you take away those at a lower rank as a gesture of respect. What are you trying to do by taking away those equal in rank to you as well? You are the hall master of suppressing 2nd hall, not suppressing 10th hall. I can't let you have this. This line should be drawn clearly. Zhao Fei smiled and raised his cup. He no longer mentioned taking Miao Yi away, as he knew that it wouldn't be possible to do so anymore. Granny Tao had also refused him already as it was against the rules. Suddenly, Asaikong Wuwei pointed towards Deacon Gao Shang, who was sitting in his seat and said, Hall Master Shan, I have great admiration for Deacon Gao's capabilities. Will you be so kind as to show me some face and let me have him? The hall instantly fell silent as all eyes fell on Gao Shang, who was so scared upon hearing Sikong Wuwei's request that the cup in his hand was already trembling, and the alcohol inside was already pouring out. He immediately widened his eyes at Shan Huaixin. This was revenge. Nothing but blatant revenge. Everyone had heard how he suggested that Zhao Fei and the others should be beheaded back then. If he was really taken away to suppressing 3rd hall, there was no telling what Sikong Wuwei would do to him. Shan Huaixin lightly smiled. Hall Master Sikong, you said it yourself how Deacon Gao is a capable individual. Naturally, I have need of him as well here in suppressing 10th hall. Besides, we can't force these things, and should first get Deacon Gao's opinion on the matter, no? Gao Shang, what say you? Would you like to go? If you do, then I shall release you of your duties here. It didn't matter what Gao Shang thought of the transferal. In front of his subordinates, there was no way Shan Huaixin could just stand by and allow one of them to fall into the hands of an outsider when he knew that there would be danger. Naturally, Gao Shang wouldn't agree to it at all. Since the hall master had already given him the perfect excuse, he hurriedly responded, Your subordinate is willing to stay with you, hall master. The 3 hall masters simply chuckled as though nothing had happened earlier on, and they no longer dwelled on the subject any further. Halfway through the banquet, Shan Huaixin courteously encouraged Zhao Fei and Sikong Wuwei to stay for a few more days, so that he could entertain them properly as the host. Although he had spoken purely out of formality, after pondering it over for a short while, Zhao Fei nodded. Since the hall master is willing to have us, then it wouldn't be right for the 2 of us to decline. However, I'm afraid we won't be able to stay for too long. We still need to finish the handover procedures on the other side. How about we stay for just one more night? Deep down, Shan Huaixin was a little lost for words. However, he still put up a joyful and welcoming expression. Ultimately, having settled down in their courtyard, that same night, Zhao Fei and Sikong Wuwei ordered for Su Jinsong, Ji Zhe, and Huang Jizhang to be brought over to them. When the 3 of them arrived, Zhao Fei ordered the servants to leave. He then walked together with Sikong Wuwei up to the 3 of them and asked coldly, Advisors, are you aware of the reason why the 2 of us have summoned you? Although they could vaguely guess the reason why, they still cupped their fists and answered, We do not. Please give us some guidance, hall masters. Zhao Fei waved his hand and said, It's a bit of a stretch to call it guidance. Let's not beat around the bush. The reason why the 2 of us are staying for one more night is precisely so that we could have a talk with you advisors. Although we will be leaving suppressing 10th hall, it doesn't mean that we will no longer be involved in Miao Yi's affairs. We hope that the 3 of you won't go too far. Su Jinsong sucked in a deep breath and said, Hall masters, don't you think you're misunderstanding the situation here? We take our orders from the suppressing 10th hall master. It seems a bit inappropriate for the 2 of you to be giving us commands, no? Zhao Fei asked point blank, Does that mean you fully intend to continue fighting against Miao Yi? Su Jinsong replied, That's not what I said, Hall Master Zhao. I won't fight against anyone on purpose. I shall simply do my job according to the rules of suppressing 10th hall. By Zhao Fei's side, Sikong Wuwei suddenly chuckled and pointed straight at Su Jinsong's nose and said, Stop talking in circles. I'm going to make things clear for you right this instant. Try and touch a single hair on Miao Yi's head, and I'll cut your head down and turn it into a soccer ball. Don't think that we won't be able to do anything to you because you're in suppressing 10th hall. Just because everyone else is afraid to do it, it doesn't mean we are. Su Jinsong immediately glared at him with fury. Zhao Fei narrowed his eyes at him and asked, "What? Do you want to try us now?" Ji Zhe and Huang Jizhang hurriedly pulled Su Jinsong to the side and replied, "We shall remember your guidance, Hall Masters. If there isn't anything else, then please excuse us." "Beat it," Sikong Wu said with a wave of his arm. He showed them no courtesy at all. With a dark expression on their faces, Su Jinsong and the others left the courtyard. The next day, as soon as Zhao Fei and Sikong Wu left suppressing 10th Hall to rush to their new posts, Su Jinsong headed to the Chamber of Commerce branch within suppressing 10th City on his own. "Advisor Su." Chu Zhihui politely greeted when he saw Su Jinsong. He then extended his arm outwards and continued, "Let's talk in the private room." He assumed that Su Jinsong was here to talk business with him. Otherwise, there was no reason for the latter to come all this way. Contrary to his expectations, however, Su Jinsong waved his arm and said, "There's no rush." "Is Manager Su around?" Chu Zhihui was surprised. He quickly revealed a smile and said, "Yes, she's here." "Would Advisor Su like to meet her? Help me call her out." "Ha ha. Alright then, please wait for a moment. I'll go call her immediately." Chu Zhihui gestured for Su Jinsong to have a seat, then quickly departed. It didn't take him too long to return. He told Su Jinsong that Manager Su was waiting for him in the rear courtyard, and asked him to follow after him. Once he brought Su Jinsong over to Su Yanran, Che Zhuhui quickly excused himself. Su Yanran then led Su Jinsong over into the silent chambers, away from prying eyes. Truth be told, Su Yanran could vaguely guess the reason why Su Jinsong was here. Else, he wouldn't look for her specifically. When the two of them were finally alone, she asked probingly, "Is Advisor Su here for that matter? If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Volume 6. Chapter 500 Secret Decree. Chapter 500 Secret Decree. Translator, Soup Hunter Editor, Milk Biscuit. Su Jinsong slowly nodded. "Is the offer you made back then still valid, Manager Su?" He didn't wish to get involved with the Chamber of Commerce initially, but last night's humiliation was just too much. There was no way he could accept it. That said, he didn't have the guts to go against Zhao Fei and Sikong Wu either. He simply wasn't confident at all that he'd be able to beat them. But then how could he not take revenge for his severed arm? Su Yanran said solemnly, "From what I know, Zhao Fei and Sikong Wu seem to have already become the hall masters of suppressing 2nd Hall and suppressing 3rd Hall respectively. Forgive me for being blunt, but they are no longer people that you can control, Advisor Su." "But Miao Yi is still here," Su Jinsong announced. This, Su Yanran was a little hesitant. 20 to 30 years had already passed since then, and the person who originally sent her the request was already dead. Su Yanran wasn't sure if that person's descendants would be willing to carry on with the plan or not. After some thought, she said, "Can I think it over for a bit? I will give you an answer in a few days. Then I shall wait for the news, Manager Su." Su Jinsong stood up and excused himself. Feeling a little guilty deep down, he didn't dare to stay in this place for too long. The time for the next annual tributes soon came to pass, and as always, when Fong brought gifts over to Raincloud Manor. At the same time, she also let Miao Yi in on some good news. "Big brother, I'm going to be promoted again. The Chamber of Commerce is preparing to transfer me over to a major city with a population of 5 million people to be manager, and they want to know if I'm willing to go. What do you think?" "Oh." As he walked down the flower garden with hands behind his back, Miao Yi smiled and said, "Looks like I really have to congratulate you then." After a slight pause, he continued, "You should go to either Zhao Fei's or Sikong Wu's place. At least you'll have someone to look after you. Of course, this is just my suggestion. You can decide for yourself which is the best option for you. You don't need my opinion for matters like this. It's a given that little sisters should listen to their big brother's opinion." As she walked beside him, Wen Fang smiled cheerfully and said, "Since that's how you feel about it, I'll do as you say and go to Manor Head Zhao's suppressing second city. Big brother, take your time and walk. I'll go look for Qin and Shui that." Truth be told, Wen Fang didn't really need Miao Yi's opinion at all. It wasn't as if the local powerhouses had any sway on the Chamber of Commerce anyway, as both sides practiced non-interference in each other's business. Moreover, Wen Fang had long decided to go to either Zhao Fei's or Sikong Wuwei's place as well. She had to follow her major clients after all. However, she was worried that Miao Yi would overthink things. After all, out of the 3 men that had come here, 2 were already hall masters, while Miao Yi himself was still standing in the same spot. Wen Fang couldn't imagine what Miao Yi must be feeling right now. All she knew was that if she suddenly left without saying a word, it could be very hurtful to him. However, the only reason why she had worked so hard in the first place was precisely so that she could be promoted. She was very torn by this matter. However, she really didn't want to miss this chance. In the end, she made up her mind to come here to talk things out and save Miao Yi some face. As he went on with his leisurely walk, Miao Yi turned back to look at Wen Fang's silhouette, then shook his head and smiled wryly. He didn't know if he was overthinking things, but it seemed like all the people around him were being extremely cautious with their words when speaking to him as of late, as though they were afraid he would misunderstand them. Did he seem so narrow-minded that he couldn't bear to see someone else being promoted? He knew full well where his limits lay. How could he possibly be promoted to a hall master with his cultivation? Zhao Fei and Sikong Wuwei were already extremely lucky to become hall masters with their Red Lotus first grade cultivations. A hall master that was under the Red Lotus realm had never even been heard of before. After all the mountains under him had finished handing over their annual tributes, Miao Yi and his 2 aides immediately left for suppressing 10th Hall. They made no stops along the way, as there would be no one else accompanying them this time around. Miao Yi visited the hall master on his own and handed over the annual tribute. Then, once it was time for all the manor heads to gather around, he proceeded into the main assembly hall along with everyone else, where he quietly stood at the back of the crowd on his own. Even though him, Zhao Fei, and Sikong Wuwei have always done this in the years past, and evidently he was doing the same thing now, but in everyone else's eyes, Miao Yi was finally cowering away and no longer daring to stir up any trouble. After all, the other 2 had already left to a much higher position, and could no longer interfere in suppressing 10th Hall's affairs. However, the scene that everyone eagerly anticipated did not occur. The 3 advisors didn't do anything that would trigger Miao Yi. They didn't even mention anything about Raincloud Manor. This caused the rest of the manor heads to be secretly astonished. Those 3 advisors were not the forgiving type. However, Miao Yi knew the reason why. Zhao Fei and Sikong Wuwei had already sent him a message and told him that they had given a warning to those 3 bastards. They also told him to let them know if there was any trouble, and they would immediately rush over. As the handover of the annual tribute drew to a close, the manor heads all returned to their respective territories. After which, Shan Huaixin immediately departed to Traversing Water Palace to hand over suppressing 10th Hall's share of the annual tribute. In Traversing Water Palace, he bumped into Zhao Fei and Sikong Wuwei. It was inevitable for both parties to greet one another. And as he was meeting the palace lord, Shan Huaixin felt a little bit restless as the original hall masters for suppressing 2nd Hall and suppressing 3rd Hall had already been transferred away. He had heard that they were shipped off to the overlord so that their positions could be taken up by Zhao Fei and Sikong Wuwei. Over the past few years, all those in Traversing Water Palace that had a higher cultivation than Tao Qingli were transferred away by Granny Tao, one after the other. There was no helping it. Granny Tao simply carried that much influence. She was even able to use the power of seniority to slot people into the overlord's office. First, it was the other 2 Purple Lotus advisors of Traversing Water Palace, followed by a few others, and now the 2 hall masters for suppressing 2nd and 3rd hall. Shen Huaixin's cultivation was higher than Tao Qingli's as well. He couldn't help wondering when it would be his turn to be transferred away. However, there was still the even more powerful guy from suppressing 1st hall. As long as he played his cards right, he should be able to stay in the clear for the time being. No one was willing to be transferred away to foreign territory, as it was impossible to wield their current authority once they were under another person's roof. The only jobs they would be entitled to do was keep to the side and stay out of trouble. It was easy to imagine what kind of treatment they would receive then. After the handover of the annual tribute was completed, the hall masters all accompanied Granny Tao on her journey to the capital city, much like how the stars stayed beside the moon. Whilst in the capital city, the 2 newly promoted hall masters, Zhao Fei and Sikong Wuwei, naturally needed to acquaint themselves with the other hall masters. They also bumped into Gu Sanjian, Tan Lao, and Yi Xin. In the first place, those 3 already wielded a high amount of prestige within the 3 major sects, and they were able to obtain a large number of cultivation resources on top of that. Even though they had offered most of those resources up to their respective sects, the remainder was still enough for the 3 of them to achieve a breakthrough. Thus, they had broken through to the Red Lotus realm a little bit earlier than Zhao Fei and Sikong Wuwei and were promoted to hall masters before the 2 as well. The Gu Sanjing trio couldn't help secretly asking about Miao Yi's situation. They couldn't help feeling a tinge of sorrow after hearing what happened. Out of the 6 of them that returned to the 5th earthly branch from the Sea of Constellations subjugation crusade, Miao Yi was the only one still shackled to the earth. And yet, he was also the one who contributed the most in the entire subjugation crusade. None of them could understand why Miao Yi had proclaimed himself as Yan Beihong back in the subjugation crusade. Through their own channels within the 3 major sects, Gu Sanjian and the others had secretly heard that the realm beyond heaven looked upon Yan Beihong quite highly after the subjugation crusade. It seemed Fairy Yu Yao had put in quite a few good words for the guy in front of the celestial sage, and Gu Sanjing and the others also heard that the celestial sage had this to say about Yan Beihong before the entire realm beyond heaven: he has a bright future to look forward to. When they heard this, Zhao Fei and Sikong Wuwei were utterly lost for words. With the celestial sage looking upon Yan Beihong so favorably, and given what she had to say about him, there might have been a chance for Yan Beihong to be promoted as an exception to the rule. After all, he had been a major help to the realm beyond heaven in their achievements during the subjugation crusade, allowing them to pull far ahead of the other 5 sages' camps. No matter how they chose to reward him, it would not have been over the top. At the very least, in the future, whoever had any ideas towards Miao Yi would have to consider the realm beyond heaven as well. Now that Miao Yi had missed such an opportunity, not only was there no telling when he would be able to break through to the Red Lotus realm, there might not even be a position of authority for him after breaking through. His otherwise bright future could have been ruined because of this. The 5 of them felt great pity for Miao Yi. Why did he have to put himself through such difficulty? Within the capital city, after the handover of the annual tribute was completed, Granny Tao didn't go along with the other hall masters back to Traversing Water Palace. She had them all return to their respective domains first, while Tao Qingli and her proceeded to the realm beyond heaven to visit the celestial sage Mu Fan Jian. As soon as Zhao Fei and Sikong Wuwei returned, they headed straight for Raincloud Manor and told Miao Yi that they had bumped into Gu Sanjing and the others in the capital city. Upon hearing that the 3 of them had also broken through to the Red Lotus realm and became hall masters, Miao Yi stood by the window of Raincloud Pavilion with hands behind his back, gazing into the vast, serene lake as he smiled and said, "It's too bad I can't congratulate them due to my relationship with the 3 major sections. They don't need your congratulations. It's better for you to worry about yourself," Sikong Wuwei said snidely. "With you 2 hall masters behind my back, what do I possibly have to worry about?" Miao Yi joked. However, similar to how one couldn't reliably predict the fickleness of weather, so too was man's destiny prone to unforeseeable situations. There were times when even the 2 hall masters could not protect him. After Zhao Fei and Sikong Wuwei left, Miao Yi received a decree from Tao Qingli, commanding him to go to Traversing Water Palace in secret and demanding his discretion. Although Miao Yi was a little perplexed, he still decided to ride alone to Traversing Water Palace after making the necessary arrangements. There were no paths leading up to the lofty Traversing Water Palace sitting at the peak of the mountain, so Miao Yi had to climb his way up as quickly as he could. When he saw Tao Qingli, he realized that he wasn't the only one who was summoned. For each of the halls under Traversing Water Palace, a single person was called over. These people were all the more capable manor heads within their respective halls. When all 10 manor heads had arrived, they were brought together to the rear palace to meet Palace Lord Granny Tao. We respectfully greet the Palace Lord. The 10 of them stood in a straight line and greeted. At ease. Granny Tao raised her arm, palm face down, then said to Tao Qingli, "Tell them." Tao Qingli nodded, then faced the 10 manor heads and said, "The 10 of you are the most capable candidates among your respective halls. The reason why you were called over this time is because we will be sending you to Flowing Clouds Dune Sea on a secret mission. This mission comes from the realm beyond heaven, and it is handed down by the celestial sage herself. If you can complete it successfully, you will be heavily rewarded." Flowing Clouds Dune Sea? The crowd was shocked. They want us to go to that Flowing Clouds Dune Sea? That place is filled with all sorts of dangerous characters and has no rules to speak of. In fact, utter chaos reigns throughout the entire area. It wouldn't be wrong to say that it's a place that's forsaken by the rest of the cultivation realm. Even a place like the Sea of Constellations is only dangerous to cultivators from the other 5 nations. It's still heaven to those Yao cultivators at least. However, Flowing Clouds Dune Sea is a perilous place to any cultivator no matter the country. Someone immediately cupped their fists and asked, "May I be so bold as to ask, advisor, what sort of mission is it that requires us to head to Flowing Clouds Dune Sea?" Tao Qingli replied with her own question. Flowing Clouds Dune Sea used to be a completely desolate area. Do you know how it became the chaotic place that it is today, where all sorts of dangerous characters lurk around? Somebody answered, "The rumors say that many years ago, a large ship filled with treasure suddenly appeared out of nowhere, drifting through the dark waters of Flowing Clouds Dune Sea. Apparently, the ship itself had come from the higher realm, filled with treasures from said dimension. And every time it appears, the entire cultivation realm is sure to be thrown into an uproar. However, it's nigh impossible to track this ship. It would randomly show itself at times, then disappear just as sporadically. Hence, it came to be known as the Nether Dragon ship. As time passed, more and more people continued to travel into Flowing Clouds Dune Sea in search of treasure, which gradually turned it into a lawless place where dragons and fishes swim side by side. As the conversation led up to here, someone else suddenly asked, "Advisor, could our mission have something to do with the Nether Dragon ship?" Miao Yi had very limited knowledge on Flowing Clouds Dune Sea, and simply listened on in confusion as he thought to himself, "You're kidding me, right? It was so hard for me to come back alive from the subjugation crusade. I haven't even had that many years of peace. And now you want to send me to that wretched Flowing Clouds Dune Sea? Do you really have to mess with me like this? Don't tell me the capable candidates are only good for doing the most dangerous things? Then how the hell are we supposed to live? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 501, No Room for Refusal. Chapter 501, No Room for Refusal. Translator, Soup Hunter. Editor, Milk Biscuit. You're right. Tao Qingli nodded. When I accompanied the palace lord to the realm beyond heaven to visit the celestial sage, she secretly told us that someone had spotted the Nether Dragon ship reappearing. Fortunately, the palace lord is one of the celestial sage's most trusted comrades, which is why she handed this mission down to our Traversing Water Palace to accomplish. What really happened was, after Granny Tao and Tao Qingli met up with the celestial sage, they began talking about the usual things and reminiscing about the past. At the time, the celestial sage's disciples were present as well. Then, all of a sudden, someone came in looking for the eldest disciple of the celestial sage, Huyan Taibao. Huyan Taibao followed that person out, then hurriedly rushed back. No one knew what he had secretly conveyed to the celestial sage through voice transmission, but her expression instantly changed afterward. All the people standing down below were afraid to say anything, and simply cast their gazes at the celestial sage. And after a rather long silence, the celestial sage turned to Granny Tao and had her and Huyan Taibao stay while everyone else was dismissed. After which, Mu Fan Jian said to Granny Tao, "The Nether Dragon ship has resurfaced." Granny Tao was greatly shocked. Although saying that it was a mission personally handed down by the celestial sage had a nice ring to it, and was indeed something that excited the hearts of subordinates like them, all 10 manor heads present, including Miao Yi, felt incredibly helpless. It would have been better had they not heard about this mission. Now that they did, it meant that there was no room for refusal. The only option given to them was to go along with it. Miao Yi regretted not feigning some kind of illness so that he could have avoided coming here. That said, who could have known that this would happen? Before this, he never thought he'd receive such an honor, even in his wildest dreams. The other 9 manor heads were sure to be thinking the same thing he did. Someone gritted their teeth and asked, "With our cultivations, what can we possibly achieve in that flowing clouds dune sea? Surely there are even more suitable candidates in the realm beyond heaven for such a task?" Tao Qingli replied, "This mission is of grave importance. If word leaks out, it will surely stir up a major uproar in the entire cultivation realm. Even now, the information is on a very strict need-to-know basis, and only a selected few have been briefed about the matter. The celestial sage has intentionally kept this information secret from her other disciples as well. After all, the 6 nations know everything there is to know about one another. This makes it harder for the members of the realm beyond heaven to show their faces. If the people from the realm beyond heaven were to suddenly show up around flowing clouds dune sea for extended periods of time, they will surely arouse suspicion. It's the same case for Red Lotus cultivators, who tend to have vast networks and are familiar with a lot of people's faces. In contrast, those in our traversing water palace don't have too many interactions with the outside world, which is why we picked you all." The crowd fell silent. Then, someone said hesitantly, "It's not that we don't wish to go, but given the kind of place that flowing clouds dune sea is as well as the level of our cultivations, I'm afraid we might fail the palace lord's important task." Tao Qingli said, "Rest assured, you won't be going there to fight or anything dangerous like that. Your primary objective is simply to infiltrate the flowing clouds dune sea and search for traces of the Nether Dragon ship. Dig up whatever information you can find. As soon as you notice anything out of the ordinary, report it immediately to the Celestial Nations Chamber of Commerce branch within flowing clouds dune sea. The realm beyond heaven will have experts hidden within the Chamber of Commerce. Naturally, someone will take care of all the fighting for you. All you have to do is report your findings. You won't have to fight anyone else for profit. I trust that it won't be a risky job." "It won't be a risky job? It won't?" The crowd was speechless. Tao Qingli continued, "To make it easier for you all to accomplish your mission, we've specifically arranged for an experienced veteran to be your captain on this expedition. With him taking command, I am sure that it will be much safer for all of you." The crowd immediately looked around, but they couldn't find anyone else in the room. Where was the guy? Miao Yi was also glancing around as well. He wanted to take a gander at the ballsy fellow who would be helping them avoid the dangers of flowing clouds dune sea. Unexpectedly, Tao Qingli pointed a finger right at him and said, "Miao Yi, don't you have anything you would like to say?" Miao Yi was dazed. Almost all of the 10 manor heads present had posed their own questions, whereas he'd simply stood quietly to the side the entire time. He immediately shook his head and answered, "No, ma'am." The thing was, it didn't matter what he said. The other party had even used the name of the celestial sage. And now that he knew about this grave secret, did he have any right to refuse? Why speak any nonsense then? It seems Manor Head Miao is quite confident about this expedition. It was hard to tell if Tao Qingli was mocking him or honestly complimenting him. Miao Yi smiled wryly and waved his hand, "Surely you jest, advisor. This subordinate doesn't even have an ounce of confidence. Why so modest? Of all the cultivators in Traversing Water Palace that are under the Red Lotus realm, there probably isn't anyone else who can be more confident than you. Tao Qingli pointed at Miao Yi, then announced to the other 9 manor heads, everyone. I trust that you're all already familiar with this person. He is the one who cut his way through the other 180,000 cultivators of the Subjugation Crusade, and the 10th place holder, Manor Head Miao Yi. To be able to come and go as he pleases in a place as perilous as the Sea of Constellations, there's no question to his skill. Naturally, I believe he already has a course of action planned out for this expedition. With him coordinating everyone's actions in the Flowing Clouds Dune Sea, I am confident that the risks will be reduced to a minimum. You're praising me too much, advisor. I'm really, Miao Yi repeatedly waved his hand around. However, he couldn't continue with his words of modesty any further. His eyes gradually widened and his expression became more and more exaggerated. It seemed he finally realized the situation. He pointed at his own face and asked in shock, the captain that advisor was talking about is me? The other 9 manor heads cast a sidewards glance at him, as though trying to say, even a fool can understand that much. Tao Qingli nodded and said, there really isn't anyone that's a more suitable candidate for captain than you. The others have stayed in Traversing Water Palace for far too long, and have very little interaction with the outside world. As such, you can say that they don't have a lot of experience. The only good thing that they have for this mission is the fact that not many people know who they are. Once you're in Flowing Clouds Dune Sea, they will have to obey your every command. While you're there, you will be undertaking a mission on the Palace Lord's behalf, and as such, your decrees are equivalent to the Palace Lord's decree. If anyone disobeys you, you are free to kill first and ask questions later. Even if you kill them by mistake, no one will blame you. The point is, all you have to do is to lead them and make sure to accomplish the mission handed to you no matter the cost. For the sake of the mission, all will be tolerated. The 9 manor heads were completely dumbfounded. Wasn't this authority a little too great? His decrees were equivalent to the Palace Lord's decree? And he could even kill first and ask questions later? It was evident from this how determined Granny Tao and Tao Qingli were to accomplish this mission. Truth be told, the two of them had no choice either. They still needed to rely on Mu Fan Jian for certain things in the future. And for the latter to trust them so deeply by personally assigning them this important mission, letting them in on such top-secret information that she'd even withheld from a majority of her disciples, they naturally had to complete it successfully no matter the cost. What did it matter if a few people died? On their way back, the two of them thought about who they should send for this mission. Both grandmother and granddaughter didn't even need to think to know that Miao Yi would be the most suitable candidate for such a task. Given the state of things in Traversing Water Palace, who else would be better suited for this mission? Tao Qingli wasn't just giving shallow praise to Miao Yi earlier on. Given all the things the guy had done in suppressing 10th Hall, she knew that he was a man of both courage and wit. He really did live up to the name of a subjugation crusade survivor who killed his way out of 180,000 cultivators. There was no exaggeration at all. Originally, both Granny Tao and Tao Qingli had other plans for Miao Yi. However, when this mission was suddenly dropped onto their shoulders, all their plans had to be put aside for the time being. It was more important than anything for them to accomplish the Celestial Sage's task. This was why the situation had turned out in such a way. With widened eyes, Miao Yi was a little speechless. He immediately waved his hand and said, I really can't, advisor. I don't know anything about Flowing Clouds Dune Sea. Besides, it is apparent that the others are much more informed than I am. I suggest you pick another candidate. Who gives a damn about this kind of authority? I'd much prefer if you had given me the ability to hand out a decree on the Palace Lord's behalf within Traversing Water Palace itself. Once we're in Flowing Clouds Dune Sea, there's nothing more important than thinking of ways to survive. What's the point in ordering these 9 guys around? If any of them wishes to take charge over these incompetent fools, they're free to take the job. I, for one, don't want to be dragged down with them. That damned nether dragon ship can kiss my ass. There's nothing more important to me than surviving the entire ordeal, Miao Yi was already thinking about how to keep himself alive in flowing clouds dune sea. He wouldn't waste his energy on this bunch at all. He'd much rather be the person receiving the orders instead. The other guys could have that authority for all he cared. It wasn't as if these bastards would dare to do anything to him anyway. There was no telling who would be the one actually doing the killing if that were to happen. After all, who could possibly find out who killed who in that wretched place? Ha! This old one doesn't like to force others. Resting on her high seat, Granny Tao suddenly opened her eyes. She waved her hand and said, "If Manor Head Miao doesn't wish to go, then never mind. I won't force you. You can go back to Raincloud Manor." The other 9 manor heads immediately shot their gazes over to Miao Yi, wanting to see if he could read between the lines of Granny Tao's words. Miao Yi's expression twisted. "As if you're really asking me to go back, you old granny. You're clearly trying to kill me. If I still don't take part in the mission after being told such a grave secret, will you let me return alive?" Miao Yi immediately put on a humble expression as he cupped his fists and said, "I really do think that I'm not good enough for the job. However, since the palace lord has such high expectations of me, how could I dare disobey? As long as the palace lord doesn't mind the possibility of disappointment, I'm even willing to go through a sea of flames." Granny Tao nodded, Good show. You have a bright future ahead of you. Then it's decided. There's no one better suited for the task than you, so I shall entrust this mission to you. Don't let me down." Miao Yi had a solemn expression as he said in seriousness, "Your subordinate shall spare no effort to accomplish his task. The 9 manor heads and I will work together as one." He then cast a sideways glance at the other manor heads and found that they all seemed to be looking at him a bit strangely. "What the hell are you looking at? Compared to butt kissers like you, this is me adapting to the situation." Miao Yi returned with a cold glare. The 9 manor heads were taken aback by Miao Yi's sharp gaze. It finally dawned on them that their fates were in the hands of this little lord. They immediately turned to Granny Tao with cupped fists and said, "We shall do our best." Now that the issue was settled after having forced the whole thing through, Granny Tao shut her eyes once again. Tao Qingli then said, "All of you must hide your identities for this mission. Just think of yourselves as loose cultivators. That way, it'll be easier for you to slip in flowing clouds dune sea. And to avoid alarming the other nations, your escort will only send you halfway there. You will have to travel the rest of the way on your own. Then, once you return, you are not to mention this mission to anyone. If news of this is somehow leaked, you will not be shown any mercy. Everyone, you are to assemble at the designated locations assigned to each person at the exact time. Tardiness will not be tolerated. Do you have any questions?" Everyone looked at one another. They had plenty of questions, and they all didn't want to go. But would it help to ask such a thing? Since no one had any questions, the matter was immediately settled. Tao Qingli personally gave each and every one of them a storage ring and a beast sack. Besides which, they were also given 10 million gold crystals as well as a spirit eagle each. As captain, Miao Yi was given slightly more funds, 50 million gold crystals, to be exact. After briefing them on some of the finer details of the mission, Tao Qingli finally released the 10 manor heads. When they reached the foot of the mountain, Miao Yi proceeded to look for his mount, while the 9 manor heads quickly came over to make some small talk. They had no choice but to be respectful to this little lord who had the call over their life or death in the palm of his hands. Everyone. Since he already wielded the authority, Miao Yi decided not to hold back. He extended his hand out to the other 9 men, to avoid some people not doing their jobs properly after accepting the reward. "I'd like all of you to hand over the money that the advisor just gave out. When the time comes, I will tally everything and return it to you accordingly." If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 502 Legend of the Ghost Ship. Chapter 502 Legend of the Ghost Ship. Translator, Soup Hunter. Editor, Milk Biscuit. This guy was too savage. He just reached out and asked for 10 million gold crystals without batting an eye. That was equivalent to 10,000 orbs of will. The 9 manor heads that came to talk to Miao Yi were utterly dumbfounded. If they handed all their gold crystals to him now, who would dare to ask for them back later on? But alas, they had no choice but to comply. They didn't dare disobey this little lord that had full control of their life and death. If they offended him now, God knows if he would abuse his authority to get back at them later on. They heard that this bastard had killed all 1,000 members of a certain manor the moment he came to Traversing Water Palace. He didn't leave a single survivor. As a result, all 9 manor heads obediently handed over the storage rings that Tao Qingli had just given to them. 90 million gold crystals in the bag. Miao Yi quickly tucked all the storage rings away. He never thought of returning them at all. The old granny was simply too petty. He would be going to such a dangerous place, and she didn't even bestow upon him a transcendent artifact or two to protect himself. What was the point in giving them this money? Would they be able to avoid danger with just this little bit of cash? What a joke! Miao Yi suspected that the old granny didn't have any expectations of their success in the first place. Otherwise, she wouldn't have sent a bunch of small fry like them to undertake such an important mission. Someone else will take care of all the fighting? Do you take me for a fool? This clearly implied that the realm beyond heaven actually had another trick up their sleeves. They surely sent out other troops in secret as well. Saying that our little group was being relied on was a lie. We're probably nothing more than mere scouts. I'd better use these funds to prepare a few extra talisman seals to protect myself. These manor heads probably aren't so desperate for funds that they can't even put food on the table anyway. Everyone, return to your respective territories and finish your preparations as soon as possible. Miao Yi instructed them briefly, then charged out on his mount, leaving the rest of the group in the dust. He didn't even wish to make small talk, and was going to leave right after taking their money? The hearts of the 9 manor heads turned cold. Why did they have to leave their lives in the hands of such a man? The 9 of them turned back to look at Traversing Water Palace at the peak of the mountain. But alas, nothing would change even if they tried to lodge a complaint. When he got back to Raincloud Manor, Miao Yi immediately leaped off his mount and took Chen Er and Shui Er to meet Yao Ruoxian. As he hastily charged into the courtyard, he saw that Charcoal was still sleeping soundly under the eaves. He proceeded to give a couple of rough kicks to Charcoal's rump as he said, "Damned fatso, get up. Stop sleeping." However, Charcoal continued sleeping like a log. It was as though he was dead. No matter how hard Miao Yi kicked, there was no response from him at all. The sight had the 2 young ladies absolutely at a loss for words. Within the house, Yao Ruoxian was next to a table and in the middle of painting. No one knew exactly what he was painting. Normal people wouldn't be able to understand his art anyway. When he heard the commotion outside, he raised his head and peered out the door. Noticing Miao Yi kicking Charcoal so roughly, his eyes instantly turned sharp as he asked coldly, "What the hell are you doing here?" "Old coot. I'm in big trouble now. There's a chance I might die." Miao Yi hastily barged inside Yao Ruoxian's house without his permission. A mace artifact instantly appeared in Yao Ruoxian's grasp. He pointed it over and asked, "Who let you come in? What's it to me if you die? Beat it. Damn it. This is my territory, okay? So what if your cultivation is higher? Just you wait. Once you've finished refining Zhao Fei and Sikong Wu's transcendent artifacts, I'll ask them to take care of you." Miao Yi grumbled in his mind. However, he soon realized the flaw in his plan. There was no telling if he could even make it back alive from Flowing Cloud's Dune Sea. If he ended up dying there, how would he get the chance to have them take care of this old geezer for him? Miao Yi didn't leave. He sighed and said, "I'm really in a bit of trouble here. The higher-ups are sending me off to Flowing Cloud's Dune Sea for some dumbass secret mission." Earlier on, Tao Qingli had specifically instructed that those who divulged the contents of the mission wouldn't be shown any mercy. However, Miao Yi didn't have the slightest hesitation whatsoever and just spilled the beans the second he got here. What's more, he revealed every single little piece of information, sparing none of the details from Tao Qingli's story. He didn't hide anything from Yao Ruoxian at all. Miao Yi didn't have that many concerns, because he knew that the people around him right now probably wouldn't leak the information out. More importantly, he had no choice but to reveal everything he knew. After all, he was utterly clueless about the kind of place Flowing Cloud's Dune Sea was. He had to get Yao Ruoxian to teach him a thing or two. He'd heard from Huo Lingxiao that the old geezer had spent a bit of time in Flowing Cloud's Dune Sea, so he probably had some experience in dealing with the dangers of that place. If he didn't tell him everything he knew, then how would Yao Ruoxian be able to offer him any tips? It was no exaggeration to say that a single stone left unturned could very well cost him his life. Do it for the celestial sage? As if she even gives a damn about me. Even though I've looked up to the other party for a long time, clearly she doesn't have the tiniest sentiment towards me. Is it really necessary for me to go so far for such a woman? There are hundreds of millions of people out there willing to serve her. I'm no one special. When they heard that he was going to go to Flowing Cloud's Dune Sea, Chen Er and Shui Er's mouths were agape from shock. The Nether Dragon ship? It has resurfaced? The mace artifact in Yao Ruoxian's hand fell and pierced through the table as he solemnly asked. He didn't show any signs of attacking Miao Yi anymore. Miao Yi asked, "Have you seen it before?" Yao Ruoxian shook his head. "I've heard tales, but I've never seen the actual thing myself. However, I can assure you that the haunted vessel known as the Nether Dragon ship does indeed exist in Flowing Cloud's Dune Sea. One of the main reasons why so many people gather at that godforsaken place is precisely because of this particular ghost ship." Miao Yi walked up to the table, then pulled out a chair and sat down. He glanced at the scribbly artwork on top of the table, then raised his head and asked, "I hear that the Nether Dragon ship is filled with treasures from the higher realm. Is it true?" The considerate Chen Er and Shui Er moved another chair behind Yao Ruoxian. The old man completely forgot about beating up Miao Yi and very naturally sat down. He then slowly shook his head and said, "There was a time when I tried to search for the Nether Dragon ship as well, eager to gaze upon its splendor. However, I couldn't even find the slightest trace of it. Instead, I was only graced with the various rumors concerning its otherworldly existence, the validity of which are all heavily doubtful. In short, there are plenty of exaggerated descriptions regarding the Nether Dragon ship, making it hard to tell which is real and which is fake. A lot of people said that they had seen the vessel, but the way they described its appearance were all different. Although it was later proven that a majority of those people were just making empty boasts to stir up the public, there is indeed a high chance that the ghost ship came from the higher realm. As for whether it contains any treasure, no one knows. Some people say it's empty, while others claim that it's filled with transcendent artifacts from the higher realm. Who can tell which is the truth?" Miao Yi asked curiously, "Then how do you know that it could have come from the higher realm?" Yao Ruoxian answered, "That ghost ship only started appearing after the boundless secular world did. This much is for sure. According to the rumors, when it first appeared, the 6 sages were among those who saw it. And it's precisely because they were fortunate enough to obtain the cultivation arts within the ghost ship that they ended up becoming the 6 sages we know of today. It's said that celestial sage Mu Fan Jian and devil sage Yun Outyan were originally lovers, but because of a certain treasure on the ghost ship, they ended up becoming enemies. However, some rumors also say that the 6 sages obtained their cultivation arts from the boundless secular world instead. Perhaps no one else can verify these claims but the 6 sages themselves. Regardless, that ghost ship definitely appeared after the boundless secular world came to be. Ghost ship? Isn't it a dragon ship? It's just a figure of speech. Even though there are many versions to the story, there are only two speculations which are slightly more believable than the rest. The first one says that the ghost ship is a transcendent artifact that came from the higher realm, which is why it can appear and disappear like a ghost. I'm leaning more towards this explanation. If it isn't a transcendent artifact, how can such a large ship just disappear without a trace under the eyes of so many people? What other explanation can there be other than it's a ghost ship? The other explanation is that there's actually a group of people bound together by an iron chain that's constantly dragging the treasure-loaded dragon ship around day and night. I myself find this highly skeptical, but there are plenty of people who swear this is true. Why are there so many people claiming it's true? Miao Yi asked. Shan Hai and Shui also perked up their ears and listened on, their eyes gleaming with curiosity. Such strange occurrences naturally had a way of arousing a person's interest. It was around 50,000 years ago when the ghost ship last appeared, which also sparked a majority of the cultivation realm's firm belief in the nether dragon ship's existence. Following its appearance, people started giving various speculations and embellishments to the story behind the ghost ship's origins. No one knows if those people have actually seen it for themselves or are just making stuff up. Although, it seems that there were indeed many witnesses at the time. Moreover, the six sages had even broken out into a full-scale battle to claim the ship's treasures as their own. Naturally, this was a significant event that took the entire cultivation realm by storm. There were also countless others who wished to obtain the treasures on board the ship as well. However, there were a group of chained humans protecting the nether dragon ship, and almost all those who lusted after the treasure on board were killed, leaving only a tiny handful of survivors. It seemed that even the six sages themselves had difficulty boarding the ghost ship with their cultivation at the time. All they could do was watch as the ghost ship disappeared. If that's true, then it doesn't fit the story that the six sages obtained their cultivation arts from the nether dragon ship. If they couldn't even board the ship 50,000 years ago, how could they have possibly gotten on board and obtained their cultivation arts at a time when their powers had yet to fully develop? Not to mention, this story was a little too far-fetched. Would a group of people with such insanely high cultivations really pull around the dragon ship obediently like a bunch of mere slaves? This is why I find it more believable that the ghost ship is actually a transcendent artifact. Miao Yi was a little dazed. Even after giving it some thought, he couldn't figure out which one was true and which one wasn't. He asked, so in short, the only thing we can be sure about is that the six sages' cultivation arts came from either the boundless secular world or the nether dragon ship. Is that correct? That much should be true. It's because prior to that, no one in the cultivation realm had even thought about gathering followers and harnessing their power of will to speed up one's own cultivation. Thus, the cultivation realm at the time lay firmly in the hands of those old farts. Meanwhile, the method for harnessing the followers' power of will to cultivate had come from the six sages themselves, which is why their cultivations had soared at such a breakneck pace. By the time those old farts wanted to follow the same practice and fight for the rights to the willpower of the mortals across the realm, it was already too late. They couldn't stop the six sages anymore. Moreover, it wasn't as if they could just come up with a similar cultivation method. That was a closely guarded secret by the six sages. As such, there's a high chance that it had something to do with either the boundless secular world or the nether dragon ship. Pa! Miao Yi slapped on the desk, so in the end, it's all just a bunch of folktales. There's no substantial information at all. I don't care whether it's a ghost ship or dragon ship, but Flowing Clouds Dune Sea is such a dangerous place. Senior Yao, since you've been there before, then please share some of your experience on how to survive. Yao Ruoxian huffed in contempt. He originally wanted to ignore Miao Yi and leave the kid to his fate. However, when he saw the pleading gazes of Qian and Shui, as though they were soon-to-be widows, his lips couldn't help twitching. He glared at Miao Yi and said resentfully, "Who says Flowing Clouds Dune Sea is dangerous?" You've never even been there before. How would you know it's a perilous place? You're joking, right? Miao Yi stood up and bowed with his hands cupped. I admit that I've upset you on numerous occasions in the past. I ask your forgiveness for all my past transgressions. However, you can't just joke about these kinds of things. It could cost a man his life. How can a place that everyone thinks is dangerous be anything but? Yao Ruoxian scoffed. That so-called danger depends on who you're talking to. Naturally, it's a dangerous place for any of the cultivators within the administration of the Six Nations. After all, Flowing Clouds Dune Sea is a place of exile for the Six Nations. As a result, there are plenty of folks there who bear a grudge against the cultivators under the administration of the Six Nations. You are someone that's working for the administration, and so are the people close to you, so obviously, all you're ever going to hear is how dangerous Flowing Clouds Dune Sea is. Remember, once you're there, never put on your manor head airs. Otherwise, I can guarantee that you'll die a horrible death. Also, the folks in that place are a pitifully poor bunch, so don't ever flaunt your wealth around. Those guys will do anything to get cultivation resources. After all, there are no laws governing that place. Besides that, just be more cautious and you'll be fine. Miao Yi was appalled. How is that still not dangerous? Yao Ruoxian replied point blank, if you really encounter any trouble you can't solve, just head to Tempest Tavern. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 503, An Uncertain Future. Chapter 503, An Uncertain Future. Translator, Soup Hunter Editor, Milk Biscuit. Tempest Tavern? What the heck is that? Miao Yi asked. Yao Ruoxian casually replied, don't you understand human speech anymore? It's a tavern. A place where people go to eat, drink and sleep. Damn it, do I freaking look like I don't know what kind of place a tavern is? Miao Yi put on a resigned expression and humbly asked, what I'm asking is, why should I go to that Tempest Tavern if I ever encounter a problem I can't resolve? To hide, of course. What else? Yao Ruoxian was clearly just messing around with him. But when he noticed Qian Er and Shui'er's gazes, he coughed drily and added, the safest places in Flowing Clouds Dune Sea are the Six Nations Chamber of Commerce branches found there. Besides those, there is also the Tempest Tavern. Everyone knows the temperament of the people from the Chamber of Commerce. Outsiders won't be able to rely on them at all. Not to mention, there's no guarantee that it would be safe there in the first place. As such, if anyone were to find themselves in a dangerous situation that can't be resolved, they would immediately take shelter in Tempest Tavern. No one would dare stir up any trouble in that place. Why is it so exhausting to talk to you? Miao Yi had the urge to just flip the table and beat someone up. Alas, he couldn't win against the other party in a fight. He simply composed himself and asked, why doesn't anyone dare to stir up trouble in that tavern? Naturally, it's because they don't want to get themselves involved in any trouble. Yao Ruoxian stroked his beard and shook his head as he said, as the saying goes, the tavern that sits within the storms of the realm. No grudges are kept, only guests. Bringing in trouble is strictly forbidden. This is the phrase that's carved on the Tempest Tavern sign. Miao Yi clicked his tongue and said, even though it sounds a little pacifistic, there's a sense of power within those words. I believe the person who opened this tavern isn't just your average cultivator. Otherwise, how could they keep trouble outside their doors in such a place? What's the story behind the owner? Yao Ruoxian narrowed his eyes and asked, what's it to you where the owner comes from? All you need to know is to carry some money with you and enter the tavern, and all danger will be halted at the door. Miao Yi nodded, then asked, okay, and? And what? And is there any other method to avoid danger? There is. This junior is humbly asking for your guidance. Just don't go. Miao Yi was speechless. How was this helpful to him? Xian and Shui cried, "Father! Didn't I already tell him that it's not as dangerous as he thinks?" Yao Ruoxian raised his finger and said, "Firstly, never reveal your identity as an administration official. You must think of yourself as a loose cultivator. Secondly, don't flaunt your wealth around and cause anyone to think that you're a fat juicy prey. Remember to act poor at all times. As long as you can do these two things, you will be no different than the folks in Flowing Clouds Dune Sea. And with that, you'll be able to avert the biggest danger of them all. What makes you think that it's normal for people to go through so much danger? Who would be willing to risk their lives just for fun? That is, of course, unless you have a face that's naturally asking for a beating. That being said, it is true that Flowing Clouds Dune Sea is a lawless place. The ones with the last say are the people with the hardest fists in the room. Even if you're killed, robbed, or set up, there's nowhere for you to complain to. And as such, thirdly, head immediately to Tempest Tavern if you ever encounter any danger that you can't resolve. As long as you're behind Tempest Tavern's gates, you will definitely be alright. As for the other stuff, well, as long as you don't go around causing trouble, kid, you should be fine. Even the weakest of loose cultivators can survive in that place. Do you think someone like you, who made it back alive from the Sea of Constellations subjugation crusade, won't be able to? After some thought, Miao Yi had to admit that Yao Ruoxian did have a point. Even those weak loose cultivators were able to survive in that place. There shouldn't be any reason why he couldn't. It seemed he really had been overthinking things. Having regained some confidence, he stood up, turned around and walked towards the door. I'll be taking the fatso with me. He's got good legs. I'll be able to escape quickly if I encounter any danger. Charcoal, who was lying on the ground outside sleeping, was indeed quite stocky once upon a time. However, it seemed that the nickname Damned Fatso would continue to haunt him for days to come. Inside the house, Yao Ruoxian chuckled, "Don't count on it. The Fatso just swallowed 500 Yao cores yesterday. He's probably not going to wake up for at least half a year. Come on, is this necessary? Just the fact that you'll be taking a trip to Flowing Clouds Dune Sea has already got you this restless." Miao Yi quickly turned around. He swallowed 500 Yao cores in one go? Are you sure he's going to be alright? The amount is only equivalent to 5 second-grade Yao cores. What could possibly happen? Yao Ruoxian suddenly tossed something over as he said this. Miao Yi reached out to grab the item, then realized it was nothing but a normal storage ring. He didn't know what was inside it, so he quickly injected his transcendence energy to examine its contents. After discovering that the storage space inside was equivalent to that of a storage bangles, he asked in surprise, "And this is?" "The high-grade storage ring you asked for." "What? You don't want it? High-grade storage ring?" Miao Yi's eyes instantly brightened and he quickly took out a normal storage ring to test it out. And as expected, he was able to successfully place the storage ring inside. He then took off the storage bangle on his wrist, and indeed, he was able to place it safely inside as well. This was great. He could stack the storage effects of his storage rings now. No longer would he have to worry about not having enough storage space for his items. However, this high-grade storage ring didn't look any different from a normal one. Yao Ruoxian knew what Miao Yi was confused about, and explained, "It's not good for someone with your cultivation to be too showy, so I helped you mask it a little. It's perfect for your expedition to Flowing Clouds Dune Sea." Miao Yi was overjoyed. So the old man had already finished refining this storage ring a long time ago. He just didn't give it to him until now. If it wasn't for the fact that Miao Yi had to go to Flowing Clouds Dune Sea, then the old man was probably going to wait until he came crying to him. All the storage rings Miao Yi wore, as well as the ones he had tucked inside his clothes, he continued stuffing them into the high-grade storage ring one after another, until eventually, he had just the one storage ring on his finger. He said contentedly, "This high-grade storage ring is quite mysterious indeed. I wonder who invented the method of refining it." "It was a Yao cultivator," Yao Ruoxian casually replied. A Yao cultivator? Miao Yi was taken aback. He asked, "What do you mean?" The reason why transcendent artifacts can change their sizes and how entire dimensions can be hidden inside storage rings is because the refining process utilizes the laws of space to a certain extent, thereby allowing their powers to be contained and extracted freely. And the first person who grasped the profound mysteries of space was none other than a Yao cultivator. The reason why Yao cultivators can freely change the size of their massive bodies is because they comprehended this concept of space as they cultivated. After which, they applied this knowledge to artifact refining, and gradually, the human race seized the technique as their own. That's why, you can say that the progenitors for all artifact refining techniques are the Yao cultivators. So that's why. Miao Yi understood Yao Ruoxian's words. It seemed he'd managed to learn something new. As he looked at charcoal sleeping by his feet, with no telling when he would be able to wake up, Miao Yi felt a little conflicted. Traversing Water Palace had already assigned him a specific time and place to set out. He couldn't just wait until Charcoal woke up to take his leave. All he could do was put Charcoal in the beast sack and bring him along that way. Suddenly, Yao Ruoxian said, "Flowing Clouds Dune Sea is nothing but a giant desert. There won't be much use in bringing a dragon steed with you there. In some cases, you might even run faster on your own. Why put the fatso through the risk by bringing him along?" "I see." Miao Yi walked back inside the house, then lifted his head to look at the unmoving mantids perched upon the beams of the ceiling. He then opened his palm and sucked in 15 of them. Even though he wasn't bringing as plenty as he did for the subjugation crusade, he still took some of the tiny mantids with him as a precautionary measure. This time, however, Yao Ruoxian didn't say anything, and simply raised the brush and continued with his painting. In the end, Miao Yi spent the next few days making his preparations. He also instructed Xin Er and Shui Er not to reveal his whereabouts. The two young ladies asked what they should do if Zhao Fei and Sikong Wuwei were to ask about him. Miao Yi then told them that traversing Water Palace would give those two a reasonable explanation on his behalf. After all, they each had one manor head going on this expedition as well. When it was time for him to leave, Miao Yi didn't have the two girls send him off. He didn't alert anyone either and simply rode off slowly on his dragon steed, as though he was just going on a vacation. Once he was out of eyeshot, he swiftly galloped away on his dragon steed and charged straight towards the rendezvous point. He continued to ride alone out of traversing Water Palace's borders without stopping and eventually came to a halt upon the rendezvous point, which was at the summit of a mountain. As he scanned his surroundings, he noticed that no one else was here aside from him. Miao Yi couldn't help being confused. "Don't tell me I'm the earliest one?" He took out the map he was given during his meeting with the palace lord and compared it to the surrounding area. After making sure that he was in the right place, he finally settled down and waited. However, after waiting for an entire day, he still didn't see anyone else. It was already time for everyone to meet up, but why wasn't anyone here? Miao Yi quickly began to worry. Suddenly, a black-clothed person descended from the sky. The cultivator with the mark of a red lotus second-grade cultivation on his forehead looked at Miao Yi and said two words, "Morning sun." Miao Yi was slightly taken aback. As it turned out, this person was their intermediary. He quickly replied, "Evening star." The intermediary glanced at the mount beside him and said, "You can put it away now." Miao Yi acknowledged and quickly tucked the dragon steed away into the beast sack. However, before he could even react, the other party had already lifted him up into the sky, and swiftly shot out into the clouds. "May I know your name, senior?" Up in the sky, Miao Yi stared at the intermediary and asked. The other party didn't reply. Miao Yi then asked, "Am I the only one?" Finally, the intermediary gave an answer. "I'm only responsible for sending you off. I don't know about anything besides that." Miao Yi fell silent. The path ahead was too uncertain. The day after Miao Yi had left, Xin Weiwei arrived at Raincloud Manor with several other riders. Garbed in her usual snow-white dress, she had journeyed long and far to visit her friend. Meanwhile, Su Jinsong of Suppressing 10th Manor had also arrived in the silent chambers at the rear courtyard of Suppressing 10th City's Chamber of Commerce branch. He was meeting up with Su Yanran. "Why were you looking for me?" Su Yanran gestured for him to sit down, then pushed up a tiny jade box to him. She smiled and said, "This belongs to you now." Su Jinsong was confused. He opened up the jade box and found 2 spiritual pills quietly placed inside. Like the color of fresh blood, the pills were a bright red and were exuding a soft crimson glow. He asked, "And these are?" "Spiritual recovery pills." Su Yanran pointed to his severed arm and smiled. Advisor Su was impressive indeed to be able to send Miao Yi away so easily. "This is what was promised to you. However, I hope that Advisor Su will remember one thing, and that is to take this secret with you to the grave. If any word of it leaks out, you won't be able to bear the consequences." Advisor Su asked in shock, "What do you mean by sending Miao Yi away?" Su Yanran was taken aback. She then covered her mouth and chuckled, yes, you're right. I must have misspoke. Nothing has happened at all. It's best for us to meet up less frequently in the future. Now then, I won't have you stay here any longer." She then got up and extended her arm, gesturing for Su Jinsong to be on his way. After receiving 2 spiritual pills out of the blue from the Chamber of Commerce, Su Jinsong's head was full of questions. He couldn't make heads or tails of the situation at all. He knew that this was the reward that the Chamber of Commerce had promised him from before. However, he hadn't heard anything from the higher-ups at all. And he himself hadn't even taken any action whatsoever. How was it that the reward was already handed to him? In the end, during the handover of the annual tribute at the end of the year, Su Jinsong noticed that Miao Yi wasn't around. And when he asked Shan Huaixin about it, the latter told him that Miao Yi was out on a mission. Su Jinsong finally had a vague idea of what happened, but he couldn't be sure. The days continued to pass as Miao Yi spent almost every second of it up in the sky. They only stopped to rest once during the entire journey, possibly because the other party was too tired from carrying another person along. And after a half-day's break, Miao Yi and the intermediary continued on their journey westward. All Miao Yi could do was watch as the rivers and mountains quickly shrunk behind him. He had no idea where he was at all. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 504 Nyo Air. Chapter 504 Nyo Air. Translator, Soup Hunter. Editor, Milk Biscuit. The vast skies and boundless earth stretched out in what seemed like an eternal expanse. 5 days later, the intermediary brought Miao Yi to descend within a dense forest. As though the two had never met before, he then handed the latter a jade archive, and said expressionlessly, "You'll find the details of your location on this jade archive. You just have to wait here." The intermediary then flew off without giving so much as an explanation. "Hey! Who am I supposed to wait for?" Miao Yi shouted, but the other party paid him no heed. As he watched the intermediary disappear out of sight, Miao Yi opened up the jade archive and read it through. He noticed that his current location was within the Buddha nation's borders, and that there was still a 3-day journey to reach the Flowing Clouds Dune Sea that was marked on the map. Initially, Miao Yi didn't know why the intermediary had him wait here, but after one whole day, he finally understood. One after the other, the 9 manor heads had galloped on their dragon steeds and assembled at this location to meet up with him. It was then that Miao Yi realized that his current position was the rendezvous point with the other manor heads, and that Traversing Water Palace hadn't assigned them to the same location like they'd all thought. Moreover, there were intermediaries assigned to deliver them to different locations within the Buddha nation prior to their meetup. That way, there would be no chance of the intermediaries bumping into one another, and thus, they wouldn't know what Miao Yi and the others were sent here to do. The entire setup was quite secretive indeed. That said, it was necessary for the intermediaries to send them here. If they were to make the trip on horseback, there was no telling when they'd arrive. Now that everyone was here, Miao Yi scanned through the crowd and sighed, "From this moment on, we can only rely on ourselves." As though they'd practiced it beforehand, the 9 manor heads cupped their fists and said, "We shall follow the captain's decree. You don't have to call me captain. You just need to hold on to that sense of respect in your hearts. Otherwise, we will all die in Flowing Clouds Dune Sea. As a safety precaution, I suggest we all change our names. From now on, you can call me Nyo." Miao Yi almost wanted to say Nyo Yut out of habit, but he quickly realized that this name might be a little too conspicuous. There was no guarantee that someone might not have heard it before. Either way, if he used the name Nyo Yud, then he was sure to attract some trouble. Miao Yi quickly corrected himself, "Just call me Nyo Air." He really hadn't put much thought into this name. Still, it was easy to remember. The crowd quickly noted it down and started changing their own names as well. Deng Hu, Hui Bai. Miao Yi called out 2 simple and easy to remember names and said, "There's a city 50 miles east. I want the 2 of you to go there and steal a few sets of clothes for the team. We're all too well dressed and well equipped to be loose cultivators. From this moment on, we have to act like poor folk." He then turned his gaze towards everyone's storage rings, took off his own and said, "Take off your storage rings and hide them well." He pointed back to the 2 men he just called out and said, "Of course, I'm not asking you to steal clothes that have been torn and ripped. Just get ones that look a little worn from being washed. Now go. We will wait for you here." The 2 men that were called out were speechless. For esteemed manor heads like them to steal the clothes of mortals. That said, they didn't dare disobey, as traversing Water Palace had simply given Miao Yi too great of an authority. The 2 quickly acknowledged the order and departed. Given their cultivations, stealing a few clothes from a mortal's house was obviously child's play. After 2 hours, they returned with a pile of old clothes, and the group then took their pick. The team changed into the old clothes, and slightly ruffled up the hair that their handmaidens had neatly combed for them. They then got on their mounts and charged off under Miao Yi's lead. The team rode on horseback for the next 3 days without pause and made their way out of Buddha Nation's territory. As they journeyed further and further, their surroundings grew more desolate. Eventually, they made their way into a vast arid desert. Here, the scorching sun blazed vigorously, and the air was as dry as the winds were hot. The skies were oft patrolled by scavenging vultures, while the occasional little scorpion could be seen scuttling on the barren sands. There was no one else in sight. The 10 riders came to a halt atop a sand dune and scanned their surroundings. It seemed to them as though nothing but a desolate yellow was all that remained of the world. It was Miao Yi's first time seeing a desert. He looked down at the map in his hand, then raised his head to look ahead as he mumbled, "Flowing Clouds Dune Sea, Flowing Clouds Dune Sea." He had never come to Flowing Clouds Dune Sea before, and his knowledge of the place was also very limited. Moreover, he had to come on very short notice, so he didn't have enough time to fully understand the situation here. Before this, he'd never thought that he would come to this place. Who'd have guessed that he would be forced to come here so suddenly? Many years ago, when he just met Yao Ruoxian, the old man had told him about the geographical position of Flowing Clouds Dune Sea. The Celestial Nation, Buddha Nation, and Boundless Nation had occupied one major continent, whereas the Yao Nation, Ghost Nation, and Devil Nation had occupied another major continent. The 2 largest and most suitable places for human life in the lower realm were thus divided amongst the 6 sages. Meanwhile, those that would not resign themselves to the 6 sages' rule were cast aside to live in other places. These 2 major continents were shaped like crescent moons, and were adjoined by the tip. And the small piece of land that joined the lower realm's largest continents was none other than Flowing Clouds Dune Sea. This place was not suitable for human life at all, and even cultivators were unwilling to come here. Its barren and desolate lands were like a dead zone. This all changed when the Nether Dragon ship appeared and attracted a large group of cultivators to stay here, thereby turning the whole place into the infamous Flowing Clouds Dune Sea of the cultivation realm. As he stared at the barren wasteland before him, a memory from a forgotten time resurfaced in Miao Yi's mind. If someone were to ask if he had any acquaintances here in Flowing Clouds Dune Sea, it seemed he did have a few. Thinking back to the encounter he had in the Mystic Arts Temple all those years ago, Miao Yi remembered what the wild, sexy woman and her ragtag group said after she tricked him. She told him to look for her if he ever had the chance to visit Flowing Clouds Dune Sea, and said that she would buy him a drink and entertain him as a host. How time flies. In the blink of an eye, 100 years had passed since then. If Miao Yi didn't have to come to Flowing Clouds Dune Sea, he probably would have forgotten that he actually had such an encounter. He couldn't even remember how long it had been since he last thought back to that night. It seemed he'd never once thought about it after leaving the Mystic Arts Temple. The only reason why that particular memory had left such an impression on him was because of that exotic woman. Even if he did look for that woman in Flowing Clouds Dune Sea now, she'd probably forgotten about the whole affair already, as he himself had barely remembered it. The other party's cultivation was extremely high, and he was probably nothing but a brief passerby in her eyes. She didn't even want to tell him her name. Why would she bother remembering the name of a weakling like him? To think he had wanted to save the damsel in distress, when the damsel herself was someone with an insanely high cultivation. Miao Yi couldn't help shaking his head and laughing as he thought about what happened that night. Nyo Er, what's wrong? The manor head that had changed his name to Deng Hu asked. It's nothing. Miao Yi looked around and continued, we still have to trek through the desert for 3 more days to reach our destination. The terrain here looks almost the same all throughout. Since it's our first time here, we need to remember the direction properly so that we don't get lost. Understood. The crowd replied. Miao Yi barked, you'd all better keep those butt-kissing habits of yours in check. Get a clue already. The folks in this place utterly despise those of us from the administration. You should change those wretched habits of yours if you don't want to die. The crowd timidly acknowledged the order. Just as they were about to continue onward, the sound of muffled hoofbeats suddenly came from behind. It was the sound of mounts galloping across the desert. As the team turned back to look, they noticed 3 riders approaching them. There were 2 men and 1 woman, and they were all dressed in a very exotic manner. What caused the whole group to be alarmed was that the other party was actually charging straight for them. The 3 riders approached, then brazenly circled around and slowly examined the 10 of them. Their leader was the girl with numerous tiny braids on her hair, decorated with a circlet made up of an assortment of multicolored flowers. She had a dainty appearance, but at the same time, her facial features were sharp and well-defined, causing her to give off the aura of a young man. The girl tilted her head, her big, bright eyes narrowing at Miao Yi as she examined the latter. She then smiled cheerfully and asked, are you all heading to Flowing Clouds Dune Sea as well? Miao Yi nodded. Yes, indeed. The girl smiled. You must be first-timers here. I've never seen any of you in Flowing Clouds Dune Sea before. Miao Yi smiled. I've never met any of you before either, The girl replied cheerfully, I'm Cheng Yingwu. The Cheng for journey, Ing for eagle, and Wu for dance. A good name. Miao Yi also introduced himself, my name is Nyo Er. Nyo for stubborn as a bull, and Er for 2. The 2 men behind the girl exchanged glances when they saw Miao Yi's reaction. In these parts of Flowing Clouds Dune Sea, for someone to act calmly even after hearing the name Cheng Yingwu, it must definitely be his first time visiting. Not to mention, the name that Miao Yi gave sounded outright fake. Cheng Yingwu shrugged and smiled. Well, I suppose we're formally acquainted now. She then turned to the other manor heads and asked, may I know what your names are? Miao Yi replied on their behalf, I don't think we're on such good terms that we need to know so much about one another. Brother Nyo is quite the cautious one. Cheng Yingwu pointed to the surroundings and said, this desert is full of bandits. Why don't we go together? That way, we can look out for each other. Without any hesitation, Miao Yi answered, sure. Cheng Yingwu smiled, revealing the dimples on her face, as she waved her hand and led away the other 2 in her group. Miao Yi also charged out on his mount and followed behind. The other manor heads exchanged looks of worry with one another. Wu Bai chased after Miao Yi and transmitted his voiceover, "No air, we need to be careful around these parts. People who take the initiative to come up to you like this could very well be hiding ulterior motives." Miao Yi replied in kind, "We are not familiar with this area. If the other party really does have a hidden agenda and intends to make a move on us, we won't be able to avoid it either way. Rather than having to constantly stay vigilant and deal with our enemies from the shadows, it's much safer to keep them close by our side. That way, we'll be able to deal with them if any abnormal situation arises. Tell the others to loosen up a bit. Stop looking so nervous. Are you that worried that the other party won't be able to sense your fear? The more frightened you appear, the higher the chances of them taking advantage of you, but..." He suddenly raised his hand, pinching a little flower petal that flew over with his fingers, then brought it to his nose and took a whiff of its fragrance. He then looked forward. The petal had drifted over from the flower circlet on Chang Yingwu's head. Several of them flew by in the wind from time to time. Wu Bai was a little speechless at Miao Yi's explanation. This logic was a little different from what his common sense dictated. That said, he didn't dare disobey Miao Yi's command, and quickly transmitted his voice over to the others, conveying Miao Yi's message. At this time, one of the men behind Cheng Yingwu transmitted his voice over to her, asking, "Sixth young lady, this Neo heir looks like the person in the portrait. When should we make our move?" Cheng Yingwu replied in kind, "I already know that. Don't act recklessly." Despite meeting us for the first time and having just a brief conversation, this guy still dares to follow us. Even though his eyes look laid back and he doesn't seem to be anything but an ordinary guy, I'm sure there must be something else to him. Otherwise, his life wouldn't be worth a whopping 10 million gold crystals. We can make our move once the preparations are all set. We must succeed in one go. This Neo heir is obviously a made-up name. Why's the client not even willing to reveal this guy's true background? That's not our concern. We just need to worry about bringing his head over to redeem our reward. The sun was so furiously bright that it was a little too dazzling to the eyes, while the colors of the surrounding environment remained constant all throughout. It was like the inside of an oven. Just like Yao Ruoxian had said, dragon steeds were unable to run freely in the desert. What's more, they had to expend a lot of energy just to gallop, and even then, they weren't much faster than Miao Yi if he was running at full speed. That said, their stamina was much stronger. That much was unquestionable. Miao Yi roughly calculated in his mind. It seemed the 3-day trip would be much longer than originally anticipated. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 505, Mountain Crossing Dragon. Chapter 505, Mountain Crossing Dragon. Translator, Soup Hunter. Editor, Milk Biscuit. Westwards they went, chasing after the setting sun upon the barren desert. The darkness of the night sky loomed behind their backs, while the path ahead was stained by the orange-golden glow of the sunset. As the bright crimson star gradually descended over the horizon, a turbulent wind began to pick up. The three that rode at the front suddenly changed directions and galloped off to the side. Seeing this from behind, Miao Yi shouted in reminder, "Cheng Yingwu, I think you're going in the wrong direction." Cheng Yingwu turned her head and shouted back, "Brother Niu, it looks like it really is your first time coming to Flowing Clouds Dune Sea." Miao Yi quickly scanned his surroundings, then pulled his mount around and led the others to change their path. As he chased after Cheng Yingwu, he asked, "What do you mean by that? Have you not noticed that the direction of the wind has changed?" Cheng Yingwu asked. Miao Yi immediately urged his mount to its highest possible speed and chased after Cheng Yingwu. Once he was riding next to her, he asked, "So what if it did?" Cheng Yingwu tilted her head to look at him and smiled, "Around these parts, there'll always be a mountain crossing dragon just before sunset." "What's a mountain crossing dragon?" By asking this question, Miao Yi was undoubtedly admitting that it was indeed his first time here. He knew that he could no longer keep it a secret anyway. There was a playfulness on Chang Yingwu's small, attractive face as she said, "So you admit it's your first time coming here then?" Miao Yi asked, "Is this important?" "Of course it is. If it isn't your first time here, then you would naturally know about the mountain crossing dragon, and I wouldn't have to explain it to you. Please enlighten me." "That's more like it. That's how a person should act when humbly asking for guidance." The mountain crossing dragon refers to the strange winds that blow over these giant sand dunes. Once it starts blowing, it will at least persist for a whole hour. The winds are so strong that you won't be able to see where you're going, and your whole body might even get blown away entirely. That's why it's impossible for mortals to make it to Flowing Cloud's dune sea through this path, given their traveling speeds. For the wind to suddenly change directions at this time, it means that the mountain crossing dragon is upon us. So where are we going then? Finding shelter? Yup. Well, actually there aren't that many places that we can hide in. The terrain around this area is pretty much the same everywhere. Chang Yingwu turned back and shouted, "Open your eyes wide, everyone. We need to look for low ground to ride this sandstorm out." The wind was beginning to pick up and was already letting out a loud whooshing sound as the granules of sand on the ground rolled across the dunes. The whole group stood before a giant sand pit. Miao Yi and the others' mounts were evidently a little unaccustomed to this weather and were a little restless. The 9 manor heads also shared that same feeling. "It's here." Chang Yingwu suddenly turned her head around and said. Everyone turned their heads as well and gazed in the direction she was looking in, then noticed an incomparably large brownish-yellow wall quickly closing in on them. Within that wall, a giant pillar of wind that extended to the skies could be vaguely seen whipping about, emitting loud rumbling noises. It was an astonishing sight indeed. "Get down!" Chang Yingwu suddenly shouted. She took the lead and jumped into the sand pit. The rest of the group quickly followed suit. The mountain crossing dragon was upon them without any forewarning at all. The fierce, mountain-shaking whirlwind came abruptly, bringing with it a massive and powerful wall of sand. The whole group was instantly enveloped in darkness, but they could still feel the overwhelming force blowing above their heads. Perhaps even a normal Red Lotus cultivator would have difficulty withstanding such a sandstorm. Miao Yi was cursing in his mind. Why didn't Yao Ruoxian mention anything about such a vicious threat? However, he knew deep down that the worst of the sandstorm had already passed by hiding in this sand pit. The sand pit was filled up almost instantly, burying Miao Yi and the others within a giant pile of sand. They had invoked their arts to keep themselves protected, but nevertheless, they could do nothing to stop themselves from being buried under. Before Miao Yi and the others even had the chance to be shocked, they suddenly felt the immense pressure weighing down on them quickly receding. Soon, they popped their heads out of the sand. As they invoked their arts to guard their faces against the unrelenting wind and sand, they opened their transcendence vision and noticed a large number of mighty wind pillars rapidly whirling around them. It was hard to tell how many of those there were. Meanwhile, an endless rumbling sound echoed in their ears. It was the arrival of these tornadoes that helped blow off the layers of sand that piled up over their bodies. First their heads were above ground, then gradually, their bodies. Miao Yi wasn't concerned about the changes in his surroundings. As he invoked his arts and gazed through the murky, yellow shroud, he paid extra attention to the reaction of Chang Yingwu and the others. Bang! Chang Yingwu and her group suddenly burst out of the sand mound covering them on their mounts. "Let's go!" Miao Yi imbued his voice with transcendence energy and shouted, then his mount immediately carried his half-buried body and abruptly broke out of the sand. Despite their fear, when they heard Miao Yi's command, the 9 manor heads hastily burst out of the sand as well and quickly followed after him on their dragon steeds amidst the powerful sandstorm. Their dragon steeds' eyesight was rendered useless by the sandstorm at this point, and Miao Yi and the others not only had to use their transcendent arts to protect themselves, they had to shield their mounts from the storm as well. Using their transcendence vision, they scanned their surroundings, then commanded their dragon steeds to move using their intent. Meanwhile, the weight of the dragon steeds helped anchor them somewhat against this terrifying gale. A large tornado swiftly swept past the place where they were just buried, and Miao Yi finally understood why Cheng Yingwu had broken out of the sand mound so abruptly. They were avoiding those things. The powerful suction force of the storm nearly swept Miao Yi and his team up into the tornadoes, along with all their mounts. "Follow me closely," Miao Yi furiously shouted as he hurriedly followed behind Cheng Yingwu and her group. Whatever they were doing, he would do too. He then watched as Cheng Yingwu and her group galloped through the gaps between the tornadoes like nimble spirits dancing in a hurricane. He was in utter disbelief. However, Miao Yi soon realized the trick behind their movements. Although these tornadoes seemed terrifying, but as long as they could proceed at an equal distance between them, there wouldn't be much of an issue. The suction force from the tornadoes would cancel each other out, creating a safe zone where the force of the wind was at its weakest. This was also the reason why Miao Yi and his group was able to move forward through this terrifying sandstorm. If they were even slightly off course, it was easy to imagine what the consequences would be. They would surely be sucked away by the tornadoes. As she continued to gallop in the front, Cheng Yingwu suddenly waved her hand, and her two escorts quickly broke into the gaps between the tornadoes at the side, while she proceeded forward. Miao Yi didn't know why their group was moving in such a manner. He just focused on following Cheng Yingwu. Suddenly, an agonizing scream came from behind. Miao Yi abruptly turned his head around and saw several figures suddenly flying off into the tornadoes along with their mounts. He then saw the two figures that ambushed their group quickly disappearing using the tornadoes as their cover. "Nyoer! They're ambushing us!" Behind Miao Yi, Deng Hu shouted in terror. Miao Yi immediately turned his head forward. With a flick of his wrist, his sleeve quickly fluttered, and the Qilin spear suddenly appeared in his grasp. Miao Yi hurriedly chased after Cheng Yingwu. He planned to cut off the head of the snake. But alas, Cheng Yingwu was evidently more accustomed to this weather phenomenon than Miao Yi was. With just a couple maneuvers, she swiftly lost him. Meanwhile, terrifying wails continued to echo from behind Miao Yi. As he turned around, he saw two giant balls of sand flying straight towards Deng Hu from the gaps between the tornadoes beside them. With a horrified expression, Deng Hu frantically attacked with his spear and obliterated the balls of sand that came for him. In such conditions, Deng Hu's actions were nothing short of folly. However, he simply had no other choice. The balls of sand that erupted immediately blinded Deng Hu, which made things even worse given that it was already hard enough to see as it is. Ah! An agonizing scream resounded as Deng Hu's headless corpse along with his dragon steed broke past the shroud of sand and was subsequently swept up into the skies, instantly disappearing into the tornado. The two figures that had attacked him disappeared into the gaps between the tornadoes once again. At this point, there was no longer anyone else following behind Miao Yi. Their team hadn't even reached Flowing Clouds Dune Sea. This was still just the outskirts, and 9 out of the 10 manor heads that Traversing Water Palace had sent over were already dead. Miao Yi's expression turned cold as he continued to ride between the tornadoes on his own. He scanned the area around him vigilantly as he waited for the other three to ambush him. However, he no longer saw any trace of Cheng Yingwu and her group. He simply traversed through the storm on his own in search of them. By the time the mountain-crossing dragon finally passed and the tiny specks of sand in the air had somewhat settled, the sky was already half in darkness and half in light. Where the sky was dark, a pale crescent moon hung up high, adorned by a myriad of tiny stars. And where it was bright, the sun shone as proof that it was disappearing on this side. Miao Yi stood alone atop a sand dune as the rumbling noises gradually faded off into the distance. He scanned his surroundings, but there was no one else in sight. It was utterly silent. He and his mount shook off the sand that was on them. Miao Yi then looked up at the starry sky and figured out his bearings based on the direction of the setting sun. He then continued on his path alone. However, he didn't make it very far before stopping at another sand dune. He saw, under the fading light of the setting sun, 3 riders atop the sand dune on the other side. They were none other than Chang Yingwu and her group. Miao Yi then watched as Chang Yingwu took out her flower circlet and gracefully put it back on her head. Miao Yi pointed his spear at the other party and asked calmly, "Why did you only attack them and not me within the mountain-crossing dragon?" Chang Yingwu smiled. "Because they were in the way. There's quite an attractive price on your head. If I let you get blown away by the mountain-crossing dragon, how would I ever find it?" Miao Yi suddenly narrowed his eyes and asked coldly, "Someone's put a bounty on me? May I know who it is who wants me dead?" Chang Yingwu simply responded with a smile. Miao Yi then asked, "Since the 3 of you have been waiting here for me, I trust that you're confident in taking my life. Can't you let someone who's about to die know the reason why he must be killed?" Chang Yingwu replied, "I would if I could, but sadly, I don't have any idea either." Miao Yi wasn't sure whether or not the other party was really telling the truth. But from the looks of it, it seemed Chang Yingwu wouldn't tell him anything even if she did know the reason. He changed his question, "Who are you people?" Chang Yingwu smiled. "For someone to hear the name Chang Yingwu and not know that I'm the 6th young lady of the Hive Gang of Flowing Clouds Dune Sea, it proves that it's your first time coming here." "Hive Gang? 6th young lady?" Miao Yi had no recollection of these terms at all. He asked, "These are the so-called desert bandits you mentioned?" Chang Yingwu nodded. "The largest desert bandit gang in Flowing Clouds Dune Sea. You don't have to feel ashamed to die by our hands." Miao Yi said coolly, "Then may I know how much this life of mine is worth?" He wanted to use the price of the bounty to figure out which of his enemies were the ones behind this. "Not much. For someone that hasn't reached the Red Lotus realm, you won't be worth that much to begin with. The price is just about 10 million gold crystals." This wasn't such a high price, but it definitely wasn't low either. Miao Yi couldn't figure out anything from this. He nodded and said, "I can't believe my head is actually worth 10 million gold crystals." "Then what are you still waiting for? Come and take it." "As you wish." Chang Yingwu brandished a wooden whistle and began blowing on it. Miao Yi's mouth suddenly neighed anxiously as multiple white silhouettes began bursting out of the sand dune underneath them. "It's a trap." Miao Yi jumped up almost instantly and landed a few dozen meters away. He then saw that his own dragon steed was already completely enveloped by many half-foot-long white centipedes. His dragon steed neighed in agony and tried to charge out. However, it didn't make it very far before crashing onto the ground, struggling in vain. Miao Yi could vaguely hear a chirping noise as the centipedes bit down on his mount. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 506 Substitute Horse. Chapter 506 Substitute Horse. Translator, Soup Hunter Editor, Milk Biscuit. Miao Yi raised his hand and looked at the white centipede squirming around on his spearhead. This was the one that had attacked him just before he jumped away. At the moment, he could feel the pressure coming from his spearhead as it struggled. It had a fearsome appearance, and its body was slightly translucent. Looking at the dragon steed that had just been killed, the corners of Chang Yingwu's lips curled into a smile. In fact, all 3 of them were smiling. Their plan was precisely to get rid of Miao Yi's mount and prevent him from running away. "6th young lady," one of the escorts called out. Chang Yingwu raised her arm and waved it down, and her 2 escorts immediately broke off on their mounts to attack Miao Yi. Miao Yi flicked his spear and prepared for battle. However, he suddenly felt a strange vibration coming from underneath his feet. He immediately guessed that those centipedes were probably crawling underground again. Draconic roars resounded as the Qilin spear danced under the moonlight. Miao Yi then fiercely stabbed it into the sand dune beneath his feet. A powerful blaze instantly erupted from his spearhead underground, and the centipedes that were preparing to attack from below ground immediately twisted in pain and was turned to ash. Besides Miao Yi, no one knew what happened underground. Cheng Yingwu and the others could only see a bright glow quickly spreading underneath the sand dune Miao Yi was standing on, as though the sand was being melted away. As the two attackers approached on their mounts, the dragon steeds immediately felt something amiss as a wave of intense heat suddenly assaulted them. Harumph! The dragon steeds broke out of their riders' control and attempted to get away, but it was already too late. As a rumbling sound echoed forth, blazing flames quickly crept up from underneath their hooves and ignited both dragon steeds. The two attackers frantically jumped from their dragon steeds. They were completely caught off guard because they assumed that it would be a simple matter to take Miao Yi's head now that he'd lost his dragon steed support. Not to mention, they had centipedes ambushing him from underground as well. They never expected to be the ones to suffer a setback instead, with their dragon steeds going completely out of control, then collapsing right before their eyes and set ablaze. Feeling the high temperatures coming from the ground even while they were in the air, the two of them were completely bewildered. They didn't dare to land on the ground at all. While still in mid-air, the two of them brandished their weapons and swung them at each other. They wanted to use the impact to knock each other away from the danger. Suddenly, atop the sand dune on the other side, Cheng Yingwu widened her eyes and anxiously called out, "Watch out!" At the same time, her hands moved deftly, tossing out two curved blades. By now, Miao Yi had already pulled his spear out of the ground, shooting up to the sky like an arrow towards the two attackers. The two attackers had no choice but to change their plans as soon as they saw this, and decided to first attack Miao Yi. Amidst the furious roars of the dragon, two cold glints shot out under the moonlight. Following which, two streaks of hot blood gushed out in the sky. Miao Yi's spear had found its way into the chest of one of the attackers. And as he drew back the spear and gave it a flick, he beheaded the other person. His spear moved incomparably fast, killing the two attackers in the blink of an eye. He somersaulted backward in midair just as swiftly, then knocked away the two curved blades that were thrown at him with a powerful swing of his spear. Finally, he descended on the ground, wielding his spear at an angle. This was the strength of Miao Yi. Miao Yi's legs didn't stop even after making his landing. He quickly kicked off from the ground, light as a feather, with the spear tracing behind him as he rushed towards Cheng Yingwu, who was atop the sand dune on the opposite side. Behind him, the two corpses that had fallen onto the glowing sands immediately burst into flames. It was evident how high the ground's temperature was. Cheng Yingwu was utterly shocked. The enemy's spear was simply so fast that she barely saw what had happened before realizing her two subordinates were already dead. Was this attack speed normal for a Blue Lotus cultivator? She immediately understood that this was a powerful foe she was facing. She hastily garbed herself in her armor artifact and brandished a pike in her hands. She made a claw with her other hand, and the two curved blades that were knocked away instantly made an about turn, gunning for Miao Yi once more. As he quickly closed in on Cheng Yingwu, Miao Yi extended an arm. However, what he had in his grasp was a mirror. As he brandished the mystic Yin mirror, a powerful Yin energy instantly erupted forth. Cheng Yingwu's eyes widened in horror, but there was no longer enough time to turn her steed around and escape. She quickly leaped up, but still couldn't escape the mystic Yin mirror's range of attack. Her mount was frozen on the spot, and Cheng Yingwu herself was encased in a layer of frost and stiffly fell onto the sand. Miao Yi tucked away the mystic Yin mirror and quickly twirled his spear. Two sharp rings resounded as he knocked away the curved blades that were flying towards him. Miao Yi then spread open his palm, drawing in the curved blades that no longer had anyone controlling them. With a flick of his sleeves, he instantly tucked the curved blades away. He then jumped back, sweeping up the spoils from the ashes of the two corpses behind him and storing them away. After which, he quickly leaped back and landed next to the frozen Cheng Yingwu. He first placed his palm on the frozen dragon steed and dispersed the Yin energy inside its body. And before it could regain its senses, he quickly tucked it away into his beast sack for future use. After which, Miao Yi crouched down next to Cheng Yingwu and started taking off her clothes. To be more accurate, he was taking off the armor artifact she was wearing. He then felt all around her body, even touching all the parts he wasn't supposed to. As he stripped the other party of all her belongings, he noticed that she had plenty of random items. As expected of someone in the robbing trade, Miao Yi guessed that Chang Yingwu was probably one of the richer folk here in Flowing Clouds Dune Sea. However, Miao Yi wasn't concerned about her material wealth. What he was interested to know was if she had any documents on her that could help him figure out the identity of the person after his life. In the end, all he found was a bunch of women's stuff. There was nothing that could tell him anything substantial about the person who had placed the bounty on him. All he found was a jade archive with a portrait of himself. This was probably the only piece of information that was somewhat relevant to him. He then placed his palm on Chang Yingwu's chest and dispelled the Yin energy in her body. However, before she could regain her senses, he swiftly tied her up with an iron chain. As Chang Yingwu gradually found her bearings, she noticed that she was already tightly bound. She struggled around for a bit, but there was no use at all. She then turned her head to Miao Yi, who was standing with his back facing her and his spear lodged into the ground, and immediately shouted, "Nowhere, you'd better let me go. If not, you'll die a horrible death." Let you go? It's not like I was expecting you to let me live anyway. Miao Yi replied coolly. He then turned around and pulled his spear off the ground, pointing the sharp spearhead right onto Chang Yingwu's chest. Spill it. Who paid you guys to kill me? Chang Yingwu laughed coldly. I don't know anything at all. Stubborn, eh? Don't worry, I won't kill you. I'll just strip you naked and take you to Flowing Clouds Dune Sea. You're the 6th young lady of the Hive Gang. I'm sure you have plenty of other members as well. After this, I'll let the members of your gang know what their 6th young lady looks like when she's stark naked. Miao Yi was a man of his word. He was already leaning over with a hand on her skirt, about to tear it off. Chang Yingwu immediately screamed in horror, "Stop! I really don't know anything. We just received the payment and do as we're told. Our clients wouldn't reveal any information about their own identities either. All our assassination targets are given to us through a middleman. The client first pays a deposit, then once the job is done, they'll pay us the balance. They never show their own faces." As Miao Yi gave it some thought, he figured this might be the case. He then asked, "How do I find the true culprit that wants me dead then?" Chang Yingwu gnashed her teeth and said, "That's impossible, unless you can force the middleman to confess." "Who's the middleman?" "I don't know. The subleader is the one in charge of communicating with the middleman. Besides the boss and the subleader, no one knows who the middleman is. You 3 are the only ones sent to kill me?" Chang Yingwu replied resentfully, "That's right. There's no need to deploy a large group to kill a cultivator that isn't at the Red Lotus realm." Miao Yi wasn't sure if she was telling the truth. He didn't say anything much and just lifted her up, then took out a 2nd-grade spear artifact and ran it through the chain around her shoulders, quickly turning her into the shape of a 10 character. With her arms spread out and bound so tightly, Chang Yingwu really lived up to her namesake of a dancing eagle. Miao Yi continued to take out a bunch of stuff from his storage ring. He placed a metal frame on top of Chang Yingwu's shoulders, then attached a chair over it. Chang Yingwu was completely horrified by his actions. She screamed, "What are you doing?" Miao Yi loosened the bindings around her legs, then jumped up and sat himself on the chair behind her back. With both feet on her shoulders, he leaned over and pulled on her tiny braids, tugging at her scalp with force as he said, "You killed my mount, so now, the only thing I can do is use you as a substitute horse. Now, onwards to Flowing Clouds Dune Sea." Having to carry a full-grown man over her shoulders, Chang Yingwu bellowed furiously, "Are you even a man? Not like I thought of you as a woman anyway. Now, hurry up and run." "No way. You might as well just kill me, Do you want me to strip you naked then make you run? UF * King Lowlife." Chang Yingwu let out a shrill scream. "Rip!" Miao Yi lowered his spear and gave a light flick, and a large portion of Chang Yingwu's skirt was instantly torn off by the spearhead. Fortunately for her, she also had a pair of pants underneath. "Stop! I'll run!" Chang Yingwu shouted in horror. She immediately dashed forward with Miao Yi sitting over her shoulders. As he gently swayed back and forth on top of Chang Yingwu's shoulders, Miao Yi pulled on her braids again and said coldly, "Run faster. When will we reach Flowing Clouds Dune Sea at this rate?" There was no describing the frustration on Chang Yingwu's face. She immediately invoked her arts and broke out into a desperate sprint. She was trying to vent out her frustration this way as well. However, deep down, she was cursing Miao Yi, "Just you wait. I'll definitely make you wish you were dead later on." This sight painted a strange picture under the moonlight. A woman was carrying a chair over her shoulder with her arms spread out, and seated on that chair was a man. And the woman was carrying this man while frantically running. As he continued to sway comfortably over Chang Yingwu's shoulders, Miao Yi took out a jade archive and wrote down a letter. After which, he took out a spirit eagle from his beast sack, attached the letter to it and sent it off. The letter was addressed to Traversing Water Palace. It reported that Miao Yi and his team were ambushed by the Hive Gang not long after entering the desert and that all the members except him had perished. Miao Yi reported that the situation here was perilous and that it was hard for him to finish this mission on his own. He requested to be called back. He didn't mention anything about subduing Chang Yingwu alive, however. He also didn't write down that someone had employed the Hive Gang to come after his life. How was it possible for a bunch of thieves from Flowing Clouds Dune Sea to be so informed of such a top-secret mission from the administration? The thought itself was preposterous. The only explanation there could be was that someone from the administration had leaked the information out. Miao Yi couldn't figure out who that person was for the time being. However, there was no way his enemies in Suppressing 10th Hall would have any idea about this, given that he himself hadn't known about the journey or the arrival time beforehand. There was a good chance that this was orchestrated by someone from a much higher level. That said, this made things more confusing for him as well. If someone from the administration wanted him dead and had a high enough status that they could access information regarding this top-secret mission, why didn't they just kill him straight away? Why make their move in such a roundabout manner? Did Chang Yingwu and her group really think that he was a subjugation crusade survivor for show, that they believed they could kill him with their puny force? This was proof that the Hive Gang didn't know anything about him at all. Perhaps they didn't even know his true name. Else, they wouldn't have sent such a small group to kill him. This was also the reason why Miao Yi believed Chang Yingwu's words and didn't go too hard on her. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 507, Tempest Tavern. Chapter 507, Tempest Tavern. Translator, Soup Hunter Editor, Milk Biscuit. Even though he wasn't pushing the girl too hard, he was still making her suffer a fate worse than death. The beautiful sixth young lady of the Hive Gang, reduced to becoming someone's horse. But to Miao Yi, this woman had killed 9 of his subordinates soon after she showed up. He was already being merciful by not killing her. If he didn't have any use for her, her head would be rolling on the ground by now. He wasn't the type of man to pull his punches just because his opponent was a woman. The thing he wanted to know most right now was the person who'd employed bounty hunters to kill him. Since that person wielded so much authority within the administration, there was no need for them to do things in such a roundabout manner. There should have been plenty of other methods at their disposal. Maybe it was the 3 major sects? That didn't sound right either. If the 3 major sects had caught wind of him undertaking this top-secret mission, they could have just sent over one of their experts to kill him right from the start and no one would be the wiser. The 3 major sects had plenty of killers themselves, so why would they spend money to hire this Hive Gang? Not to mention, there was a risk of mission failure in having their involvement uncovered this way. This was too strange. However, no matter how hard Miao Yi thought about it, he couldn't figure out who was behind this. Even after combing through all the enemies he had in his head, he couldn't pinpoint any single person with shirty. The only thing he was positive of was that someone from the upper echelons of the administration had leaked out the details of this mission. The reason why Miao Yi didn't mention in his report to Traversing Water Palace that someone had hired bounty hunters to kill him was simply because he was too afraid to do so. 2 days later, Cheng Yingwu staggered back and forth under the blazing sun. Eventually, she fell to the ground, sweat pouring all over. As she lay on the scorching sands, she gasped heavily and said, "I'm sorry. Please forgive me. I can't move another inch." Having jumped off before she fell, Miao Yi downed a couple gulps from his wine flask, then tucked it away. After which, he took out a water flask, opened the cap, then splashed some clean water on Cheng Yingwu's face. Cheng Yingwu immediately struggled to her knees. With her arms spread out like the big character, there was no longer any semblance of a woman's gracefulness on her. As she knelt on the ground, she took in big gulps of water. The sight of her drenched chest heaving up and down was rather alluring. Once she finished all the water, Miao Yi tucked away the flask, then looked around and asked, "Why hasn't anyone come to rescue you yet?" As she gasped for air, Cheng Yingwu replied, "They'll come. Quite some time has passed since I last contacted them. They'll know that something must have happened to me, so they'll send in backup. If you hadn't killed the spirit eagle inside my subordinate's beast sack, I could have sent them a message much earlier and let them know about the situation. Why couldn't they just send a spirit eagle to get in touch with you then? The spirit feather they used to contact me was inside my flower circlet. Who asked you to toss it away? Wow. So it's my fault now." Miao Yi smiled and asked, "Say, if I hold you hostage like this, will I be able to force your boss to hand over the middleman?" "He will do as you say." Cheng Yingwu was already on the verge of tears. "Boss Cheng Yaowei is my father." Miao Yi then drew out a sword artifact and used it to lift Cheng Yingwu's head. "That's more like it. You should have just said so sooner. Why put yourself through so much misery only to spill the beans little by little? Here. Take it." He stuffed an orb of will into her mouth and said, "I'll give you 4 hours to recover. You'd better make good use of it. Once your time is up, you're going to keep on running from me. Who knows if you're still keeping something from me? Why don't you just kill me?" Cheng Yingwu yelled, pursing her lips. Miao Yi lowered the tip of the sword to her chest. "You want to die? That's simple enough. Just push yourself forward. Whether you want to live or die, the choice is up to you." Cheng Yingwu shut her eyes and pushed her body slightly forward. However, when she felt the prick of the sword on her skin, she instinctively moved back. She lowered her head and bit her lip, feeling ashamed of her own lack of conviction. She then sat down on the hot sand, arms spread out as she closed her eyes and started refining the orb of will to recover her stamina and transcendence energy. Miao Yi revealed a faint smile. If Cheng Yingwu had really committed suicide just because of a little humiliation, then her life was only worth this much. Not many people would be willing to take their own life unless they were pushed to the very edge. Suddenly, the squawk of an eagle could be heard coming from the sky. Cheng Yingwu lifted her head up to look, and so did Miao Yi. They then noticed a mighty eagle hovering above them, which then quickly flew off. Cheng Yingwu pursed her lips and said, "It's here to look for me. The backup should be arriving soon." Judging from the way the eagle behaved, Miao Yi agreed with Cheng Yingwu. He nodded. "Aha! That's good. Looks like your old man isn't going to disappoint me. Can I ask you for something?" Cheng Yingwu suddenly lowered her voice and said weakly. For her to say something like this, it obviously meant that she had cast away all her pride. That said, after being tormented by Miao Yi like this, there was probably none of it left to begin with. "The sixth young lady is asking me for a favor?" Miao Yi smiled. "Say it then. Can you not sit on top of me anymore? If the people from the Hive gang saw me like this, I won't be able to show my face anymore." Cheng Yingwu lowered her head and asked. Miao Yi said curiously, "What does your dignity have anything to do with me?" Cheng Yingwu abruptly raised her head and said angrily, "If my father finds out how you've been treating me, he definitely won't let you go. My father's cultivation is at the Purple Lotus first grade. He's not someone you can mess with." Purple Lotus first grade. Miao Yi was taken aback. However, he soon scoffed, "You dare threaten me?" He then sized up Cheng Yingwu and slowly approached her. Frightened, Cheng Yingwu quickly stood up and backed away. "What do you think you're doing? Don't be hasty." Throughout the journey, Miao Yi had constantly threatened to strip her, forcing her to work herself to the bone like some domesticated animal. She was really terrified that he would go through with it, and now. She quickly turned around and tried to run, but her legs were already soft from all the torture Miao Yi put her through. Even though her cultivation was already at the Blue Lotus 9th grade, for levels higher than Miao Yi's, she still couldn't muster up the strength to escape. Miao Yi dashed over, easily pressing her down to the ground with a stomp of his foot. With one foot on her back, he completely subdued her. He then dislodged the chair off her back and took away the 2nd grade spear artifact across her shoulders, before proceeding to tie her arms up once again. After he made sure she was bound tightly, he pulled her onto the chair and allowed her to experience what it felt like to be sitting on it. Cheng Yingwu was a little confused, but she soon said softly, "Thanks. No need to thank me. Just remember to get your father to be more cooperative later on. Otherwise, don't blame me for not showing you any mercy." Miao Yi looked around and continued, "How much longer before they arrive?" "They'll be here within half a day." "Then let's continue on our way." Miao Yi released Cheng Yingwu's dragon steed, then lifted her up to its back. He had her control her own dragon steed, while he instantly donned his armor artifact and the Qilin spear. He then sat behind her, fully prepared for any sudden moves. The dragon steed galloped off towards Flowing Cloud's dune sea with the two of them on its back. However, even though she was sitting back on her own mount once more, Cheng Yingwu no longer looked as imposing as she did before. Her appearance was quite ragged. And just as Cheng Yingwu had predicted, by the time night began to fall, a giant black eagle flew over from across the sky. There were 2 people on its back, 1 man and 1 woman. They were looking around from high up in the sky. When they noticed Miao Yi and Cheng Yingwu down below, the eagle swiftly swooped down, stirring up a powerful gale as it stopped in front of the dragon steed. The galloping dragon steed quickly came to a halt, and the bound Cheng Yingwu shouted with glee, "Second sister, third brother." The man and woman bore similar facial features to Cheng Yingwu. They both jumped off the eagle's back. The woman displayed a red lotus 2nd grade mark on her forehead, and the man displayed a red lotus 1st grade mark. They looked at Miao Yi angrily, like they were ready to pounce on him at any moment. The woman shouted anxiously, "Fourth sister. Are you all right?" "I'm all right. Save me, second sister." Cheng Yingwu wanted to jump off, but when the sharp edge of Miao Yi's spear was pressed against her slender throat, she immediately fell silent. "I told you to bring more help with you, but you didn't listen," the woman reprimanded in a harsh tone, while the man pointed his finger at Miao Yi and said angrily, "If anything happens to my fourth sister, I guarantee you'll die a horrible death." Miao Yi originally thought Cheng Yingwu's Purple Lotus 1st grade father had arrived, and was extremely anxious about the situation. He had seen the power a Purple Lotus cultivator wielded back when he was in the 5th Earthly Branch's capital city. Seeing that the other party was just a couple of Red Lotus 1st and 2nd grade cultivators, he sighed in relief. He quickly pulled Cheng Yingwu off the dragon steed, then tucked the mount away. With a flip of his hand, he brandished the Mysticine mirror and shot out a wave of colding energy at Cheng Yingwu, immediately freezing her on the spot. "What did you do to her?" the man and woman exclaimed. Pressing the hooked edge of his Qilin spear against Cheng Yingwu's neck, Miao Yi warned, "I wouldn't make any sudden moves if I were you. Otherwise, don't blame me if she dies." The man shouted, "You dare? I've already come this far. What could I possibly be afraid of?" If you so much as make any rash moves, do you think I won't drag your little sister down with me? Miao Yi scoffed and tightened his grip on the spear. The woman quickly shouted, "Stop! Don't be so hasty. We can talk things through. This isn't the best place to have a conversation." Miao Yi gestured to the giant eagle behind the other two with his lips. "First, send me to Tempest Tavern. Then we'll talk things out." The man pointed a finger at him and barked furiously, "Do you think you can hide in Tempest Tavern forever? That's none of your concern. What you should be worried about right now is your little sister. If she stays in this state for too long, then you might not even get the chance to save her." The man still wanted to curse at Miao Yi, but the woman hurriedly stopped him. She then said to Miao Yi in a grim tone, "You'd better not let anything happen to my little sister. Otherwise, I guarantee you'll die miserably." After which, she turned her head and whistled. The giant eagle immediately spread its wings and flew over to Miao Yi, hovering above his head at a low angle. Miao Yi lifted up the frozen Cheng Yingguo and quickly jumped up on the eagle's back. At the same time, he said to the other two, "Both of you, lead the way." He didn't dare turn his back on them. The man clenched his fists tightly, but the woman pulled him away, and the two of them quickly took to the skies. They flew in front while the giant eagle carrying Miao Yi followed a few hundred meters behind them. The moon was bright tonight, and the darkness was further illuminated by a myriad of radiant stars. As the cold wind of the night beat down on him, Miao Yi could vaguely see a bunch of tiny flickering lights in front of him. However, before he could admire them properly, the giant eagle suddenly swooped down at great speed. Following after the man and woman, it swiftly landed within the walls of what seemed like a castle. The atmosphere within the castle was quite rowdy with people coming and going constantly. As they passed by, they all cast curious looks at Miao Yi, who was holding onto another person while standing on a giant eagle. Cheng Yingwu's sister pointed to a double-storied wooden structure situated in the center of the castle. "We're here. Now, please." Miao Yi turned his head to look, but he found it a little hard to believe that this rundown little wooden house that was surrounded by a stone fence was the notoriously famous Tempest Tavern. However, he soon noticed, next to where the lanterns hung, upon the sign placed above the gate where people entered and left, the words Tempest Tavern were carved. There was an extra line beside it as well which said, "The tavern that sits within the storms of the realm. No grudges are kept, only guests. Bringing in trouble is strictly forbidden. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc. Please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 508, One Tough Family. Chapter 508, One Tough Family. Translator, Soup Hunter. Editor, Milk Biscuit. Judging from the old signboard's appearance, it didn't seem like it was fake. The phrase carved out next to the sign was exactly as how Yao Ruoxian described. There was also the scent of food and wine coming from inside, so it should indeed be a tavern. What Miao Yi found most perplexing was that there were actually palm trees growing around it. How could there be palm trees in a desert? The walls of the tavern were built with thick logs like a wooden rampart, making it seem both old yet sturdy. Around the tavern was a circular mud fence about shoulder height, and there seemed to be a stable as well. At the center of it all was the main tavern building itself. Miao Yi lifted Cheng Yingguo and jumped off the eagle's back, then slowly backed into the tavern, eyeing his surroundings cautiously as he looked for the entrance. Suddenly, a purple streak of light, followed by two other red streaks of light, quickly descended just outside the tavern. There was a white-haired old man with a braided ponytail, a curvaceous middle-aged woman in a luxurious dress, and a man with big eyes and thick eyebrows. Father, mother, big brother. Cheng Yingwu's sister and brother greeted the three that had arrived. Looks like all 6 of the hive gang leaders are here. Someone from the crowd laughed excitedly. Having already reached the door to the tavern, Miao Yi was surprised to hear that the leaders of the hive gang were actually one family. That purple lotus old man was probably Chen Yaowei. The old man with the braided ponytail was dressed in a large-fitting robe. He stared at Miao Yi and asked, "What happened?" Fourth sister slipped up and fell into the enemy's hands, Cheng Yingwu's second sister explained. It's about time that girl paid the price for her cocky attitude. She should consider herself lucky that the other party didn't kill her, Chang Yaowei scoffed. He slowly walked towards Miao Yi and said, "Friend, if you're not going to kill her, then please just let her go. I'll promise that my hive gang will not trouble you from now on, but." Judging from the look on the old man's face, Miao Yi guessed that he probably wasn't bold enough to make a move here in the courtyard. That said, he still didn't feel completely at ease. He stuffed Cheng Yingwu straight into the beast sack and tucked away his Qilin spear, then backed into the tavern. Shan Yaowei and his family followed him in as well, giving off the impression that they were preparing for a gang war. A waiter with a white towel over his shoulders walked towards them from the side and greeted, "Everyone, we have 80 tables for dining and 80 rooms for resting in our humble establishment. We provide both dining and accommodation services. Anyone that's willing to spend money is our customer. Those that aren't are free to go. Our little tavern can't accommodate so many freeloaders." Miao Yi scanned his surroundings. Even though the interior was quite big and had a large number of tables, there weren't a lot of customers, making the place seem a little bleak. He thought to himself that it was probably because it was already late at night. There was even a person dressed as a scholar taking a nap behind the receptionist's desk. He turned back and said, "Prepare us a table with your best dishes and wine. I have a matter to discuss with Boss Chang." "Yes, of course. One table with our best dishes and wine. Please, come in." The waiter led Miao Yi to a table at the innermost corner facing a wall. He proceeded to take the white towel off his shoulders and quickly wiped down the table and chairs, then gestured for Miao Yi to take a seat. "Please wait for a moment. Your food and wine will be served shortly." After he sat down, Miao Yi invited the hive gang leaders to take a seat as well. Chang Yaowei and the middle-aged woman sat down, while Cheng Yingwu's big brother, second sister, and third brother stood behind them. "Boss Chang, may I have the courtesy of knowing the names of your family members?" Miao Yi looked to the people next to Chang Yaowei and asked. Chang Yaowei couldn't help taking a second look at Miao Yi when he realized how laid back the bastard seemed. He didn't look afraid of him at all. The luxuriously dressed middle-aged woman beside him immediately introduced herself, "Wu Chuanfang. Cheng Yingfei, Cheng Yingxia, Cheng Yingxiang." Cheng Yingwu's siblings all reported their own names firmly. There was some resemblance between their facial features as they all stared coldly at Miao Yi. They were one family indeed. Cheng Yaowei then said, "Kid, let's cut to the chase. Tell me, what do you want in exchange for my young one's life?" Miao Yi didn't want to waste time either. "I want to know who's trying to kill me." Cheng Yaowei replied, "We don't know the identity of the client. We just accept the payment and do as we're told. The only person that keeps in touch with the client is the middleman. I won't be able to tell you anything, not unless the client deals with us directly. Then that middleman should know who your client is. If you can help me get the name of the person from them, then I'll return Cheng Yingwu to you." Miao Yi listed out his demands. Wu Chuanfang then said, "Kid, let's not consider whether we can get the name of the client out of the middleman. Even if we could, we wouldn't. The hive gang is only able to hold its ground here in Flowing Clouds Dune Sea because of our fists and our reputation. If we betray our client's trust, then there's no way we can continue doing business in Flowing Clouds Dune Sea. Change your terms." Miao Yi shook his head. "It's none of my concern whether or not you can do business here. All I know is your daughter's life is in my hands. I just want to know who the client is." Cheng Yaowei said grimly, "Release my daughter, and I promise that the hive gang will never lay a finger on you from this moment on. I'll consider this mission a failure for us. We'll make the necessary remunerations to the client and the middleman as well, and retire ourselves from this mission. This is the most that we can agree to. You can forget about the rest." Miao Yi laughed. Boss Chang, you seem to be misunderstanding the situation here. You're the ones begging me, not the other way around. Your daughter's life is in my hands. Cheng Yaowei replied, so what? Let go of the young one, and we'll let go of you. Otherwise, I guarantee that you'll die miserably the moment you step out of Tempest Tavern. Try and stay here for the rest of your life if you can. Miao Yi scoffed, I'm not some kind of saint. Your daughter doesn't look half bad. I can't guarantee that I won't do anything else other than kill her. When they heard this, Wu Chuanfang and her 3 children immediately turned furious. Cheng Yaowei slammed on the table and stood up, glaring at Miao Yi as he mocked, in my life, I've had 6 wives and more than 20 children. The ones standing before you now are all those that are left, the others have all died in various ways. I've even had 2 of my wives and 4 of my daughters raped before being brutally murdered, with some of their corpses stripped naked and tossed right before my feet. But even then, I did not compromise for one reason, and one reason alone. It's because if this family falls, then none of us will be able to live in peace. I cannot allow one person's life to destroy the reputation of the Hive Gang and drag my entire family down into ruin. Do what you will with my daughter, I'll just avenge her afterward. Even if my children die, I can always have more. You cannot threaten me with this. If you don't hand over my daughter in one piece by dawn, then you can forget about ever taking a foot out of these tavern doors. Let's go. We're going to get ready to recover your little sister's corpse. He then turned around and beckoned for his wife and children as he left. Wu Chuanfang briefly looked back with sorrow in her eyes, but she still resolutely followed her husband. Miao Yi's face twisted up. To think that his threats to kill Cheng Yingwu wouldn't work on this old man at all. Wasn't the guy a little too ruthless? Miao Yi never thought he would bump into such a man. He'd finally come to understand the brutal nature of those who reside in this flowing clouds dune sea. Hold it! Miao Yi stood up and shouted. The whole family stopped and looked back as Miao Yi smiled wryly and asked, if I let her go, then you promise that you won't come back for me? Wu Chuanfang immediately answered, the Hive Gang's reputation is built upon our promises. We can even forsake our family members' life for it. Do you think your life will be worth more to us than my daughter's? Miao Yi paused for a while, then said, then I'd like to add on another condition. Cheng Yaowei let out a cold huff and turned his head back as he continued to leave, but Wu Chuanfang grabbed his arm and remarked, we can at least listen to what he has to say. If it's too much for us, we can always ignore him. Her daughter's life was at stake after all. She then turned to Miao Yi and said, speak your terms. Miao Yi answered slowly, if I'm ever to leave Flowing Clouds Dune Sea, then you must ensure that I can safely depart. This is also my bottom line. Right now, my life is on the line, and I don't even know who put out the hit on me. If I can't leave in one piece, then I might as well drag your daughter down with me. Even when she almost killed me, I still kept her alive this long. I'm already giving you face by doing this. Don't push me. This was not an unreasonable request. Wu Chuanfang looked to her husband, and seeing how he hadn't refused, she immediately answered, fine. We accept your terms. She then looked expectantly at Miao Yi. I hope you'll live up to your promises. Miao Yi carried Cheng Yingwu out of the beast sack, removed her bindings out in the open, then tossed her over to the other side. As Wu Chuanfang caught her daughter, her other children immediately crowded over. Then, the mark of a red lotus 8th grade cultivation shone on her forehead. Evidently, she was activating her arts to force out the poisonous yin energy within Cheng Yingwu's body. Soon, the frost surrounding Cheng Yingwu grew thicker and thicker. After a while, a loud shattering noise could be heard as the layer of frost on Cheng Yingwu's body cracked and fell to the ground. As her mother used her transcendence energy to stabilize her condition, she slowly opened her eyes. She then weakly called out to her mother when she saw her face. Cheng Yingwu's vitality was a little strained due to her body's prolonged exposure to yin energy. Fortunately, she was saved in time. Otherwise, she would have been crippled, if not dead. After examining her daughter, Wu Chuanfang turned to Cheng Yaowei and said, "She'll be fine. Her vitality is just a little strained from the yin energy. She should feel better after some rest." Cheng Yaowei nodded in acknowledgement, then cast a look at Miao Yi. He didn't hope for the other party to return the things he had stolen from his daughter. He simply turned around and said, "We're leaving." And thus, the whole family left just like that. Miao Yi felt a little helpless. He had wanted to use Cheng Yaowei as a bargaining chip to get the name of the mastermind that orchestrated this whole scheme. Little did he expect to bump into such a hard-boiled family. He didn't even have the energy to get angry right now. As he looked at the little groups of people staring at him from the other tables, he sat himself down. After a while, the waiter carried over a tray full of food and wine and placed them on the table. He smiled and said, "Please enjoy, dear customer. The taste is not bad." Miao Yi slowly enjoyed his meal while scanning the interior of the tavern. Besides being clean and tidy, there was nothing much to write home about. At most, there was just an exotic air about the place. He couldn't help wondering what kind of person the owner must be for even a purple lotus expert like Cheng Yaowei to be so afraid to cause any trouble. However, it was simply too late in the night for that. It was now long past midnight. Miao Yi didn't even see that many customers, much less the owner. By the time he almost finished his meal, Miao Yi shouted, "Bill, please." The waiter came over and said politely, 10,000 gold crystals. Miao Yi was taken aback. He pointed to the dishes on the table and asked in surprise, "Just these dishes cost 10,000 gold crystals?" The waiter smiled and said, "It looks like it's your first time here, dear customer. No matter. I shall explain it to you. This is the rule of our humble establishment. Once you step inside these doors, it doesn't matter what you order, it all costs 10,000 gold crystals. You can pay for it using orbs of will if you don't have the funds. Or if you're absolutely broke, you can trade for it with your items as well. If you do, then I will immediately call over the people from the Chamber of Commerce to negotiate the trade. Also, this cost not only covers the food and wine, but also entitles you to a one-night stay in one of our rooms. Naturally, you pay the same price regardless of whether you choose to stay here or not. This rule applies to all our customers. We're not trying to scam you. The food and wine are just SOSO at best." What a shady tavern. Miao Yi grumbled to himself. However, being able to stay here for a night, he figured 10,000 gold crystals wasn't too hefty a price to pay for a day of safety. It truly wasn't an expensive sum at all. As such, he quickly followed the waiter over to the counter to settle his payment. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 509 Dim Sum. Chapter 509 Dim Sum. Translator, Soup Hunter. Editor, Milk Biscuit. Innkeeper. The waiter knocked on the receptionist's desk. The scholaresque innkeeper lying down on the desk lazily opened his eyes and raised his head. At the same time, he wiped off the drool from the corner of his mouth with his sleeves. At first, Miao Yi thought this guy was just pretending to be asleep. After all, given the kind of place this was, it was unlikely for someone who wasn't a cultivator to be here. There was no way he could actually sleep here. However, when he saw the sleepy-faced expression on the other party and the drool trailing from his lips, he realized the guy had really been asleep all this while. How laid back was this guy? Seeing the scholar wake up, the waiter smiled and said, "Innkeeper, this customer is here to settle his bill. 1 table of food and wine, and he also wishes to stay in a room." The scholar yawned and rubbed his face with both hands, quickly energizing himself. He then laughed and said to Miao Yi, "My apologies, what is your name, dear customer?" At the same time, he took out a jade archive from his sleeves to start registering Miao Yi in. "Nyoaer." Miao Yi replied. "Nyoaer." 10,000 gold crystals. This is the plaque for your room. Inner courtyard, second floor. The scholar noted it down on the jade archive, then took out a plaque from under the desk. After making sure that it was for the correct room, he pushed the plaque over to Miao Yi. Miao Yi then handed over a pile of gold crystals. 10,000 gold crystals was not a small sum. A large pile of shimmering gold rested upon the receptionist's desk. The scholar placed his hand on the pile and swept his transcendence energy across it. After making sure it was the correct amount, he promptly tucked it away into his storage ring, then extended his arm towards the back to gesture Miao Yi to head inside. However, what he found was Miao Yi staring at him suspiciously. "Dear customer, please follow me." The waiter also extended his arm in gesture. However, Miao Yi had only begun walking forward half a beat later. It was because after the sleepy-faced scholar returned to his normal expression, and Miao Yi was able to get a closer look at his face, he found him rather familiar. It felt like he had seen this face somewhere before. Because of the other party's reaction, the scholar also looked closer at Miao Yi and found him rather familiar. However, Miao Yi soon recognized the identity of the person before him. After all, he didn't have many acquaintances here in Flowing Clouds Dune Sea. As soon as he identified the person from his memory, he immediately found himself in disbelief. Wasn't this the scholar who'd been traveling with that lady boss he'd met in the Mystic Arts Temple that rainy night? If he was the innkeeper here, then could the lady boss be? The scholar pointed at Miao Yi as though he had also remembered something. He repeatedly lowered and raised his head, but he couldn't figure out who the person before him was. He simply placed a hand on his chin and mumbled, "Nyoer." Nyoer, however, Miao Yi's fake name had him confused. If Miao Yi had told him his name, then he might have already figured things out. It was understandable that he couldn't remember him. 100 years had passed after all. Miao Yi wanted to tell him the truth, but as he looked at the customers that were still in the hall, he figured now was not the best time. He then nodded to the waiter and followed him off. As he led the way, the waiter couldn't help looking back at Miao Yi, who had his head lowered like he was in deep thought. He'd apparently found the innkeeper's reaction a little strange as well. As a result, the waiter almost slammed his face on the door. He pushed against the door, smiling as he continued guiding Miao Yi into the tavern's innermost courtyard. Miao Yi wasn't paying attention to his surroundings at all, he was still thinking about that coincidental meeting from earlier. It wasn't until the waiter had brought him to one of the rooms at the second floor of the inner courtyard, pushing it open for him to enter, that he finally snapped back to reality and thanked him. After lighting up the lanterns, the waiter left. Miao Yi then examined the moderately sized room. There was a single set of furniture, a wooden table, chair, and bed. It was a very simple setup. That said, although the layout of the room couldn't be any more minimalistic, it was kept extremely clean. He then unbolted the tightly shut windows. As with the rest of the room, these were completely made of wood and didn't have the typical paper sheet over them. A gentle breeze soon drifted into the room. The night was still, illuminated by a myriad of stars. There were also several specks of light coming from the other rooms which Miao Yi didn't know to whom they belonged to. "So this is Flowing Clouds Dune Sea," Miao Yi mumbled to himself. The window frame wasn't very large, so he couldn't completely make out the surroundings outside. He then closed the windows, deciding to leave all his thoughts until the morning came, and proceeded to sit cross-legged on his bed. However, he couldn't keep his mind focused at all. Soon enough, he straightened his legs and lied down on the bed with both hands tucked under his head as he inadvertently thought about the scholar whom he just met. If memory served him right, back in the Mystic Arts Temple all those years ago, the scholar and the others all called that woman Lady Boss. And now that same scholar was here working as the innkeeper? Then could that woman be the Lady Boss of Tempest Tavern? Was she really so strong that she could establish her own order here in Flowing Clouds Dune Sea? Then again, it was also possible that the scholar had already changed masters, given that so many years had passed. As various thoughts continued to race back and forth through his mind, Miao Yi kept tossing and turning on his bed. He could have gone up to the other party and told him the truth just now, but he was afraid that the scholar would recognize his name. After all, back in the Mystic Arts Temple, he had introduced himself using his true name. Following the Sea of Constellations subjugation crusade, his title as the 10th placeholder had undoubtedly been spread all across the realm. If he were recognized, then there was a high chance that his identity as an administration official would be revealed as well. Miao Yi didn't know where the scholar and the others stood regarding those from the administration. All he knew was that if his identity was somehow revealed, then trouble would likely ensue. Miao Yi kept tossing around on his bed as he racked his brain over this dilemma. He couldn't help feeling that this was all too much of a coincidence. He was just thinking about whether he'd meet the lady boss and the others back when he'd first entered the desert, feeling a little excited even at the prospect. However, now that he'd actually bumped into them, he was a little scared to face them. Meanwhile, the scholar was also swinging himself back and forth behind the receptionist's counter outside. As he repeatedly tilted his head, he mumbled to himself, "I've definitely seen him somewhere before. No air. No air. Do I know anyone by that name? It feels like the first I've ever heard of it." He then took out the Jade archive and looked at the name registered on it. No air, there's no way I could forget such an easy-to-remember name. Why does it feel like a fake name? Well, it's not uncommon for our customers to use fake names while they're here. Fake name, fake name. As he cast his gaze towards the night sky outside, it suddenly dawned on him. It was during a certain rainy night, within the confines of a dilapidated temple, a young man who battled furiously against a group of zombies. It's him! The scholar's eyes gleamed. He raised a brow and grumbled to himself for a bit, then abruptly left the counter, telling one of the employees nearby, "Help me man the reception for a while." The rectangular-shaped courtyard was split into 3 individual sectors, and the rooms situated along the path between the middle and inner gates were those of the tavern's kitchen and storage. The scholar rushed inside, and seeing that the fire in the kitchen had already been put out, he quickly entered the storage room beside it, where he saw the cook sitting cross-legged on his bed in cultivation. "What are you doing here?" The cook opened his eyes slightly to cast a sidewards glance at the scholar, then closed them again. The scholar sidled up to him and whispered, "You'll never guess who just came to the tavern." The cook cast another sidewards glance at him. "There are plenty of people who fit that criteria. What's there to be shocked about? This guy is different." "How is he different? Does he have 3 heads and 6 arms? Of course not. What I mean is, he's hugged the lady boss before, and even touched her chest and butt." "What?" The cook widened his eyes in shock. "Who is it? Has the boss finally returned? Don't say things like that so casually. If your old lord hears about it, he'll knock all your teeth out. The boss and lady boss haven't gone that far yet." The scholar scoffed, then whispered, "Celestial Nation, the brat from the Mystic Arts Temple. Do you remember now?" "Him," the cook exclaimed, "Miao Yi?" Some people could leave a lasting impression on others precisely because they possessed some traits that separated them from the rest. Evidently, Miao Yi was one of those people. Otherwise, there was no way the cook could have remembered his name so easily. The scholar nodded. "He's using a different name now, but I'm sure it's him. And I'm certain he recognized me as well." Soon enough, someone was knocking on Miao Yi's door. Standing outside, the cook shouted, "Dear customer, I've brought you some tea." As he lay on the bed, Miao Yi replied, "There's no need, but." The cook was a little lost for words. He scratched his head and carried the tray back. However, he soon returned and knocked on the door again. "Dear customer, I've brought you some dim sum." Lying on the bed with both hands behind his head, Miao Yi curiously turned to the door. Even though 10,000 gold crystals was quite a hefty price, but it certainly seemed to be worth every penny. Not only did they provide you with tea in the middle of the night, but they served you dim sum as well. He didn't really want to have tea, but he was a little curious about the kind of dim sum they served this late at night. Tempest Tavern's dim sum? Miao Yi got down from the bed and opened the door. When he saw that it was the cook, the two of them stared at each other for a good half-second. They'd both met each other before. Not to mention, they each had their own suspicions regarding the other party's identity before this, so they were able to instantly recognize each other the second their eyes met. Miao Yi silently stepped aside for the cook to come in. As he placed the food on the tray onto the table, the cook smiled and said, "Please enjoy." Then, right as the cook stepped out of Miao Yi's room, someone downstairs opened their door and shouted, "Get me one serving of dim sum too." As he walked down the stairs, the cook replied, "It's very expensive. Head to the reception and pay for it first if you want to eat it." After shutting the door, Miao Yi placed both hands behind his back and circled around the table, staring at the giant bowl of steaming hot roasted pork elbow placed on top of it. There was even a flask of wine included. He had never seen roasted pork elbow being served as dim sum in the middle of the night before. As expected, this was a strange place indeed. Well, I might as well give it a taste. Miao Yi poured himself a cup of wine and raised his chopsticks to try the roasted pork elbow. He found that the taste wasn't bad at all. Meanwhile, as the cook returned to the kitchen, the scholar immediately walked over and asked, "Did you see him? I'm not mistaken, right?" It is him. The cook placed the tray down, then nodded and said, "Some people cultivate for 10 years only to change as much as the mortals do in a single year. Meanwhile, some cultivators go through 100, or 1,000 years even to go through that same process. I can see that kid's cultivation is progressing quite well. It's been around 100 years since then, right? Although he doesn't look very different, his aura has become much more reserved. It seems he's doing rather well for himself. I remember that he's a member of the Celestial Nations Administration, yeah? What's he doing all the way out here?" Suddenly, one of the employees walked in. As he looked around, he smiled and said to the scholar, "Innkeeper, there's someone who wishes to try our dim sum." The scholar furrowed his brows. "What dim sum? Where will you find a tavern that serves dim sum? It's almost daylight. Tell him to come eat breakfast in the morning if he's hungry." The employee smiled wryly. "He says he's a regular customer here, but he's never tried our tavern's dim sum before. Apparently, he saw one of our employees serving it to a customer's room just now and feels that he shouldn't miss out on such an opportunity. He's outside waiting by the counter right now with a heap of money." The scholar and cook looked at each other. They could vaguely understand why things had turned out this way. The scholar turned to the cook, who had a twisted expression on his face, and said, "Well, we are running a business after all. There's no reason to ignore a paying customer when he's standing right in front of us. I'll go accept the payment, and I'll make sure to charge a high price. You go start the fire." TSK. I can already see that more people will start flooding in to have a taste of our dim sum after this. He proceeded to swing the towel over his shoulder and laughed as he left. Flowing clouds dune see. As dawn broke, Miao Yi left his room and climbed up to the rooftop to get a better look at his surroundings. It was then that he finally understood why this place was called Flowing Clouds Dune Sea. Upon the dry sands of the desert, a faint mist hovered around the palm trees that filled the area. It was not known where these lumps of moisture had originated from, but it seemed like they were present wherever the palm trees stood. And next to the palm trees, there were buildings as well. One to the east, and one to the west. As Miao Yi gazed into the distance, he could see a group of houses made from wood and mud around the area, arranged in no specific order. These houses weren't tall at all and were mostly single-storied. It was rare to see a double-storied structure like the Tempest Tavern. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 510 Devious 4. Chapter 510 Devious 4. Translator, Soup Hunter Editor, Milk Biscuit. There were so many houses around the area that Miao Yi couldn't even see where they ended. They weren't large in any way, and were mostly made out of mud and clay. If he hadn't seen all these houses, he wouldn't have known that Tempest Tavern was definitely considered one of the more luxurious buildings around. Moreover, these houses weren't adjoined together at all. There was at least a few dozen meters between each one. They also didn't face in the same direction. The front gate for each house was placed wherever the owner desired. The only commonality between them was that they were all built away from the lower terrain. This city could be considered a poor, yet crowded one. There were no roads. All the buildings were built upon the desert. Perhaps it was better said that the gaps between the houses were the roads. From time to time, dragon steeds could be seen galloping about. All the people in the city went silently about their own business. It was rare to find people walking together in groups. The whole city was very quiet. With the mist hovering about 10 feet above the ground, it gave the city a serene vibe. Miao Yi found it hard to believe that such a peaceful place was the same notorious danger zone known by everyone from the Six Nations, the same place that struck fear in cultivators from all across the realm. Did the Nether Dragon ship really appear in a place like this? Where should he go to find more information about it? And where was the Celestial Nation's Chamber of Commerce branch? Before he came here, the higher-ups had told him to report to the people from the Chamber of Commerce if he had any findings. Miao Yi couldn't decide if he should head outside and look around for a bit. There was no telling if the Hive gang would really live up to their promise of not troubling him anymore, and there would definitely be people out there still trying to kill him. As long as he stepped outside of Tempest Tavern, he would be in serious danger. After some contemplation, he figured he should wait for now. He could at least plan out his next step once the reply from Traversing Water Palace came. He estimated that their answer would probably arrive within 10 days. Even though the prices here were indeed outrageously expensive, but with the wealth he possessed, he could still afford to stay a few years, no problem. As Miao Yi looked around, his gaze soon fell upon the third floor of the tavern. It was a small house constructed upon the roof of the second floor. Miao Yi wondered who was staying there. Was it the lady boss? Miao Yi didn't know and wasn't interested to find out either. If that lady boss really was the owner of this place, then there was no guarantee someone with an exalted status like that would be concerned about him at all. He then jumped down towards the second floor's corridor facing the courtyard, opened the door to his room and stepped inside. He returned to his bed and resumed his cultivation. Not long after Miao Yi returned to his room, one of the tavern waiters carried 2 giant wooden buckets filled to the brim with warm water and walked up the wooden circular steps. He made his way to the small room up on the roof, then placed 1 bucket down, knocking on the door with his hand as he said, "Lady boss." A lazy moan came from inside, then a tapping sound could be heard, followed by the sound of the door being unbolted. The waiter pushed open the door and walked in. Not long after, he walked back out empty-handed, closing the door behind him. Soon, the sound of splashing water could be heard coming from the room. It seemed that the person inside was taking a bath. About an hour later, the tightly shut windows of the room were pushed open. An exotic and voluptuous woman stood by the window with her hair loosely tied up behind her head, with several lush strands resting gently upon her shoulder. Although she wasn't wearing any makeup, her beauty remained unquestionable, like that of a hibiscus flower. Her slender arm reached out, grabbing 2 wooden stoppers from the window frame, then wedged them into the gaps at the bottom of the open window, preventing the wind from blowing her windows shut. The room instantly brightened up. This woman sat in front of her dressing table and took up a brush, looking in the mirror as she gave her hair a brief combing through. A set of yellow shoes with beautiful cloud engravings soon made its way past the door as she slowly walked out onto the roof of the second floor, her beautiful eyes leisurely taking in her surroundings. She wore a slightly translucent red leather top. The lines of her voluminous chest could be vaguely seen. Her slender bare shoulders donned a light green robe that gently swayed in the breeze. Underneath her green muslin robe, at the bottom of her leather top, was a seductively lean waist that any man would find difficult to resist. Her belly button was slightly out in the open, making it hard for anyone to take their eyes off her. She donned a slightly crinkled vibrant green dress over her alluring thighs. The edges of her dress weren't completely even, adorned with tiny golden pearls that shimmered under the light of the lanterns. This added weight on her dress brought out the shape of her but even more as she walked, making the beautiful lines of her thighs evident with every step she took. Her figure was absolutely divine, there wasn't a trace of unnecessary fat, nor were there any areas that were lacking in volume. Although her skin carried a healthy bronze tone, it was flawless beyond compare, which was further accentuated by her revealing choice of attire. There was a seductiveness about her that was tempered by a wild air. She was truly an exotic beauty. This woman was none other than the lady boss whom Miao Yi had met back in the Mystic Arts Temple all those years ago. She was as beautiful now as she was then, but there was an added air of seductiveness to her in this barren desert. The waiter that brought her water soon came back up, proceeding to enter her room to take the 2 buckets of bath water, then made his way back downstairs. The lady boss stood quietly in the breeze for a while. When the sun had fully risen over the horizon, she finally turned around and walked downstairs. She started by walking full circle around the corridors of the guest rooms on the 2nd floor, then did the same thing in the courtyard on the 1st floor. After which, she took a look inside the kitchen. This was her daily routine. As long as she was here and there was nothing else happening, she continued day after day in the exact same manner, never changing even once. She could see a few chefs busy working in the kitchen, but there was no sight of the cook. The lady boss asked, "Where is the cook?" "He's in the front hall," one of the chefs politely answered. The lady boss gave a quick glance around, then turned to leave. She walked straight across the courtyard and into the front hall where there were plenty of tables. As soon as she went outside, a number of guests immediately stopped in the middle of their meals to take a look. They had difficulty tearing their eyes off her figure. These people were all the tavern's regulars, and they clearly knew about her daily routine. Even though they knew they couldn't have such a beautiful woman for themselves, they were satisfied with just taking a look at her. The lady boss had obviously grown accustomed to these gazes a long time ago. As she passed by one of the tables, she casually rubbed her finger across the surface to check if it was clean. She then turned to look at the 4 people gathered behind the receptionist's desk, who were coincidentally looking back at her with weird expressions. If Miao Yi was here right now, he would recognize this group. They were the ones he'd met in the Mystic Arts Temple, the scholar, the cook, and the 2 laborers. The lady boss walked up to the reception desk and knocked on the counter. She asked curiously, "What are all of you doing here?" The 4 of them shook their heads and replied in unison, "Nothing." The lady boss didn't believe them at all. She made her way to the entrance at the side and gestured for them to come out, saying curtly, "All of you, get out here this instant." The 4 of them immediately walked out obediently. The lady boss proceeded to the back of the counter and looked around to try and figure out what devious deed these 4 men were secretly doing. What she didn't know was that they were communicating to one another telepathically. "Do you think that kid will come out?" "I don't know. It sure as hell will be interesting if he bumps into the lady boss though." Back then, the kid didn't know the lady boss's identity. If he finds out, do you think the lady boss will try to kill him if she finds out he's here? Not likely. The lady boss wouldn't hold such a tiny grudge. Not to mention, she was the one at fault at the time. Even if she was taken advantage of, who can she blame but herself? I'm more concerned that she'll think we're playing a prank on her when she sees the kid later on, and maybe even punish us. That's quite possible. I remember back then, old Ho joked about this matter after we returned, and he ended up having to clean all the tavern's toilets for a whole year. The 4 of them were getting ready to watch a good show. It was as though they had nothing better to do. Then again, they did have nothing better to do. After staying here for so many years, they were already bored stiff. As soon as something remotely interesting came their way, they would immediately jump at it excitedly. Not to mention, this was a chance to see the lady boss in an awkward situation. It was no exaggeration to call it a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. They wouldn't miss the chance even if it killed them. After fumbling her way through the back of the counter to no avail, the lady boss walked back out. She circled around the four of them, then said coldly, "Tell me honestly, what are you plotting? If you don't tell me now, and I find out about it on my own, there will be hell to pay." The four of them smiled wryly. "We're not plotting anything." The lady boss raised an eyebrow. "This is the receptionist's desk. What's a cook like you doing all the way here instead of the kitchen? And you too, a stonemason and a carpenter, what are you doing here in the reception? What exactly are you plotting?" The cook explained. The sixth young lady of the hive gang failed in her mission and was captured by the enemy. Last night, Miao Yi and his whole family rushed here to talk to the guy. We've just been discussing this matter. Is that so? Even though the lady boss still had her doubts, she realized that she wouldn't be able to get anything out of these guys, so she stopped wasting her time. She then walked out the front gate and began her patrol of the tavern. As soon as she left, the four of them immediately hustled together and traded whispers. After coming to a conclusion, two of them hastily made their way into the rear courtyard. The cook returned to the kitchen, while the scholar headed to Miao Yi's room and knocked on his door. Miao Yi opened the door. When he saw that it was the scholar, he asked, "Innkeeper, is something the matter?" "Dear customer, I hope your stay has been satisfactory so far?" "It's all right. It's like this. The money you paid for covers all your expenses for the whole day, meaning you won't have to spend extra for food. Right now is our tavern's breakfast time. I noticed you didn't come, and I was worried that you might not have known about it, so I came here to give you a reminder." "So that's why," Miao Yi thought. It seemed that those 10,000 gold crystals were indeed well spent. He nodded. "Got it. I'm not hungry though. Thanks for the reminder, innkeeper." He then turned around, took up the wine flask and plate that the cook had brought over the night before, and passed them to the scholar. He then extended his arm and gestured for the scholar to excuse himself. As he looked at the things in his hands, the scholar was a little lost for words. However, he lifted his head with a smile and said, "Dear customer, I can't help finding you rather familiar. Have we met before?" Miao Yi feigned ignorance and replied, "Maybe." If there's nothing else, he gestured for the scholar to leave once more. "Oh. It's like this." The scholar quickly found another excuse. "I was wondering if you'll be leaving after today, or would you like to stay for a few more days? If you plan on staying, then can I trouble you to come with me to the counter and settle the payment first? That way, I can help keep the room for you. You won't have to worry about the room being accidentally assigned to someone else." Miao Yi thought for a bit. He still needed to wait for traversing water palaces reply either way. He quickly nodded. "I'll be staying for a few more days." "Then please follow me." The scholar cheerfully turned around and led Miao Yi into the front hall. He quickly handed the dirty dishes in his hands over to one of the employees, then made his way to the back of the counter. He asked Miao Yi, "How many more days will you be staying? You can just give me a rough estimate." Miao Yi thought about it for a while, then answered, 10 days. 10 days? Looks like I'll get to see the lady boss's awkward face then. The scholar immediately smiled. "All right. No air. 10 days. That'll be 100,000 gold crystals. You can use items of a similar value as a deposit for the time being if you want." Miao Yi immediately handed over a large pile of gold crystals. The scholar gave them a quick tally, then tucked them away with a flick of his sleeve. Now that there was nothing else for him to do, Miao Yi was about to retreat into his room. However, as he turned around, One of the waiters came up to him with a bowl of noodles, smiling as he said, "Dear customer, this is our tavern's breakfast special. You can't say that you've been to our Tempest Tavern if you haven't tried it. This is a must-eat dish for anyone who visits our tavern. I was about to call you over to sample it. I never thought you would be down here already. Anyway, this way please." The waiter placed the noodles down on one of the tables next to the walkway. He then took the white towel off his shoulder and wiped down the chair, before gesturing for Miao Yi to take a seat. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 511 Lady Boss. Chapter 511 Lady Boss. Translator, Soup Hunter. Editor, Milk Biscuit. I can't say that I've come to Tempest Tavern if I don't try their noodles. Miao Yi stared dazedly at the bowl of noodles on the table. Is it really that good? Given how much the waiter was praising the dish, anyone would be curious to try it out, let alone Miao Yi. Since he was in no rush to get back anyway, he quickly pulled out a chair and raised his chopsticks. After sampling the noodles, he had to admit that it was indeed delicious, but it didn't seem as great as the waiter made it out to be. He couldn't taste anything special with them. Thinking back, he'd had dinner last night, followed by a braised pork elbow that was delivered to his room, and now he was having a bowl of noodles for breakfast. In his many years as a cultivator, Miao Yi realized that it had been a long time since he'd had consecutive meals like this. Nowadays, he only dined once every 10 days or so just to sate his tongue. However, Miao Yi did find the passionate service of this tavern quite agreeable. It was worth every penny spent. Just outside the door, the lady boss had returned from her daily patrol of the area around the tavern. The scholar was lying over the receptionist's counter when she came in. The moment he saw her figure appear by the door, he quickly straightened his back and pretended to flash through one of the jade archives lying around. God knows what he was reading. With a white cloth in hand, the cook was acting as one of the tavern's waiters. And he, the carpenter and the stonemason all quickly took their eyes off Miao Yi and started wiping down the tables feverishly. As if these guys did such tasks on a normal basis. As soon as she swept a glance through the room, the lady boss noticed something was amiss, and couldn't help raising an eyebrow. Not only had these guys gathered around the reception earlier for no apparent reason, they were taking the jobs of the normal employees now. It would be strange if nothing was up, but... She raised her flower-patterned shoe, angling her foot over one of the long benches, then pulled it behind her and sat down. Placing her elbow on one of the tables to the side and resting her head upon her hand, she crossed her legs and said, "All of you, get your butts over here." This was the lady boss style indeed. She didn't even need to call their names. The four of them obediently walked over. Upon hearing her voice, Miao Yi lifted his head up to look and was instantly dumbfounded. Her exotic allure was something he would never be able to forget. As she glanced through the room, the lady boss was astonished as well, feeling as though she might have missed something. She slowly looked back, her gaze coming to a halt before Miao Yi. When their eyes met each other, she was also taken aback. As the person who'd been taken advantage of herself, she definitely had a much deeper impression of Miao Yi than anyone else in the room. The scholar, cook, carpenter, and stonemason furtively watched with awkward faces as they slowly made their way to the lady boss's side. Miao Yi quickly lowered his head, acting as if he was taking a few small bites of his meal, then stood up and returned to the rear courtyard. As she watched Miao Yi slowly stand up and take his leave, the lady boss cast a sideways glance to the group of four and asked in a suggestively menacing tone, "Do you want to say it willingly, or do you want me to force it out of you?" "His name is Niu Er. He arrived last night. He's the guy who was arguing with Chung Yaowei last night." After hearing what the four of them had to say, the lady boss stood up. The scholar and the others immediately stepped aside for her to pass. As for the one person who was a little slower than the rest in getting out of her way, the lady boss immediately gave a swift kick to his shin. The cook immediately clutched his leg and hopped around in absolute pain. This was a truly brutal kick. As she made her way past the four of them, the lady boss spread her palm and reached out for one of the wine flasks lying on the counter. She calmly said, "Bring up a couple of dishes." As he gritted his teeth painfully, the cook asked, "Where to?" The lady boss couldn't be bothered replying to him. As she left him to figure it out on his own, she made her way towards the rear courtyard with the wine flask in hand. Miao Yi was standing next to one of the open windows when a knocking sound came from his door. He asked, "Who is it?" The lady boss's voice called out, "It's me." Miao Yi was taken aback. After some hesitation, he decided to just open the door, and his gaze finally met that of the lady boss. The lady boss swept her eyes over him, then turned to look at the dark room behind him. She then turned back and said, "Come with me." There was a certain allure to the sound of her voice. Miao Yi walked out of his room, closed the door, and obediently followed behind her. That said, it was not a bad feeling to walk behind this woman. Miao Yi stared intently at her voluptuous figure as she walked forward, taking in the dreamy fragrance exuding from her body. She possessed a unique attractiveness all on her own that Miao Yi had never seen before on another woman. The two of them walked, one in front and one at the back, and soon made their way into the lady boss's room. Her room had windows on all four sides and was very well lit. It was obvious that this was a woman's room. Miao Yi swept his gaze across the soft bed and the dressing table. He couldn't see any trace of a man's belongings at all. It was clear that she was staying here on her own. With a wave of her hand, the lady boss pulled one of the small red tables at the side and moved it to the center of the room. Two of the round cushions laying in the corner then fell beside it. The lady boss gracefully extended her arm in gesture. "Have a seat." Miao Yi obediently sat down while the lady boss walked over to the door and slapped open the seal on the wine flask before coming back to sit herself down. He didn't know where she pulled the two jade cups from, but the clear liquid from the wine flask was subsequently poured into them. The lady boss then gracefully placed one of the cups in front of Miao Yi and smiled as she said, "I promised to buy you a drink all those years ago, and I intend to live up to that promise." Miao Yi held the jade cup with both hands and asked in astonishment, "You still remember, dot?" The lady boss's face reddened slightly as she cursed deep down, "I have never been taken advantage of to that extent in my entire life. How could I possibly forget?" She tugged on her dress slightly, pulling up one knee and resting her arm upon it. Holding her wine cup with the other hand, she gestured for Miao Yi to drink. She then lifted her head and downed the wine in a single gulp, the clear liquid slowly entering her mouth. The seductive, yet spirited appeal that this woman possessed was apparent in her every move as she gulped down the wine. Miao Yi couldn't help losing himself in a daze as he watched her. After finishing her wine, the lady boss turned to Miao Yi and smiled, showing him the empty cup as she held it with 3 fingers. "I don't have any fine wine here. But then again, I don't think the quality of the wine matters much to a cultivator anyway. We only drink for the fun of it." Miao Yi finally snapped back to reality, then hurriedly downed his drink as well. With the 2 empty cups on the table, the lady boss lifted up the wine flask with one hand and started refilling them as she asked, "Should I call you Miao Yi or Niao?" She put down the flask. "I believe Miao Yi should be your real name, yes?" "Yes." Miao Yi nodded. Just then, having made 4 small dishes on the fly, the cook came with a tray table in hand. He placed the dishes down on the table, then arranged 2 pairs of chopsticks before revealing a dumb smile as he hurriedly excused himself. The lady boss raised her chopsticks, grabbed one of the braised meats and placed it in her mouth. As she slowly chewed it, she stared intently at Miao Yi and asked, "The 10th place holder of the Sea of Constellations Subjugation Crusade is also a man by the name of Miao Yi. I don't think there are that many cultivators with this name. Is it you?" This was just what I was worried about. Miao Yi smiled wryly and answered, "It's me." Apparently, all the survivors of the Subjugation Crusade were entitled to a manor head seat after returning. "What about you?" "I am the Raincloud Manor head under the Celestial Nation 5th Earthly Branches Traversing Water Palace." I hear that the people of Flowing Clouds Dune Sea don't have a very good impression of those from the administrations of the Six Nations. I hope my coming here won't cause you any trouble, Lady Boss. We're running a business here. Anyone that's willing to pay is a customer of ours. I've been in Flowing Clouds Dune Sea for many years, and I never question a person's past. It's no concern of mine whether your arrival is trouble or not. You don't have to worry about it so much either. If I really was troubled, I wouldn't let you sit in my room and drink wine with me. The lady boss raised her cup and took a sip, then said, I never would have thought that the brat I coincidentally met in that decrepit temple all those years ago would be able to cause such a stir in the Sea of Constellation subjugation crusade, becoming a lord that presides over 10 million followers. You climbed up fast indeed. I am a little curious though. As a manor head that has plenty of riches in his grasp, why did you abandon your peaceful days and come all the way here? I hear that you've crossed swords with the members of the Hive Gang as well? This time, Miao Yi didn't tell the truth. I've long heard tales about Flowing Clouds Dune Sea, so I came here to see if the stories were true. However, I don't know who it is, but someone employed the Hive Gang to kill me. I've been racking my brain over this matter this entire time. He then asked, I think I still haven't had the pleasure of knowing your name, Lady Boss? The lady boss's luscious lips gently traced the cup as she replied, Yun Jiqiu. Yun for cloud, Ji for knowledge, and Xiu for autumn. Yun Jiqiu, Miao Yi nodded as he made a mental note of her name. He asked, Are you really the owner of Tempest Tavern? I'm not the owner. I'm the lady boss. The lady boss abruptly lifted her head and downed the drink in a single gulp, then raised the wine flask and refilled her cup as she said, The owner is my husband. She secretly glanced at Miao Yi to see how he would react. She was curious to see how this bastard who took advantage of her would respond after hearing about her husband. Recalling how he'd embraced someone else's wife and even slapped her on the butt, a trace of guilt flashed across Miao Yi's face. However, he tried to feign ignorance and simply gave a perfunctory reply. As he tried to conceal his awkwardness by holding the wine cup in front of his face, he smiled and said, There's no one in the cultivation realm that doesn't know of the Tempest Tavern. For your husband to be able to open such an establishment in a place like this, I'm sure he must be an outstanding individual. I will definitely have to pay my respects to him later on. The lady boss blankly replied, Aren't you afraid that my husband will tear you to shreds once you meet him? Miao Yi let out a dry laugh. I don't have anything against your husband. Why would he want to kill me? The lady boss answered in a playful manner. Don't you dare say you don't know what you did to a man's wife. Do you need her to remind you? But. Coo. Miao Yi quickly raised his hand and covered his mouth after nearly coughing out his wine. He widened his eyes at the other party, realizing that she really wasn't the type to mince her words. He almost died from the shock. He hurriedly put down his cup and waved his hands. Lady boss, listen to me. At the time, I really didn't know who you were. I was simply too hasty in trying to save you. I didn't do those things on purpose. By the time I realized the severity of my actions and wanted to apologize to you, you were already gone. I didn't harbor any indecent intentions, I swear. I was just joking. Why do you need to feel so restless? I'm not restless. I really didn't do those things intentionally, Miao Yi anxiously explained himself. Deep down, he thought, how could I possibly not be restless? What kind of person was the boss of Tempest Tavern? If I offended a guy like that, not even Chang Yaowei can escort me out of here in one piece. There's no need to explain. I know you weren't doing it on purpose. Otherwise, I wouldn't need my man to touch you, I would have already killed you myself. The lady boss raised her wine cup and narrowed her eyes at Miao Yi as she said, You don't need to be so frightened either. I don't think you'll ever get the chance to see him anyway. He's being imprisoned right now. Even I have a hard time getting to see his face, let alone you. Miao Yi's heart calmed down for a bit, But he couldn't help asking in shock, who would be so bold as to imprison the boss of Tempest Tavern? The lady boss downed her drink again, slamming her cup on the table as she revealed an alluring smile and replied, "Let's not talk about it. This matter worsens my mood. Either way, it's not a big secret. You'll eventually find out about it if you stay in Flowing Clouds Dune Sea long enough, so why should I talk about such a displeasing topic then? It's not every day that I get to sit down with another person and enjoy a drink. Don't ruin it. So, let's talk about you. Since someone has employed the Hive Gang to take your life, I imagine you're in a rather precarious situation right now." She was about to reach out to the wine flask, but Miao Yi took it up before she could and helped refill her cup. "Since Lady Boss is treating me to a drink right now, I'm sure you wouldn't just stand idly by and watch as I fall into danger here in Flowing Clouds Dune Sea." The Lady Boss smiled. "Why should I help you? Just because you took advantage of me once? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 512, All Are Lonesome. Chapter 512, All Are Lonesome. Translator, Soup Hunter. Editor, Milk Biscuit. She was no fool, and as such, was also level-headed. Miao Yi had no qualms about confronting her head-on, so rather than embarrassing herself over petty matters and provide juicy entertainment for the subordinates, she might as well handle it magnanimously. It was but a misunderstanding, there was no right and wrong way to it. Better to just regard it as a joke and laugh it off. Trying to cover it up would only make things even more embarrassing. But for a certain someone, it really touched a sore spot, and Miao Yi was quite speechless. "If you're really helping me just because I took advantage of you, then wouldn't it give people more reason to take advantage of you in the future?" Miao Yi felt inclined to speak out that, "It was fate that we have crossed paths, so let us be friends," yet felt diffident just thinking about it. This was the lady boss of Tempest Tavern. He had no idea what her actual cultivation level was. He should first inquire on her cultivation level and then decide whether some words were best uttered or not. Putting aside the matter of requesting for aid, he broached the question, "Lady boss, may I know your cultivation level?" Just as soon as the words left his mouth, a purple lotus third grade bloomed in between her eyebrows, letting Miao Yi witness it with his own eyes. It was a wordless answer to his question. Miao Yi was astounded. There was such an immense gap in their cultivation levels. The words he had intended to say about becoming friends were stuck in his throat and left unuttered. With his cultivation level, he wasn't even qualified to carry her shoes. It was exactly as she said. For what reason should she help? The traces of the lotus disappeared from the lady boss's forehead. A cultivation level such as mine is nothing. The Tempest Tavern has always maintained an impartial stance within the Flowing Clouds Dune Sea. We have never been involved in any conflicts and were able to survive thanks to the respect accorded to it by the respective powers. This is also the real reason why the Tempest Tavern has remained towering in its sole existence amidst the Flowing Clouds Dune Sea. Hence, I also won't be able to help you much. At most, I can only treat you to some free wine. Do drop by to enjoy a drink with me when you have the time." A tone of regret, filled with an extremely apologetic air, offering to accompany him in drinking wine as a means to compensate for her inability to extend assistance. Miao Yi forced a smile. She'd left him with no possible words to counter. Seeing that he was silent, the lady boss remarked in jest, "Why? Is this lady boss not fair enough as company fitting to drink with you? My looks are not too bad, right? I've had smoldering gazes from countless men, all akin to wolves, fixed on me whenever I walk outside. That's already proof enough that I still possess some attractiveness. Such a pleasant task, one that so many men have wished for but never had the privilege, you would not decline, right? So what if your looks aren't bad? I can only gawk helplessly anyway. Just because your looks are relatively good, I have to accompany you to drink wine?" Miao Yi silently scoffed in his mind, yet smilingly raised his cup in a toast, belying his thoughts as he remarked, "Lady boss has given me face and shown me favor, I naturally have to accept with grace." The lady boss raised her wine cup and lightly bumped it with Miao Yi's, swallowed the wine in one gulp, then put down her wine bowl while she shook her head and explained, "I'm not showing you favor. In truth, I myself feel empty and lonely. I just want to find someone to talk to." Miao Yi was startled and asked, "Why me? We share a previous acquaintance in the Mystic Arts Temple, and coincidentally you've also taken advantage of me before. If I don't look for you, then who else? Still bringing that up?" Miao Yi's face twitched. With a smile, the lady boss then waved her hand and said in jest, "I was just joking with you. As a woman, even I'm not taking to heart the matters of the past, so what reason should you, a man, be affected by it? It's not like I'm going to devour you. It is true, I genuinely feel empty and lonely, and I only want to find someone to talk to. I want someone that I can relax with, someone I can talk to casually as I please." Miao Yi tried to pry, "Don't you have anyone to talk to usually? You have quite a number of subordinates within the tavern, right? The lady boss shook her head with a smile, an expression implying "you do not understand" on her face, then pointed her finger into her now empty wine bowl, signaling him to pour wine for her. If a relationship between a man and a woman grows too close, it is easy to give rise to unbecoming gossip, especially for a beautiful woman like myself, who has always been prone to stir up a man's heart. Too close could also lead to him misunderstanding the relationship. I do not wish to cause them any hurt. Little brother, you would not question my beauty, right? This woman is a real narcissist. It's not like I've never seen beauties lovelier than you." Miao Yi coughed dryly, then vaguely cited, "As beautiful as an angel. As beautiful as an angel, Why do I feel that there isn't an ounce of sincerity in these words of yours?" The lady boss rolled her eyes at Miao Yi and continued from where she left off, "There's not much to be said about them anyway. They know me very well, some words I don't even need to voice out yet they would already understand. What more is there for me to talk with them about? I only wanted to find someone whom I could casually talk to." "I know, it's just that." Miao Yi glanced to the left and right of the lady boss's room and asked hesitantly, "Then are you not afraid of gossip spreading about us?" The lady boss laughingly replied, "Do you think that I would allow you to keep on taking advantage of me? Herein lies the disparity between you and me, you're hardly qualified to be associated in gossip with me. To put it coarsely, even if you have the evil intentions of a crook, you still lack a crook's guts." Miao Yi was dumbfounded. This was being overly derisive, though he must honestly admit that it really was the case, possessing an evil heart but not the evil courage. Then he must drink a few more bowls, damn it. It would be such a waste to let the opportunity pass. Miao Yi then vigorously gulped down a few bowls in succession. "Hee," the lady boss laughed as she slapped the table in excitement, pointing her finger at Miao Yi while chuckling heartily. After leaving the lady boss's room, Miao Yi then used his transcendence energy to disperse the strong stench of liquor on his body and went back to his own room. He inwardly resolved to never be the lady boss's drinking partner after this, not ever again. A meal that you can look upon but not partake, why should he join in? It would only make one tempted with the enticement. He was still sane, and he had yet to settle his own problems. How could he have the mood to listen to her incessant chatter? He was just about to sit cross-legged on the bed, preparing to cultivate as a means of passing time while waiting for the decree from the traversing water palace. Who would have predicted that the previously bolted door would spring open by itself, while the shadows of 3 men leaped inside and drew the door shut? It gave him quite the scare as he reflexively jumped up. Was it not said that this Tempest Tavern was very safe? As soon as he could clearly make out who it was, he was rendered stupefied. The cook, carpenter, and stonemason moved to sit beside him like old acquaintances. The cook even had his arm around Miao Yi's shoulders as he snickered. "No air, the lady boss didn't do anything to you, did she?" No air? Miao Yi finally understood. This band of people had, in fact, recognized him earlier on. Now he could somewhat comprehend the objective behind last night's braised pork leg in soy sauce and this morning's noodles. This band of bastards had intentionally set out to entrap him. He objected on the spot. A man and a woman coexisting within a room, you tell me what could happen? The three of them abruptly stared at Miao Yi in wide-eyed suspense and asked in unison, so what happened? Miao Yi moved from his cross-legged pose, unwinding and straightening his legs. His face was awash with an expression that spoke of a lingering, pleasant memory as he clicked his tongue and said, "The lady boss's figure is really perfect, almost too much to cope with." This was clearly misleading them into thinking that he and the lady boss were up to indecent deeds just now. The eyeballs of these three people nearly popped out of their sockets, and the carpenter spoke doubtfully, "It's impossible, is it not, Ut?" With arms akimbo, Miao Yi countered, "How could it not be possible? If you don't believe me, you can go ahead and ask the lady boss yourselves." Astonishment was written on their three faces, and they gazed at Miao Yi, finding his claim incredulous. Apparently, it was very hard to believe that Miao Yi could win over the lady boss after only just meeting her. But the cook's gaze then suddenly shifted. Pa! A resounding slap landed on the back of Miao Yi's head, almost toppling him off the bed. Miao Yi flared up indignantly, "What are you doing, Dot?" The cook rose to his feet and pointed at Miao Yi, telling the other two, "Don't listen to him talk nonsense. We were almost tricked by him, this brat was trying to hoodwink us. If we really listened to him and went to the lady boss to probe, what do you think the consequences would be? I've been exposed." Yet, the Miao Yi who was thinking of exacting some payback said with an air of nonchalance, "I was just stating a fact. It's not my problem if you fellows think indecently and let your imaginations run wild with immoral thoughts. Why should you blame it on me?" Both the carpenter and the stonemason were taken aback as they gasped in shock. The carpenter pointed at Miao Yi and said, "During that time at the Mystic Arts Temple, I thought that you were a pretty good kid. How come you're now full of evil tricks?" The stonemason scrutinized Miao Yi up and down, trying to size him up. "Kid, you didn't deliberately take advantage of the lady boss all those years ago, did you?" Miao Yi was startled and said, "You've seen through that too?" "I already confessed to the lady boss just now. The lady boss said never mind and even asked me to accompany her in drinking wine more often. I was just pondering on what the lady boss could mean. You all know her well, what did she mean by that?" Bang! The cook suddenly gave Miao Yi a kick, knocking him onto the bed. At the same time, the other two also jumped onto the bed together, seizing Miao Yi as they rained down blows and kicks. How could the flimsy wooden bed frame withstand the rambunctious motions of four men tumbling over it? The bed collapsed with a crash. The cultivation level of these three people was too high. They beat Miao Yi until he was too weak to strike back. He wrapped his arms around his head as he huddled against the wall in the corner and howled, "Quit it! If you don't, then don't blame me for being uncivilized." Were it not for his belief that the three of them bore no malicious intentions to deal him a deadly blow, and he dared not make matters blow up once again, he could have burned down this whole place. What does it mean? You're asking what it means. It means you need a good beating. This brat is too spoiled, the lady boss has suffered a great loss. After the brawl, the three of them uttered these words respectively as they turned around and left. Miao Yi, who was covering his head and huddled against the wall in the corner, then stood up. He tentatively touched his rear, one might say that his whole body was covered in footprints. He grimaced in pain, his but had borne the brunt of the onslaught, receiving most of the hits. Miao Yi wanted to complain to the lady boss right away. However, upon reaching her door he then changed his mind and retraced his footsteps. On further thought, he was the one who didn't manage to cheat them. If he tried to complain about it to the lady boss, perhaps he'd end up being the misfortunate one. He could only suffer in silence, such unspeakable bitter suffering. He re-entered his room and vented his anger by tossing the shattered bed frame out the window, fragments and all. He withdrew to his room and closed the door. Without the bed, he then sat cross-legged on the floor. With his strength inferior to theirs, he intended to endure this grudge for the time being. Tossing an orb of will into his mouth, he diligently cultivated, in the hopes of being able to avenge, in the days to come, this grievance of blows and kicks he suffered. Who would have expected that as night fell, the door bolt would swing open yet again? The scholar entered once more, his hand at his back, and crouched down in front of Miao Yi, who was staring wide-eyed back at him. The scholar then smilingly said, "I heard that the cook and the other two gave you a beating? This band of rascals, really? Later, I will admonish them on your behalf," he rattled on and on. In the days to come, Miao Yi eventually realized that this Tempest Tavern was in fact not safe for him at all. The bolt on the door was just for decoration. The four rascals could come in whenever they wanted and never once knocked on the door. The carpenter later hoisted over a big chunk of wood and built a solid new bed for him out of it, right inside his room. The stonemason would bring over a stone whenever he was free and did carvings in front of Miao Yi. Whenever the cook was free, he would bring over 2 dishes he personally made and have a drink with him. These 3 rascals acted like they'd never beaten him. And the scholar, who was stationed at the front desk and was considered as the busiest person, would also find the time to seek him out for a game of chess. Even though Miao Yi didn't know how to play chess, the knowledge was eventually forced onto him. What is this called? Miao Yi predicted that in another half-year's time he would be able to break through to the Blue Lotus 6th grade. He wanted to make good use of his time to focus on cultivating, yet how could he cultivate in peace after being pestered in turns by these rascals? I really can't win against them, damn it. For Purple Lotus 1st grades, how can I fight that? Neither could he escape. If he could escape from this Tempest Tavern, he definitely would have fled outside and hidden from them. He could only hope that the news from Traversing Water Palace would come sooner, and if it gave him permission to return, he would certainly make haste to leave. He could be considered as having grasped the situation. What carpenter duties, or stonemason duties, or making dishes, drinking wine, and playing chess? Those were all just excuses. The 4 of them couldn't find anyone appropriate on a normal day and simply came to seek him out to chat, him being the fresh face around here. It seemed like the lady boss wasn't the only one feeling lonely and bored, they were all lonesome. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 513, Captain Again? Chapter 513, Captain Again? Translator, Soup Hunter. Editor, Milk Biscuit. There were pros and cons to everything. Even though those bastards beat him up and made him severely uncomfortable, now he still got to know them better in the span of a few days. The Tempest Tavern was almost like his own house at this point. There probably wasn't any other guest who could go around as they pleased like he could. He had even entered the lady boss's room. Where else couldn't he go? Miao Yi asked about the devious 4's background from time to time, but they always brushed him off with a laugh. More specifically, they were laughing wryly. They clearly didn't intend to discuss the issue. However, Miao Yi still managed to find out that the scholar and carpenter originally worked under the boss of Tempest Tavern, while the cook and stonemason belonged to the lady boss. But after the boss was gone, the former naturally followed after the lady boss, and ended up spending more time with her than they did with the boss himself. In actuality, the lady boss was the current owner of the Tempest Tavern. The so-called boss was only there in name. Not long after the Tempest Tavern was established, the boss was gone, and the whole place had been managed single-handedly by the lady boss ever since. The one thing that Miao Yi lamented was that there was almost no point to how much closer he got to those 4 bastards. The lady boss and them pretty much stayed in the tavern all the time. They rarely ever stepped out and interfered with the problems outside. Otherwise, Miao Yi would definitely have a better time dealing with his troubles with 4 Purple Lotus experts by his side. He pretty much understood why those 4 would come pestering him so often. Anyone would feel bored and lonely after being stuck in the same place for several thousands of years. The other benefit to Miao Yi was that he got to know the general state of affairs in Flowing Clouds Dune Sea from them. Whatever happened in Flowing Clouds Dune Sea, whoever got killed or robbed day after day, he was able to find out from the scholar and the others. This made Miao Yi feel as though this place was not as peaceful as its appearance seemed. Miao Yi was able to find out the lady boss's daily routine as well. In the mornings, she would walk around the tavern, then go back to her room to cultivate. Then, in the evenings, right when the sun was setting and the mist was dispersing away, she would bring a wine flask and head up to the roof to watch the sunset alone. It was a boring life indeed. Right on the 10th day of his stay in Tempest Tavern, Miao Yi was cultivating on top of his bed when a spirit eagle suddenly swooped in from his open window and landed on the head of his bed. The time taken for the reply was just as he had initially predicted. Miao Yi was instantly overjoyed. He hurriedly retrieved the jade archive from the tube on the spirit eagle's leg. As expected, it had come from Traversing Water Palace. The message was encoded with the cipher they had agreed upon. As he read through the jade archive, his expression gradually darkened. Traversing Water Palace hinted to him that the realm beyond heaven had sent other groups to Flowing Clouds Dune Sea for the same mission as his, and told him to continue staying there to gather clues on the Nether Dragon ship. If he could achieve a great accomplishment, he would be heavily rewarded once he returned. They also told him to head to the Chamber of Commerce branch in Flowing Clouds Dune Sea and look for the intermediary, and that he need not worry about Raincloud Manor. After feeding the spirit eagle, Miao Yi sent it off with his response to the decree. Once again, he politely stressed his desire to return, and that he felt he wouldn't be of much use on his own here. After sending off the spirit eagle, having made sure that he couldn't return just yet, Miao Yi wrote down another letter. He then took out another spirit eagle from his beast sack and sent it off. The letter was addressed to Qin Er and Shui Er, telling them that he was safe so that they wouldn't worry. At the front hall, seated behind the counter, the scholar was surprised to see Miao Yi walking out the front door. This was the first time he had stepped out of the tavern ever since his arrival. "Carpenter, care for a walk outside?" As he cautiously eyed his surroundings, Miao Yi made his way to the stable. He leaned on the railings, leisurely kicking the sand by his feet as he smiled and posed the question to the carpenter, who was in the middle of repairing the stable. In the entire tavern, the carpenter and stonemason were the only ones who frequently stepped out of the courtyard. They would often head out to bring back news regarding the current events of Flowing Clouds Dune Sea, or to purchase supplies for the tavern. Even though Tempest Tavern had 80 tables and 80 rooms, according to Miao Yi's observation, almost half the rooms were practically empty. The ones that did come to stay here were mostly trying to hide from their troubles outside and rarely set foot out the door. When they did, they would hurriedly leave. As such, not many people dined there either. Back then, he had come here in the dead of night, so he thought that was the reason why the place was so empty. However, he now knew that there were barely more than 3 tables being occupied in the front hall at any given time. Moreover, most of these people had only come here to take a peek at the beautiful lady boss. Even though they couldn't have such a fine woman for themselves, they still wanted the eye candy. As for the rest, they mostly had the employees bring their meals up to their rooms. There was barely any human interaction at all. Then again, most of them didn't want to talk to another person in the first place. It was no wonder why the scholar and the others had latched themselves onto Miao Yi so tightly. "You're not afraid to walk outside?" The carpenter was astonished. He asked curiously, "What are you heading out for?" Miao Yi sighed. "I'm going to the Chamber of Commerce to sell some things and exchange some crystals. The tavern's expenses are too high. And you guys won't make it free of charge for me either. I'm running out of money to pay for my stay." The carpenter continued to cast a scrutinizing gaze at Miao Yi, before returning to his own chores. He didn't give any other response besides that. Miao Yi was lost for words. He asked, "Are you going or not?" "I'm not familiar with these parts, so I don't know which direction I should go." "Won't you lead the way for me?" He had already plotted out the path beforehand with the stonemason. The problem was that it wasn't safe for him to go out on his own. It was much safer to have an expert by his side. The carpenter put down his tools, turned around and slapped the dust off his hands as he said, "I'll do it only this once. There won't be a next time." Fine. You only need to take me there once. I won't trouble you next time." Miao Yi hurriedly nodded. As soon as they stepped outside the front gate, Miao Yi released the dragon steed. However, it immediately bolted off the second it left his grasp. Miao Yi couldn't help but smile wryly as he watched it go. The carpenter asked curiously, "Why aren't you chasing after it?" "It belongs to Chun Yingguo." "Forget it. It's too much trouble to tame it since the owner is still alive. Just let it go look for its owner." Despite knowing the answer already, Miao Yi proceeded to ask, "Which way to the Celestial Nations Chamber of Commerce?" The carpenter raised his hand and gestured for him to head towards the right. The two of them then walked side by side, kicking up sand as they went. Within one of the nearby mud houses, behind a tiny gap on the window, a set of eyes quickly narrowed as they watched Miao Yi exit the Tempest Tavern. The person then turned and said to the black-robed individual cultivating in the corner of the room, "The target has exited the premises." The black-robed person immediately opened their eyes and walked to the window. These people were both donned in full black attire. The taller one was called Lu Yun, while the shorter one was called Lu Sha, and these two were brothers. Evidently, these were not their real names, but that fact was unimportant. The important thing was that these two belonged to the Flowing Clouds Dune Sea's assassin organization, Peony, and that they both possessed a Red Lotus first-grade cultivation. As he walked beside Miao Yi, the carpenter abruptly turned his head towards their direction. The two of them quickly hid themselves to the side, then quietly left the house. The Celestial Nations Chamber of Commerce branch was not far from Tempest Tavern. It was only about 5 miles away. The building itself was much grander than Tempest Tavern, though, and was actually 3 stories high. It was also surrounded by a dense growth of palm trees all around. Miao Yi raised his head to look at the sign on top of the gate. He then proceeded to walk inside while the carpenter sat outside the door and waited. As he made his way past the giant mud-walled courtyard and into the main hall, one of the tellers quickly approached him with a business smile. "Good day, sir. Are you looking to make a purchase, or perhaps you wish to sell something?" The main hall had a very elaborate design, and there were very few people inside. Miao Yi scanned his surroundings, then secretly took out a jade archive and handed it to the teller. The teller couldn't help his surprise as he read through the jade archive. He gave Miao Yi a scrutinizing gaze, then extended his arm in gesture. "Come with me." Miao Yi followed him back to the rear hall. The architecture of the Chamber of Commerce building was different from the Tempest Tavern. The tavern's design was that of 3 individual sectors separated by multiple entrances at the various levels of entry, whereas the Chamber of Commerce was essentially just one giant building. The rear hall was most likely only accessible by Chamber of Commerce employees. There, a white-bearded old man could be seen cultivating upon a wide chair. The teller bade Miao Yi to wait for a moment, then stepped forward and handed the jade archive over to the old man. After the old man read through the jade archive, he instructed the teller to wait there, while calling out to Miao Yi, "Come with me." Miao Yi followed the old man from the rear hall, up a flight of stairs, all the way to the 3rd floor, then entered an isolated room. Inside the room, a tall, slender man was seen cultivating. He was a handsome man, fair of skin, with a set of beautiful sharp eyes. After reading the jade archive the old man had brought, the handsome man had him step down. He then stared down Miao Yi and conveyed his thoughts through voice transmission. "So you're Miao Yi, the 10th place holder of the Sea of Constellations Subjugation Crusade? My cultivation may not be high, but my fame sure is well known." Miao Yi thought in a self-deprecating manner. However, in front of the person before him now, he didn't even have the guts to breathe slightly louder than normal. The other party naturally emitted a sense of dominance that was present in those who stood in command of the masses. Even though Miao Yi had seen several bigwigs himself, none of them seemed to compare with the aura surrounding the man before him right now. His beautiful sharp eyes, especially, just seemed to naturally exude a sense of pride that caused those who beheld it to instinctively humble themselves, and his every word, coupled with that deep, commanding voice, seemed to carry an immense weight that pressed down on a person's heart and forced them to be helplessly anxious. Miao Yi hurriedly replied with voice transmission, "Yes, sir." The other person then said, "I hear that you even managed to keep the ghost sage's disciple on his toes with your long sword back in the subjugation crusade. Your actions undoubtedly caused our celestial nation cultivators to feel great pride." "Those are all just rumors," Miao Yi politely replied. Deep down, he thought, "That's Yan Beihong, okay? Not me." He then cupped his fists and asked, "May I have the pleasure of knowing your name, sir?" "Was Shan Hai. I'm your liaison." The person continued, "I already know about the situation with your group. Now isn't the time to fight with the Hive Gang, we must prioritize the mission above all else. Your confrontation with the Hive Gang has undoubtedly proven your capabilities in killing your way through to the 10th place in the subjugation crusade. Even after all your comrades have perished, you were still able to hold the Hive Gang's 6th young lady hostage and save yourself. Your ability is remarkable indeed." Miao Yi cupped his fists. "Senior Gui is exaggerating. No need to be so humble." Gui Shaohai straightened his legs and walked over. He handed the Jade Archive back to Miao Yi and said, "It just so happens that another group has arrived. I will shortly transfer you over to that team so that you may continue on with your mission. You shall lead them as captain." "Me? Captain?" Miao Yi pointed to himself in shock. "Appointing me captain again? Are you kidding me? All the people under me have died, and you still want to hand me more troops?" He hurriedly waved his hand and said, "I am afraid my abilities are limited. Please appoint another more suitable candidate, Senior Gua. Now is not the time for humility. If you have what it takes to handle the task at hand, then by right, you should showcase your skills. The mission should be your top priority. Once you've succeeded, you will naturally be heavily rewarded." Gua Shaohai waved his hand, indicating that the matter was decided, and continued, "You are currently staying in Tempest Tavern, correct?" "Yes, sir. The Chamber of Commerce has recruited 50 loose cultivators to harvest the Moondawn spiritual herb, and 30 of them consist of our people in disguise. Tomorrow morning, they will pass by the entrance of Tempest Tavern. During then, you can simply blend in with them." "Understood, sir. There's one other thing you should remember. After you've managed to find traces of the Nether Dragon ship, send word back immediately. At the same time, to avoid the information from being leaked, leave no survivors among the other 20 unrelated loose cultivators. Do you understand what I'm saying?" Miao Yi hesitated for a moment, then cupped his fists and answered, "Your subordinate shall fulfill the task assigned to him. If you manage to do your task well, then a hallmaster's seat will surely be yours to take." Gua Shaohai waved his hand and continued, "Now, go. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 514, Demon Subduing Vajra. Chapter 514, Demon Subduing Vajra. Translator, Soup Hunter Editor, Milk Biscuit. You sure know how to talk big. I can become a hall master just because you said so? Miao Yi grumbled in his head. It was no longer a matter of whether or not it was difficult for someone with his cultivation to become a hall master. Rather, it was outright impossible. If they really made him hall master, the higher-ups would end up being a laughingstock. Think about it this way. During the handover of the annual tribute, all the other hall masters would be flying to Traversing Water Palace, whereas he would be riding over on his dragon steed. By the time he arrived, everyone was probably already escorting the palace lord to the capital city. Would he have to continue chasing after them on horseback then? And this guy says that a hall master's seat is mine to take? He's just trying to beguile me. There's no way someone with a cultivation like mine can ever become a hall master. There never was, and there never will be. After all, there's no way the public can accept being subordinate to someone weaker than them. A heavy reward, though, is not entirely impossible. Senior Gua, does the Chamber of Commerce have a dragon steed I can borrow? Before he left, he continued, my mount perished during my scuffle with the hive gang. Just go ask one of the guys outside. Tell them I gave the order. Once you've accomplished your mission, we'll reward you with a flying mount. And yet another empty promise. It sure is easy to give false hope like nobody's business when you don't have to deliver them. Do you honestly take me for a fool? Miao Yi grumbled deep down again. He politely gave his acknowledgement, then excused himself. The second Miao Yi set foot outside the door, another person appeared inside the room. Lao Bai's graceful visage had abruptly formed out of thin air, his gaze calmly scanned Guo Xiaohai, who stood before the window with his hands behind his back. Guo Xiaohai abruptly turned around, casting a piercing gaze across the room with his beautiful sharp eyes. His glare reflected the powerful aura underneath that was capable of causing men's hearts to quake in fear as he instantly locked onto the place Lao Bai had just been standing on. It seemed he was able to sense something, but he couldn't see anything. After briefly appearing, Lao Bai had disappeared just as silently. Guo Xiaohai slowly turned around and scanned the room. Seeing that there was nothing amiss, he frowned. It seemed he still harbored some suspicions. As Miao Yi walked down the corner of the stairs, he bumped into the white-bearded old man who had guided him up previously. He continued following the old man down, then said, I'm in need of a mount. The one inside has asked for you to give one to me. All right. The white-bearded old man immediately agreed. That was quick. He didn't even bother asking if it's true. Miao Yi then said jokingly, I also need a decent third-grade transcendent artifact. All right. The white-bearded old man immediately nodded and agreed again. Miao Yi was utterly dumbfounded. Are you serious? You're not even going to confirm with the person inside before deciding to give it to me, . After making their way downstairs, the old man instructed the teller from before to prepare a dragon steed, then asked for Miao Yi to wait a while. Miao Yi looked around the empty room with a hand on his chin in curiosity. That old man isn't really going to give me a third-grade transcendent artifact, is he? Miao Yi didn't have to wait too long before the old man returned, and in his hands was an actual sleek, black Vajra, which he proceeded to hand over to Miao Yi. Still a little addled, Miao Yi grabbed the Vajra artifact, then injected it with his transcendence energy. The Vajra immediately started emitting a red glow, causing Miao Yi to be even more astonished. He's really giving me a third-grade transcendent artifact? The old man then extended his arm in gesture. The dragon steed is already waiting in the courtyard outside. You can just take it yourself. Okay. Miao Yi turned around and walked out to the courtyard, where the teller from before pulled over a dragon steed and handed it over to him. Miao Yi turned back to look at the hall, then gave the Vajra artifact in his hand a light shake, causing its 9 hoops to ring vibrantly. He then scanned his surroundings and quickly tucked the Vajra artifact away, deciding it was best not to reveal his treasure so publicly. He leaped onto the dragon steed's back, and after a brief exchange with the dragon steed in the courtyard, he ultimately managed to subdue it. He then charged out the gate and beckoned to the carpenter who was waiting for him outside. Let's go. The carpenter stood up and walked beside Miao Yi. Shortly after, he looked up at Miao Yi, who was seated on his dragon steed and still looking a little dazed, and said, Are you trying to show that I'm your subordinate by sitting so high up? Miao Yi snapped back to reality and hurriedly jumped down. He waved his hands and chuckled, I didn't mean to do that. I was just a little too distracted to notice just now. The carpenter looked around, then replied in a casual tone, Kid, this place is none other than the Flowing Clouds Dune Sea. You'd better keep your wits about you now that you're out of the tavern. Otherwise, you won't just be losing focus, but your life as well. Yeah, you're absolutely right. Miao Yi gave a perfunctory reply, the absent-minded expression on his face completely saying otherwise. Are you high or something? Why are you smiling to yourself like an idiot? It's nothing. Was I really smiling like an idiot? Moron. Hey, I'm neither asterisk freeloading here, nor am I taking advantage of the tavern. I've paid all of my dues. Not to mention, I haven't forgotten about the time you guys beat me up. You should be grateful that we didn't pummel you to death. You taking advantage of the lady boss is the same as taking advantage of the tavern. Can't you people stop mentioning this for once? We're outside right now. It doesn't matter what happens to my reputation, but if the lady boss's dignity is damaged, won't all of us be held responsible? The two continued to banter as they made their way back to the tavern. They then bumped into the stonemason, who was coincidentally walking around the courtyard. Miao Yi hurriedly pulled his dragon steed over to the stable and locked it in, then said, "Stonemason, take good care of my mount." The stonemason rolled his eyes in disdain, but he didn't refuse. It was his and the carpenter's job to take care of the mounts in the tavern in the first place. "Kid, why are you running away so fast for?" The stonemason turned back and shouted. He had just pulled out a stone tablet for Miao Yi to register his dragon steed, but the guy just up and ran away without so much as a sign, as if he had a nasty case of diarrhea. "Stonemason!" the carpenter called out, and the two started mumbling to one another. "Nyoer!" Sitting behind the reception counter, the scholar called out to Miao Yi when he saw that he had returned. However, Miao Yi just returned a simple wave before hastily rushing off. Once he was back in his room, Miao Yi immediately shut all the windows and the door. He even took out a dagger to seal off the bolt around the door completely. He then perked up his ears and listened to his surroundings. After making sure there was no one outside, he took out the demon-subduing Vajra artifact and quickly injected it with his Transcendence Energy signature to register himself as its owner. He then focused his Transcendence Energy throughout the artifact to comprehend its inner workings. After getting a general understanding of how it works, he held out the Vajra with one hand and activated it with his Transcendence Energy. The Vajra artifact immediately started shining with a crimson glow, and the 9 hoops attached around it slowly began to spin, gradually picking up speed. Ding ding ding. With 9 chimes, the hoops abruptly broke out and flew off from the Vajra, quickly expanding over 10 times their original size. They transformed into 9 giant, glowing red hoops, orbiting around Miao Yi in midair. With a Vajra in his hand and 9 shining hoops rapidly hovering about him, Miao Yi emitted an extraordinary aura as if he was some powerful saint. However, his expression was terribly pale. Ding ding ding. With another 9 chimes, the hoops shrunk back into their miniature size and reattached themselves onto the Vajra. Like a deflated balloon, Miao Yi crashed onto his bed, clutching tightly onto his Vajra artifact with a deathly pale expression on his face. However, despite how weak he looked, he couldn't help smiling idiotically to himself. Calm down, me. This isn't just a normal 3rd grade transcendent artifact, it's a transformative top-tier 3rd grade transcendent artifact. I wonder how many 3rd grade Yao cores must have gone into making this. Well, either way, it's not like I can wield this transcendent artifact properly with my Blue Lotus 5th grade cultivation. I can barely change the forms of the 9 hoops, let alone the Vajra itself. How can I possibly use it to fight my enemies? It's not something I can control at all with my level of cultivation at the moment. But what does that matter? Even if I can't use it for the time being, I can still hold on to it. What's most important is the value of this transcendent artifact. After trying it out once, I am positive that the worth of this demon-subduing Vajra artifact alone is higher than all the loot I plundered during the Sea of Constellations subjugation crusade. Frickin' hell! Did that old man really need to go so far? I was only just kidding. He didn't even bother asking anything before handing me a 3rd grade transcendent artifact, and a top-tier one at that. This is just way too generous, much more so than the 50 million gold crystals I had received from Granny Tao. In fact, it is so generous it's almost aggravating. Miao Yi wasn't afraid that the other party would hold him responsible for this later on either. It wasn't as if he had asked to be given the transcendent artifact. He only casually mentioned that he needed one in passing. The old man was the one who gave it to him of his own accord. If they wanted to take it back afterward, then they were free to do so. But what if they really handed this Vajra artifact over to him? Perhaps this would be the reward he was promised for the successful completion of this mission. As Miao Yi thought about this, he started regretting not asking for a couple more expendable items. After all, there was no way they could get him to return the things that he had already used up. However, now that the transcendent artifact was already given to him, it wouldn't be as easy to get it back. After all, this was the Flowing Clouds Dune Sea, a place where it wouldn't be surprising for someone to be robbed. If I said I needed a 4th grade transcendent artifact back then, I wonder if they would give me one. Miao Yi held onto the transcendent artifact and mumbled to himself, then burst into crazed laughter once more. I'm rich. I'd better think of what to ask for next time and see if I can get away with it again. The sound of footsteps outside caused Miao Yi to be alarmed, finally realizing that he had lost himself a bit in all the excitement. He quickly tucked away the demon-subduing Vajra artifact and tossed an orb of wool into his mouth as he began cultivating to restore his transcendence energy. Early the next morning, Miao Yi was in the front hall for once, enjoying his breakfast slowly. The ever-beautiful lady boss walked out onto the front hall from the rear courtyard. When she saw Miao Yi, she tossed him an alluring smile, then walked over to the table where he was eating and traced her finger across the surface the way she always did to check if it was clean. She wasn't in a rush to start her patrols. Pushing on the back of her skirt with both hands, she sat herself down next to Miao Yi, crossing her legs as she lazily tilted her head to face him. While the cloud-patterned shoe on her foot gently swayed, her flawless calves could be seen under the green frilly muslin skirt that was adorned with tiny golden pearls at its edges. Her every move carried a seductive allure about it. This was the true definition of sex appeal. Miao Yi raised his head to look at her and smiled. "Good morning, lady boss." As she rested her chin on her arm, the lady boss smiled back with her beautiful eyes. "Why haven't you come to drink with me?" "I don't have the guts. After drinking with you last time, I almost got beaten up to death by 3 bastards. How could I possibly have the audacity to go looking for you for a drink again?" "Not unless I'm tired of living, that is," Miao Yi scoffed, then said sarcastically, "They all say that Tempest Tavern is the safest place in the entire Flowing Clouds Dune Sea, but the way I see it, there's no place more dangerous. There's a purple lotus cultivator lurking in almost every corner, making even escape impossible." The lady boss was taken aback, turning her head towards the scholar who was behind the receptionist's desk. The latter hurriedly waved his hands and said, "That's not my fault. The cook and the others were the ones who did it. I'll go give them an earful after this." The lady boss turned back towards Miao Yi and smiled. "I can see that you guys must have gotten quite close for them to fool around with you like that." Miao Yi asked, "You call beating someone up fooling around? Why don't you let me beat you up then, and we can say I was just fooling around?" The lady boss winked playfully and nodded. "Sure, I don't mind. I won't move a single inch. Give me your best shot." Miao Yi rolled his eyes at her. "Even if you're willing, I need to have the balls to make my move too, you know?" Suddenly, the sound of rumbling footsteps could be heard from outside. Miao Yi tilted his head towards the gate to listen. Once the commotion quieted down, he put down his chopsticks and stood up with a smile. "I'm done eating. Lady boss, you're a busy woman. I won't be bothering you any longer, If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 515, Dejected Old Acquaintances. Chapter 515, Dejected Old Acquaintances. Translator, Soup Hunter Editor, Milk Biscuit. I'm not busy, and you're not bothering me either. I have plenty of time. As she rested her head upon her arm, the lady boss gestured with her chin. "Sit down and talk with me for a bit. Don't always coop yourself up in your room. Tell me about the time they beat you up. I'll help you deal with them afterward." "It's fine. I'm afraid that once you deal with them, they'll just take it out on me again. Miao Yi sighed, then lifted his leg over the stool and walked off. The lady boss smiled. All right then. I'll be waiting for you on the rooftop tonight for a drink. My treat. Think of it as compensation for what they did. I won't leave until you show up. This, Miao Yi revealed an apologetic smile. I'm afraid I won't be able to attend. The lady boss immediately raised an eyebrow. This lady boss is so beautiful. Many people can only dream of getting me to buy them a drink. And you're declining my invitation? I wouldn't dare. Miao Yi pointed to the door. I've been staying here for too long. I'm going to go out for a walk. Go out? The lady boss frowned. Little boy, don't say your big sister didn't warn you. With your cultivation, you'd best not run around outside before you possess enough strength. Otherwise, you might not even have enough money left over to pay for your accommodation fees. The scholar also circled around the counter and said, Niuer, your stay will be terminated after tonight. Why don't you just pay the fees first? That way, you won't have to worry about not having enough money for accommodation once you return. I probably won't be coming back so soon. Lady boss, innkeeper, let us meet again if fate wills it, said Miao Yi as he cupped his fists. The other two were taken aback by his words. The lady boss stood up and asked, You mean to say you're leaving? If I ever get another chance, I'll come drink with you again. Miao Yi cupped his fists again, then turned around and strode off. The lady boss and scholar slowly followed him out the door and watched as he left. Miao Yi walked towards the stable and pulled his mount out. While he was fixing up the stable, the carpenter suddenly transmitted his voiceover. Niuer, don't say I didn't warn you. Someone has been watching you ever since you walked out yesterday. I suggest that you don't run around recklessly. Miao Yi was taken aback. He responded in kind and thanked the carpenter. I have to leave this place eventually. I can't spend the rest of my life cooped up in here. Even though he did want to stay and continue cultivating here, that was simply not possible. Not only did he have loved ones waiting for him, there was just no way he could accept that third-grade transcendent artifact for free. If he really went against the higher-ups' order, then not even the Tempest Tavern would be able to keep him safe. After all, who would dare take the Celestial Sage for a ride? Not unless that person was truly capable of hiding themselves out till the end of time, that is. Miao Yi leaped up onto his dragon steed, then nodded towards the lady boss and the scholar. After which, he rode out the earthen gate and took a gander at the crowd outside. As he swept his gaze across the crowd, Miao Yi was suddenly taken aback. Similarly, there were two in the crowd who shared the same reaction when they saw him as well. This was because these two people were none other than the Subjugation Crusade survivors, Pai Junzi and Tao Yongchun. The two of them were in quite the wretched state. It was a given that the three of them would be surprised to bump into each other again, and under such circumstances, no less. Pai Junzi and Tao Yongchun wanted to greet Miao Yi, but the latter quickly turned away and pretended not to recognize them. They exchanged looks with one another, then decided it was best to stay quiet as well. As the person in charge issued the command, the people outside quickly leaped onto their mounts and started galloping towards the gate. Miao Yi quickly blended into the crowd as they passed by, and the whole group quickly departed. The three people inside the courtyard looked at each other. From the looks of things, anyone who wasn't a complete idiot could tell that the crowd outside had only been waiting for Miao Yi before continuing on their journey. The carpenter whispered, I only went with him to the Celestial Nations Chamber of Commerce yesterday, and there's already a group of people waiting for him today. It looks like his trip here is not as simple as it seems. The lady boss huffed. There's no way a manor head would come all the way out here on a simple errand. Although I have no idea what they're planning, sending someone with that level of cultivation to Flowing Cloud's Dune Sea. The carpenter said, let's not worry about what he's here to do. I just think it'll be dangerous for him now that he's out there. Yesterday, I found someone keeping an eye on him and tailing him from the shadows. If I wasn't around, I think that someone would have already made their move on him, but..." The lady boss gave a simple reply, her eyes gleaming. 50 riders galloped across the desertscape filled with palm trees and houses, while a faint mist rolled about 10 feet above their heads. This was indeed a strange land. Every morning, at the break of dawn, a thin blanket of mist would envelop the skies, unabated by the blazing sun and the billowing winds. Then in the evenings, just before sunset, the clouds would fade away quietly. It was a very peculiar phenomenon indeed, giving the otherwise desolate landscape of flowing clouds dune sea an added touch of mystery that was enough to inspire awe in one's heart the first time they saw it. Naturally, this strange phenomenon played no small part in how flowing clouds dune sea got its name. However, the sea in flowing clouds dune sea not only referred to the sea of sand that was all around, but also to the actual body of water that existed underneath the layer of sand and dirt. Below the ground, hidden away by the vast, boundless desert, was a great, dark ocean. Mysterious and profound, this ocean was tucked beneath the earth, never seeing the light of day. Oddly enough, no one knew if it was because of the sand or the ocean underneath, but there would constantly be battles going around flowing clouds dune sea. Every time the earth cracked and the sands cascaded down into the sea, it would immediately solidify into a hard crust, and almost instantaneously cover the water underneath back up. This was also the reason why this vast desert was not swallowed up by water this entire time. The reason why the locals had set up their houses on high ground was also quite simple: the higher areas were actually the islands on top of the ocean. It's just hard to tell because the whole place was almost always covered by sand. Every time there was a strong wind, one would be able to see the island that was hidden underneath. However, once the wind stopped, the sand would cover it all up again. On the other hand, it was much more dangerous to build a house on low terrain. If anything were to happen and the earthen crust beneath the desert were to crack, there was a high chance that the house and its owners would sink into the ocean depths altogether. Simply put, this place was filled with a baffling sense of mystery. Miao Yi had also heard some rumors about it from before, but only after coming here did he finally get to know the whole story from the cook and the others. As Miao Yi and his company passed by the numerous houses along the streets, the people inside would occasionally peer out to take a gander at them. Meanwhile, the 30 administration officials that Guo Xiaohai had arranged to go on this moondawn harvesting excursion had already reported themselves to Miao Yi through voice transmission, indicating their adherence to his command. "My lord, the entire flowing clouds dune sea has been divided into 4 search areas: north, south, east, and west. We will be responsible for searching in the western sector. The higher-ups insist that we are not to let go of a single clue, whether it be above ground or below it. We will also need to submit a progress report to them once every 10 days. Later on, they will be sending us extra help in batches, allocating up to a total of 500 men to us, as it would be too conspicuous to send too many people here in one go. However, those joining us in the future would be ignorant as to the true purpose of this mission, and will simply abide by our commands." The leader of this group of people reported everything to Miao Yi. He was the one originally tasked with taking charge of the group, but because Miao Yi had suddenly appeared, he was demoted to becoming his second in command. Miao Yi cursed deep down. The whole flowing clouds dune sea is so damn huge. God knows when we'll find that accursed ghost ship that comes and goes as it pleases by searching blindly like this. Wouldn't it be better if they just sent those that could fly to search for it? Even though he was complaining, he knew that the idea itself was not practical. If the higher-ups had really sent a large batch of people flying around in search of the Nether Dragon ship, then it wouldn't just be the Celestial Nation troops searching for it, the other 5 nations would join the fray as well. Then there would be no point in keeping this whole thing a secret. Otherwise, this mission wouldn't have been so hush-hush in the first place. Good God! That celestial sage is planning to take the treasure of the Nether Dragon ship for herself. Is she plotting to unify the 6 nations? However, there was one thing he could be sure about: they weren't the only group that was sent on this mission. There were at least 4 groups searching the 4 sectors of flowing clouds dune sea, which meant that the celestial nation had readied 2,000 men to scour the whole place. That damned ship has been missing for so many years. It might as well just never show up. Why'd it have to reappear and make my life so difficult? It would be fine if I can actually find it, but if not, God knows how much longer I would have to search for it in this godforsaken desert before that woman the celestial sage is satisfied. Just think about the years of cultivation I'm wasting here. As he grumbled deep down, Miao Yi transmitted his voice over to the other party. Alright. I keep feeling as though someone is following us. Have the men be more vigilant of their surroundings. He didn't forget the carpenter's warning before he left, and was prepared to break through the Earth's crust and dive into the ocean the second he sensed something amiss. The vice captain quickly scanned his surroundings, thinking, why am I not sensing anything? However, he soon realized there must be something this Neo heir had that he didn't for the higher-ups to appoint him as captain all of a sudden. There was no harm in staying alert in this accursed place anyway, so he quickly conveyed the order down to the other subordinates. As the group marched on, their formation gradually changed. The administration officials quickly went on high alert and watched their surroundings vigilantly. Miao Yi secretly nodded his head at this. This group of people was definitely much more capable than those sent over by Traversing Water Palace. Miao Yi quietly approached Pai Junzi and Tao Yongchun, transmitting his voice to them as he asked, why are the two of you here? Didn't we tell you that we would be hiding our days out here in Flowing Clouds Dune Sea after the Sea of Constellations subjugation crusade? Pai Junzi replied. Tao Yongchun also asked curiously, why are you here? Realization soon dawned on Miao Yi as he remembered that these two Yao cultivators had offended that bastard Bai Ziliang, and no longer had a place of their own in the Sea of Constellations, and thus they came to hide in Flowing Clouds Dune Sea. Let's not talk about why I'm here. You will find out soon enough. I say, you two should have enough money in your pockets to live worry-free for 1,000 years at least. How did you fall so far behind that you need to harvest moon dawn to survive? Were you guys robbed or something? Miao Yi asked. Tao Yongchun smiled wryly. You can put it that way. We handed over most of our belongings to Tempest Tavern to pay for our stay. Tempest Tavern? Miao Yi was taken aback, thinking, could that tavern be a shady establishment after all? He couldn't help but voice out in disbelief, are you kidding me? You guys had so much on you back then. How is it possible that the accommodation is that costly? What do you mean how? You just came out from the Tempest Tavern yourself. Pai Junzi suddenly paused, then asked, did you just come here not too long ago? I can guarantee that you haven't been around for more than a month. I've been here for about 10 days now. What's wrong with that? Miao Yi asked curiously. Of course something's wrong. Something's very wrong indeed. Tao Yongchun smiled wryly. Back then, we made a great effort to come here. And since it was our first time around the area, we didn't dare venture out, and simply cooped ourselves up in Tempest Tavern immediately. Our first month was quite enjoyable. There was food and drink, and we didn't have to worry about our own safety. At the time, we figured it wouldn't be a bad idea to stay in the tavern until our cultivations had risen high enough for us to step outside. After all, we had more than enough resources, and 10,000 gold crystals a day wasn't too exorbitant a price tag for the room, only about 10 low-grade orbs of will. That was a price we can live with too. Little did we expect that the amount would actually double upon the start of the second month. When we asked why, we were told that not only did the price double by the second month, it would continue to multiply itself twice over the price of the previous month every subsequent month. Our first month we spent about 300 orbs of will, then our second month cost over 600 orbs. You can go ahead and count yourself how much the room would cost after that. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 516, Monopolizing the Market. Chapter 516, Monopolizing the Market. Translator, Soup Hunter Editor, Milk Biscuit. 300 a month, then 600 for the second month, then for the third month. You'd be spending about 600,000 orbs of wool per month after a year. Miao Yi couldn't count further. He was in utter disbelief. Now do you see the problem? Pai Junzi sighed. If someone stayed up to 2 years, they would have to pay over 2.5 billion low-grade orbs of will. Not even the 6 sages could afford it, let alone us. We couldn't keep up with the expenditure anymore after a year and a half, and were politely asked to leave the tavern. A year and a half, Miao Yi gasped. Why were you guys so dumb? How could you bear to stay there for a whole year and a half when it's so expensive? Tao Yongchen said dejectedly, they didn't force us to stay either. After a few months, they politely told us about the pricing scheme and advised us to temporarily move out for a month. They said that the tavern only had 80 tables and 80 rooms and that there were simply too many people in the cultivation realm who wished to barricade themselves in the tavern, away from their enemies. If all these people were to stay there, then they wouldn't be able to run their business properly, hence they came up with this strategy. As long as someone stayed there every other month, then the pricing scheme would reset to the initial amount. That way, the guest would be able to save quite a bit of money. However, if they chose to stay there consecutively, then the tavern can only increase the price. Otherwise, they wouldn't have enough rooms to accommodate all the guests. They told us that the Tempest Tavern was a business establishment, not a safe house. Miao Yi was utterly speechless. If that was the case, then what were those bastards plotting by trying to make him stay longer? Pai Junzi sighed again. Still, how could we possibly dare to step outside? As we stayed in the Tempest Tavern, we heard that those who stay for several consecutive months were heavily targeted the moment they set foot outside. If we go out, we were sure to be robbed. And that's not even the worst part. We'd be considered lucky if we didn't lose our lives as well. The people from the tavern kindly advised us to leave on several occasions, but in the end, we were the ones who begged them to let us stay. This is how we ended up in such a miserable state. After staying for a year and a half, we couldn't afford to pay the accommodation fees any longer. We only kept a couple of transcendent artifacts when we left, thinking we could still use them to put up a fight. However, the second we stepped outside the door, we were robbed by the Hive Gang. Fortunately, they didn't kill us and only took our transcendent artifacts. They even helped give us some pointers on how to survive in Flowing Cloud's Dune Sea. This is why you're seeing us here today. Miao Yi had no words to describe these two. He sighed in exasperation. If I had known about this sooner, I wouldn't have given you two such a large share of the bounty during the subjugation crusade. How could you just hand over such a vast fortune so easily? I'm so annoyed. Pai Junzi and Tao Yongchen also sighed helplessly. This accursed Tempest Tavern really is monopolizing its own niche market here in the cultivation realm. How much must they make in a year? Miao Yi couldn't help cursing. Pai Junzi sighed again. You're telling me. Whether it be thieves on the run, people who embezzled money, or just wealthy folks who got caught in some kind of trouble, basically all those in the entire cultivation realm who offended the wrong people would come and hide in the tavern in order to avoid certain death. And in the end, they would all give away their hard-earned resources to the Tempest Tavern. Even though the tavern might look like it doesn't have a lot of guests, but to be honest, all those staying there long-term are ridiculously wealthy. It is by no means a place for poor folks to stay in. Although it's not a very big place, I hear that it rakes in an astronomical figure in profits every year. The two of us have stayed there for over a year, and we've seen many rich folks who were asked to leave the tavern after spending up all they had there. Naturally, the two of us belong in this category as well. Ha! Miao Yi gasped in astonishment. How is this any different than robbing someone when they're wounded? They're just doing it in a roundabout manner instead of forcing you to hand over your money like everyone else did. What a despicable way of doing things. And the guests are the ones who willingly hand over their belongings to them. Tao Yongchun smiled wryly. There's no helping it. Even if someone else wanted to start a similar business, they don't have the background for it. Not even the 6 sages could make a living out of this. In the entire cultivation realm, only the lady boss of Tempest Tavern has the qualifications to do such a thing. No one else can do what she's doing. Miao Yi had always been curious about the lady boss's background. Now that Tao Yongchun was talking about it, he couldn't help asking, why is that so? Tao Yongchun replied, don't you know? The lady boss's name is Yun Jiqiu. Yun is her surname. Miao Yi answered, I know this of course. But so what if her surname is Yun? You said that not even the 6 sages could make a living out of this. Even if she's somehow related to Devil Sage Yun Outyan, what makes her so special? Pai Junzi laughed. You've really hit the nail on the head. This Yun Jiqiu is really related to Devil Sage Yun Outyan. She's the daughter of his eldest son, which also means she's Yun Outyan's granddaughter. Moreover, she's his eldest grandchild. Out of all of the Devil Sage's grandchildren, she's the most senior, and also the one most favored by Yun Outyan himself. This, Miao Yi was taken aback. This was indeed quite the powerful background. However, he couldn't help asking suspiciously, you guys almost had me fooled there. If not even the 6 sages could do this kind of business, how is it possible that Yun Outyan's granddaughter can? Hold on, don't tell me it's somehow related to the boss? Pai Junzi acknowledged. You got it right again. Do you know who the boss is? His name is Feng Xian, and he's the eldest grandchild of Dao Sage Feng Beichen. Those who didn't know probably would have never guessed that the grandchildren of the 2 nemeses, the Devil Sage and Dao Sage, would actually get married to each other. Miao Yi asked curiously, yeah, exactly. How did those 2 get married? Pai Junzi chuckled. We only heard about this after coming here as well, but apparently, Feng Xian was a tall, handsome young man back in the day. Not only was he blessed with good looks, but he was also a very approachable person, and had plenty of friends. Not only was he on good terms with the 2 ancients of the North and South Poles, he made friends with a great number of mysterious experts and demonic behemoths. Moreover, the 5 emperors that ruled over Flowing Clouds Dune Sea were also his sworn brothers. Now wait just a minute. Miao Yi cut him off. Isn't Flowing Clouds Dune Sea under the control of the 2 braves? Since when were there 5 emperors? Tao Yongchun replied on Pai Junzi's behalf, there were 5 emperors originally, but 3 were killed by Devil Sage Yun Outyan in a fit of rage. Even the 2 braves of today had almost lost their lives to Yun Outyan back then. Pai Junzi continued, this Feng Xian really was quite the character back then. Not only did he possess a great aptitude for cultivation, he had friends all across the realm. You could say that he brought great pride to the Dao Sage Feng Beichen. Everyone would say that Feng Beichen had nothing more he could ask for with such a grandson. However, the problem arose 50,000 years ago, when the Nether Dragon ship had suddenly resurfaced in Flowing Clouds Dune Sea. The 6 sages all stormed towards it when they heard the news, but ended up with nothing after a vicious battle. And of all things, Feng Xian and Yun Jiqiu fell in love with each other right around that time as well. The 2 of them were nothing if not a match made in heaven, but their backgrounds only spelled terror for their love. It's because Yun Jiqiu's parents, Yun Outyan's eldest son and daughter-in-law, had been killed by Feng Beichen way back when the 6 sages were still vying for control of the realm. And Yun Outyan himself had killed Feng Beichen's eldest son and daughter-in-law out of revenge. Call it an eye for an eye. Because of this, not only would Yun Outyan never agree to Yun Jiqiu marrying Feng Xian, Feng Beichen himself was against the idea as well. That said, Feng Beichen loved this grandson of his very dearly, and in the end, he gave in to Feng Xian's pleas and acknowledged Yun Jiqiu as his granddaughter-in-law. He even sent gifts over to the Great Devil Realm. However, this ended up sparking Yun Outyan's fury. He saw this as a disgrace, blaming Yun Jiqiu for even daring to fall in love with the grandchild of her parents' murderer. It was utterly blasphemous to him. Unless he died, there was no way he would agree to her marrying the grandchild of the person who killed his son. Miao Yi clicked his tongue. I never would have guessed that lady boss had such a backstory. So how did those two get together in the end? Tao Yongchun smiled wryly. Ultimately, those two decided to leave the rest of the world behind and cut themselves off from their respective families. They were going to abandon everything behind just so they could be together. They wanted to rely on themselves to live and not depend on the two sages. And it just so happened that the 5 emperors of Flowing Clouds Dunxi at the time were Feng Xian's sworn brothers. Moreover, this is a lawless place, making it the ideal location to start their new lives, away from the control of the 6 sages. Back then, Feng Xian had secretly informed his 5 sworn brothers of the news ahead of time, and the 5 brothers immediately helped him set up a tavern right here and * named it after the couple, implying that the 2 of them had joined together in matrimony. This was also how the Tempest Tavern came to be. After which, Feng Xian and Yun Jiqiu sneaked themselves out and were about to marry each other and start their new lives here. The 5 emperors also planned out a major celebration for the 2 of them, decorating the entire Tempest Tavern in red. All that was left was for the 2 newlyweds to seal the deal. When the couple in question arrived, the entire group swarmed around them and immediately dressed them up in wedding robes. Apparently, right as the 2 of them were swearing their vows to heaven, a furious roar of thunder cracked across the skies and dark clouds quickly loomed over the place. The devil sage Yun Outyan had personally chased them all the way here. Things started getting messy then. So something like that actually happened? Miao Yi asked excitedly. How messy was it? Pai Junzi smiled and continued. Devil Sage Yun Outyan is said to be the most powerful person in the entire cultivation realm. Besides the other 5 sages, who could possibly get in the way of such a man? Moreover, Yun Outyan had arrived in a blinding rage, causing the auspicious occasion to turn into an unfortunate one. It is said that many people died at the time. While he was in his wedding robes, Feng Xian was heavily injured by Yun Outyan, and even the 5 emperors who tried to stop him got hurt. Had Yun Jiqiu not threatened to end her life if he didn't put a stop to it, then Yun Outyan probably would have already turned Feng Xian into mincemeat. At the time, Yun Outyan couldn't do anything against Yun Jiqiu. She was adamant about killing herself if he didn't comply. In the end, Yun Outyan decided to spare Feng Xian. However, his stance remained the same. There was no way he would ever agree to Yun Jiqiu marrying the grandson of the man who killed his child. He told Yun Jiqiu that he was sorely disappointed in her, and even said that he would no longer acknowledge her as his granddaughter. He then took Feng Xian away and imprisoned him within the Great Devil Realm. And even now, Feng Xian is still trapped in there. Miao Yi asked curiously, how could Feng Beichen possibly sit still knowing Yun Outyan had captured his grandson? Of course he couldn't. Not only did Feng Beichen go all the way to the Great Devil Realm to personally demand that his son be released, even the 5 emperors had gathered many of Feng Xian's friends and rushed over to try and pressure Yun Outyan to release him. Yet, in the end, not only were they unable to force Yun Outyan to concede with their numbers, they even made him go into a burst of rage. It was nothing short of a massacre. Dao Sage Feng Beichen was heavily wounded, 3 of the 5 emperors were killed, resulting in the 2 braves you see today, and countless others perished under Yun Outyan's hands. Had the other 4 sages not tried to seize the opportunity to attack, forcing Yun Outyan to stay his hand, there might not even be the 2 braves in the current Flowing Clouds Dunxi, they all would have been killed by him. Pai Junzi chuckled. Miao Yi sighed in sorrow. Tao Yongchun then added, even though Yun Outyan said that he would never acknowledge Yun Jiqiu as his granddaughter ever again, she was still his grandchild. Not to mention, Feng Beichen has personally acknowledged her as his granddaughter-in-law. The 2 braves of Flowing Clouds Dunxi call her their sister, and Feng Xian's friends still support her for old time's sake. With the Devil Sage and the Dao Sage as her background, as well as the support from the local powerhouses of Flowing Clouds Dunxi and several of those old geezers giving her face, even the other 4 sages would have to think twice before messing with Tempest Tavern. This was also the reason why it could monopolize this kind of business. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 517, Inferno Qilin Spear. Chapter 517, Inferno Qilin Spear. Translator, Soup Hunter. Editor, Milk Biscuit. TSK. How much must they make in a year with such a monopoly? Miao Yi couldn't help his astonishment. I'm not sure exactly how much they make, but anyway, I hear that the lady boss has to go to the Great Devil Realm and provide cultivation resources for the imprisoned Feng Xian year after year. Ha! Feng Xian is lucky to have such a woman. Even though he's been imprisoned for several tens of thousands of years now, it wouldn't be wrong to call it closed-door cultivation since there's no one to bother him. Who knows? He might even be able to come out and reunite with the lady boss one day. On the other hand, the lady boss is the one who has to maintain all these connections on her own. Apparently, when the Tempest Tavern just opened, it wasn't entirely smooth sailing all the way. After all, it was no easy feat to get everyone to acknowledge an establishment like the Tempest Tavern. The lady boss must have gone through many difficulties to get the entire cultivation realm to slowly accept the rules set by the Tempest Tavern. As a result, she has earned the respect of a lot of people, Pai Junzi said. The beginning was always the hardest. Miao Yi nodded, gaining some new insight into the lady boss's personality. It was no wonder she and the others didn't want to talk about their past. It turned out they had such a trying period back then. The way ahead grew more desolate, and there were no longer any houses to be seen around them. Miao Yi and his company had already made it out of the area in Flowing Clouds Dune Sea where people congregated. Miao Yi scanned his surroundings vigilantly and transmitted his voice over to Pai Junzi and Tao Yongchen. The two of you shouldn't have come here. There might be danger lurking about. If we encounter any danger, don't bother with anything else. Just remember one thing, run. Tao Yongchen refuted, what danger could there possibly be? We couldn't be any more wretched than we already are. Most people wouldn't even bother robbing poor folk like us. As long as we comply with the other party's demands obediently, then we can generally get by in Flowing Clouds Dune Sea. Pai Junzi responded in agreement. It was evident that the two of them had already gotten used to the lifestyle here in Flowing Clouds Dune Sea after so many years. Miao Yi disagreed. I'm not joking around with you here. If there really is danger, then even I might have trouble staying alive. I won't be able to spare you two any extra attention. He didn't mention that someone had put a bounty on him, neither did he talk about the matter with the Nether Dragon ship. This was because once the Nether Dragon ship was found, the two of them would have to die. Tao Yongchen said, don't worry. With Pai Junzi around, we won't be in too much danger. Miao Yi was a little taken aback by how confident Tao Yongchen seemed. He asked, how so? Did you forget what Pai Junzi is most skilled at? Digging. Tao Yongchen smiled. This desert is pretty much a playground to him. If there's any danger, we can always dig our way underground and escape. We're just two poor bastards. Not to mention, we've hidden our true names and lived under the radar this whole time. Bai Ziliang doesn't know that we escaped all the way here, and it's not like we have any grudges with anyone else. No one will be persistent enough to try and kill us. This is what we've always done whenever we encounter any danger. We've long since grown accustomed to it. Miao Yi turned to look at Pai Junzi, and the rat spirit responded with a smile. Perhaps luck was just not on their side. Right as they were talking about danger, something happened. The crowd quickly scanned their surroundings but were unable to find anyone around them. Suddenly, just as they were approaching one of the sand dunes ahead, out came two black-robed men. One wielded dual swords, while the other wielded dual deerhorn knives. Both of them stopped in front of Miao Yi and the others. These two men were none other than the assassins of Peony, Lu Yun and Lu Sha. The crowd was greatly surprised, and Miao Yi's eyes instantly widened when he noticed that the other party was already staring straight at him. He firmly transmitted his voice over to his subordinates, circle around. At the same time, he hoped that his judgment was wrong and that these two weren't here for him. He wanted to believe that things would be alright if they just circled around and tried not to get too close to those two. The second in command quickly raised his hand and gave the signal, riding in front and leading the rest of the troops away. Whoosh! With a swing of his hands, Lu Yan quickly tossed out two flying swords straight towards Miao Yi. With the two deerhorn knives in his hands, Lu Sha swiftly dashed over, with Lu Yan closely following behind as well. Judging from the faint blue hue on the transcendent artifact, it was evident that these two both wielded second-grade transcendent artifacts. After all, it wasn't as if anyone could afford to use third-grade transcendent artifacts. Two Red Lotus experts. The crowd was shocked. The loose cultivators of Flowing Clouds Dune Sea immediately broke off in different directions, whereas the officials that were hiding in the crowd viciously attacked the ground. Miao Yi did the same as well. With Qilin's spear in hand, he thrust it ferociously at the ground, thinking to dive into the ocean underneath. So it's the two assassins from Peony, Lu Yun and Lu Sha. These two also stayed at our tavern back when they just arrived at Flowing Clouds Dune Sea. This is bad. That kid Nyo Air is done for. Their cultivation grades aren't even remotely on the same level. The carpenter sighed. The lady boss, carpenter, and stonemason had suddenly appeared atop one of the sand dunes nearby. The lady boss's dress gently fluttered in the wind, accentuating her beauty and her devastatingly enchanting figure. It was truly difficult for one to take their eyes off her. The three of them couldn't help feeling conflicted as they watched the situation before them play out. They had always taken a neutral stance to things and avoided getting involved in other people's problems. As such, they could do little but stand on the sidelines and watch on. Much like how Lu Yun and Lu Sha had kept their eyes on Miao Yi, so too did the carpenter keep his eye on the two of them. When Miao Yi and his company had left, and the two of them quickly followed behind, the carpenter and the others quietly tailed them in turn. They wanted to see what these two were planning to do to Miao Yi. In the end, they quickly realized that Lu Yun and Lu Sha weren't simply following behind Miao Yi and his group. Rather, they determined the direction the latter was headed towards, then circled around and cut them off from the front. Evidently, the two assassins didn't want to make their move in a place with too many people, and risk alarming Miao Yi and his group. And meanwhile, the lady boss and the others had followed the two of them from behind. Within the cloud of dust and sand that billowed from the relentless attacks of over 30 cultivators, Pai Junzi and Tao Yongchen quickly slipped away. They got off their mounts, holding each other's hands as they disappeared into the sand. Just as Tao Yongchen said, Pai Junzi was exceptionally skilled at burrowing into the sand. Miao Yi noticed something amiss the second his spear struck the ground beneath him. The sand was much too fragile, unlike normal soil. This meant that it had natural impact dispersing capabilities. Without a high enough cultivation, there was no way one could hope to penetrate through the sand. Not even 30 people working together could hope to break through the sand and dive into the ocean underneath. They finally understood why those loose cultivators had immediately broken off into different directions earlier on. The situation wasn't as they assumed it would be, where it would be difficult to outrun a Red Lotus cultivator on a dragon steed on this vast, open desert. That way, they would still have a chance of surviving at least. Rather, it was even harder to make their escape trying to burrow into the sand. This was why those loose cultivators had chosen to split off and escape the second they encountered danger, instead of foolishly trying to dig their way underground like Miao Yi and the others did. Those cultivators had been living here for quite some time, and were evidently more well informed as to the circumstances around these parts than Miao Yi and the others were. And it was precisely because of their inexperience that they had immediately plunged themselves into deeper peril. Just as Miao Yi had alighted from his steed, two flying swords immediately tore through his mount, creating a powerful spurt of blood as his dragon steed neighed in agony. Lu Yun and Lu Sha had closed the gap almost instantaneously. Anyone that stood in their way to killing Miao Yi were quickly dispatched of. With both deerhorn knives in hand, Lu Sha cleaved through the troops as though he was chopping up tofu. His hands moved deftly, cutting through the crowd and knocking them off their steeds, as he charged straight for Miao Yi with hardly a drop in momentum. No one could stand in his way. And closely following behind him was Lu Yun. Under Lu Yun's control, the two flying swords quickly changed directions after killing Miao Yi's mount, and started piercing through the bodies of both the cultivators and their dragon steeds who stood in his path, before quickly flying straight back for Miao Yi, who was frantically using the other troops as cover. Miao Yi was also dodging at impeccable speed. However, against the combined forces of two impossibly strong Red Lotus experts, his efforts could barely make any difference in the outcome. Ha! Atop the sand dune, the lady boss sighed as she looked on, finding it a little difficult to watch. After all, Miao Yi could still be considered as one of her acquaintances. As he made another close dodge, Miao Yi tossed out a set of beads with a flick of the wrist. The 18 beads glowed with a resplendent blue hue, and abruptly enlarged as they flew out. There was no longer any room for concern for his comrades. As the beads grew to table-sized orbs, they crashed into the other cultivators and their mounts who were beside Miao Yi. Bang bang! Two of the table-sized orbs were instantly cut down by the two flying swords. They were not capable of withstanding the attack of a Red Lotus cultivator. Fortunately, this transcendent artifact was a detached type artifact. As long as the formation core wasn't damaged, it didn't matter if an orb or two was destroyed. Had it been one of those linked type transcendent artifacts, the whole artifact might have been completely destroyed by now. The remaining 16 giant orbs immediately bunched up together and protected Miao Yi in the center. As Lu Sha rapidly twirled his body, the pair of deer-horn knives in his hands made quick work of the troops around him. Screams of agony resounded as he then tossed out the knives, and they shot powerfully through the air. Boom boom! Another two orbs exploded in a cloud of black mist. At that instant, wielding a pair of swords in his hands, Lu Yun quickly dashed forward and attacked through the opening between the orbs. He wanted to charge through and take Miao Yi's life in one fell swoop. Whoosh! A powerful wave of colding energy abruptly gushed forth from the gap, instantly lowering the temperature in the vicinity. Lu Yun was startled. With a powerful stomp on the ground, he quickly shot to the skies like a shooting star. However, his legs were still caught in the attack radius of the colding energy, and was instantly covered in a layer of frost. That said, it didn't stop him from jumping up to the sky and avoid falling completely to the attack. Meanwhile, having just retrieved his deer-horn knives, Lu Sha didn't have enough time to dodge. However, he swung his arms across one another, and the sand beneath him exploded upwards, creating a defensive barrier that firmly blocked the Yin energy from reaching him. The two of them were greatly shocked. The tides were almost turned against their favor. However, it was evident that their experience in battle was not something the likes of Su Jinsong and the others from Suppressing 10th Hall could compare with. Within the bundle of orbs, when he noticed that his ambush with the mysticking mirror had failed, Miao Yi quickly realized that it would no longer be effective against the other two. The effect of the mysticking mirror was at its greatest only when used in a sneak attack. That said, using this time when the enemy wasn't attacking, the remaining 14 orbs quickly tightened and sealed the gap between them back up, once again protecting Miao Yi in the center. Up in the sky, the frost around Lu Yun's legs quickly erupted. He had already dispersed the colding energy, and to avoid falling for the same attack again, he viciously chopped down with both his flying swords. Meanwhile, Lu Sha pushed forward with his deer-horn knives, and the wall of sand in front of him immediately erupted towards the bead formation around Miao Yi like a hailstorm. At the same time, he tossed his deer-horn knives back out. The two of them no longer tried to engage Miao Yi in close combat. The reason for that was clear: they wanted to first break the transcendent artifact that was protecting Miao Yi. Boom 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 boom. Another 4 orbs erupted into black mist. Seeing the number of orbs protecting him gradually decreasing, Miao Yi realized that the transcendent artifact wouldn't be able to protect him for much longer. It would only spell death for him to continue turtling himself up like this. With a vicious expression, Miao Yi stepped onto the orb with the formation core hidden inside, then raised his spear and furiously bellowed, "Attack!" The sound of his fury echoed across the desert. The rage in his voice had even surprised the lady boss and the others, and they looked at each other in astonishment. It was important to note that there was no trace of fear in Miao Yi's shout from being in a perilous situation. Rather, he erupted with a fierce hostility instead. V-Room. A powerful blaze suddenly erupted from the gap between the bundle of orbs. Following the intense wave of fire, the remaining 10 orbs shot out and furiously swept through the surrounding area. Within the flames, Miao Yi stood like a fire god. Wrapped in his battle armor, he thrust his spear upwards, and a great flame furiously erupted into the clouds above. The Inferno Qilin spear that he had always refrained from using was now finally revealing its beastly fangs in the face of absolute danger. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 518 Single Spear, 10 Deaths. Chapter 518 Single Spear, 10 Deaths. Translator, Soup Hunter Editor, Milk Biscuit. The sudden wave of heat caught Lu Yun by surprise. He hurriedly backed off, but a large piece of the robe around his back was already blackened and turned to ash. The raging blaze swept through the surrounding area in a seemingly never-ending fury. It was as though it was a reflection of Miao Yi's anger, wanting nothing more than to swallow everything up in its path of destruction. With Miao Yi standing right at the epicenter, the powerful radiance resembled a giant blossoming flower of flame. Miao Yi had stirred the Supreme Fire Crystal's destructive capabilities to its utmost potential. Noticing that the assassin's sole target was Miao Yi, and seeing that they could do little to stop them or save Miao Yi, the rest of the crowd immediately broke off into separate directions. Little did they expect that they would perish by the hands of their own comrade instead of the enemy's attack. The raging fires quickly caught up to them, then swallowed them up in an instant. Ah! The agonizing screams were enough to make one's skin crawl. As he was too close to Miao Yi, Lu Sha had nowhere to run. The intense heat was immediately upon him, scaring him out of his wits. He swiftly swung his deer-horn knives and deflected 2 giant orbs that came straight at him. Then, in his haste, he hurriedly formed a cocoon of sand. The sand underneath his feet quickly gathered, forming an impenetrable barrier around him. The sand cocoon then abruptly shot upwards from the impact of the heat wave, its surface quickly melting from the blazing flames, and the molten liquid slowly dripped down onto the desert below. Seeing that he failed to strike down Lu Yun, Miao Yi quickly twirled his spear around and began launching his attack on Lu Sha instead. How could he miss such a good opportunity to attack at close distance? Like a dragon, Miao Yi's spear shot out furiously. 1 thrust, 2 thrusts, 3 thrusts, 4 thrusts, 5 thrusts, the Qilin spear was launched out like a spark of lightning, with each strike quicker than the last. One after another, blades of fire relentlessly charged at the cocoon of sand up in the sky. The intensity of the flames, along with the impeccable speed of Miao Yi's strikes, created numerous burnt holes on the cocoon in the blink of an eye. By the 4th strike, the cocoon of sand had crumbled away, and the person within was already charred black. And by the 5th strike, the humanoid figure within the cocoon had instantly turned to ash. Not even a scream could be heard from him. Meanwhile, a voice called out painfully, "Brother!" The pair of flying swords transformed into 2 streaks of light and abruptly shot towards Miao Yi through the flames. With a couple of flicks, Miao Yi drew forth 2 flaming dragons from the fire with his Qilin spear and sent them crashing towards the flying swords. However, a Red Lotus cultivator was still a Red Lotus cultivator after all. The 2 fire dragons instantly crumbled before the flying swords. That said, the force behind the swords had dropped significantly as well. The 8 giant orbs circling around Miao Yi crashed against the flying swords repeatedly, eventually managing to knock them away. As Lu Yun swung his arms, the flying swords whirled about, then struck down at Miao Yi once more. Meanwhile, Miao Yi defended himself with another 2 flaming dragons, then used the 8 giant orbs to deflect the flying swords again. This exchange went on for a while, with neither side holding a decisive advantage over the other. Lu Yun didn't dare fight Miao Yi in close quarters as he was wary of the latter's flames. This, in turn, allowed Miao Yi time to properly defend against his attacks. Meanwhile, Miao Yi had no way of dealing with Lu Yun, who was attacking from a distance. After a few bouts, the fiery blaze beneath Miao Yi's feet quickly receded back into the Qilin spear, and the 8 giant orbs descended onto the ground and stopped moving about. Miao Yi pointed his spear up at the sky and bellowed, "Despicable fiend! Do you dare fight me to the death?" After being burned through by the intense flames, a large area of the desert became a giant reflective surface, with Miao Yi standing at the center of it all. From Lu Yun's perspective, why should he be afraid of Miao Yi? His actual brother had just died. Not to mention, he wouldn't simply let slip away all the transcendent artifacts that Miao Yi had. With almost no hesitation whatsoever, Lu Yun swooped down and landed on one of the sand dunes in the distance. With both swords in hand, he stared coldly at Miao Yi. Miao Yi lowered the Qilin spear, pointing it at the ground. Meanwhile, the 8 giant orbs quickly shrank and formed a bracelet around Miao Yi's wrist. "Die!" Miao Yi shouted, then broke off into a sprint across the giant reflective ground. As he charged across the desert, his spear was aimed straight at Lu Yun in the distance. There was no hesitation in his movements as he charged forward with reckless abandon, giving others the impression that he was attacking out of pure desperation. The lady boss and the others were taken aback, and the stonemason furrowed his brows and said, "Has that kid gone mad? It's not like the other party could have done anything to him from a distance. He clearly could have used that as an opportunity to escape. Isn't he just courting death by actively approaching the enemy?" As he stood atop the sand dune, Lu Yun revealed a vicious expression, crossing his swords in front of his face and biting down on them. With both swords held in his mouth, he stomped on the ground with one leg, causing the sand underneath to tremble violently. Then, a giant ball of sand created entirely using transcendence energy slowly rose from the ground like some glutinous pastry. Lu Yun slapped on the ball with one hand, and the giant sand ball abruptly shot out. As he pushed the giant ball of sand from behind, Lu Yun charged straight towards Miao Yi. And although he was moving such a giant chunk of sand around, his speed was still much higher than Miao Yi's. Lu Yun was wary of Miao Yi's fire attack. Without anything to protect himself, he didn't dare get too close to Miao Yi with just his cultivation. And what better protection was there than the limitless sands of this vast desert underneath his feet? The reason why his brother Lu Sha had failed to avoid certain death was due to the suddenness of the attack. Neither of them expected Miao Yi to have such a transcendent artifact. Not to mention, Miao Yi's counterattack with the spear was uncannily fast, causing Lu Sha to pay the ultimate price for his moment of carelessness. To overcome Miao Yi's transcendent artifact, he had to rely on the desert sand. Lu Yun was confident that with his cultivation and some form of protection ready, then even if a mishap were to occur, he would still be able to hold off until he could escape to a safe distance. With the spear dragging behind him, Miao Yi charged over, meeting Lu Yun and his giant ball of sand head-on. As the lady boss and the others watched these two quickly approaching one another, their eyes widened. The Qilin spear behind Miao Yi was abruptly raised, leaving several afterimages in its path. At the same time, Miao Yi's running speed had suddenly increased as well, far beyond the limits of what a Blue Lotus cultivator should be capable of. "All those who stand in my way shall die." As he struck out with his spear, Miao Yi let out a deafening roar to raise his own morale. This was the sound of a man who was putting everything he had on the line. A near-solidified flame abruptly erupted forth from the spearhead of the Qilin spear. Like a flash of crimson lightning, it measured half a foot wide and broke out with incredible speed. As the bright crimson streak flashed by, whoosh! The air sizzled and seared. The attack that was manifested from bringing out the full potential of the supreme fire crystal within the Qilin spear seemed to bear as much substance as a physical object. As he pushed the ball of sand forward from behind, Lu Yun immediately felt something was wrong. It seemed that even the air itself was teeming with a sense of danger. Bang! Like a rock smashing into tofu, the crimson lightning pierced straight into the ball of sand rolling towards it. The ball of sand had melted almost instantly, like a popped water balloon. Fortunately, Lu Yun had already sensed the danger beforehand and quickly activated his transcendent arts to protect himself from the piping hot liquid that was cascading over him. At the same time, he leaped up into the sky, tossing 2 flying swords straight at Miao Yi. However, what he saw next had him absolutely horrified. 1 strike, 2 strikes, 3 strikes. The crimson lightning that had pierced through the giant ball of sand was only the first strike. The Qilin spear in Miao Yi's hand moved at an inconceivably high speed. Even though it was just a single thrust, it gave others the feeling that 10 crimson bolts of lightning had flown out. It was another 10 deaths with a single spear. Ah! An agonizing scream resounded. As Lu Yun backed away from the exploded remains of the melting ball of sand, he was quickly severed in half while in midair, and instantly transformed into 2 balls of fire. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Now that they had lost their target, the other crimson bolts of lightning that shot out landed in the distance and created several plumes of flame. However, these soon disappeared with the wind. Clang! With the last of his stamina, Miao Yi swung his spear again, knocking away one of the flying swords that were coming towards him. The Qilin spear and the flying sword both flew off in the collision, and the skin on Miao Yi's hand ruptured with blood. Having just deflected one of the flying swords, he was too out of balance to escape the second one, which then firmly struck his chest. Put! Miao Yi spat out a mouthful of blood as his entire body flew backward and landed heavily on the sand. Even though he struggled a bit with his limbs, he was unable to get himself back up. He could only lie down on the ground like a dead dog. Fortunately, he had killed Lu Yun first, ensuring that there was no longer any remote control on the 2 flying swords. The only thing that remained was the powerful inertia. It was also fortunate that the armor had helped him absorb some of the damage. Otherwise, he would already be following Lu Yun down to the grave. But even so, the chest area of the armor artifact was still dented inwards. As the yellow sands gently rolled under the ever-blowing winds, the lady boss and the others silently stared atop the sand dune in the distance, and so did the 2 little heads that popped out of the sand. They were all shocked. Lying down on the sand, Miao Yi panted heavily with a wry smile on his face. Initially, he thought that he would still have some stamina left after using this single spear, 10 deaths technique now that his cultivation had increased by a few grades. However, as it turned out, only the might of the attack had become more powerful. He was still completely drained of almost all his stamina afterward. It seemed that there was an issue with controlling the power of this attack. There was definitely a need to practice it more once he had the chance. Miao Yi feared that he would turn out like this after using that technique. Otherwise, he would have already used it when killing Lu Sha. Given the state he was in now, even a mortal could kill him, much less a cultivator. This was also why he was so hesitant to use the technique. If he had any other option, he wouldn't even dare to try it. If he had used this technique against Lu Sha earlier on, then Lu Yun would probably be chopping his head down with ease by now. Popping their heads out from under the sand, Pai Junzi and Tao Yongchen stared at the lady boss and the others for a while. Seeing that there was no movement from them, the 2 guessed that they were probably maintaining their neutral stance, as they always had been. Pai Junzi and Tao Yongchen exchanged glances, then nodded and climbed out from under the sand. The 2 of them rushed over to Miao Yi's side and helped him up, asking, "Are you all right?" There was both a sense of joy and admiration in their eyes as they looked at Miao Yi. To them, he seemed even more ferocious now than he was back in the subjugation crusade. This time, he had even single-handedly killed 2 Red Lotus cultivators. Miao Yi coughed, spitting out another mouthful of blood as he cursed, "Like hell I am. We can't stay here for long. We should hurry and get away from this place." Pai Junzi asked, "Where to?" "Damn it all, that's it. I'm done. First the Hive Gang, and now 2 Red Lotus cultivators. If a Purple Lotus cultivator is sent after this, there's no way I can survive no matter how many lives I have. Why won't they just give it a rest already? I'm not going to play this stupid game anymore, not even if they beat me to death. Send me to Tempest Tavern quickly." Miao Yi cursed loudly. Tao Yongchun quickly rushed off to the side and picked up Miao Yi's Qilin spear. He knew this was a very valuable artifact and shouldn't be left behind. With a pale expression, Miao Yi weakly waved his hand and said, "Don't forget the other stuff too. I earned this with my life. If I leave it be, I'll get bad karma. You two poor sods can have them. Quickly now, things will get messy once people start to show up, So they could have these treasures." Pai Junzi and Tao Yongchun carefully set Miao Yi down, then quickly ran around the battlefield and clearing up all the items. Even though their hearts were palpitating like mad, they were feeling a rush of excitement as well. Even though they would always meet with danger every time they met Miao Yi, the bastard seemed to always bring a get-rich-quick opportunity with him as well. It was truly a love-hate relationship for them indeed. After sweeping up all the riches, Pai Junzi and Tao Yongchun ran back to Miao Yi and lifted him up. Pai Junzi then dove towards the ground and opened up a path through the sand. The group then disappeared beneath the opening in the ground, which was subsequently closed up by the cascading sand. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 519, Completely Drained. Chapter 519, Completely Drained. Translator, Soup Hunter. Editor, Milk Biscuit. The bloody aftermath of the battle was gradually shrouded under the rolling sands. The carpenter and stonemason looked at one another, then sighed simultaneously. They found the outcome a little hard to believe. Back at the tavern, I've confirmed his cultivation. This kid has quite an astonishing cultivation speed. In just about 100 years, he managed to climb up to Blue Lotus 5th grade all the way from White Lotus 1st grade. There aren't many in the cultivation realm who possess such aptitude for cultivation. And now, he actually single-handedly defeated 2 Red Lotus cultivators with his Blue Lotus 5th grade cultivation. Not only was he not afraid of death, he actually went head-on against his opponent. This kid has got some balls. The carpenter sighed in astonishment. The stonemason quipped, "Was he not ballsy already when we first met him? It was hard enough for a mere White Lotus 1st grade like him to survive, yet he even tried to save us, and challenged the ghost cultivator and all those zombies by himself. That said, this kid's spear technique is quite powerful indeed." Even though that final attack relied much on the transcendent artifact's abilities, the might behind that sure kill technique seems to have far surpassed the limitations of his cultivation. With a placid expression on her face, the lady boss said, "Even all those years ago, I could already tell that the kid's spear technique wasn't ordinary, and I've even speculated on the identity of his master. Now, it seems his technique has become even more powerful than it was back then. It's as though it has already attained some kind of profoundness of its own. This isn't something that can be taught. That technique has long surpassed the limits of his cultivation. Even if someone were to teach him such a technique step by step, it would be a fruitless attempt. He could have only achieved such a feat through his own comprehension." The carpenter sighed. For a Blue Lotus 5th grade cultivator to kill a Red Lotus cultivator, and 2 of them at that. Even though he relied heavily on the power of his transcendent artifact, this was still not a feat that anyone can achieve. Suddenly, the stonemason noted, "If I remember correctly, the 2 guys that took him away just now seem to be the 2 Yao cultivators that the tavern asked to leave all those years ago? There's no way they belong within the Celestial Nation's administration. Not only did they choose not to run away the second they encountered such a dangerous situation, they didn't covet the kid's transcendent artifact either. It seems like they're rather close to him. Even though he's a manor head from the administration, he's able to make friends with Yao cultivators. It seems the kid is quite the sociable guy." As the stonemason said this, the carpenter quickly shot him a glare. The stonemason was taken aback, but he quickly realized his poor choice of words. There was another sociable man once upon a time who ended up changing the lady boss's entire life. Feeling anxious, the stonemason shot a furtive glance at the lady boss. However, the lady boss simply pretended not to hear his comment. As she flew up to the sky, she said, "Stop dwelling on this already. Didn't the kid just say that he was going back to the tavern? Let's head back and take a look at that." With their cultivations, if they really wanted to eavesdrop, there was no way Miao Yi's loud voice could escape their ears. After making their way back to the tavern, the lady boss didn't return to her room to cultivate, for once. Instead, she took the scholar's spot, checking through the accounts behind the counter. Meanwhile, the other two, now joined by the scholar and the cook, sat themselves around a table, conversing amongst one another in hushed voices. However, even as the sun went down, there was no sign of Miao Yi returning. The lady boss and the others couldn't help wondering if the whole thing was just a ruse meant to deceive them. Miao Yi had realized that they were listening in, so he intentionally gave them false information. In truth, he wasn't planning on returning at all. Hanging by the front door of the tavern were a chain of red lanterns on one side, and a chain of white lanterns on the other. These indicated the impartiality of the Tempest Tavern. As time passed, the lady boss guessed that Miao Yi probably wasn't going to come back, and she stepped out of the counter. As she was about to head back to her room, the rest of the group in the hall suddenly turned to look outside. Outside of the mud wall, an arm suddenly burst out of the sand, then a human figure, looking as if it was pushed out by a strong force. The person groaned in pain as he fell on the courtyard. The two people who pushed him out quickly disappeared into the hole. They didn't show their faces. Miao Yi struggled to get himself up, making his way to the door with staggered steps. He leaned on the railing, panting heavily, the pale expression on his face offset by the bloodstains. He looked weak and wretched, waving to the people inside as he said, "I'm back. A business opportunity has just made its way right up to your doorstep. Someone come over and give me a hand." It's not that he didn't want to come back, he was simply too scared. As a safety precaution, he had Pai Junzi dig the entire way back. He had traveled such a long distance on his dragon steed. For Pai Junzi to dig the entire journey back, and avoid being noticed by anyone else on top of that, it was evident how strained Pai Junzi must have been. The lady boss tossed him a scrutinizing gaze. Seeing him make it back alive, she feigned ignorance and turned her head back around, showing off her voluptuous figure as she slowly strutted back to the rear courtyard. The scholar and the others looked at one another, and also pretended not to have seen anything, returning back to their own work. They also stopped some of the employees who wanted to go help Miao Yi up. Damn it! They charge such high prices, and they still treat their customers like this. This shady tavern. Miao Yi grumbled to himself. Seeing how everyone was ignoring him, he gritted his teeth and struggled to the counter. Then, his legs finally gave way, and he had to lean on the counter. With heavy breaths, he knocked on the counter. "Innkeeper, give me a room." The scholar was also leaning on the counter. Looking straight at Miao Yi, he smiled and asked, "Oh wow. Didn't you say you weren't coming back? Why are you here again so soon? And I even forgot to ask for your room plaque back in the morning. Were you trying to run away with our tavern's property?" Miao Yi's legs turned completely to jelly, and his whole body sank down on the counter. He revealed a weak smile, saying, "I must have forgotten about it. You guys should have reminded me. And, stop teasing me already. You can see how I look like. I'll really collapse if I waste any more time talking." The scholar continued to show him that beaming face as he asked, "How many days would you like to stay, sir?" 10 more days. Miao Yi no longer had the energy to count his gold crystals properly. He simply gritted his teeth and firmly placed 100 low-grade orbs of wool down on the counter. Although he wanted to leave Flowing Clouds Dune Sea as quick as possible, he could barely even move in his current condition. The last time he used this technique back in the Sea of Constellations, he had been unable to battle anyone afterward for days on end. He had a vague estimate of the duration. It would take him at least 5 days to recover this time as well. With a cheerful smile, the scholar slowly counted the orbs. Seeing how annoyed Miao Yi was, desperately hanging by the counter with just his chin, the scholar finally tucked the orbs of will away and said in a gentle voice, "That room is still vacant. You can just continue staying in your original room, you son of a b***tch. Miao Yi cursed with the last of his energy. He then crashed to the ground. He was completely drained. The other party had drained him of whatever energy he had to keep himself up on the counter. He couldn't crawl back to his room even if he wanted to now. Fortunately, a kind-hearted person walked over to him. With hands behind his back, the cook circled around Miao Yi once, then pulled him up by the collar and dragged him back to the rear courtyard. Miao Yi rolled his eyes in disdain. He highly suspected that this cook was just thinking of dragging him into the kitchen and butchering him like livestock. Thankfully, his imagination didn't come into fruition. The cook dragged him all the way back to the rear courtyard, then just tossed him onto the bed after entering the room. After that, the cook shut the door behind him and disappeared. This shitty tavern. Shady tavern. Miao Yi cursed. With much difficulty, he grabbed a bunch of orbs of will and tossed them into his mouth. He didn't even have the energy to count how many orbs there were, nor was he strong enough to sit cross-legged. He just lay on the bed and recovered. Eventually, he fell asleep, with the orbs of will still in his mouth. That single spear, 10 deaths technique was simply too exhausting to pull off. At the Celestial Nation's Chamber of Commerce branch, inside the isolated room on the 3rd floor, Shan Hai was sitting cross-legged as the white-haired old man stood firmly by the side and reported, "Miao Yi's group has encountered a mishap." According to the loose cultivators who escaped, they were attacked by 2 Red Lotus cultivators as soon as they stepped outside of this area. Some of the loose cultivators recognized their assailants as the assassins of Peony, Lu Yun and Lu Sha. Furthermore, based on what the loose cultivators said, it seems that the other party was after Miao Yi. Shan Hai's faintly shut eyes abruptly opened when he heard this, his eyes gleaming as he asked solemnly, "Miao Yi was attacked again?" The white-haired old man bowed slightly. When those loose cultivators were running away, they saw that Miao Yi and the others were already engaged in battle with the 2 assassins. They don't know what happened after that though. However, we received word just now that Miao Yi has already returned to the Tempest Tavern. It seems he's heavily wounded. As for the other troops, there isn't any news on them at the present moment. His eyes gleaming as he fell into deep thought, Shan Hai was suddenly taken aback by the old man's statement. He asked in astonishment, "Miao Yi came back? He managed to escape from 2 Red Lotus cultivators?" "Yes, sir. The only thing we know is that he's wounded. However, we are unsure of the extent of his injuries." Shan Hai said solemnly, "First, it was the Hive Gang. And now, the assassins of Peony have set their sights on Miao Yi. The other groups are all fine. Why is he the only one who keeps getting into trouble? Don't you think there's something unnatural going on here?" The white-haired old man replied respectfully, "I am not sure. Perhaps Miao Yi has made some kind of enemy. Those loose cultivators have made it very clear that the 2 assassins were only after Miao Yi. I sure wish that it's just a personal feud of his. But what if the Hive Gang was also after him specifically? As I recall, these 2 groups are up for hire, correct?" Shan Hai asked in a cold tone. The white-haired old man was slightly confused, but as he quickly pieced 2 and 2 together, he couldn't help his shock. He asked, "That can't be possible, can it?" Shan Hai scoffed. "If these 2 groups were after him specifically, then we have a big problem on our hands. The details of their route as well as the timing are all highly confidential information. There are only a handful of people who know about this. What does it mean for Miao Yi to be attacked the second he set foot in the desert? It means that someone on our side has leaked the information." He then narrowed his eyes and asked coldly, "This entire mission was organized by Tai Bao, correct?" The white-haired old man immediately replied, "There is no way that Master Hu Yan would leak the information. And even if he did, there's no need for him to go to such an extent just for a little Miao Yi." Guo Xiaohai's gaze turned incredibly icy as he slowly said, I sure hope so. Arrange for someone to get in touch with Miao Yi and ask what happened exactly. Sir. The white-haired old man acknowledged, then excused himself. That same night, an expressionless white-robed person entered the tavern. They handed over the payment at the counter and was then led to the rear courtyard by one of the employees. Not long after, a spirit eagle flew over from across the night sky. Miao Yi's windows and door were tightly shut, so the eagle had no way of going in. As such, it landed on the railing in front of Miao Yi's door and cawed. However, there was no sign of Miao Yi stepping out of his room. In contrast, the white-robed person who had just checked in quickly came over. They quietly made their way to Miao Yi's door, fed the spirit eagle, then set it off into the sky. It seemed that this person was using this method to determine the exact location of Miao Yi's room. It wouldn't be wise to knock on every single door after all. The person walked up to Miao Yi's door and gently knocked. However, it seemed the door wasn't even closed. It easily opened up with a gentle knock. The white-robed person furrowed their brows, then pushed open the door and stepped inside, quickly disappearing into the darkness of the room. Meanwhile, inside the small house located at the tallest point of the tavern, the lady boss was standing right behind the window and saw all that just happened from the tiny gap in the window. She couldn't help frowning faintly. As soon as the white-robed person entered the room, they discovered Miao Yi snoring lightly as he slept on the bed. The white-robed person examined Miao Yi's face, and after making sure that this was the person they were looking for, they gently tapped on Miao Yi's shoulder. However, Miao Yi still didn't wake up. This was very strange. There was no way a cultivator could fall into such a deep sleep. The white-robed person quickly placed their fingers on Miao Yi's wrist and examined his body. As they quickly found the reason behind his fatigue, they gently placed a palm on Miao Yi's body and injected him with transcendence energy. Miao Yi slowly opened his eyes. When he saw that there was an unfamiliar face in the darkness, he was utterly startled. He then started coughing harshly, spitting out several dozen orbs of will. This ambush was a little too sudden, and the other party fell on the receiving end of Miao Yi's spit. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 520, Almost Became In-Laws. Chapter 520, Almost Became In-Laws. Translator, Soup Hunter. Editor, Milk Biscuit. Their face suddenly covered in spit, the white-robed person raised their hand and pulled off an orb of wool drenched in saliva. They were a little lost for words. Who would actually sleep while holding orbs of wills in their mouth? Even though the person had already examined Miao Yi's body and confirmed that he had lost the strength to even hurt a fly, the attack had simply come too suddenly. Miao Yi struggled to speak, but the white-robed person quickly subdued him and gestured for him to keep quiet. The latter then quickly took out a jade archive and handed it over. With help from the other party, Miao Yi was somehow able to finish reading the jade archive, which allowed him to understand who this white-robed person was. He was also able to vaguely guess why they had come. The white-robed person transmitted their voiceover. Why did you suddenly retreat? Miao Yi was instantly enraged. You're asking me why? Look at how I am right now. What other choice did I have? I'm the one who should be asking what the hell is up with this mission. Some top secret operation this is. Someone hired the Hive Gang to come and kill me, and I was ambushed the second I set foot on the desert. Clearly, they were fully aware of our timing en route. And now, the assassins of Peony are after me as well. What kind of shitty top-secret mission is this? The white-robed person was shocked. They didn't even mind Miao Yi's tone and asked, so the incident with the Hive Gang was actually under the orders of a third party? Did you think they were just fooling around with me? I captured the sixth young lady of the Hive Gang and forced the information out of her. Someone's put a 10 million gold crystal bounty on my head. Miao Yi didn't even bother hiding the anger in his voice. He couldn't care less who the other party was. After all, they were the ones who were acting all dark and mysterious. Since the other party wasn't proving that their own status was higher than his, then why should he give them any face? The white-robed person asked solemnly, "Then why didn't you report it when you had the chance?" Miao Yi glared back. "How could I? The details of this mission are of the highest order of secrecy. The person who leaked the information is surely someone with a very high status." I had no choice but to swallow this indignation and suffer in silence. I was afraid that if I revealed the truth behind this incident, the other party would stop at nothing to have me killed. Since I can't offend the other party, can't I just hide? But clearly, that's not enough for them. This time, they even got 2 Red Lotus experts after me. Since they're so insistent on killing me, then there's nothing holding me back anymore. Go back and tell this to Gua Xiaohai. If you don't find out who the rat is, then I won't play your stupid game even if you kill me. The expression reflected in the white-robed person's eyes was a heavy one. They asked, "What about the other troops?" "They're all dead." Miao Yi didn't even bother being polite. This was a rather touchy subject even for him. What kind of a captain was he? All his subordinates always ended up dead. Then how did you make it back? Just look at me. How do you think I made it back? You were able to escape the 2 Red Lotus experts? Like hell I escaped. I risked life and limb and killed those 2 bastards. The white-robed person was shocked. You managed to kill 2 Red Lotus experts? Miao Yi still wanted to keep this matter a secret. Just yesterday, the Chamber of Commerce gave me a 3rd-grade transcendent artifact to protect myself. The only reason I was lucky enough to kill those 2 was because I threw caution to the wind and risked being reduced to this state just so I could activate the artifact. So that's why. The white-robed person paused for a bit, before confirming all the details of Miao Yi's story. After which, they stood up and consoled Miao Yi, "Rest well. I will report this immediately. Once you find out who the rat is, give me a heads up," Miao Yi said in frustration. The other party didn't reply and simply left without a sound. The radiance of dawn glowed brightly in the distant horizon. Within the isolated room on the 3rd floor of the Chamber of Commerce, the white-haired old man was once again standing before Gua Xiaohai, making his report. Top secret operation? Even a group of desert bandits know the full extent of our movements. What an utter joke. Do I even have any secrets left to keep? With hands behind his back, Gua Xiaohai stood before the window and calmly said. The white-haired old man could feel the fury behind the other party's calm tone, and couldn't help shivering a little. He cautiously replied, "There is a very suspicious point about this incident. If there really was a leak, then the other 5 nations should have long gotten word of it by now. There's no point in doing such a thing just to kill a mere Miao Yi. It doesn't matter who they're after. I just want to know how those desert bandits managed to know about our operation prior to its execution." With a blank face, Gua Xiaohai continued to state calmly, "I want you to go and tell Huyan Taibao to give me an explanation." Understood. And send out a few trustworthy people to investigate this whole affair. The white-haired old man was aghast. Was this a sign that Gua Xiaohai no longer trusted Huyan Taibao? The old man acknowledged respectfully. "Sir. 9 more days." Miao Yi placed 90,000 gold crystals before the counter. He planned to add another 9 more days to his stay. There were a few reasons why he was extending his stay. Firstly, his body had yet to fully recover even though 10 days had already passed. His transcendence energy had been fully replenished in just 1 or 2 days, thanks to the help of orbs of will. However, his mental strength was still in a very weakened state. That said, it was almost fully recovered as well. Another reason was that he had made another report to Traversing Water Palace and was currently awaiting their reply. Once again, he mentioned how his life had been targeted. This time, he was very insistent in his desire to return. There was simply no way for him to continue on with this mission. All he could do now was wait for Traversing Water Palace's reply. How could his current situation even compare to the comforts of his own territory? Back home, he had Xian and Shui taking care of his every need. Back home, there were beautiful women taking full care of him and waiting on him in bed every night, plenty of subordinates under his command, and a bounty of riches at his disposal. But what did he have here? The scholar asked curiously from behind the counter, "Why are you only staying 9 days?" Miao Yi blankly replied, "It would be my 2nd month if I add on another day. Why should I just sit here and wait for you to rack up the accommodation fees? If you charge me at the original price, then I won't mind staying longer. I can even help bring in a few more customers for you." The scholar was a little taken aback, but he quickly revealed a smile. It seemed that the other party had already figured out the situation here from his last journey out. The scholar shook his head. "There's no helping it. Rules are rules. It wouldn't be right if we gave you face but not to anyone else. 9 days, right? Got it. Are you leaving after that?" Miao Yi ignored his question and just turned around and left. He had been hassled non-stop by these bastards over the past few days. Otherwise, his body might have already made a full recovery by now. Right as he got up to the 2nd floor of the rear courtyard, a voice transmission echoed in his ear. "Come up here." He turned to the source of the voice and saw the lady boss standing at the rooftop, beckoning him over. Miao Yi had no choice but to comply. He climbed up to the rooftop and made his way just outside the little house. The lady boss tossed a flask of wine over to him, then turned around and sat down on a large round log on the floor, the hems of her skirt twirling behind her. Sitting with one foot tucked underneath her, the lady boss reached for another wine flask to the side, then took a heavy gulp. After which, she turned to Miao Yi and smiled. "Wine's on me, dot." The setting sun painted the vast desert in a resplendent golden hue, while the rolling clouds up above the sky slowly dissipated. There was a somewhat liberating feeling in seeing the sky open up. Miao Yi glanced around, then slapped open the seal on the flask and downed a mouthful. He sat down next to the lady boss, her gentle fragrance making its way to his nostrils. He asked, "I've noticed you tend to sit here and drink wine around this time every day. Why is that?" Showing off her white teeth, the lady boss revealed a gentle grin, the setting sun casting a slightly yellow hue on her beautiful face. "It's a force of habit." "A force of habit?" Miao Yi took another sip of wine. He wiped the alcohol off the edge of his mouth, then placed the flask down and said solemnly, "I heard about what happened to you the last time I went out." The lady boss revealed a self-deprecating smile. "Well, it's not like it's a big secret to begin with. To fall in love with the son of the murderer of one's parents, do you think that's something wrong or right? You're just wasting your breath asking me. Ever since I was young, I've never received much education. To me, there's only the question of whether to do something or not. And if you do decide to do that something, you'll have to live with the consequences." Miao Yi shifted his posture a little, tucking one leg underneath him just like the lady boss. He asked, "Do you know Yan Beihong? He's the son of my 19th uncle. I'm older by my 19th uncle by at least 1,000 years. What's the matter? You know Beihong? We became friends during the subjugation crusade. I guess you can say we're on pretty good terms." Miao Yi suddenly chuckled. "Lady boss, did you know that we almost became in-laws?" The lady boss was taken aback. She asked curiously, "What do you mean?" "That rascal Yan Beihong kept insisting that I become his brother-in-law, and was dead set on introducing his older sister to me. Fortunately, we belonged to different camps. Or else, I might have really become one of your in-laws. So something like that happened? I'll be sure to ask him about it when I meet him." The lady boss couldn't help but giggle. She then shook her head and asked, "Which of my little sisters was he trying to set you up with, I wonder?" Miao Yi sighed. "I want to know as well, but he wouldn't say a single word." And the more tight-lipped he was, the more scared I was of accepting his proposal. That bastard Yun Feiyan looks a little unreliable. What will I do if he introduces an ugly girl to me? The lady boss couldn't help bursting into laughter when she heard him. Slapping on Miao Yi's knee, she said, "You're absolutely right. From what I recall, that kid is indeed a little unreliable. However, you're mistaken about one thing. There is no doubting the appearance of our family's members. The women marry handsome men, while the men wed beautiful women. This has been the way of our family for many generations. So you can rest assured. No matter how incompetent the women of our Yin family may be, she will never be ugly. Of course you would have nothing but good things to say about your own family. I'll believe it when I see her." Miao Yi then swept a glance at the lady boss and teased, "However, if the older sister that rascal was planning to introduce to me was you, then I think I would have to oblige." The lady boss narrowed her eyes at him. "What's the matter? Did I catch your fancy? You're so beautiful. How could I not be tempted? What kind of man would hate a beautiful woman?" Miao Yi raised his wine flask and sighed. "Sadly, even if I have the intention of taking you, I don't have the guts." He then took another heavy gulp from his flask. "If I really married someone like you, then I'd be rich." The lady boss of the Tempest Tavern. "I can't imagine how loaded you must be. So it seems I'm not the one who caught your fancy, but my money." The lady boss sighed. "Then I suggest you give up on that thought. I'm actually not as rich as the rumors make me out to be." Miao Yi rolled his eyes. "You're not rich? I'm sure this tavern of yours earns quite a fortune every year, no?" "We do make a lot every year, but half of it goes to my husband who is currently being locked up. The other half is used to maintain our connections. The scraps that remain are divided amongst the people in the tavern. Of course, whether I'm rich or not depends on who you're comparing me to. If anything, I'm definitely more wealthy than you thought. With your background, you still have to go out of your way to maintain connections?" The lady boss replied with a gentle smile and waved her hand, no longer wishing to dwell on this topic. After which, she raised her flask again and took a few more gulps. "Lady boss, I have a question. But please don't get angry with me for asking you. What's the point in me getting angry with you? What if, I'm saying what if, your husband ends up being imprisoned indefinitely? Are you going to wait like this forever?" The lady boss gazed towards the sunset, her eyes a little hazy as she answered, "Now that I've already come this far, do I have any other choice?" "What do you mean you don't have any other choice? With your qualities, the options are just lying right by your feet, No air, to give up on some things, you must first have a good reason to do so. You will need to give the person you're hurting a proper explanation. You can't just give it up for no reason. There are way too many reasons for you to use. All you need to do is find a new love. Forgive me for being blunt, but why do you continue to wait like this?" The lady boss looked at him and asked, "If I ask you to become my new love, would you dare to? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 521, Save One Just in Case. Chapter 521, Save One Just in Case. Translator, Soup Hunter Editor, Milk Biscuit. Miao Yi knew she was just giving him an example. He also knew why she said it. It was because her background usually drove men away. He laughed. "I should be the one asking, if I came after you, would you dare to follow me?" The lady boss asked curiously, "Is there a difference?" "Of course there's a difference. The difference is me liking you as a prerequisite." Miao Yi lifted up his flask and slapped down hard, making a powerful display that he was a man of great action. "If I was the one who followed you back then, if I was your man in that situation, if I really did like you, and you were willing to come along with me, then all your problems wouldn't even be problems at all." The lady boss shook her head and smiled, giving him a look that said, "You're too naive. Pretty big talk. You know about our background and how our situation was like back then. If you were put in that situation, how would you have handled it? Let me hear your opinion. Miao Yi raised his flask and downed another mouthful of wine, then rested it upon his knee. He smiled. It's not much of an opinion. I already told you, I've never received a lot of education ever since I was young. The only thing I'm ever concerned about is whether to take action or not. And if I do decide to act on it, then no matter how great the ordeal is, I will face it straight on. And to face it straight on means that I will solve my problems regardless of how difficult it may be. At the very least, I wouldn't have made the same choice your husband did. Despite not getting the agreement from both families, and despite knowing how much trouble would ensue, he still decided to elope with you. This isn't fair to both you and the two families. How could he just throw caution to the wind for the sake of his own self-interest like that? This isn't what a man should do to the woman he loves. Since the two of you love each other, then why didn't he try to be more patient and first solve the problem at hand? If it were me, I would spare no effort in first getting both families' approval. If that turned out impossible, then I would wait until it became possible. If it were really beyond salvaging, then I would at least try to leave you with an alternative. I wouldn't have let you be reduced to the state you're currently in right now. I wouldn't have let you shoulder all this responsibility on your own. His words caught the lady boss completely off guard. She stared at him blankly, she was utterly astonished. Miao Yi turned back to look at her. How many people actually get to live over 10,000 years? And you've waited for one man for tens of thousands of years. Lady boss, do you not regret your decision? The lady boss snapped back to reality. She didn't answer his question and simply smiled. You do have a way with words, but can you actually live up to them, I wonder? Miao Yi chuckled. I'm not just all talk. I've always lived up to my promises. It doesn't matter how hard it is, I would do my best to make sure that the people beside me have a fallback. I wouldn't have done what you guys did. Perhaps it's because I don't have the same sort of background you two did. Even after causing such a big mess, you still have a Tempest Tavern to bring in ludicrous amounts of fortune for you. The lady boss said playfully, if you put it that way, then perhaps it would have been better for me to elope with you instead back then. Miao Yi chuckled and teased, it's still not too late if you want to come along with me. Is that so? The lady boss tossed him a wink and gestured forward with her mouth. If you're brave enough to shout out right this instant that you want to be with me, loud enough that everyone can hear you, then I'll happily oblige and grant you the remainder of my days. It's not like I've never done anything crazy before, so I might as well go all the way. I wouldn't mind being reckless a second time. Go on then, shout it out. This, Miao Yi grew anxious as he thought to himself, who are you kidding? It's not like I've already grown tired of living or anything. You're a married woman, for crying out loud. If I really did something like that, then there's no need to wait for your devil nation and the boundless nation to kill me. The celestial nation itself will get first crack at butchering me. We haven't grown so close to the point that I'm willing to die for you, I think? I didn't see you trying to save me either when I was fighting those two assassins. He suddenly coughed and laughed dryly. I'm just joking. Why are you taking me so seriously? Come, let us drink some more. Forget about all those unhappy memories, but... The lady boss's legs suddenly flew out from under her skirt, reaching across the round log beneath her and firmly landing on the side of Miao Yi's thigh. How could a mere blue lotus cultivator withstand the attack of a purple lotus cultivator? Miao Yi groaned in pain and fell to the ground. The wine flask was also smashed, drenching his entire body in alcohol. I just knew that you were nothing but a kid with a big mouth. How dare you try and tease me when you don't have the guts? Do you really think that anyone can just take advantage of me? The lady boss said scornfully. Every time I drink with you, I get beaten up. Don't come looking for me next time. Miao Yi got back up and lightly slapped on his wine-soaked body, then turned around and left. Suddenly, a woeful voice echoed from behind him. Even though my heart was indeed swayed back then, I was aware that our actions were not well thought out, and I also knew full well the consequences that would follow. But back then, he really shouted his heart out with reckless abandon in front of everyone. And that's why I decided to also throw caution to the wind and be with him. Perhaps it is as you said, he wasn't a very reliable man. But in this regard, he's definitely stronger than you. Miao Yi halted his footsteps and turned back to look at her, watching as she raised her wine flask and downed a heavy gulp while facing the sunset. It was indeed a sight that tugged at his heartstrings, but he couldn't help feeling a little conflicted deep down. That's a bit unfair. If you weren't married, do you think I really wouldn't dare to shout? I just don't want to be a homewrecker. Miao Yi replied in stubborn arrogance, before promptly leaving. At the same time, he decided that he would never drink with this woman again. Each time he drank with her, he would get beaten up. And to add insult to injury, he couldn't even fight back. No one in their right mind would come back after that. That night, the white-robed person slipped into Miao Yi's room again. How goes your recovery? Not too bad. Miao Yi gave a perfunctory reply, then asked cautiously, Why are you here again? I've already sent word to my palace lord. I'll be returning to Traversing Water Palace soon enough. Your palace lord has no say in this matter, but even if she doesn't, I won't go out either way. I'm going to give it to you guys straight. Before that rat is discovered, my life will continue to be in peril. If that's the case, then even if you beat me to death, I won't continue with this damned mission. I'm here precisely to talk to you about the matter with the rat. Miao Yi was taken aback. He was evidently intrigued by this topic, and quickly asked, What about it? The white-robed person replied, We've already replenished your troops for you. Tomorrow, you will continue to lead the team and proceed with the mission. Miao Yi immediately waved his hand in refusal. Are you kidding me? The people sent to kill me just keep getting stronger and stronger. Death will be my only outcome once I set foot outside the tavern. I'm not going. Kill me right here in the tavern if you dare. The white-robed person explained, This time, things are different. We've specially arranged for 2 bodyguards to protect you, and they're both purple lotus cultivators. Miao Yi was in disbelief. Are you serious? 2 purple lotus bodyguards? He mused, Isn't this treatment a little too much? The white-robed person didn't waste his breath and cut straight to the chase. Your job is to proceed with the mission and lure out the culprit that's after your life. Isn't this a little dangerous? Miao Yi asked cautiously, Don't you guys already know that the Hive Gang and Peony are involved in this matter? Couldn't you just go up to them and ask? Things are not as simple as you imagine. Firstly, this place is not Celestial Nation territory. We'll need sufficient evidence if we wish to make an argument. Otherwise, the Hive Gang and Peony could always just deny all our claims. Secondly, after the 2 assassins' failure, it is highly plausible that the culprit has already cut off all ties with Peony. That's why this time, we must act with haste and strike before the other party can even react, in hopes that we'll be able to draw out the mastermind behind this incident. All you have to do is lure out the culprit. You can leave the rest to us. So I'm nothing more than just bait. Are these guys really going to ensure my safety? Can I not go? Miao Yi asked. The white-robed person asked him back. Are you sure this is what you want me to report to the higher-ups? Miao Yi sighed. I can't win against you guys, but you should at least give me something to protect myself, right? What if the people who are supposed to protect me are too busy going after the assailant, and it just so happens that the other party still has another trick up their sleeve? Can you help me get a glorious star immortal herb from the Chamber of Commerce to heal my wounds? And also a decent 3rd-grade transcendent artifact? Didn't we already give you a 3rd-grade transcendent artifact? That thing's way too powerful. You saw how I was after using it just once. I nearly died by my own hands instead of the assailants. The white-robed person was utterly speechless at his excuse. Who in the world would complain that their transcendent artifact was too powerful? I can't promise you anything, but I'll relay your wishes to the higher-ups. Oh. I also need a mount. The one you guys gave me last time already died in battle. A mount was indeed necessary. The white-robed person nodded in acknowledgement. However, Miao Yi quickly added, it would be even better if you could give me 2 flying-type mounts as well. I can use them if I ever need to run away. Don't you think you're requesting a little too much? You want 2 of them? What are you going to do with 2? Ride one and cook the other? Big brother. Your joke isn't funny at all. You're not the one risking your life. Of course you can make things sound easy. What do you think my cultivation grade is? With my strength, death is all but certain once I step outside. Here I am, risking my life for the celestial sage, but you guys aren't even going to provide me with the basic necessities? Are you trying to jeopardize the celestial sage's affairs? You should at least tell me why you want to, right? Otherwise, how will I answer if the higher-ups ask me about it? Big brother. I'm saving one just in case of emergencies, of course. If anything happens to one of the mounts, at least I'll still have another one I can use, right? Don't you think it's better to be safe than sorry? What if I end up dead, and you guys fail to catch the culprit? As long as I'm alive, there'll be a chance for us to lure the culprit out into the open. What's wrong with asking for an extra mount? Do you guys actually think that I want it? If you guys are willing to retire me from this mission, then I'll return everything I was given back to you. How's that sound? I'm just thinking on the celestial sage's behalf. Alright, stop talking already. The white-robed person raised his hand and gestured for Miao Yi to stop. He simply couldn't bear to listen to him any further. The guy pressured him with the celestial sage's name at every turn. I already told you, I'll relay your wishes to the higher-ups. Whether or not they'll grant your request is up to them. Sure thing. Can you help me tell this to the higher-ups as well? We're all working for the celestial sage here. Don't risk the mission just for some minor details. A treasure that's not being put to use is as good as junk. Oh, that's right. I'm used to using spears. It would be best if you can give me a spear artifact this time around for the 3rd grade transcendent artifact. At Miao Yi's current level, he was still barely able to control a normal 3rd grade transcendent artifact. However, it was just that he was forced to go on this mission on very short notice, so Yao Ruoshan didn't have enough time to refine one for him on the fly. Not to mention, the strength of the Inferno Qilin spear was greater than that of a normal 3rd grade transcendent artifact to begin with. As such, he might as well put it to good use. Right now, he was just requesting for another 3rd grade transcendent artifact as an excuse to pressure the higher-ups. If they gave it to him, then all was well. If not, then he would just continue to coop himself in here. As for the 2 flying-type mounts, he was planning on bringing them back to Qian and Shui as gifts. Of course, he could also use them himself. Got it. The white-robed person immediately acknowledged, no longer wishing to argue with Miao Yi. After briefing Miao Yi on some of the details of the operation, he quickly left. Later on, in the dead of the night, the white-robed person returned. He handed a storage ring and a beast sack over to Miao Yi, not uttering a single word as he then promptly turned around and left. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 522 Screwing One's Own Ancestor. Chapter 522 Screwing One's Own Ancestor. Translator, Soup Hunter Editor, Milk Biscuit. Hey! Miao Yi shouted, but the other party completely ignored him. Instead, he ran away even faster after that. Miao Yi couldn't help grumbling, "Why are you in such a rush to leave? I still haven't checked the things you gave me." If he were put in the other party's shoes, he'd probably run away as quick as he could too, rather than deal with someone who incessantly asked for stuff like he did. The white-robed person couldn't help feeling the urge to give Miao Yi a good stomping. Even he himself had never received such treatment, but this little Blue Lotus cultivator just kept on complaining and complaining. To make things worse, there was a highly powerful person watching over their operation now, and they were afraid of giving him a bad impression. To put it simply, they wanted to show that highly important person that they were capable of handling things. As such, they had no choice but to comply with this bastard Miao Yi's requests. Miao Yi excitedly took a look inside the beast sack. As soon as he saw what was inside, his face darkened slightly. He finally understood why the other party had left in such a hurry. The dragon steed was a given, but inside the beast sack there were also 2 large blue-feathered swallows sleeping as well. From the needle on their head, it was evident that they had been promptly subdued after being captured. Having received a spiritual beast from Tan Lao before, Miao Yi was able to tell this much at least. He knew that this blue-feathered swallow was among the weakest of the flying-type mounts. They were normally docile in nature, didn't have much in combat capabilities, and had a short lifespan to boot. Furthermore, they weren't especially capable when it came to flying long distance either. To put it simply, they couldn't even be considered spiritual beasts. The Chamber of Commerce was clearly messing with him by giving these 2 flying-type mounts to him. He continued to examine the contents of the storage ring, even taking out a glorious star immortal herb the size of an average palm. It had a faint glow to it, and although it was indeed a little small, it was still better than nothing. Miao Yi quickly tucked it away. He then took out a spear. After imprinting it with his Transcendence Energy signature and establishing himself as its master, he activated his arts and tried out the spear artifact. It immediately emitted a bright crimson glow. After closer inspection, Miao Yi realized that this was nothing more than a normal 3rd-grade transcendent artifact. It was the type that was merely refined with an average 3rd-grade Yao core and normal crystalline obsidian. It was clear that they were giving him items that just barely met the minimum requirements. They were no longer as generous as they were the first time. As he spun the spear around a couple times, he couldn't help feeling as though something was missing. Suddenly, he slapped himself on the forehead and moaned, "How could I forget? I'm still missing 1 3rd-grade armor artifact. Forget it. It wouldn't be nice to ask for too many things in one go. I'll save that one for the next time I get to ask for stuff." He tucked away the spear and took out a jade archive from the storage ring. The document detailed the proper method to control the 2 blue-feathered swallows. It was somewhat similar to the art that Tan Lao had taught him before. All he had to do was wake the blue-feathered swallows up and make them recognize him as their master. He was going to set off tomorrow. He had to make use of the time he had now to properly tame them. He might really end up having to use them after all. The room was much too small to accommodate the massive statures of the 2 blue-feathered swallows, so Miao Yi went to the courtyard outside and released the 2 sleeping mounts. He promptly plucked out the needle in their heads, then placed a few chunks of raw meat and crouched down in front of the beasts as he waited for them to awaken. Inside the main assembly hall of the Chamber of Commerce, Celestial Nation's 5th earthly branch capital city. All unrelated personnel were asked to leave. One man was seated firmly on the high throne. The man was burly and muscular, with a youthful face that betrayed his actual age, accented by a very thin stubble. He adorned a golden crown above his head and was garbed in elegant and luxurious robes. Even though he was a very good-looking man, his expression at the moment was incomparably dark. This person was none other than celestial sage Mu Fanjuan's first and eldest disciple, Huyan Taibao. This time, he had secretly come from the realm beyond heaven to the capital city of the 5th earthly branch. He didn't inform the overlord of the 5th earthly branch. 3 people were kneeling down below. One of them was Huyan Yongpin, grandchild of Huyan Kangan, son of Huyan Shou, who had died in the prison of the capital city. The other was Chao Lu, the Chamber of Commerce's official auditor. His main task was to investigate into all the dealings of the Celestial Nation's Chamber of Commerce. The third and final person was Su Yenran, manager of Traversing Water Palace's suppressing 10th City's Chamber of Commerce. There was also a white-haired old man standing in front of them with his head lowered. The man was called Chen Yuan, a weakly old-timer with a buzz-cut hairstyle, and he was one of the 3 elder deacons of the Celestial Nation's Chamber of Commerce. As a deacon of the Chamber of Commerce, his authority was far beyond what the deacons within the administration could compare to. Those deacons were nothing more than mere employees. In contrast, the deacon of the Chamber of Commerce was someone that was tasked with managing a significant aspect of the organization. This was even more so for one who bore the title of the Celestial Nation Chamber of Commerce's 3 elder deacons. It was easy to imagine the kind of prestige they commanded within the Chamber of Commerce. For Chen Yuan to be able to hold such a position, it was evident that he was one of Huyan Taibao's trusted aides, and was normally much trusted by the latter. However, he didn't even dare to raise his head right now. Huyan Yongping, lift your head. Huyan Taibao was grinding his teeth in frustration as he asked, "Are you truly the mastermind behind this incident?" Huyan Yongping shakily raised his head. As expected of someone that had come from an influential lineage, he was able to calm his emotions rather quickly. After kowtowing thrice to Huyan Taibao, he cried, "Ancestor, father truly suffered an unjust death back in the capital city's prison. It's obvious that the deed was done by a cultivator. Back then, those people were the only ones who could bear a grudge against father. The killer must be among them. Yet, after all this time, we still haven't been able to avenge father's death." Even on his deathbed, grandfather lamented his inability to get revenge. "If I can't get justice for father and relieve grandfather of his one regret in life, then I will be ashamed to call myself a son of the Huyan line. I won't be able to live up to ancestors' undisputed strength and reputation. That was why I sought Ancestor Chun for help." "You bastard!" Huyan Taibao shouted. Huyan Yongping was so frightened he hastily kowtowed, gluing his head back to the ground. The 2 kneeling beside him were also trembling with fear. Huyan Taibao glared at the person standing below, pointing at Huyan Yongping as he said angrily, "Chen Yuan, he may be ignorant, but how could you also fail to understand the severity of the situation and follow along with his whims? How dare you leak out the information regarding the Nether Dragon ship just to kill a mere Miao Yi? Are you tired of living?" Chen Yuan cupped his fists. "My lord, please calm yourself. This Chen Yuan has followed you for many years, and is nothing if not absolutely loyal to you. For a mere cultivator to attempt murder on one of your descendants, they clearly don't hold you in any regard. This Chen Yuan cannot abide by such insolence. Hence, I had to take proper action against it. Forgive me for being blunt, my lord, but there has always been much uncertainty as to the rumors concerning the Nether Dragon ship. We're only using this opportunity to eliminate a little pest. Once enough time has passed without getting any leads on the Nether Dragon ship's whereabouts, this whole incident will gradually blow off as well in due time. Why didn't you inform me about this earlier? My lord, I didn't wish to alarm you with such a minor affair." "Bullshit! A minor affair?" Huyan Taibao looked as if he was going to eat Chen Yuan alive. He barked, "The celestial sage has already personally set forth to deal with this minor affair of yours. How dare you make light of the situation so? Do you know how heavy a commotion you've caused? Are you aware of how many people we sent out, the amount of resources we've spent on this whole affair? The celestial sage has personally stepped in?" Chen Yuan exclaimed. "How is this possible? The celestial sage has never gone this far before, even when we received similar news in the past." Perhaps Huyan Yongping couldn't understand what his own ancestor was talking about, but Chao Lu and Su Yenran, who were kneeling beside him, were utterly aghast, now quivering in fear. Huyan Taibao pointed a finger at Chen Yuan and bellowed, "Of all the times you could have picked. There just so happened to be a 50,000-year gap between the first and second time the Nether Dragon ship resurfaced. And now, it's been another 50,000 years since. The celestial sage predicts that there's a high chance of it resurfacing again, and is confident that the rumors are true. Chen Yuan was absolutely dazed. Even though his cultivation was high, he still couldn't help the cold sheen of sweat from beading on his forehead. The reason why he spared no effort in getting Miao Yi to leave Celestial Nation domain to kill him was precisely so that the incident would be quickly brushed aside. But now, the matter had completely blown out of proportion. Heavens! Huyan Taibao pointed at each person, his eyes reflecting the stress he was feeling inside as he questioned, "What have you lunatics done?" But he was the one who had single-handedly spearheaded this Nether Dragon ship operation from the shadows. As such, it wasn't too difficult for him to get to the bottom of things and find out who had leaked the information. All he needed to do was go down the chain of trust and leave no stone unturned. Contrary to his expectations, it didn't take long for the investigation to reach a conclusion. Once suspicion was pointed towards Chen Yuan, the old man secretly revealed the truth to him. Huyan Taibao was nothing if not shocked by the revelation, to say the least. As it turned out, over the decades, Huyan Kangan had been seeking Chen Yuan's help with regards to this issue. It was because Chen Yuan was the one who had always been in charge of matters concerning Huyan Taibao's descendants. After all, where would the person in question find the time to deal with all these descendants from God knows how many thousands of generations apart? He already had enough on his plate dealing with those that were actual cultivators. Against a few little weaklings, this matter should have originally been resolved with minimal effort. However, Chen Yuan didn't want to bring trouble to Huyan Taibao. After all, it was not a small deal to kill off a manor head within the Celestial Nation domain. The consequences would be dire once people started looking into it. The local powerhouses weren't pushovers either. Chen Yuan was simply thinking on Huyan Taibao's behalf. Coincidentally, Su Jinsong and the others from Suppressing 10th Hall were at odds with Miao Yi, Zhao Fei, and Sikong Wuwei. As such, Chen Yuan centered his plan around Su Jinsong, wanting to use the latter's hatred towards the other three for cutting off his arm to send them out of Celestial Nation territory, so that he could promptly deal with them afterward. However, Su Jinsong declined his offer. After which, Huyan Kangan passed away, and thus the whole affair was temporarily put on hold. Unexpectedly, years later, Su Jinsong came looking for them of his own accord. Furthermore, Huyan Kangan's grandson also had the intention of avenging his father. As long as there was a suspect, he didn't want to let a single one of them go. It didn't matter to him if they were killed off one at a time, or even if he could only kill some of them. His hatred was understandable, there was no reconciling with the murderer of one's parents. As such, the plan was once again set into motion. Chen Yuan knew that Granny Tao would always go to the realm beyond heaven to visit Mu Fan Jian after handing over the annual tribute every year, and that the latter trusted Granny Tao deeply. He knew full well that if he told Mu Fan Jian news concerning the Nether Dragon ship around that time, then Granny Tao would surely be tasked with the responsibility of investigating its whereabouts. And with Su Jinsong on the other end recommending Miao Yi and the others into the special task force, the whole affair was pretty much a done deal. This was not something that required much effort on Chen Yuan's part. All he needed to do was casually let slip some information and all the pieces would just fall into place after that. He didn't think much about it. After all, no one could be certain when it came to news regarding the Nether Dragon ship. As such, he assumed that nothing major would happen. Now that the conditions were set, all he needed to do was get Chao Lu, his subordinate auditor, to secretly hire someone to have Miao Yi killed. Chen Yuan didn't think that this would be a difficult thing to do. Was this really the truth behind everything? Huyan Taibao didn't want to believe it at first, which was why he had personally come all this way to interrogate all those in question. Now, after finally confirming the truth, Huyan Taibao felt as though he was about to go mad. As it turned out, this whole incident had happened because of some idiot descendant of his whose name he couldn't even remember. To think that the upper echelons of the entire celestial nation were thrown into disarray by the whims of a mere mortal. It would have been fine if it were anyone else, he would be able to deal with the situation accordingly. However, the mastermind just had to be his own descendant. There was no way he could wipe his own slate clean now, no matter how hard he tried. Huyan Taibao couldn't bear to imagine the consequences that would befall him once the celestial sage found out about this. Although he had heard of prodigal sons before, he had never known that a prodigal descendant could exist as well. He was really screwed over this time. You planned to kill 4 people. What about the other 3? What else have you imbeciles done? You'd better tell me everything right now. Don't try to hide anything. Otherwise, we'll be spending the rest of our lives cutting all the loose ends. Huyan Taibao clenched his fists tightly as he tried to calm his own rage. He was afraid that he might just massacre everyone on the spot once he was unable to contain his fury. Terrified, Shen Yuan answered, after Zhao Fei and Sikong Wuwei were promoted to Hall Master, it became difficult to make our move on them, so we didn't. The only people left were this Miao Yi and Rin Xianming, who also happened to be in Flowing Cloud's Dune Sea. We've tried our hand against Rin Xianming twice as well, but we failed both times. It's because he's currently working under the subordinate of one of the 2 braves, Pang Wuji. On both occasions, he was rescued by someone else. After that, he completely cooped himself up, making it even harder to make our move on him. Huyan Taibao broke out into cold laughter. Great! So after putting in so much effort, it turns out you couldn't even manage to kill off a single person. Instead, you lout stirred up such a major commotion. What a great job you've been doing. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 523, Twins. Chapter 523, Twins. Translator, Soup Hunter. Editor, Milk Biscuit. No one said anything, they all knew that shit had hit the fan this time. The situation had already been exacerbated past the point of redemption. Huyan Taibao continued to ask, who else knows about this? Chen Yuan replied, besides that Su Jinsong of traversing water palaces suppressing 10th hall, no one knows. Should we? Huyan Taibao immediately cut him off. Are you still suggesting we silence them? That Miao Yi is already placed under heavy scrutiny. If something were to happen to any of the people involved with him at this time, it would most likely lead back to us. We mustn't act too hastily. As they heard this, Su Yanran and Chao Lu immediately felt the tension in their hearts easing. Now that the situation had become so serious, the thing they were most worried about was being silenced. Understood. Chen Yuan acknowledged. Huyan Taibao then pointed at the 3 who were kneeling. I want the 3 of you to listen closely. You'd all better take this secret to the grave. Not a single word must be leaked out. Otherwise, there will be no point even if I'm willing to spare you. You know full well what the consequences will be. Yes, sir. The 3 of them replied nervously. Huyan Taibao ground his teeth in annoyance and continued, remember. Continue doing what you normally do every day. Don't show a single discrepancy. Yes, sir. The 3 answered sheepishly. Now get lost. Huyan Taibao waved his hand in dismissal. The trio immediately fumbled their way out of the hall. After they left, Chen Yuan walked up to the side of the high throne and said, My lord, now that the situation has gone this far, we mustn't leave these people alive lest it spell trouble for us later on. For now, we need to ease their worries. To not act is the best course of action for us right now. Otherwise, we risk stirring up an even bigger commotion. Huyan Taibao continued helplessly, the celestial sage has already dispatched another team to investigate this incident. I'm not the only one looking into this. As such, we mustn't do anything that will reveal any clues. As long as there's no substantial evidence, the other team will have a hard time tracing the whole affair back to us, Clearly, his information network had high connections to be able to know about the other investigation team that was dispatched. It was evident that none of Mu Fanjuan's movements within the celestial nation could escape the eyes and ears of her eldest disciple. Chen Yuan couldn't help his shock. Wouldn't this mean that the celestial sage was already beginning to suspect Huyan Taibao? He asked cautiously, then are we not going to do anything at all? Of course we're not just going to sit still. We have to continue investigating this incident down the chain of command, and we have to do it perfectly. Even if we know there won't be any conclusion to further investigation, we still have to do it. It's a different matter altogether whether our investigation leads anywhere. Even if we have nothing to show for it, at the very least, we can say that we did our best. Failing a task is still 1,000,000 times better than committing a crime. I understand, my lord. Also, we can't leave those three and that Su Jinsong alive. Otherwise, who knows what will happen in the future. However, we can't make our move now. We need to wait until the whole investigation goes cold, and take care of them one at a time, with a sufficient gap in time in between. We absolutely must not try to strike them all down at once. I want you to deal with this personally. Don't involve anyone else. Remember, kill them discreetly so that no one will be able to notice anything amiss. Understand? Huyan Taibao turned back and glared straight at Chen Yuan. As it turned out, he had only told Su Yanran and the others that he wouldn't be silencing anyone just to ease them of their tension. In the end, he was still planning on killing them off. Chen Yuan immediately cupped his fists. Yes, my lord. At the front hall of the tavern, Miao Yi had come out for breakfast again. Gracefully walking out from the rear courtyard, the alluring lady boss's eyes gleamed as she noticed Miao Yi. With a playful smile on her face, she walked over to him, casually wiping down the table with her hand, then sat down and asked, "No air, was it fun to play with those big birds last night?" Miao Yi had caused a huge commotion in the rear courtyard last night trying to tame those blue-feathered swallows. It was hard not to notice. The people sitting at the two tables beside Miao Yi's all glanced over to him as they wondered who this no air person was. It seemed to them that he was quite close to the lady boss. The white-robed person was also quietly looking over with a curious gaze from the corner of the hall. It's definitely more fun than drinking with you. At least I won't get beaten that way, Miao Yi said begrudgingly as he ate. As she remembered how she'd sent the other party flying with a kick yesterday, the lady boss couldn't help letting out a light chuckle. If nothing else, she felt as though her heart had lightened somewhat after that lively banter with Miao Yi yesterday. She playfully twirled her hair with her slender fingers, narrowing her eyes at him as she remarked, "Why are you complaining? Do you know how many people there are who can only wish to have a drink with this lady boss? Don't be so oblivious to your own good fortune." Good fortune? Miao Yi scoffed. Feel free to find someone else to drink with you. This lowly one is unable to indulge in such an honor. The white-robed person sitting in the corner couldn't help his amazement. He was seeing Miao Yi in a new light now. Never did he imagine that this guy could actually spend time and drink together with the lady boss of Tempest Tavern. Kid, you really can't tell chalk from cheese. The scholar circled around the counter and was about to give Miao Yi a talking to, when suddenly, the other party placed down his chopsticks and reached out his hand, saying, "Refund me 8 days' worth of accommodation fees." The scholar was taken aback. What's that supposed to mean? You're not going to stay here anymore? Miao Yi scoffed, I've only stayed here for a few days, and I've already been beaten up twice. If this keeps up, my life is going to be in danger. Why the hell should I continue staying then? Now hurry up and give me back my money. You said that you'll only take the specified amount. Nothing more, nothing less. You're not going back on your word, are you? Are you serious? The scholar asked. At this moment, the sound of hoofbeats came from outside. It was another group that had come to a stop in front of the tavern. The lady boss and scholar shared a glance, then looked towards Miao Yi, who quickly wiped his mouth and stood up with his hand outstretched. They immediately understood the gist of things. the kid's escorts had probably come again. What else could they do but refund his money? The scholar walked to the back of the counter and put down a stack of gold crystals. Miao Yi counted everything, and after making sure it was the right amount, he quickly tucked it away. Before the scholar could even say anything, Miao Yi then placed his rune plaque down on the counter, which shut the former up immediately. He then proudly placed his hands behind his back and walked off. Even though he couldn't hit them back for beating him, he could still do something like this to irritate them. Arrogant brat. The lady boss stood up and said mockingly, "Don't get beaten up like a dog and crawl back here again." Miao Yi didn't even turn around. With his back still facing them, he simply waved his hand as a gesture of farewell. It was likely that he wouldn't be returning again after this. With 2 Purple Lotus experts protecting him, there shouldn't be too much trouble anymore. He would either be roaming around in the desert, or be sent back after completing his mission. He figured it would be best for him to refrain from coming to this accursed place too often in the future. He made his way to the courtyard and released the dragon steed, then hopped onto its back. After fumbling his way with it for a while, he proceeded outside, where he was joined by several dozen other riders. They then promptly left afterward. "Lady boss, what do you think he's here for?" Given the influence of the person hiding behind him, it's clearly way beyond his manor head's pay grade. The scholar transmitted his voiceover. "Who cares what that ungrateful brat is here to do? It's not like it matters to us whether he lives or dies." The lady boss huffed, then walked out to the courtyard and watched as Miao Yi and his group departed. As he galloped through the desert, surrounded by several dozen other riders by his side, Miao Yi constantly turned to look at the 2 people right beside him. He noticed that they were rather small of stature, and had deadpan expressions on their faces. Even so, they still stuck close to him. It was rather clear that they were indeed trying to protect him. Eventually, Miao Yi couldn't help asking, "Are you 2 here for that?" "We're your bodyguards." They both replied. "Seniors, are you really at the Purple Lotus realm?" Miao Yi asked. "Yes." They both answered firmly. "May I have the courtesy of knowing your names?" "Wu Jin." "Wu Ming." "Wu Jin, Wu Ming? No real name?" Miao Yi's expression twisted. Could these names be any more fake? They were even more dubious than his Neo air. Would it kill these 2 to think of slightly more believable names? The group continued to gallop away from the gathering place in Flowing Clouds Dune Sea, eventually coming to a stop sometime at night. Miao Yi's second-in-command then started assigning the members to the various search areas. Officially, this second-in-command was the captain this time around. Miao Yi was just another loose cultivator. However, it was true that Miao Yi wouldn't have much to do on this excursion. This time, his most important job was to be the bait to lure out the assassin. Locating the Nether Dragon ship was merely his secondary objective. And after that, he was also to collect the Moondawn spiritual herb. Once everyone was assigned to their designated search zones, they then agreed on an assembly point afterward. Most of the members immediately spread out after that. The ones that remained were mostly those from the administration. These people quickly dug up the sand, and when they reached the hard shell underneath, they combined forces and launched a heavy strike against it, stirring up a powerful spurt of water. The shattered pieces of the shell quickly sank to the bottom, revealing the sea encased below. Meanwhile, as the sand around the edges of the hole gradually cascaded down into the pool, it quickly formed a new hard shell, sealing the hole back up bit by bit. As the captain waved his hand, he then led some of the members down into the water, disappearing into its depths in the blink of an eye as they began their underwater investigation. Miao Yi also wished to explore the environment in this ocean beneath the desert. However, just as he made a diving stance and was about to plunge headfirst into the water, he was suddenly stopped by a powerful wave of transcendence energy. His head was almost touching the water, but his entire body was just floating in the sky. What the heck? He turned around to look at Wu Jin, who immediately pulled him back with the wave of a hand. As he stumbled to the ground, Miao Yi asked in confusion, "What are you doing?" Wu Zhen said solemnly, "Don't forget what you're here to do. You need to lure the assassin out. What will we do if you dive underwater and they can't find you?" Miao Yi was speechless. It was a first for him to want someone to come and kill him. He turned back to look at the pond being slowly sealed up by the cascading sand and couldn't help feeling a tinge of regret. He was curious as to how this subterranean ocean was any different from the one he knew. Never mind. As long as he was still alive, there would always be another chance to visit. He then turned back and noticed Wu Zhen and Wu Ming had already hopped onto their mounts and were each heading off in separate directions. Confused, Miao Yi leaped onto his own dragon steed as well. He wondered, which one should I follow? Seniors? Where are you running off to? Miao Yi shouted. When they heard this, Wu Zhen and Wu Ming quickly turned back, both staring daggers at him. Wu Ming then said solemnly, "What are you shouting so loudly for? Are you afraid that the assassin won't know that this is a trap?" It was a slip of the tongue. "Forgive me, seniors." Miao Yi cupped his fists apologetically. "When this junior noticed you two leaving separately, I didn't know who to follow, so I just called out for you." Wu Zhen replied, "Don't follow either of us. Just go on your own. If we're constantly around you, the assassin might grow cautious and won't show up so easily. Don't worry so much. We won't be too far away. As soon as anything happens, we'll rush straight over to rescue you." Are you kidding me? The assassins that want this OL life of mine just keep getting stronger and stronger. If the one they sent out this time is even more powerful than the last. And you want me to walk alone? Miao Yi grimaced as he asked, "Seniors, are you two really purple lotus cultivators? Can you please prove it to me?" The other party knew what he was concerned about. He was worried that their cultivations weren't high enough and that they wouldn't be able to get to him in time. Wu Zhen and Wu Ming looked at each other, then got off their mounts and jumped into the sand pit that was previously dug up, avoiding any chance of being noticed by the various eyes and ears around them. They then proceeded to take off the porcelain mask over their faces. A set of dainty, beautiful faces was revealed under the moonlight, with a purple lotus second-grade mark shining on their foreheads. Miao Yi was astonished. These two were actually women? What was even more inconceivable was that they looked completely identical. Twins? If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 524, The Ascetic. Chapter 524, The Ascetic. Translator, Soup Hunter Editor, Milk Biscuit. Great Manor Head Miao's gaze then fell upon the other party's busts reflexively. The other party wasn't put off by this. It seemed they were already accustomed to such looks. The reason why they cross-dressed as men was to avoid unnecessary trouble. Whenever someone found out that the two of them were actually women, they would always turn their gazes towards their chest, regardless if the other party was a man or a woman. It wasn't as though they both liked dressing up as men. However, they simply had no choice because of their circumstances. Otherwise, they would be too easily recognized. After proving their cultivations to Miao Yi, Wu Zhen, and Wu Ming helped each other arrange their masks neatly, before galloping off on their mounts, leaving the great manor head Miao behind as they went off in separate directions. Alone on his dragon steed, Miao Yi turned to look at the person gradually disappearing to the east, then to the other fading off into the west. He was a little unsure of what to say. In the end, he looked down at the sand pit that was just dug up, then gazed upward at the starry sky. After getting his bearings right, he proceeded alone towards the next gathering point for the group. He was on high alert throughout the whole journey. He really didn't wish for the assassin to appear. Perhaps his wish had managed to reach the heavens. The assassin really didn't show up anymore after that. And in the blink of an eye, 1 year had passed. The roars of the dragon abruptly resounded as the Inferno Qilin spear was launched out. Seated on his dragon steed, Miao Yi thrust his spear to the side, its sharp spearhead fiercely stabbing into the body of a giant scorpion. A powerful wave of heat soon erupted from within the giant scorpion, casting its sleek, black carapace in a luminescent glow. This creature was a savage beast unique to Flowing Clouds Dune Sea, and went by the name Flowing Clouds Desert Scorpion. It had the body the size of a carriage, with equally massive pincers and a stinger filled with deadly poison. It was a creature that possessed an innate aptitude for killing other living things. And because there wasn't much food to be found in the desert, it would hunt its prey down relentlessly if it ever met one. There was another terrifying beast Flowing Clouds Dune Sea was famous for, and that was the sea monkey. It possessed a vicious-looking face and was armed with sharp fangs and claws. It also had enormous strength, especially when underwater, and was exceptionally good at ambushing the people that dove into the subterranean ocean. Sometimes, it would also hide itself under the sand. And when an unsuspecting person passed by, it would suddenly reveal its claws and pull the victim down into the ocean. Then, it would make use of its aquatic superiority to slowly torture the person to death. As a creature that normally attacked in hordes, there was quite a number among their species who would eventually ascend into immortality. Because of these creatures, Miao Yi's group had already lost over half their members. However, as soon as the situation was reported to the higher-ups, they would quickly arrange for replacements to be sent over. The Flowing Clouds Desert Scorpion before Miao Yi now wasn't too large. A few months ago, he had killed a scorpion spirit that was the size of a small house and managed to net himself a first-grade Yao core. Apparently in the past, out of the 5 emperors of Flowing Clouds Dune Sea, 2 of them were actually a scorpion king and a monkey king, and both had possessed a very high cultivation. However, they both perished at the hands of Devil Sage Yun Outyen because of the incident with Tempest Tavern. Miao Yi pulled out his spear and swung it around, chopping down one of the giant pincers with the reversed edge of his spear, which he then promptly tucked away. He proceeded to circle around the corpse of the giant scorpion, constantly hammering down on its hard shell with his spear. The places he hit were all the fleshy parts of the scorpion, and soon, a mouth-watering fragrance wafted in the air. He sprinkled a significant amount of salt on the giant scorpion's back, then allowed his dragon steed to go up to the scorpion and chow down on it. It ate up the meat in a delicious manner, occasionally stopping to lick off the salt around its mouth. Miao Yi also released the 2 blue-feathered swallows and let them join in on the feast. Miao Yi then took out the pincer that he had previously tucked away and smashed open the shell, immediately revealing the juicy, tender meat wrapped within. A tantalizing smell quickly wafted through the air. Miao Yi then used a small knife and slathered a little bit of salt on the meat, before putting it into his mouth. The meat was fresh and delicious, and had a refreshing bite to it. It was truly a wondrous delicacy. As he ate while seated on his mount, his dragon steed ate around the corpse of the giant scorpion. The 2 blue-feathered swallows were happily partaking in the meal as well. This was how it was when sharing one's good fortune. At first, his dragon steed would grow anxious when it first saw the Flowing Clouds Desert Scorpion. But now, the giant scorpion was like a delicious treat in its eyes. It would chase after the creature relentlessly every single time it saw one. Clearly, it had grown hooked to the taste. As he chewed on the delicious meat, Miao Yi glanced at how his dragon steed was gnawing ravenously on the scorpion's body, shell and all, and couldn't help but notice a brief resemblance to charcoal on it. He continued waving the small knife in his hand as he clicked his tongue inside. "Oh poor fatso, you're missing out." Shortly after, Wu Jin and Wu Ming came over on their dragon steeds after hearing the sounds of a battle. Miao Yi took out the other pincer and split it in half before tossing it over to them. "My 2 beautiful seniors, I've left these especially for you." The 2 of them rolled their eyes. After receiving the pincer halves, they quickly retreated to avoid being seen too close to Miao Yi. When Miao Yi noticed how they were lowering their heads in the distance, he knew that they were also breaking open the pincer's shell and eating the meat. After all, who would hate good food? After the 2 of them tried it once, they had become addicted to the taste as well. Miao Yi looked to the left and right and couldn't help but chuckle. He had always wanted to befriend the two beautiful twin seniors, but most of the time, they maintained their distance with him as they went along. They would only meet up whenever the rest of the group did, making it very hard to have a proper conversation. Now that a year had already passed, even Wu Jin and Wu Ming started to doubt that the assassin would ever show up. However, like Miao Yi, they too had their mission, and they had no other choice but to continue onwards. As long as the higher-ups didn't give them the green light, the two of them wouldn't be able to leave. After eating his fill, Miao Yi slapped on his stomach and licked his lips, before giving off a resounding burp. This delicious meal was a reward to himself for finally breaking through to the Blue Lotus 6th grade. Yes, just a few short days ago, his cultivation had finally made another breakthrough. His daily refining speed for orbs of will had once again increased, from 7 orbs a day to 8. And for him to break through to Blue Lotus 7th grade, he would need to refine approximately another 82,000 orbs of will, which meant that he would have to spend another 28 years cultivating before he could make another breakthrough. Furthermore, this was under the condition that he would not be disturbed. Evidently, that was impossible in his current circumstances. Originally, he should have been able to break through to Blue Lotus 6th grade 6 months ago. However, it ended up being delayed by half a year. A spirit eagle flew over from across the sky. Miao Yi extended his arm for it to land on, then took out the jade archive inside the cylinder by its legs. It was a letter from Chen Er and Shui Er. "Looks like you're in luck again. Go!" Miao Yi shook his hand, and the spirit eagle immediately swooped over to the giant scorpion and began gnawing down on it. Meanwhile, Miao Yi sat to the side and slowly read through Chen Er and Shui Er's letter. Currently, both parties would write to each other at least once a month. Simply put, it was just a way of telling each other that they were safe. As far as safety was concerned, there wasn't much danger on traversing Water Palace's side. Everything proceeded as usual in raincloud manner, although there had been several occasions where Sikong Wuwei and Zhao Fei pressed the two girls on where Miao Yi had gone. Clearly, they had noticed something was wrong, as they both also had subordinate manor heads disappearing on their end as well. The two girls ended up being put in a difficult spot because of this. The letter simply described the current situation as such, and towards the end, the two girls said that they missed him, and asked if it would be alright for them to come visit. Clearly, this was an impossible request. Miao Yi shook his head at the jade archive. And after some thought, he ultimately decided to write a letter to Zhao Fei and Sikong Wuwei as well. He took out 2 jade archives and wrote down similar content in each one. In his letter, he asked them not to trouble Chen Er and Shui Er, and that he was fine, that it was difficult for him to explain to them his current situation, but promising that he would as soon as he got back. He also told them that their subordinate manor heads would no longer be returning and that they should be looking for replacements soon. He told them not to wait any longer. He then proceeded to write his reply to the two girls. After writing them some words of reassurance, he asked that they hand the 2 letters he was sending them to Zhao Fei and Sikong Wuwei. Miao Yi got down from his dragon steed and waited for the spirit eagle to finish eating before placing the 3 jade archives into the cylinder by its legs, then letting it fly off into the skies. With hands behind his back, Miao Yi watched as the spirit eagle gradually disappeared into the horizon, and couldn't help but let out a sigh. He also missed Chen Er and Shui Er terribly. What did he have here? Beyond the never-ending desert was still just more sand. He would constantly have to deal with sudden sandstorms or the attack of ferocious creatures. Not to mention, there was no one here to warm his bed at night. Although there was a pair of beautiful twins right beside him, it was impossible for him to sleep with them. If he had revealed even the slightest crude intention, they would most likely beat him into a bloody pulp. Their cultivations were simply too high. God damn it. Where the hell is that shitty ghost ship? If this keeps up, when will I be able to break through to Blue Lotus 7th grade? If it never shows up, then does that mean I'll have to continue wasting my time here and never be able to cultivate in peace ever again? Stop eating already. We're going to look for that ghost ship. Miao Yi cursed aloud and tucked away the two blue-feathered swallows. He then leaped up onto his mount, giving himself some motivation as he scanned his surroundings and continued forward with his search. There was no end to the boundless sandscape. Miao Yi didn't know if there was anyone in heaven who could hear his cries, but one person surely did. Lao Bai's graceful silhouette appeared under the shade of the palm tree. He glanced at the messy aftermath that had been the giant scorpion, and slowly shut his eyes. Even though Miao Yi was just letting off some steam, Lao Bai also had to agree that his words had a point. This pointless search was not helping Miao Yi's cultivation at all. It was just a waste of time. It would have been better if there was some kind of benefit to it, but he was doing nothing more than just roaming around the desert. Lao Bai then spread his arms wide, his eyes closed as his figure slowly ascended into the skies. His light blue outer coat and white robes gently fluttered in the wind as his whole body quietly spun about in mid-air. As dusk approached, Miao Yi was galloping on his dragon steed, when suddenly, he brought it to a stop, and his eyes looked forward cautiously. In the desert ahead, there was an old man dressed in plain robes walking right towards him. The man had a cane in one hand and a woven straw hat adorning his head. It was impossible for a mortal to be seen in these parts and even less of a chance for one to be traveling on foot. Having relaxed his guard somewhat over the last 6 months, Miao Yi immediately went back on full alert. It didn't matter if the other party was the assassin sent to kill him or not, there was still a chance that he was a bandit. Whoosh! Miao Yi hastily garbed himself in armor and readied his Inferno Qilin spear. He then quickly made his way to one of the sand dunes to the side in order to avoid coming into direct contact with the other party. The old man walked by at a leisurely pace, lifting his head to look up at Miao Yi on the sand dune as he passed him by. He had a fair, clean face, with a set of deep, penetrating eyes. His expression was gentle, and he lightly smiled and nodded at Miao Yi. He didn't interact with Miao Yi beyond that and continued on his way with the cane in his hand. The way the old man quietly walked reflected a profound belief in his own faith. It seemed he was an ascetic, and bore no ill will towards other living creatures. However, Miao Yi still maintained his vigilance, not turning his back on the other party for even a second. Once the other party was far away, Miao Yi finally heaved a sigh of relief and continued on his own journey. Suddenly, a loud explosion erupted from behind him. Miao Yi quickly turned his head around and saw a powerful upward blast of sand and dirt, followed by a mighty gush of water. It looked as if some massive object had just come up to the surface of the ground. As the massive spurt of water rained down upon the powerful wave of sand and dust, the helm of a white ship revealed itself, and it was gradually coming closer and closer. A ship. It was a giant ship. And it was white? Before he knew what was going on, Miao Yi had already turned his mount around and galloped straight towards the ship. By the time he realized that he was drawing close to it, he came to a sudden halt. It was indeed a giant white ship. It was at least 100 meters tall and 100 meters wide. There was no telling how long it was from the front. The colossal ship looked as though it was carved out of an enormous block of white jade, and under the sunset, it seemed even more imposing than normal. The cabins of the ship were both intricate, yet incomparably ancient and massive at the same time. There was no telling what was inside those cabins. And as the giant ship drifted across the vast desert, it emitted a dull, clanking noise. The ship wasn't gliding across the desert floor on its own. Rather, there was a nigh uncountable amount of iron chains attached to the ship's hull, and surrounding the ship's body was an equally large crowd. The iron chains were cuffed onto these people, and they in turn, were pulling on the iron chains to drag that ancient, massive ship across the sand. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 525, The Nether Dragon Ship. Chapter 525, The Nether Dragon Ship. Translator, Soup Hunter. Editor, Tom Yummy. The large rabble dragged the ship forward, looking like zombies lurching about under the light of dusk. There were some with disheveled hair, some in tattered armor, and some were even missing their limbs, there were men and women of all ages, and some among the crowd were even bald, clearly people of faith. They all heaved on the giant iron chains as though numb to all else. Even those who were missing limbs pulled on the chain as they crawled forth on the ground. Every single person marched forward while towing the colossal ship. At the helm of the ship was the head of a great dragon arched towards the sky. Under the dusklight, it looked extraordinarily imposing, as though it were about to break free from its shackles and soar into the clouds. Yet, it also seemed as if it was keeping the massive crowd below the ship in check. As the rabble pulled on the iron chains, they looked as though they were tiny, little ripples that were created whenever a ship sailed across the surface of the ocean. This sight was so shocking that Miao Yi had almost forgotten how to breathe. As he gawked at the colossal structure that was gradually drawing closer to him, he couldn't help but feel how small he was. The Nether Dragon ship. The thought suddenly flashed through Miao Yi's mind. Even though he had never seen what it looked like before, he could tell that this was it at first sight. He finally understood why this vessel was called the Nether Dragon ship, and what it meant when people said the phrase, "Where there's smoke, there's fire." There was a huge mass of people around the dragon-looking ship, towing it along the desert. This completely matched the description told in the rumors. The story that Yao Ruoxian hadn't believed in Miao Yi was seeing it with his own eyes, and at such close proximity too. The uneven desert terrain was being flattened out by the massive vessel, and the air reverberated with loud rumbling noises as it drifted across the sand. Wu Jin and Wu Ming had already rushed over after hearing such a huge commotion. Just then, the two women were hovering in the sky, utterly flabbergasted by what they were looking at. Their mission this time was only to help Miao Yi catch an assassin. They hadn't been briefed about the search for the Nether Dragon ship beforehand. However, they also knew the legend of the Nether Dragon ship. With such a large vessel sitting just right before them, was there even a need to doubt what it was? According to legend, there are countless treasures from the higher realm hidden aboard the Nether Dragon ship. And it was said that even the all-powerful cultivation arts that the 6 sages used to seize control of the realm had come from this very vessel. The two of them couldn't contain their shock. As though reading each other's minds, they shared a look. Now that they had actually come across this vessel of legend, how could they just pass it by? The two of them nodded to one another, then immediately flew off towards the ship. When Miao Yi looked up and saw the two of them flying off, he too felt a surge of excitement. Damn, I can't let that old woman Mu Fan Jian have all the loot. I'm going to see if I can get something for myself as well. His eyes gleaming with greed, he hurriedly charged out on his dragon steed. When the prospect of riches is greater than a man's self-control, it is capable of driving him mad with greed and cause him to lose all sense of reason. At the foremost of the rabble was a muscular man with disheveled hair, his head lowered as he hauled the iron chain. Suddenly, he raised his head, revealing a face so dirty that it was hard to see what he even looked like. His milky gray eyes glared at the two people who were flying towards the ship. He abruptly pulled on the iron chain wrapped around his waist with great force, and swung it around with his bare arms. Crack! As the brawny, corpse-like man swept his arms around, a beautiful, orange glow swept over the entire iron chain. Like a flash of orange lightning crackling across the sky, the iron chain arced with powerful momentum, causing the air to ripple as it viciously whipped forward. The crackling sound it made was ear-piercing. Wu Jin and Wu Ming were greatly shocked, quickly realizing that the opponent's attack was not something they could withstand. Fortunately, their cultivations weren't low and their reactions were fast enough for them to quickly dodge to the side. Lucky for them, the iron chain held by the muscular man could only reach so far due to its length, allowing the two women to avoid certain death. However, the beautiful orange glow around the iron chain had been sweeping past with the ferocity of a dragon lashing its tail, and a small portion of it lightly struck the two of them. Spurt! Spurt! Both twins spat out a mouthful of blood and hurtled over Miao Yi's head. Miao Yi quickly arched his head and watched as the two women crash-landed in the distance, still spewing out blood incessantly. Miao Yi was so shocked that his jaw almost dropped to the ground. Holy shit! Those are two Purple Lotus second-grade experts for crying out loud. And they can't even withstand a glancing blow from the opponent? If all these people towing the ship were to work together, then there's not even a glimmer of hope at all. Fuck me, where did all these superpowered monsters come from? God help me. Miao Yi was so terrified, his whole body was trembling, feeling as though his soul were about to leave his body. His forehead covered in cold sweat, he quickly turned his mount around and backed away. He had finally been woken up after realizing that he didn't have the slimmest chance of ever touching the treasures hidden aboard the ship. In fact, he didn't have the ability to even think about touching them. Crack! The orange glow receded from the iron chain whipped out by the brawny man, and it wound itself around his waist again. The man then continued to tow the ship along. As he made his hasty retreat, Miao Yi headed right for Wu Jin and Wu Ming, who were still struggling to get on their feet. Reaching his hand out to them, he pulled them atop his mount before hurriedly taking them both away from the path that the Nether Dragon ship was being towed on. Once he had regained his sense, the great Manor Miao was finally able to think clearly. He could now understand that as long as they didn't enter a certain distance from the ship, then those people wouldn't attack them. He then quickly charged out to the side and gazed at the Nether Dragon ship from afar. As the large rabble slowly dragged the ship past him, Miao Yi eyed the side of the ship and roughly estimated its length. It was no less than 200 meters. The ship was white all the way through, with an almost crystalline sheen to it. And at the stern of the ship was a realistic engraving of a dragon's tail. So that's the Nether Dragon ship. Sadly, I don't have what it takes to seize the riches inside, thought Miao Yi, feeling dejected. There was little else he could do but take out a jade archive and write a report of his situation. He then released a spirit eagle from his beast sack, placed the jade archive inside its leg canister, and let it fly off into the sky. Looks like I can only cede this opportunity to that old woman, Miao Yi grumbled to himself. There was no helping it. He didn't even have the strength to get close to the Nether Dragon ship. All he could do was try to see if he could receive a reward for completing the mission. After watching the spirit eagle safely fly off into the distance, Miao Yi then charged out on his dragon steed and continued following the Nether Dragon ship from a distance. He was able to glimpse an extremely rare sight, one that many people might not have the chance to see in their whole life. How could he just let it drift off like this? Obviously, he needed to follow after it. Why can't the ship just drop me a treasure or two? Miao Yi secretly wished. Suddenly, he froze. Slowly lowering his head to look down at his chest, he saw two fair, but bloodied hands stroking his chest. What the heck? Miao Yi turned back to look at Wu Ming. Her eyes were hazy, almost as if she were about to cry. And behind her, it seemed like Wu Jin was caressing Wu Ming's body as well. Miao Yi was startled, and quickly jumped down his dragon steed. He then dragged the both of them down as well, but they continued to feel all over their own bodies, as though they were in incredible pain. Miao Yi asked, "Seniors, how are your wounds? Do they hurt?" Wu Jin suddenly held tightly onto her own shoulders. The expression on her face was difficult to read, but she shook her head and painfully said to Miao Yi, "Run away. Quickly. Forget about us, just go." Wu Ming also tightly hugged onto her own thighs and yelled, "Hurry up and go." In full chivalrous fashion, Miao Yi sincerely said, "How could I just leave you two when you're injured?" He stabbed his Inferno Qilin spear into the ground, then took out the tiny glorious star immortal herb that he had received from the Chamber of Commerce. "Seniors, if you don't mind this humble status of mine, then why don't we become friends? You can think of this little immortal herb of mine as a token to commemorate the beginning of our friendship." The guys running Tempest Tavern always maintained a neutral stance, so nothing really changed even when he got close to them. On the other hand, it was actually worth trying to pull himself closer to these two Purple Lotus experts. Now that he had the opportunity to help them in their time of need, how could he let the chance slip by? Besides, he had gotten this immortal herb for free from the Chamber of Commerce anyways. Miao Yi was dead set on giving it away if it meant he could establish a connection with these two. All of a sudden, Wu Ming abruptly snatched his immortal herb away and tossed it aside. Miao Yi's head followed the immortal herb's flight as it flew off into the distance. God damn it. It's bad enough that you don't appreciate my goodwill. Don't you think throwing it away is going a bit too far? Fine then, you both can suffer and die for all I care. Miao Yi's face darkened. He turned around, wanting to go pick the immortal herb back up, but as he reached out with his hand to pull his Inferno Qilin spear from the ground, he realized that his wrist was firmly frozen in place. He couldn't move a single inch. The great manor head Miao quickly turned back and saw that Wu Ming was already holding onto his arm after having thrown the immortal herb away. Her hazy eyes were on the verge of tears, and she seemed utterly intoxicated. Before Miao Yi could even process the situation, Wu Ming was already pouncing onto him, pushing him down to the ground. Wu Zhen joined in as well, and both of them continuously feeling all over Miao Yi's body. Judging from their movements, it seemed like they were trying to take his clothes off. Fortunately for the great manor head Miao, he was wearing armor. Not to mention, the armor artifact refined by Yao Ruoxian was the type that was tight-fitting to one's figure. Hence, they could neither take off Miao Yi's armor nor his clothes. What are you two doing? Miao Yi was horrified. There was no use struggling either. Against two purple lotus cultivators, he was nothing more than a ragdoll. Miao Yi couldn't crawl away even if he wanted to. There was no way to strip the tight-fitting armor away, but how could a mere second-grade armor artifact defend against the combined might of two purple lotus cultivators? The twins immediately used brute force to forcefully rip the armor artifact off. They were like two starving wolves pouncing on their prey. A grating noise echoed forth as the armor artifact was ultimately destroyed, and a black mist enveloped all three of them. My armor. What are you doing? Ah! Don't strip me. Help! Within the black mist, the sound of clothes being ripped could be heard, together with the sound of Miao Yi's screams. Once the black mist dissipated, Miao Yi was completely stark naked on the ground. He stared with widened eyes at the two people before him, and saw that they had already taken their own clothes off. As they tore off the bindings holding their chest down, two pairs of voluminous, white breasts were immediately released into the open. Miao Yi's jaw was wide open in shock, but he finally understood what these two were planning to do now. He could only watch as their fair, slender bodies made their way on top of him. The great manor head Miao could not bear to try resisting them any longer, and simply turned his head to the side, letting nature take its course. He could only allow the other party do as they pleased with him, but he still couldn't help from occasionally gritting his teeth. He had never been with someone so rough before. They were going at him like two ferocious beasts, as though they were spiritual beasts. Celestial Nation Chamber of Commerce Branch. Not long after the Spirit Eagle landed, the white-haired old man hurriedly rushed up to the highest floor and handed the Jade Archive over to Guo Xiaohai. News from Miao Yi. IT has appeared. From his cross-legged position, Guo Xiaohai abruptly opened his eyes. There was a gleam in them as he hastily snatched the Jade Archive away from the old man. After reading through the Jade Archive's contents, Guo Xiaohai instantly stood up. It was so fast that the old man hadn't even seen him bend down. Holding the Jade Archive in his hand, he spoke excitedly, once every 50,000 years, just as I expected. It looks like I made the right choice by taking charge of this place. By the time the other 5 receive the news, there won't be a single dime left for them to take. Ha ha ha. That Miao Yi kid has performed beautifully. Crack. The Jade Archive was instantly ground into dust in his hand, and its remains flew towards the window, which was subsequently destroyed as a powerful gale escaped from within the room, carrying the Jade Archive's remains with it. Meanwhile, the two men who were inside the room had disappeared without a trace. A golden streak of light shot into the distance and quickly disappeared, followed from afar by another similar streak of golden light. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 526, Finally Aboard. Chapter 526, Finally Aboard. Translator, Soup Hunter Editor, Tom Yummy. What did it mean to be an indescribable pleasure but at the same time, feel as though you want to die? What did it mean to push through with an impossible task? On this day, the great manor head Miao learned the answer. He was completely exhausted by the two seniors. He had already lost track of how long they had been going at it, as Wu Ming, heavily panting and drenched in sweat as she was, rested weakly on top of his body. The madness had finally subsided. Meanwhile, Wu Zhen's fair, alluring body was already lying beside them, her face resting upon the sand with her eyes softly shut. As for the masks they had both been wearing, they were long gone, having been taken off by Miao Yi. His feelings were understandable. It was bad enough that he was being raped. How would he be able to stomach being raped by two women who wore masks that made them look like men? At the very least, looking at their natural female faces eased his distress somewhat. Within the boundless skies and sands of flowing clouds dune sea, the sun had already set, but nonetheless, the vicious aftermath of their act remained bare for all to see. After he felt Wu Ming's breathing gradually calming down from under her, Miao Yi tried to move away. Now that the other party wasn't forcefully pushing him down, he was able to move her to the side. He hurriedly got to his feet, then took out a set of clothes from his storage ring and put them on. He didn't even care how dirty he was right now. All he knew was that it felt as though his bones were all bent out of place. He grabbed the Inferno Qilin spear. It had been standing erect in the sand as it were, as if acting as some sort of lookout. The glorious star immortal herb that was soon to be buried under the cascading sand was also picked up and promptly tucked away. Miao Yi then took out two blankets and placed them onto the two naked women lying on the ground. After which, he quietly made his way to his dragon steed, who had spent half the day just watching the performance. "Where are you going?" Wu Zhen asked. Currently, she was using her natural, feminine voice. Truth be told, she could already no longer conceal her true voice back when they were fooling around. Miao Yi froze. He slowly turned around and saw Wu Zhen already standing up with a blanket covering her body, coldly staring at him. Wu Ming was still lying on the ground with a flushed expression on her face. She was biting her lip, her eyes still firmly shut. She didn't dare to open them. As Wu Zhen took a step forward, her face immediately twisted in pain. However, she still grit her teeth and slowly hobbled her way forward. Miao Yi coughed drily and said, "Seniors, how should I put it? I know you didn't mean to do what you did. I just thought it through. It must have been that orange glow that hit you earlier that made you act so irrationally. I won't blame you for it." Pa! A slender arm abruptly shot out from within the blanket. Wu Zhen had just given him a loud, resounding slap to the face. Miao Yi placed his hand on his face. While he was rather dumbfounded at first, his expression quickly turned to anger. It was totally unfair to hit someone in the face. However, when he saw the wretched state that the other person was in, he ground his teeth and said, "Just my luck." After which, he turned away to walk off. "Sister!" Wu Ming suddenly shrieked. Miao Yi quickly swiveled back around and saw Wu Ming already on her feet with her blanket around her. What took him by surprise was that Wu Zhen was somehow already holding onto a sword artifact and staring daggers at him. If Wu Ming hadn't stopped her in time, God knows what would have happened to him. Miao Yi immediately brandished the Inferno Qilin spear and angrily warned, "What? Are you trying to kill me off? I'm warning you, don't get hasty. Even a rabbit can give a nasty bite when it's desperate." Wu Ming reached out with her arm and held down the sword artifact in Wu Zhen's grasp, staring at Miao Yi with a conflicted expression as she said, "No, you'd better forget the things that happened today. Otherwise, us sisters will chase you until the ends of the earth and kill you." Miao Yi returned with a scoff, "Those should be my words." "You!" Wu Zhen grew all the more furious from the embarrassment, but Wu Ming stopped her from acting rashly. "You don't have to worry. Even I'm not such a shameless person. I wouldn't be able to handle the embarrassment of being assaulted by two women either. Now then, this one still has a mission to attend to. Forgive me for not being able to stay longer." Miao Yi turned back and swung back atop his dragon steed. He didn't forget to remind the other party, "I've already reported the situation to the higher-ups. It's been some time since then. They should be arriving soon." There were two reasons why he was telling this to them. One was to remind them to quickly put on their clothes, the other was to warn them not to act rashly. After which, he charged off on his dragon steed, following the trail that the nether dragon ship had left behind on the sand. As expected, the two women were quickly flustered after hearing that the higher-ups were going to be arriving soon. This was what it meant to have a guilty conscience. After all, they were the ones who had raped the other party, not the other way around. The two of them had been sent here with the sole objective of protecting Miao Yi, but they actually ended up joining hands to assault him. Such an account was simply too preposterous for anyone to take seriously. They hurriedly put on their clothes. Galloping across the desert with spear in hand, Miao Yi spat out a mouthful of saliva. The slap from Wu Liang had completely brought him to his senses. At first, he thought he had gotten lucky. But after giving it some thought now, he realized that he had drawn the short end of the stick. Not only did he keep quiet during the whole ordeal, he even had to take a slap from the other party afterward. What gave him the most grief was that those two crazy women had even destroyed his second great armor artifact. Thinking back, he had almost spent his entire fortune just to have that second great armor artifact made. He had suffered a terrible loss this time. To add insult to injury, there was no way anyone would sympathize with him if they were to ever hear about this story. After all, he was a man. Even after going through something like this, he still had to treat it as though he were the one taking advantage of them. If he ever told this to anyone, he would have to say it as a brag and make it sound like he was the one who managed to bag a pair of twins, rather than the other way around. Otherwise, he would end up a laughingstock. Such was the way of the world. The nether dragon ship left a very clear trail on the sand. It had flattened all the sand dunes along its path after all. Not to mention, it was moving forward at a snail's pace so Miao Yi could catch up to it quite quickly. However, Miao Yi didn't dare approach it, and simply followed from afar. Deep down, he still couldn't help feeling a sense of awe as he wondered what that higher realm of legend must be like. Hearing the sound of hoofbeats coming from behind, he quickly turned around, where he saw Wu Liang and Wu Ming approaching on their dragon steeds. The two of them had returned to their original masculine disguises. He could not tell what sort of expression they were wearing underneath their masks. Miao Yi immediately grew anxious. He hurriedly pulled his dragon steed around and ran off to the side, worried that those two women were still deranged and out for blood. It was better to maintain some distance with them. His actions greatly irritated the twins. "What are you trying to avoid us for? You're making it seem like we're a couple of perverts." However, when they remembered the immoral and humiliating acts that had transgressed just earlier today, it seemed pervert was the right word after all. The tale would probably shock any who heard it. Truth be told, the twins didn't wish to see Miao Yi's face any longer. However, they didn't have a choice but to come since they were entrusted with ensuring his safety. Furthermore, Miao Yi had mentioned that the higher-ups were going to be approaching soon. This made it even harder for them to just abandon him. Else, they wouldn't be able to explain themselves to their superiors later on. They had to come, even if just for appearance's sake. Right at this moment, a golden streak of light rushed in from the horizon and abruptly stopped in the middle of the sky. As Miao Yi looked up, he was somewhat surprised to find that it was none other than Guo Xiaohai himself. When Wu Liang and Wu Ming saw who it was, they were rather shocked as well. It seemed they never thought that Guo Xiaohai would personally come all this way. They hurriedly got off their mounts and bowed. Hovering up above in the sky, Guo Xiaohai paid them no heed at all. It seemed there was only the nether dragon ship in his eyes. With a wave of his sleeves, he revealed a golden crystalline pagoda in the palm of his hand. As he tossed the pagoda out, the golden, jade-like transcendent artifact started to emit a purple glow, stirring up powerful gales as it quickly expanded to around 12 meters tall. Miao Yi was completely dumbfounded. That was a top-tier 4th-grade transcendent artifact. Furthermore, it was one that was refined from high-density, pure crystalline gold. How much crystalline gold must have been used to refine such a massive structure? All the more so for one that's made out of such high-density, pure crystalline gold. As they stared upwards, Wu Jin and Wu Ming were also in abject shock. Suddenly, another streak of gold light approached from the sky and stopped right beside Guo Xiaohai. This person's gaze was locked onto the nether dragon ship. The excitement on his face was plain for all to see. Miao Yi knew who this person was as well. It was the white-haired old man from the Chamber of Commerce. However, he never thought that this old man was a Golden Lotus cultivator as well. "Come aboard the ship with me," Guo Xiaohai commanded. The white-haired old man cupped his fists in acknowledgement. The golden pagoda shimmering in a purple light up above began spinning rapidly and descended, sucking in Guo Xiaohai and the white-haired old man in the process. Once the two of them were inside, the jade-like pagoda started spinning about even faster. It tilted the sharp tip of the roof downwards, then abruptly shot down towards the nether dragon ship that was slowly gliding forward. At almost the same time, the blank-faced crowd pulling the ship abruptly raised their heads. Then, one after another, an assortment of massive, multicolored, tentacle-like chains flew out. It was a beautiful sight indeed. There were radiant colors of blue, red, green, azure, purple, black and orange flying out. A total of 7 colored streaks shot into the sky with an earth-shaking power, heading straight for the jade-like pagoda artifact that was rapidly descending from the clouds. The moment the two forces clashed, it was as though heaven and earth were being torn asunder. The ground underneath shattered and erupted as if nothing more than a piece of decrepit wood, and the subterranean sea hidden underneath exploded upwards in a powerful blast of water. When Wu Jin and Wu Ming saw this, they quickly abandoned their mounts and flew away as fast as they could. They didn't even have the bare strength necessary to watch the battle this close. Meanwhile, Miao Yi felt as though he was a tiny little boat that was being tossed and turned amidst the mighty waves and terrifying storms of the great seas. He frantically donned several armor artifacts of varying sizes over his body. With the nether dragon ship at the center, the clash of the two forces caused a powerful shockwave that sent a massive wall of sand hurtling all over the place. Miao Yi couldn't see what was happening. All he knew was that he was currently surrounded by water. He frantically dove deeper and deeper into the sea, wanting nothing but to escape the terrifying catastrophe that was happening above the surface. Amidst the rumbling noises, the jade-like pagoda artifact that was shining with a powerful purple radiance used its high-speed spin to counter the attacks that were coming at it from all sides. With that, it was able to mitigate most of the destructive force from the attacks. The reason why Guo Xiaohai had brought this pagoda artifact here was because he had experience dealing with the nether dragon ship before, and knew that while the ship's guards were powerful, their attacks lacked fluidity. Even so, the purple radiance surrounding the pagoda artifact immediately dimmed from the raging onslaught. A resounding boom then erupted, and the jade-like pagoda artifact was reduced to dust. Just like that, a mighty artifact was destroyed. That being said, this transcendent artifact was meant to be used as a sacrifice in the first place, all for the sake of buying just a single moment of time. As expected, the plan succeeded. 2 silhouettes shot out through the golden plume of dust and safely landed aboard the ship. And as Guo Xiaohai and the white-haired old man touched down, the attacks immediately ceased. The massive waves along the surface of the ocean also gradually subsided, and the nether dragon ship glided above the waters. At the moment, the ship was surrounded on all sides by a boundless ocean. The vast body of water that lay hidden beneath the surface of the desert had finally shown itself in its true majesty. Ha ha ha! Guo Xiaohai threw his arms out and laughed maniacally. Beside him, the white-haired old man also excitedly said, "We did it. We actually did it. We're finally aboard the ship." Suddenly, a strong wind blew away the golden dust that still lingered in the air, revealing the sight before them. Before them stood an ancient, towering castle. A beauty beyond what words alone could describe. The level of intricacy in its craftsmanship would bring even the most skilled artisans to shame. As the tightly shut jade gates slowly and quietly opened, Wu Xiaohai and the white-haired old man peered inside. The laughter on their faces immediately faded, and their expressions quickly froze. Behind the great gates that hung slightly ajar, was a ridiculously extravagant manor, with a majestic canopy bed situated high above in the distance. A white-robed man dressed in a light blue outer raiment quietly stood before the bed with his hands behind his back. As the gates to the castle opened up, he slowly turned his head to look at the two men outside. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 527, The Wandering Warlock. Chapter 527, The Wandering Warlock. Translator, Soup Hunter. Editor, Tom Yummy. As the man turned to face them, his long, white sideburns gently rested upon his chest. His face portrayed a duality between good and evil, a contrasting mix of aristocracy and peasantry, and the coexistence of authority and benevolence. Wu Xiaohai and the white-haired old man couldn't help being taken aback when they saw his handsome face. How could there be a man with such an elegant bearing? There was even a trace of astonishment in Wu Xiaohai's eyes. He was fairly confident that a man with such an appearance and presence would be able to captivate any woman and become the man of her dreams. However, the way he turned to look at them was like that of a powerful god from above the 9 heavens. His tranquil gaze seemed as though he were just observing a bunch of ants. Wu Xiaohai and the white-haired old man couldn't help being taken aback by this. Who exactly was this man? If Miao Yi were here to see this, he would certainly be able to recognize him. Who else could it be besides Lao Bai? Yet sadly, he did not even possess the strength to climb aboard the ship. And for Lao Bai to appear here, he clearly had no intention of letting Miao Yi climb aboard either. Wu Xiaohai and the white-haired old man had seen what the people dragging the nether dragon ship were like. They had all been transformed into zombies that didn't possess a single ounce of sentience. With their milky gray eyes, they no longer had the sense of spirit that made one human. Because of that, these zombies could wield an inhuman level of strength, though they had the fluidity of their attacks in the process. However, things were clearly different for the man before Wu Xiaohai and the white-haired old man now. The most obvious indicator being that the man wasn't bound by an iron chain. Meanwhile, just below the distance canopy bed, before the elegant man's position, were 8 people bound by 8 sets of iron chains. There were men and women who looked to be of varying professions, all formed into 2 orderly lines right by the elegant man's side. Initially, the 8 of them stood facing one another in 4 pairs. However, soon they all slowly turned to look outside the gate, their milky gray eyes staring straight at the 2 intruders. The joy that Wu Xiaohai and the white-haired old man felt from boarding the ship quickly turned to apprehension. They watched as the person standing at the end of the line began turning towards them, dragging the iron chain by his feet along as he slowly approached, step by step. Wu Xiaohai and the white-haired old man immediately felt an immense pressure coming from this person. Right as that person stepped outside the main hall, the 2 of them immediately felt a vast, powerful aura coming off of him. Wu Xiaohai and the white-haired old man instantly felt something was off. This nether dragon ship was nowhere near as simple as they had imagined. However, their trip was not in vain. At least, they managed to learn something new about it. This way, they would still have a chance to deal with it the next time they came here. Wu Xiaohai swiftly made up his mind and barked, "Let's go." The 2 of them rapidly shot to the skies in a streak of light. However, right after they left the ground, they realized that they were frozen in midair as a terrifying suction force was pulling them back. The 2 of them twisted back and saw that, while the zombie was no longer able to take another step forward because of the iron chains, both his hands were stretched out towards them with his fingers hooked into claws. The terrifying suction force was actually coming from those 2 palms. Wu Xiaohai and the white-haired old man couldn't resist it at all, and even after using their full strength, they couldn't slow down the speed at which they were being pulled back. The 2 of them were utterly horrified. They could not imagine how high this zombie's cultivation must have been back when he was alive. One must know that a person's cultivation drops by an entire realm once they are turned into a zombie. That's right, an entire realm, not just a single grade. For example, if a Red Lotus cultivator was turned into a zombie, they would only be able to retain the strength of a Blue Lotus cultivator. There was no way they could be as strong as they were when they were alive. However, even considering all that, this zombie could still manage to capture Guo Xiaohai and the white-haired old man with absolute ease. All of a sudden, the zombie changed his claws into fists and punched out at the air. While the entire movement was silent, the force generated by his fists created a visible path through the air. As he struck, the space before him rippled violently. It was a rather peculiar sight, but nonetheless, the attack coursed through empty space and connected solidly with Guo Xiaohai and the white-haired old man. Spurt! Spurt! Guo Xiaohai and the white-haired old man violently spat out a mouthful of blood into the air as their bones let out a series of audible cracks. The two of them were hit by a terrifying, invisible force, and flying straight out like a shooting star, before crashing into the ocean several kilometers away and sinking down into the depths. Under the starry night sky, the Nether Dragon ship also slowly began its descent, stirring up turbulent waves as it sank beneath the surface of the ocean. Lao Bai was already underwater, with a layer of bubbles around his body. He watched as the Nether Dragon ship under his feet sank deeper and deeper into the darkness. Suddenly, the Nether Dragon ship abruptly began to expand, then imploded just as quickly. A black hole appeared in the center of the ship and began sucking in the iron chains, as well as all the zombies bound to them. In just a few short moments, the massive Nether Dragon ship had shrunken down into the size of a little sphere. The sphere rapidly darted about the ocean, then quickly rose from the depths, where it suddenly transformed into the figure of a man. This person stood facing Lao Bai, and like him, was also surrounded by a layer of bubbles. The man was an ascetic. He had a fair, clean-shaven face, and a straw hat adorned his head. With a monk's staff in hand, he placed one hand before his chest and gave Lao Bai a religious greeting. This man was the same ascetic that Miao Yi had met walking alone on the desert. "I found the person to bring me out, just as you said," Lao Bai said, staring at him. The ascetic gave a faint smile. "I know. Otherwise, you wouldn't be appearing here, but..." Lao Bai asked, "Are you sure he's the one I'm looking for?" The ascetic sighed. "I'm not. I can only feel that the change has already begun. Nothing is permanent in this world. Who can possibly tell whether or not our actions will end up to our benefit?" With a blank expression on his face, Lao Bai said nothing further, and simply shot down into the ocean depths. Meanwhile, the ascetic gently floated up to the surface, and continued walking across the ocean surface. In the far-off distance, a wretched-looking Wu Xiaohai had floated up to the surface as well. His hair was completely disheveled. He had one hand on a glorious star immortal herb, absorbing its healing essence through his skin, while the other hand was dragging along the white-haired old man, who was just inches away from death. With the old man in tow, he quickly broke through the surface of the ocean and flew all the way to shore. After he dropped the old man on the ground, he split the immortal herb in half, swallowing one half of it down his throat, then pressed the other half into the white-haired old man's mouth, using his transcendence energy to help the other party swallow it down. After which, Wu Xiaohai flicked his messy hair out of reflex. Surprisingly, there was quite a feminine cast to his face. As he gazed back towards the ocean, there was no concealing the fear in his eyes. The situation just then had simply been much too frightening. That zombie definitely had the strength to kill them both with a single blow. Suddenly, Guo Xiaohai's eyes widened, having noticed the ascetic who was treading across the surface of the ocean. As the ascetic stepped onto shore, he gave Guo Xiaohai a religious greeting and asked, "How fare your wounds, sir?" Guo Xiaohai cupped his fists and bowed. "It's been many years since we last met. I never thought I'd see you here again, Warlock. Did you already know that the Nether Dragon ship would appear around these parts?" The ascetic blankly replied, "I only saw it coincidentally as I was passing by. If anyone else had said this, Guo Xiaohai would believe them. However, he wouldn't trust this person before him in the least. It is hard for one to even catch a glimpse of you, Warlock. Since fate has willed us to meet, how about we find a place to have a little chat about old times? He cajoled. Sir, your wounds are rather dire. Since there won't be anything to gain by staying longer than this, it is best that you head back soon. With such a large commotion, I believe the others will be reaching here soon enough. The ascetic kindly warned, whilst he gave the other party a faint, yet suggestive smile. After which, he gave Guo Xiaohai another greeting, then slowly went on his way. His invitation was rejected. Guo Xiaohai frowned, but it wouldn't be in his best interest to force the other party to stay. All he could do was watch as the ascetic slowly disappeared into the darkness of the night. Just then, a groaning sound came from behind him. Guo Xiaohai turned back to look, and watched as the white-haired old man struggled to sit up. The old man then cupped his fists. Venerable sage. Guo Xiaohai gently raised his hand for the old man to be at ease. He then turned towards the newly appeared ocean inside. The wandering warlock is not one to lie. Since he says that we won't gain anything by staying any longer. Tell all our forces to retreat. There's no point in staying here any further. The white-haired old man slowly stood up. As he clutched his chest, he asked, should we silence them? Guo Xiaohai scoffed, there's no need for that anymore. You saw what happened just now. Even if those bastards manage to find it, they won't be able to gain anything from the ship. It's not necessarily a bad thing to let the other 5 nations go on a wild goose chase for a while. Following which, he transformed into a streak of light and shot into the night sky. However, he was already much slower now than he was before. Clearly, his wounds were quite severe indeed. Meanwhile, deep in the depths of the ocean, after sensing that the commotion above the surface had subsided, Miao Yi waited for a while longer. Once he was absolutely sure that the turmoil had died down, he quickly swam up to the surface of the ocean. All the while, he was surrounded by strange-looking fishes of all colors swimming about. As he broke through the surface, he stepped onto the waves and scanned his surroundings. How was this place still a desert? It was nothing but boundless ocean all around. God knows how long it would take to seal up an opening this large. Where did that ghost ship disappear to? Miao Yi was brimming with curiosity. He released the blue-feathered swallow, then soared up into the sky, gazing down from above. With some help from the moonlight, he could see the massive lake that had formed in the middle of the desert. However, there was no sight of the nether dragon ship at all. Suddenly, a spirit eagle flew over. Miao Yi took down the letter and read it through, then promptly flew off on his blue-feathered swallow. As for his dragon steed, he didn't have a single clue what had happened to it. He also couldn't care less about the other troops that were dispatched to the other search areas. All he was thinking about was getting away from this place as quickly as he could. Along the way, he noticed various streaks of lights quickly rushing by him. Some were gold, and some were purple, but for the most part, they were all red. He was absolutely nerve-wracked as these lights shot past him. Fortunately, it seemed they were all in a rush, and not a single one of them bothered with him at all. Miao Yi could vaguely feel that these were all the experts of Flowing Clouds Dune Sea who were alarmed by the commotion earlier today. Right as dawn was breaking, he finally reached the Chamber of Commerce, and in one piece at that. Luckily, he had gotten 2 flying-type mounts beforehand. Otherwise, there was no telling when he would be able to make it back. As he landed beside the entrance to the Chamber of Commerce, he bumped into Wu Jin and Wu Ming, who were just on their way out. The twins glanced at him for a moment, then passed him by, as though nothing had happened between them at all. The first thought that flashed by Miao Yi's head was the sight of them stark naked and writhing all over his body. After which, he felt a pang in his heart from the thought of his ruined second-grade armor artifact. Once he was inside the Chamber of Commerce, he quickly found the manager who was in charge of handling the Flowing Clouds Dune Sea branch, which happened to be that white-haired old man. Miao Yi noticed that the old man's expression had paled significantly from what he remembered. He was currently cultivating inside the isolated room that Guo Xiaohai had stayed in before. Meanwhile, Guo Xiaohai himself was nowhere to be found. Miao Yi asked curiously, "Manager, did we manage to succeed?" The white-haired old man shook his head and revealed a faint smile. "I can't believe you're still alive. You've done a great job this time, so I won't be taking back the things I gave you back then. Think of it as your reward." "That's my reward?" Miao Yi's expression turned awkward. He coughed drily and reminded, "Manager, Senior Guo said that he would make me a hall master." His words implying, "You don't think you can just brush me off like that, do you, Dot? You can think about your hall master post once you've returned. Since the higher-ups have already promised you as much, we naturally won't go back on it. Your mission isn't finished yet either way. You still haven't lured out the person after your life. I think we can just let that go for now. I'm too tired to care about the nitty-gritty details anymore. Just get someone to send me back safely." Once he was back and promoted to hall master, who would dare touch him without reason? Not to mention, he would still have Zhao Fei and Sikong Wuwei backing him up. How could staying here as bait beat that? Even if you don't care, the higher-ups do. Besides, we have a new mission for you. Manager, this one's abilities are limited. I have already finished the mission that was given to me by my palace lord. Miao Yi chuckled and cupped his fists. Farewell. His words were clear enough, I will only obey the command of my palace lord. Now that my mission is completed, it doesn't matter how high your cultivation is. The Chamber of Commerce doesn't get to order me around. The old man didn't stop him. He simply chuckled and said, "You've got guts. Then I guess we'll just have to wait and see what happens. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 528, The Difficulty of Asking for Favors. Chapter 528, The Difficulty of Asking for Favors. Translator, Soup Hunter Editor, Tom Yummy. Wait and see? Miao Yi was a little dejected as he knew that there was no way he could defy the higher-ups' commands. After making his way to the courtyard, he immediately wrote Traversing Water Palace a letter stating that he had successfully completed his mission. Once again, he requested that they allow him to return. Once he released the spirit eagle, he made his way to the courtyard's exit, but just as he was about to step outside the door, he stopped and pulled his foot back. Where was he supposed to go now? There was a chance that a killer was out there just waiting to take his life. Initially, he thought that the people in charge here would let him walk away after he had completed the mission. That way, he wouldn't have to ask Traversing Water Palace to take him back, he could just return immediately. However, now the other party was saying that the mission was still not over. As a result, there was no way he could just pack up and leave. Not without first getting Traversing Water Palace's approval. Thus, he needed to find a place to stay and wait for their response. Should I go to Tempest Tavern? Miao Yi was clenching his teeth in frustration just thinking about it. Better not. My life will be at risk again if I stay there. After mulling it over for a while, he ultimately decided to just head back to Tempest Tavern. This was still the safest place in Flowing Cloud's Dune Sea. It wasn't as if he was short on money anyway. He released the blue-feathered swallow and hopped on, then promptly flew off. Shortly after, he landed right in Tempest Tavern's mud-walled courtyard. It wasn't too far off from the actual building itself. He jumped off the blue-feathered swallow and tucked it away. As he made his way to the tavern's front door, he was suddenly greeted with a familiar fragrance. There would be no stories without coincidences. It just so happened to be around the time of day when the lady boss would head out for her daily rounds. As such, she bumped into Miao Yi right as she was heading out. The two of them stared at one another, with one person standing just outside the door, and the other standing on the inside. At that moment, Miao Yi's appearance was wretched beyond words. First, he had that major scuffle with the twins. After that, he was dunked in seawater for quite a length of time. It was hard to describe the stench about his body right now. His clothes were also in complete tatters, and his hair was a disheveled mess. Miao Yi forced out a smile and chuckled, "Mornin', lady boss." The lady boss raised an eyebrow, thinking back to how this arrogant bastard had left her tavern a year ago. Back then, she couldn't do anything to him, but now that the ball was in her court. She pinched her nose and frowned, asking, "Where is this fishy smell coming from? Do we know each other?" Miao Yi knew that payback would be coming for him. He laughed drily and said, "Lady boss, you sure are forgetful. It's me, Miao Yi. We drank together before. Do you remember? Oh. If it isn't Miao Yi. You're still alive?" The lady boss continued to pinch her nose as though there was a really repulsive stench, and asked, "Which hole did you crawl out from? Why are you so smelly? You'd better not scare all my guests away. If you don't have any business here, then leave. Don't just stand in front of my tavern." The scholar was leaning over the counter, giggling as he watched the scene unfold. Miao Yi paid her words no heed. He hurriedly moved aside and said, "No need to worry about me. Feel free to continue on your rounds. I'm just here to check into the tavern. See, I do have business here." "Oh, you are you?" The lady boss sized him up, then let go of her nose and folded her arms before her chest. Then, swaying her hips to one side, she turned her head back to wink at the scholar as she said, "Innkeeper, do we still have any more rooms?" Behind the counter, the scholar immediately tilted his head to one side and replied, "Lady boss, we don't have any more rooms. It's a full house." The lady boss then turned back and smiled. "Apologies, Miao Yi. We're full. You should find somewhere else to stay." She lifted her chin up arrogantly, then strutted past Miao Yi dismissively. "Damn it! You're obviously screwing with me here. If I had anywhere else to stay, why would I come here and suffer this humiliation from you?" Miao Yi's expression twisted. He hurriedly stepped in front of the lady boss and cupped his fists. "Lady boss, please forgive me for my insolence. I know you still have rooms available. Please don't let yourself stoop to my level of ignorance." The lady boss then curiously asked, "Who do you think you are? Why would I even need to be so petty with you? The innkeeper just said that we don't have any more rooms. Go and ask him yourself if you don't believe me." Miao Yi was lost for words. "If you don't give him the go-ahead, then no matter how much I ask, that sadistic piece of shit will still definitely say that the tavern is full." He immediately cupped his fists again. "Lady boss, out of respect for Yan Beihong, please just forgive me already. Does he even have anything to do with me? I've already been exiled out of the Yun family. You should know this as well," the lady boss scornfully said as she circled around him. Miao Yi quickly stopped her again. "Lady boss, I was wrong. Can you tell me what I need to do for you to let me stay here?" How difficult it must be for him to say such a thing. During his stay here, he was beaten up by the other party twice. And now, he even had to admit that he was the one in the wrong. Miao Yi now finally understood why so many people would just let themselves be taken advantage of by this woman right here. The lady boss narrowed her eyes at him and asked, "Are you begging me right now?" Miao Yi nodded repeatedly. "Yes, I'm begging you. Please help me, lady boss." In that case, the lady boss paused to think for a while, then turned back and shouted, "Innkeeper, come here for a bit." "But, ma'am." The scholar cheerfully walked out and asked, "Lady boss, what can I do for you?" The lady boss pursed her lips at Miao Yi and said, "He is one of our regulars after all. We should try to help him out if we can. Do we have any rooms we can vacate at the moment?" The scholar shrugged. "We really don't. The lady boss put on a troubled face. Then, as Miao Yi continued to stare blankly at her, she acted as if she had just come to a huge decision. Well, if I clear out the storeroom that's under my room, I think we can make some space for you to stay in. But I'm afraid that's no place to host a guest. She turned to Miao Yi and added, I simply can't have you stay in the storeroom. Why don't you wait outside for a couple more days? Once we have a vacancy, we'll make sure to keep it for you. No. Don't. I'm a simple man. A storeroom is more than enough. Miao Yi forced a smile and said, I'll stay in the storeroom then. The scholar then said in a troubled tone, Lady boss, how are we going to charge for the storeroom? You're right. The lady boss folded her arms over those seductive mounds of hers and looked up at the sky as though mulling over the problem. Miao Yi was grinding his teeth in frustration. These two assholes are clearly making this shit up just to screw with me. I'll let you two have this satisfaction for now. If I ever get the chance, I'll make sure to burn this damned tavern to the ground. It wasn't worth it to throw his life away just to save some face. Miao Yi lied through his teeth with utmost sincerity and cheerfully said, no need to worry so much about it. You can just charge me the usual rate. Deep down, he grumbled, it's not like your normal rooms are that fancy anyway. It's pretty much just an empty room with a few chunks of wood slapped together. How is it any different from a storeroom? My Raincloud Manor, on the other hand, is like heaven on earth. Even the simplest of rooms there is better than your most luxurious one here. Ha! The lady boss sighed helplessly, then said to the scholar, since he is being this insistent about it, then out of respect for his sincerity, let's empty out the storeroom and have him stay there for the time being. If it isn't to his liking, we'll just see how it goes for now. The meaning behind her words were clear, if you're obedient enough, then you can continue staying. Else, we'll use the storeroom isn't good enough for a guest as an excuse to send you packing. Yes, ma'am. The scholar was all smiles as he turned and walked away. Miao Yi wished he could just sell this woman off to a brothel. However, for appearance's sake, he still cupped his fists repeatedly. Thank you, lady boss. Thank you. No need to thank me. It's my duty to make sure my guests are well cared for. Well, I'm off to my duties now. If you don't like the living conditions, just tell the innkeeper. Oh, I feel so terrible at having to make a guest stay in the storeroom. As the lady boss said this, she intentionally flicked her hair and walked off proudly. The moment her back was turned to Miao Yi, she quickly bit on her lip, trying to stifle her laughter. This payback was too simply satisfying. Take care, lady boss. Miao Yi didn't forget to kiss up to her as she laughed, before entering the tavern. He didn't have any other choice. The other party could just find any excuse to kick him out if he pissed her off. How many days will you be staying? Behind the counter, the scholar asked in a cheery tone. 10 days for now. Miao Yi said with a forced smile, then took out 100,000 gold crystals and placed them on the counter. After the scholar tallied everything, he nodded and said, just bear with it for now. Once we have vacant rooms, I'll change it for you. Sorry to trouble you. Miao Yi politely said with a chuckle. You can sit here and wait for a moment. The scholar turned to one of the employees and said, go clean up the storeroom upstairs and throw in a bed. Right as the storeroom was readied, the lady boss just returned from her daily patrols. She said, since it's on the way for me as well, Miao Yi, come have a look with me. Besides yes, what else could Miao Yi say? What ticked him off the most was that this woman had to pinch her nose as she walked up the stairs, as though he had just climbed out of a garbage heap. Surprisingly, the storeroom was rather wide. It was almost as big as 3 normal guest rooms in the tavern. It was possible that the lady boss staying right upstairs had something to do with such a large space being turned into a storeroom. All the random bits and bobs had already been cleared aside, and the bed was also prepared. It was easy to tell that the room had been kept rather clean all this while. Perhaps it had something to do with the lady boss's habit of keeping things neat and tidy. Besides which, the vacated space was also much larger than that of a normal guest room. Miao Yi was quite satisfied with the result. The only thing he didn't like was that the lady boss would be staying right above his head. "What is the smell that is coming off of you? It's gross." Before the lady boss walked out the room, she said to the employee that had accompanied them upstairs, "Get him some water to clean himself. Try not to let my room catch his stench too." Miao Yi forced a smile and said, Okay, I'll wash myself right away." It was indeed about time for him to take a nice bath. The employee took out a giant bathing basin and filled it with clean water. Then, after disrobing himself, Miao Yi dipped himself comfortably into the water and slowly closed his eyes. He was in absolute bliss. He had been roaming around the desert for over a year, and was forced to always remain vigilant of his surroundings. He could finally relax. Just as he was about to finish with his bath, a loud thump suddenly came from above, and clumps of dirt immediately rained down on him. The ceiling was entirely constructed of wood, with a layer of mud laid right above it to stabilize the structure. Naturally, the dirt had dropped down from the gaps in between the wood. Miao Yi didn't know what manner of heavy lifting must be going on upstairs for such a large pile of dirt to be raining down on him. Miao Yi quickly activated his transcendence energy and avoided the falling dirt. Then hurriedly put on his clothes and bolted out into the alleyway. It was safe to say that he had barely escaped by the skin of his teeth. After all, he had only just finished his bath. Looking back into the room, he saw that it was now completely filled with dirt. The great manor head Miao slowly gazed up at the ceiling. It didn't take a genius to figure out that the bitch upstairs was intentionally messing with him again. Now that he was living under another person's roof, he had to lower his head. After all, he was staying here on the other party's benevolence. He walked to the door and spread out his palm, opening the window with his transcendence energy. He then repeatedly swung his arms about, blowing away all the dust out through the window. After some difficulty, he was finally managed to get his room clean again. Miao Yi shut the window and sighed as he laid down on his wooden bed. Just as he was thinking about how to return to Raincloud Manor, another loud thump came from above him, followed by another cascading pile of dirt. Miao Yi immediately shot up and rushed out of his room. He looked back at the dusty room, then moved his gaze up to the ceiling, cursing at a certain someone's family deep down. Meanwhile up above, the lady boss was already lying on her own bed, holding a hand up to her mouth. She was laughing so hard it almost hurt to even chuckle. "Do you really think I'm so easily bullied? Fine. If you're taking it this far, then I won't just sit still either." Miao Yi scoffed. He beat a temporary retreat to the other end of the alleyway, sat down cross-legged on the floor, and didn't return to his room for the rest of the day. The following morning, the lady boss walked down from her room with all her womanly charms. When she saw Miao Yi seated down in the alleyway outside his room, as if unable to hold her curiosity, she asked, "Nowhere, just what are you sitting there for?" Miao Yi immediately walked over and greeted her. As he followed her down the steps, he also asked back curiously, "Lady boss, why does dirt keep falling down from the ceiling in my room?" The lady boss sighed. "The ceiling is quite old and worn out. It hasn't been repaired for many years, which is why I turned it into a storeroom. If it's not to your liking, then I think we should just forget about it. Why don't you?" Miao Yi immediately flashed a smile and waved his hands. "No matter. It's a small issue. I can get used to it. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 529, Going to Get Busted Eventually. Chapter 529, Going to Get Busted Eventually. Translator, Soup Hunter. Editor, Tom Yummy. That huge void in the desert is proof. I think it will need at least a year to seal back up. That's right. Some even saw it for themselves. They spoke of a giant white ship that was 100 meters tall, pulled along by a horde of zombies. The moment anyone approached that nether dragon ship, the zombies would immediately launch their attack. And apparently, the artifact they use can emit 7 different types of colors. Plenty of experts here even sensed the waves of conflict coming from miles away. It seems that was the reason why so many experts left so suddenly last night. As he walked out into the front hall, Miao Yi noticed that there was quite a crowd in the lobby, and they were all talking about the nether dragon ship. Miao Yi was a little puzzled. As he recalled, there were only a handful of people who actually witnessed the nether dragon ship back then. Even his own search party had been split up quite far from one another, and he himself had only bumped into the ship coincidentally. Yet, how did these people know so much about it? Who leaked out the information? He sat himself down in the corner and ordered something from one of the waiters. He then proceeded to eat breakfast whilst listening to the gossip around him. "Lady boss," one of the guests called out in a cordial manner. Having just made her rounds in the rear courtyard, the lady boss entered the front hall and nodded to the exuberant person who called her. Her voluptuous figure instantly drew in many gazes from the crowd. Alas, they could do naught but stare. The lady boss asked the scholar through voice transmission why there were suddenly so many people in the tavern. After the scholar explained why, she circled behind the counter, pretending as though she was looking through jade archives, but in truth, she was listening in on everyone's gossip. Once in a while, she would cast a sideways glance at Miao Yi, who was seated in a corner. As an esteemed manor head for the Celestial Nations administration, Miao Yi had a life full of riches and glory, with 10 million followers under him. It was strange that he would be sent all the way to these harsh lands in the first place and forced to roam around the desert for almost a year. Not to mention, this kid had suddenly appeared in a miserable state the same night the nether dragon ship reappeared. The lady boss found it hard not to think that he was somehow related to all this. Over the coming days, various people of unknown origins started to congregate in Flowing Clouds Dune Sea, causing it to be rather crowded. Even in the light of day, there were countless incidents of battle and murder. Miao Yi could occasionally hear the sound of fists and blades clashing from his room in the tavern. If he climbed up to the rooftop, he would be able to see the battle happening in the distance. And at night, he could sometimes hear the sound of someone screaming in agony. The playful joke that the lady boss and the scholar previously told Miao Yi had now become a reality. The Tempest Tavern was indeed full. Moreover, things were different from how it usually were, with guests hiding in their rooms all day. These new mysterious guests tended to like socializing with their peers in the front hall. The normally quiet and pristine Tempest Tavern had now become unbelievably rowdy, so much that even Miao Yi could tell that all these people were just trying to dig up whatever information they could find. Devils, Yao, ghost cultivators, there were all manner of folks in the tavern. This meant that it was a prime opportunity for those who involved themselves in unscrupulous acts to finally rake in a fortune. It was nothing much for one to have small trinkets stolen. Rape, murder, and various other heinous acts became the norm of everyday life. It was so eventful that even Miao Yi couldn't help himself from going out to the front hall every day to listen in on the crowd discussing the incidents that had transpired the day before. Sometimes, they were even discussing about events that had occurred within the 6 nations themselves. It truly was an ideal place for gathering information. In one moment, one would be able to hear the sounds of a battle subsiding outside the tavern, and in the next, someone would be bringing in the latest news for everyone to talk about. The topics ranged from a certain cross-dressing nun from the Boundless Nation having her disguise revealed, falling into a trap and consequently raped, to a hall master from a certain nation getting his identity disclosed, his belongings robbed, then his body diced into pieces, to a sect master from a certain school being surrounded by multiple experts and brutally murdered. Basically, it was utter chaos outside the tavern. It was a chance for the local powerhouses of Flowing Clouds Dune Sea to finally make a fortune. Naturally, the Tempest Tavern wasn't excluded as well. The 2 lanterns hanging outside the tavern were constantly changed throughout this period of time. The red lantern indicated that the tavern was full, while the white one indicated that there was vacancy. The tavern had 80 rooms and 80 tables. Each square table could seat 8 people, meaning that each room could house 8 people as well. Naturally, there had to be a group of 8 that were all willing to stay in the same room together, first and foremost. Normally, no one would be willing to share a room with another, because the tavern charged its accommodation fees based on the number of guests. That being said, there were quite a number of people who clearly came in their own groups. With danger lurking in every corner, it was normal for people to want to form groups. Not to mention, they would be able to look out for another by staying in the same room together. And because of this, there was a rise in those who tried to earn a profit from the lack of rooms. These people would keep watch outside the tavern and, upon seeing the white lantern light up, would immediately take the room, only to resell it at a higher price later on. Miao Yi sighed in astonishment at this. At least he still had a storeroom to stay in. The cook and the rest were already so busy that they didn't even have time to harass him anymore. Not to mention, with a loud thump from above, a final cloud of dirt cascaded into Miao Yi's room, and the middle layer of the ceiling was now completely hollowed out. As Miao Yi looked up at the ceiling, he was overjoyed. There were all sorts of junk scattered about in the room. It was like walking into a pigsty. Initially, he wanted to do something to the ceiling, so that the bitch would fall right through the floor the second she stomped down. However, after some thought, he figured that that wasn't the best idea. It wouldn't be good for him if he embarrassed the other party and she decided to toss him out in her rage. As such, he employed a different method. When the lady boss was out of her room, he made even more dirt fall from the ceiling. As she pressed her foot heavily on the floor, the lady boss stared down and gasped. She could feel that something was off. The floor underneath felt hollow. She quickly rushed downstairs and opened the door to the storeroom, where she found Miao Yi flipping his bed over. He was turning the side that was clean up to the top. Meanwhile, the floor of the storeroom was already covered in a thick layer of dirt. Miao Yi intentionally didn't clean it all up just so he could show it to a certain bitch. The lady boss stared dazedly at the ground, wondering to herself if she had gone too far. As he flipped his bed over, Miao Yi gave it a light sweep with his hand to brush all the dirt away. He smiled and said, "Lady boss, you came. Please come in, ... Can a person even live in this room?" The lady boss looked to her feet, then up at the ceiling. She had no intention of walking in. She simply smiled drily and said, "I kept feeling that the floor was quite hollow upstairs, so I came down to see if the ceiling in your room had collapsed." Miao Yi pointed to the ground and smiled wryly. This dirt kept falling down like an endlessly torrential rain. Now, the layer of dry soil in the middle has been completely emptied out. It would be strange if you couldn't feel the hollowness of the floor. It seems it is long overdue for repairs. I'll need to get it fixed properly once you're gone. The lady boss was clearly guilty. She brushed her hair, turned around, then walked off as if nothing happened. She didn't even mention getting someone to come clean the place up. Now that she had finally seen the state of the room for herself, Miao Yi took out a storage ring and sucked away all the dirt in the room. After cleaning the place, he heaved a sigh in relief. It was all over now. That same night, as he was cultivating atop his wooden bed, Miao Yi suddenly heard the sound of running water coming from above. How am I able to hear what's going on upstairs so clearly now? As Miao Yi thought this, he suddenly heard the sound of rustling clothes coming from above. If he had tried to use his transcendence arts to eavesdrop, there was a chance that the other party could sense him. However, at the moment, he didn't even have to activate any transcendence arts to be able to hear every little detail of what was happening in the room above his. As he cultivated in the darkness of his room, Miao Yi abruptly opened his eyes and noticed a ray of light seeping through the cracks of the wooden ceiling up above. It would be hard to notice such a tiny gap in daylight if one couldn't find the correct angle. Miao Yi slowly lifted his gaze, and what he saw had him completely shocked, so much that he didn't even dare to breathe too loudly. In the first place, the tavern's roof was constructed from a row of sturdy wooden logs. A layer of dried soil was then slapped on top of it. After that, the lady boss built a tiny little cabin for herself above that. Naturally, the floorboards of her own room were constructed from wood as well. Originally, there was a very robust layer of dried soil between the upper and lower floor. However, the lady boss just had to go playing around with it. As a result, the layer of dried soil in the middle had been completely emptied out by her. Great, just great. There were bound to be some gaps between the layer of logs above Miao Yi's room and the wooden floorboards under hers. Obviously there was a chance that something would happen. The great manor head Miao was in luck indeed. The moment he looked up, he could vaguely see that someone was taking off their clothes. A voluptuous figure would pass by at random fleeting moments, her naughty little bits occasionally becoming visible through the gaps. Naturally, the other person's figure could be seen whenever she stopped moving. However, what was even more astounding was that he could even sometimes see her. It was truly a sight that made one's blood rush with excitement. The seductive figure through the gaps of the ceiling finally disappeared the moment the other person dipped herself into the bathtub. The sound of water splashing about could be heard, along with a soft, melodious humming. There was no need to guess who the person upstairs was. Besides that woman, who else could it be? Miao Yi was completely flustered. He slowly lowered his gaze back down, afraid to even breathe too loudly. It would be the end of him if the person upstairs found out about this. "Oh, lady boss. This is your fault. I never meant to spy on you at all." Miao Yi assuaged himself. However, when he heard the sound of a certain someone coming out of her bath upstairs, Miao Yi couldn't help looking back up again. Furthermore, his body swayed about side to side as his gaze chased after the naked figure that moved from one gap in the ceiling to another. Ever since that night, Miao Yi would always quietly enter and exit his room. He didn't even dare to open his door and windows to let any outside light in, much less light up any candles inside. If he could see the light coming from upstairs, that meant the person upstairs would be able to see any light coming from down below as well. If the lady boss were to find out about this, he would die a horrible death. He wanted to change his room badly, but there were simply no rooms available for him at the moment. There was nothing he could do but wait for news from Traversing Water Palace to arrive. What made him feel even more speechless was that the person upstairs had the habit of taking her bath both in the morning and at night. The great manor head Miao didn't have a single moment to catch a break. That being said, even though he was feeling uneasy, he still peeked every single time. He was not some noble gentleman after all. There were many out there who could only dream of seeing what he was seeing. How could he let such a prime opportunity go to waste? Besides, if the lady boss were to find out about this, then it wouldn't make any difference whether he peeked once or multiple times, he would still end up in shit. From time to time, Miao Yi would bump into the lady boss outside. As always, she had that same exotic allure about her, and Miao Yi pretended as if everything was normal. He didn't act suspicious in any way. However, he himself knew just how much he wanted to break away from this place and run as far away as he could. He would definitely get busted for this eventually. As he anxiously waited for the days to pass, Miao Yi hated how far away from home he was. It would take a long time for even spirit eagles to make the journey. As the dreadfully long days passed, news from Traversing Water Palace finally came. However, much to Miao Yi's dismay, that old geezer from the Chamber of Commerce possessed quite a bit of influence indeed. Granny Tao ordered Miao Yi to assist with Zhengfeng's operation. And Zhengfeng was the name of that white-haired old man, the person in charge of Flowing Clouds Dunesea's Chamber of Commerce branch. Miao Yi was only just then discovering his name. Clearly, the realm beyond heaven held Flowing Clouds Dunesea with much regard for them to send a Golden Lotus expert to oversee the area. However, given how chaotic this place was, it was understandable that things would be hard to control without a powerful expert around. Naturally, the higher-ups wouldn't expect their subordinates to undertake missions with no reward. Else, who would still be willing to work for them? Granny Tao first complimented Miao Yi on a job well done, that he had not disappointed her and brought her great pride. She also promised him that once he returned from his mission, she would immediately promote him to Hall Master of Suppressing First Hall. This was written on the Jade Archive, and it even had Granny Tao's Transcendence seal on it. The great manor head Miao no longer had to worry about his own cultivation not being high enough. His promotion to Hall Master was now set in stone, it wouldn't be able to escape his grasp now. But Miao Yi looked up at the ceiling. He was already on the verge of tears as he thought, can I choose to not enjoy such fortune anymore? Even though being a Hall Master and having 100 million followers under me is sorely tempting, I still need to be alive to take the job. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 530, A New Mission. Chapter 530, A New Mission. Translator, Soup Hunter. Editor, Tom Yummy. As a member of the administration, Miao Yi could not refuse an official decree. As such, he risked his life once again by leaving the tavern at a time when Flowing Clouds Dune Sea was at its most chaotic, in order to get to the Chamber of Commerce. There, he found in Zhangfeng, the person in charge of this particular branch. The moment he saw the old man, Miao Yi said in a respectful manner, "You win, managerin. Go on and tell me how you want me to die this time." And Zhangfeng chuckled and said, "How could I bear to let such a useful subordinate like you kick the bucket? Sometimes, it's better to have one useful subordinate than a powerful cultivation. Everyone wishes to have someone like that working under them. I want to discuss something with you. Would you be willing to leave the administration and come work for the Chamber of Commerce? As long as you're willing, I'll think of a way to get you transferred over." He was trying to recruit Miao Yi. "I can't wait to get as far away from you as I can is more like it. Nothing good ever happens whenever I see your face." Miao Yi cursed in his mind. He obviously knew that Zhangfeng was not trying to recruit him just so he could live an easy life, but to put him to work. If he was working in an accursed place like Flowing Clouds Dune Sea, a single moment of carelessness could result in him dying horribly. Naturally, he wouldn't agree to such a proposition. "Managerin, I'm not accustomed to working in the shadows. I still prefer living in the light and helping the celestial sage oversee her territory. I'd like to ask, what kind of mission are you assigning to me this time?" And Zhangfeng smiled. "Your mission this time is very safe. I trust that you're aware of the state of things here in Flowing Clouds Dune Sea. Because of the Nether Dragon ship's reappearance, it is in utter chaos, and even the other 5 nations have begun sending their forces over. As such, I want you to continue staying in Tempest Tavern and gather information." Miao Yi was taken aback. "That's it?" And Zhangfeng nodded. "That's it." Miao Yi asked suspiciously, "That I won't have to lure out the assassin anymore, dot?" And Zhangfeng answered, "Of course you still have to. However, since the other party hasn't made their move in such a long time, it's clear that they've already caught on to us. The harder we try to lure them out, the less likely they will actually show themselves. That's why you will continue staying in Tempest Tavern while acting as bait. When the other party feels that we have loosened up our guard, then our chance to catch them will finally come. You just need to remember one thing. Whenever you're about to leave the tavern, make sure to leave some kind of sign outside the window of your room an hour before. Once you're outside, our men will protect you from the shadows. After all, there's no guarantee that nothing would happen if we take our eyes off you for even a single moment. On the off chance that our men fail to notice that you've gone out, things will turn out badly for you if you encounter any trouble." Miao Yi was quite relieved to hear that he was getting full-time protection. He had been on edge throughout the journey here earlier on. However, he still couldn't help asking curiously, "You could have just gotten anyone to gather information. Why pick me?" And Zhangfeng chuckled. "It's because you're capable, so we need to put you to good use." Miao Yi rolled his eyes. "Managerin, you're joking, right? How am I capable? If you think sending me to gather information is putting me to good use, then I'm afraid I really don't deserve such a prestigious evaluation." And Zhangfeng shook his head and continued to chuckle. "When you and your team encountered the Hive Gang, weren't you the only one to make it out alive? And when the assassins of Peony tried to kill you, weren't you also the sole survivor of your group? Not to mention, you were also the one who found the Nether Dragon ship. And back in the subjugation crusade, it was also you who managed to slaughter your way to victory out of 180,000 contestants. Do all these coincidences not speak volumes of your capabilities? And there's one other thing, I heard that you're quite close to Yun Jiqiu of Tempest Tavern, and that the two of you even had a drink together before? Miao Yi was taken aback, but the white-robed person soon came to mind. That bastard was definitely the one who ratted him out to this old geezer. He helplessly shook his head and said, "Yeah, we did drink together before, but it's not like we're especially close or anything like that." "Managerin, why are you asking me this?" And Zheng Feng smiled. "I heard that the Tempest Tavern is fully booked, and that there's a large number of people who can't get themselves any lodging as a result. Yet, you somehow found a way to stay in the tavern's storeroom. Is this true?" When he heard about the storeroom, Miao Yi immediately recalled the naked figure he had seen above his head, and a sense of unease quickly welled up inside him. He shrugged his shoulders and sighed. "Do you think I had any other choice? Obviously, I had to find some place to stay in, and this was the solution I came up with after racking my brain." "What's wrong with that?" "There's nothing wrong. Nothing wrong at all." And Zheng Feng's eyes gleamed as he abruptly stood up and started circling around Miao Yi, sizing up the latter as he paced about him a few times. Miao Yi felt chills run up his spine from the other party's fervent gaze. Finally, the old geezer clicked his tongue and said, "It doesn't matter where you're staying in. What I need is precisely this ability of yours to come up with solutions in order to accomplish your goals. Kid, stop wasting your time elsewhere. Just come over to the Chamber of Commerce. I'm just staying in a storeroom." "Managerin, do you need to get so agitated about it? No one else has been able to squeeze themselves into that tavern but you. Does this still not highlight how big of a deal this is for you?" Miao Yi was lost for words. He waved his hands and refused. "Let's just talk about business instead. What kind of information do you want me to gather? I'm sick of this place already. The sooner I finish my job, the sooner I can leave." "You are aware of Yun Jiqiu's background, yes?" And Zheng Feng asked. "Somewhat. She's Yun Outyan's granddaughter, as well as Feng Beichen's granddaughter-in-law." As he said this, Miao Yi curiously asked, "Why are you so concerned about her? Don't tell me you've taken a liking to her? If you're really interested, then I don't mind hooking you guys up. I'm not particularly close to her, but I can still help put in a few good words for you at least. If you pay me the matchmaker's fees up front, then I will definitely give it all I've got." And Zheng Feng broke out in laughter, tapping on Miao Yi's shoulder as he said, "That kind of good fortune is not for me, I'm afraid. Personally, I would love to take you up on that offer, but I think Yun Outyan and Feng Beichen would surely want to rip me to pieces if I did that. I won't be able to beat either of them, so I think I should just leave the opportunity to you youngsters instead. However, I do require your ability to engage in a conversation with her. It should be clear now that the one I want you to keep an eye on is none other than Yun Jiqiu herself. Your new mission is to get as close to her as you can and keep an eye on her every move." Miao Yi was shocked. "Why do you want me to keep an eye on her?" And Zheng Feng said solemnly, "That woman comes in contact with the upper echelons of the Great Devil Realm and the Boundless Realm quite frequently. Unfortunately, these people almost always visit her in disguise, making it hard for us to recognize them. We've tried to plant a spy next to her several times before, but the entire tavern is only so big, and we have limited manpower to spare. That's why we've never been able to find our chance. Remember this, for normal guests, Yun Jiqiu will only interact with them out of courtesy. As such, if you ever find someone that she's treating especially well, I want you to immediately make a note of that person and report it to us. After that, we will send in our scouts to follow them and investigate deeper. You don't have to worry about anything else. What will you be investigating exactly?" The other party might not necessarily reveal that information to him, and Miao Yi himself wasn't that keen to find out either. He couldn't help smiling wryly as he realized just because he was a little closer to the lady boss than the average guest, he was immediately turned into the celestial sage's tool. It seemed the conflict between the 6 sages really was intense on all fronts, with each faction utilizing every opportunity they could get their hands on. Meanwhile, he was no more than a pawn in the midst of it all. Manager, and even though I'm staying in the storeroom, I'm still being charged the accommodation fees. I won't be able to sustain myself if I stay too long. You don't have to worry about this. We will cover your accommodation fees for you. You won't be made to suffer any losses. And Zhang Feng then handed Miao Yi a storage ring. You'll find 10 million gold crystals inside. That's enough for you to stay in the tavern for half a year. After that, just quietly make your way back to the Chamber of Commerce and hide in here for a month. Once a month has passed, you'll go back to the tavern and stay for another 6 months. Otherwise, given the way that accursed tavern doubles their prices every month, there's no way anyone would be able to stay for too long. Miao Yi tucked the storage ring away inside. Managerin, I have something I need to tell you. During the previous mission, my 3rd great armor artifact got destroyed when I found the ghost ship. And Jingfeng's expression froze. What are you trying to say? Miao Yi answered disapprovingly, oh, nothing much. I just want to ask if the higher-ups plan to compensate me for my loss. I write, as a manor head from the administration, I don't need to be involved in the Chamber of Commerce's internal affairs. However now, not only am I risking my life to accomplish your tasks, I've even lost my 3rd great armor artifact for your cause. You don't seriously expect me to just suck it up like this, do you? And Zheng Feng's expression instantly darkened. He asked angrily, Kid, don't you think you're asking for a little too much? Do you really think the Chamber of Commerce is a bottomless pit of treasure? Go ahead and ask yourself honestly, how many things have you already taken from me? Even if you go back to become a hallmaster, you won't normally be able to save up such a vast amount of wealth in 1,000 years. How are you still not satisfied? 3rd great armor artifact? How did you even get your hands on a 3rd great armor artifact? And you still want another? Do you think 3rd great armor artifacts are like the little grains of sand you can just casually pick up from the ground here in Flowing Clouds Dune Sea? Do you have any idea how many Red Lotus cultivators out there don't even have a single 3rd great armor artifact? Stop lying to me already. Have I been treating you too kindly? Managerin, do you think I'm trying to cheat you? After I came back from the subjugation crusade, I had painstakingly procured myself a 3rd great armor artifact. But when I found that ghost ship, I ended up suffering a terrible loss. Wu Jin and Wu Ming were there as well the moment my armor artifact was destroyed. They saw it with their own eyes. Even my life was almost forfeit. You can ask the 2 of them if you don't believe me. Miao Yi continued in exasperation, why assign me such a mission if you don't even trust me? His armor artifact was indeed destroyed by Wu Jin and Wu Ming, but it was only a 2nd grade one. Miao Yi was confident that those 2 women wouldn't deny this claim. There's no way in hell you can expect me to suffer a loss after being assaulted. I'm getting back what I'm owed no matter what, and with added interest. Hearing his statement, and Zhang Feng asked suspiciously, Wu Jin and Wu Ming really saw it for themselves? If that was truly the case, then he would believe Miao Yi's words. After all, he was the one who arranged for Wu Jin and Wu Ming to protect him in the first place. They were both his trusted subordinates. Even though we were roaming around the desert for almost a year, we barely even spoke to one another. You don't honestly believe they would lie for my sake, do you? If you don't trust me, go ahead and ask them then. Oh, that's right. There's also a glorious star immortal herb as well. It's the one you gave me before. It's also gone now. Seeing as how you were the one who gave it to me, I didn't even want to mention it at first. Miao Yi begrudgingly continued, I risked my life in the subjugation crusade just so I could bring back a meager fortune. For others, they would be rewarded by their higher-ups for undertaking their missions, whereas I, on the other hand, am forced to suffer losses instead. What kind of messed up logic? Alright. And Zheng Feng hurriedly raised a hand and stopped him. I don't want to bicker with you any longer. I will confirm your story with the two of them first. If it's true, then I'll consult with the higher-ups and try to compensate you as soon as possible. Stop being such a drama queen already. Are you a woman or something? First, focus on the task at hand. If you do your job well, then you will be rewarded accordingly. Miao Yi asked, when you say compensate me as soon as possible, how soon do you mean exactly? You. And Zheng Feng glared at him and continued, 3 days at most. Are you satisfied? Manager, and you don't have to feel so troubled. If you would just let me return to traversing Water Palace, then I can forget about that third-grade armor artifact. Just think of it, a token of my loyalty to the celestial sage. Piss off. And Zheng Feng sharply retorted. As an esteemed Golden Lotus cultivator, most people would tremble before him. In contrast, this bastard just shamelessly tried to bargain with him. What impudence! Miao Yi became a little timid when he saw how furious the other party was and left the Chamber of Commerce dejectedly. That being said, he was able to say what he needed to say in the end. After all, he still had a bunch of people at home waiting for him to provide for them. Since he was already risking his life by coming out here, he needed to make every single penny count. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 531, Becoming an Employee? Chapter 531, Becoming an Employee? Translator, Soup Hunter. Editor, Tom Yummy. Right as he made it back to the tavern, Miao Yi snuck his way back into the storeroom, shut the door and windows, then lay down on his wooden bed with hands placed behind his head in absolute joy. Oh damn! To think such a fortunate thing would actually happen. Someone is actually willing to pay for me to stay and cultivate in Tempest Tavern, where no manner of cultivator would dare wreak havoc in. This is practically safer than staying in Raincloud Manor. Moreover, in order to help him properly focus on his mission, Granny Tao had even promised Miao Yi that she would ensure Raincloud Manor's safety in his absence. Now that he had income coming in from both sides, why shouldn't he be happy? As for the matter of keeping tabs on Yun Jiqiu, that woman spent most of her time in her own room anyway. Wouldn't he be keeping an eye on her already by cultivating in the storeroom beneath her cabin? Currently, the most distressing issue to Miao Yi was how he should resolve the peephole up on the ceiling. This was a grave matter. Once this matter was dealt with, Miao Yi would be able to focus on his cultivation in peace. He firmly believed that he did not have the fetish of peeping in on someone else's wife. That being said, how could he resolve the current situation without letting the other party catch on to his plan? This was the crux of the issue. Now that he was planning to stay here for a while, even if he would be eventually switched to a different room, he still needed to come up with a way to seal up the gap in the ceiling properly. Otherwise, someone was bound to find out about it eventually, and when that happened, the lady boss would definitely suspect him of something. Should I patch up the empty layer from down here? Wouldn't that look like I'm hiding something then? The lady boss will be able to tell that something's up the second she steps in here. After mulling it over again and again, Miao Yi believed that the best option he had was to just find an opportunity to destroy the ceiling completely. No one would notice anything amiss once it was repaired. That being said, how should he destroy it without arousing any suspicion? This was something he needed some time to think over. And Zheng Feng stayed true to his word and got back to Miao Yi within 3 days, just as he promised. On the second day itself, the white-robed person found a way to come into contact with Miao Yi. As they were eating in the dining hall, he stuffed a storage ring into the Miao Yi's hand. Back in his room, Miao Yi took out a glorious star immortal herb from the storage ring and chuckled to himself. There was another stock at his disposal now. He then quickly tucked it away. After which, he took out an armor artifact, imbued it with his energy signature to establish himself as its owner, then activated it with his transcendence energy. Plumes of black fog quickly surrounded him, and the sound of metal clanking could be heard as he took a couple steps forward. As his whole figure became enveloped in a crimson light, he hastily looked up at the ceiling, afraid that someone would notice the red flashing glow. He was worried that the lady boss would soon return from her drinking session over at the rooftop and notice what he was doing in his room. As such, he hurriedly tucked the armor artifact away. "I'm rich." Miao Yi was ecstatic. As soon as he could return home, he would sell off this armor artifact and procure himself some materials for Yao Ruoxian to refine an even better one for him. He then sat down cross-legged on his bed, tossed an orb of will into his mouth and began his cultivation. In the blink of an eye, almost a month had passed. However, the rowdiness of Flowing Cloud's Dune Sea didn't subside in the least. In contrast, it seemed as though it was becoming even more hectic instead, with battles happening every single day. There was talk of people from the Yao Nation and Ghost Nation coming to a disagreement because of some unknown reason, which soon erupted in a major battle. Many had perished from both sides. The more chaotic Flowing Cloud's Dune Sea was, the rowdier the Tempest Tavern became. The cook and the others became so busy that they no longer had time to harass Miao Yi. They would only occasionally bump into him whenever they needed to take something from the storeroom, which they didn't often use. And whenever they saw Miao Yi cultivating quietly, they didn't try to bother him either. To Miao Yi, the excruciatingly long month was almost reaching its end, and the charges would soon double. As such, he went to the counter ahead of time to pay up. "I'll be staying for another month." Miao Yi took out a storage ring and placed it on the counter. He was talking to the scholar using voice transmission. Currently, there were plenty of people walking around the main hall. It would not be wise to lay a large pile of money out in the open. "Wow." As he leaned over the counter, the scholar smiled back and transmitted his voiceover. "It looks like someone isn't planning to leave so soon. You guys should be happy I'm here to bring you more profit. Since you're not planning to leave anytime soon, and seeing as how we're old acquaintances, why don't I offer you a proposition to save some money and stay here for free? Interested?" Miao Yi felt a little suspicious about this offer. Save money? Stay for free? How can there be such a good offer? Tell me more. We've already talked it over with the lady boss a few days ago. Judging by the state of things around here, what with the Nether Dragon ship showing up, it's likely that the chaos in Flowing Cloud's Dune Sea won't be subsiding anytime soon. You've seen it for yourself as well. The tavern is incomparably busy. Considering how our relationship isn't so bad, we've suggested to the lady boss to take you in and have you do some work around the tavern. What are you saying? The scholar said blankly, "You'll work in the tavern as an employee." Who are you kidding? It's not like you guys don't know about my background. How can I possibly work as an employee in the tavern? You can just think of it as if we're completely clueless about you. You'll be free to go whenever you please. No one will force you to stay. If someday you find that you don't want to continue with the job anymore, you can just leave. The salary for employees here in Tempest Tavern isn't any worse off than your manor-head's income. You'll get 10 orbs of will a day. Come on. There's no place safer for you than the tavern. Furthermore, if you do your job well, your salary might get increased too. At most, you'll only have to bear with the harsh living conditions. How about it? Will you think it over? Miao Yi turned back to look at the rowdy bunch drinking and chatting behind him. The tavern's employees were so busy they barely had any time to catch a breath. If he really were to work here, he wouldn't have any time to cultivate at all. He quickly turned back to the scholar and declined, "Thanks for the offer, but I don't like working as an employee. I much prefer being an extravagant spendthrift." So you want to be a spendthrift, I see. The scholar chuckled, pushing the storage ring on the counter back to Miao Yi. Then I'm sorry, but as a respectful business, we can't allow such an esteemed customer like yourself to continue staying in the storeroom. Master Nyoer, please take your leave after today. Innkeeper, stop messing around. It's not like I'm skimping on payments. Aren't we old acquaintances? Help a brother out. It really isn't right for us to have a guest stay in the storeroom for such an extended period of time. If word gets out, people might start to think that our Tempest Tavern runs a shady business. You can't expect us to ruin our own reputation, can you? Then when will you have vacant rooms? Can't you just reserve one for me? The great manor head Miao was planning to hide in the Chamber of Commerce temporarily. Once there were rooms available, he would come back here. It's not like you can't see what the situation in the tavern is like right now. Anyone that steps through our doors is a guest. We can't just give you preferential treatment over everyone else, right? Damn it! In the end, you all still plan on forcing a manor head like myself to work as your tavern employee. Have all of you gotten so addicted to taking me for a ride? He sighed. Innkeeper, can't you help me out a little? You want me to help you? How about this then? Around this time, the lady boss should probably still be drinking up on the rooftop. Why don't you go ask her for help? If the lady boss agrees, then naturally, I won't have any objections. For now though, you should take back your money. The scholar took the storage ring and stuffed it back in Miao Yi's hand. Miao Yi grimaced, but the scholar quickly waved his hand dismissively. Now scoot. Don't get in the way of my business. With the storage ring in his hand, Miao Yi left dejectedly. At that moment, the carpenter stepped out from the shelf behind the counter and circled inside. He transmitted his voice over to the scholar. Do you think that kid will agree? The scholar let out a faint smile and replied, we did say that the kid is fun to have around. The lady boss already has the perfect excuse. If she really wants him to stay, then our plan will definitely work. But if she doesn't, then there's nothing we can do about it. The carpenter nodded. Whenever the lady boss talks about messing with the kid, she will always let loose such heartfelt laughter. I haven't seen her so happy in a very long time. But, won't something happen if this keeps up? I'm scared that once time passes. The scholar reached for the abacus by his side and slowly said, the lady boss has treated us well all this while. Some things are just not her burden to bear. She has already been carrying this responsibility long enough. As long as she's happy, I don't really care about anything else. Besides, it might not necessarily be a bad thing if something did happen. Hasn't OL Master Yan been hoping for some kind of spark to pull us away from this stagnant situation? With him backing us up, we won't have to worry even if the sky falls down on us. What are you so restless for? The carpenter gravely said, but the Feng family. The scholar grumbled, don't you think we've already spent more time by the lady boss's side than with the Feng family? She has given us much more than they ever did as well. I've repaid my debt to the Feng family a long time ago. All I know is that if anything happens to me, the Feng family probably wouldn't even bat an eyelid, but the lady boss definitely wouldn't sit still. I'll live true to my heart. Whatever happens, I'll definitely be standing by the lady boss's side. The carpenter quietly nodded. Miao Yi was standing on the rooftop. As always, he found the lady boss sitting on top of one leg above the round log outside her wooden cabin, downing her drink while facing the resplendent sunset, as the locks of her hair gently swayed in the wind. With the setting sun of the desert in the background, it was safe to say it was truly a beautiful sight indeed. As she wiped her lips, the lady boss turned back to look at Miao Yi. She tossed him an alluring smile, then enthusiastically waved her flask at him, signaling him to come over. Miao Yi wasn't sure if those from the Yan family were all such a hearty bunch. He had noticed a similar exuberance from Yun Guang and Yun Feiyang as well. The women just had an added sense of allure to them. As Miao Yi approached, the lady boss lightly flicked her leg with the cloud-patterned shoe, and a flask of wine flew straight into his grasp. Miao Yi slapped open the seal and gulped down the drink as he sat down beside her. Due to a certain someone sitting here day in and day out, the round log had become so slick and smooth that it could even reflect the light of the sunset. The lady boss's lips curled into a playful smile. Despite already knowing the answer, she still asked, "What's gotten you in such an agreeable mood today that you would actually come and drink with me?" "I'm here to offer you some money, Oh? Feeling generous, are we? But for you to hand me presents like this, surely you have something to ask. Speak. Nothing escapes you, lady boss," Miao Yi said in an obsequious manner. He laughed drily and explained the dilemma he had with the scholar earlier on at the counter. The lady boss's smile receded. She narrowed her eyes at him and asked, "What's wrong with that? Are you not satisfied with the terms?" "It's not that I'm not satisfied, but you know how it is with my background. I'm not suitable for the job. Since our little tavern is too lowly of an establishment for you, then you should just go back to that prestigious background of yours. I don't have the habit of forcing someone to do something against their will." Miao Yi was confused. "Lady boss, there are so many people out there, and all of them want to enter Tempest Tavern. Why do you insist on choosing me, someone who's clearly unsuitable for the job?" The lady boss said blankly, "Because you've taken advantage of me before." "Is that a good enough reason for you?" Miao Yi was speechless. The lady boss suddenly chuckled. "I'm just joking. The truth is, our tavern won't recruit those that come with ulterior motives or whose background we aren't fully aware of." She stared at him and added, "This is strange. I'm not even bothered by your background, and I'm not stopping you if you want to leave either. You can stay here for free, and it's completely safe. Why do you still decline? Does my Tempest Tavern really seem that undignified to you?" Miao Yi raised his head and chugged another mouthful of wine. He smiled bitterly and said, "Actually, I'm one of those that have come here with ulterior motives." He switched to voice transmission and continued, "Let's put it this way. Normally speaking, my mission should have already been completed a month ago, and I should have been sent back home. However, I was suddenly given a new mission, which is to keep an eye on your every move. Don't misunderstand. Since I'm already telling you this, I don't plan on spying on you. I just want to use the opportunity to hide here and cultivate in peace. After all, I'm safe here, and my stay is even being paid for. What's there to be dissatisfied about? So now do you see, lady boss? I've already shown you my sincerity. Won't you just help me out a little? It's a win-win situation." Intrigued, the lady boss said, "I suspected just as much. However, I never thought you would be so bold as to spill the beans yourself. Aren't you afraid I would leak this information out? What's there to fear? Even if you do tell someone else, you need to get them to believe you too. Who would actually think that I would be dumb enough to reveal my own secret and invite trouble with you? When that happens, I can just say that you're out to get me after realizing my identity. Do you think my superiors will trust your words over mine? Worst comes to worst, they'll simply decide I'm not cut out for this job and send me back to my little manor head duties. Either way, there's no need for me to sneak around. After all, it's better than getting discovered and then secretly killed off by you. Even if you hadn't asked me about this, I was going to tell you when I had the chance. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 532, The New Employee. Chapter 532, The New Employee. Translator, Soup Hunter. Editor, Tom Yummy. The lady boss was pleased with his words. "You sure are a strange child. Whoever has a subordinate like you really has some rotten luck. I didn't even have to force anything out of you. You've already sold out the organization backing you of your own volition. How am I selling out my organization? If you don't think of this as selling them out, then what is? My actions will not cause any harm to anyone. Not to you, nor to the organization behind me. Moreover, it allows me to ensure my safety. To put it bluntly, I'm different from you. You can sit here and drink every day, either celebrating your happy moments or drowning your sad ones in liquor. I, on the other hand, don't have the ability to indulge in such a life. I can only work my hardest so that I, and the people beside me, can stay alive and well. After all, I'm only made of flesh and blood. I have my own emotions, my own troubles. However, I can only keep all these feelings in my heart, because I'm nothing but an insignificant weakling. I don't have the leisure to waste my time on these things. I need to face every single thing in my life with all seriousness. The wine flask in the lady boss's hand came to a halt just before her lips. She stared dazedly at Miao Yi, and from the gently fleeting look in her eyes, it seemed his words had hit her soft spot. She then gulped down a mouthful of wine, and after which, placed the flask down on the round log. She smiled and asked, "You mentioned that your mission should have been completed a month ago. What sort of mission was it?" Miao Yi's brows furrowed slightly. "That is not something that I can tell you. Firstly, it has nothing to do with you. Secondly, if I do tell you, then I would really end up becoming a traitor who sold out his own organization." "Oh wow. So you have a bottom line after all." The lady boss placed her elbow on her knee, resting her chin above it. She smiled and continued, "Then let me guess, does it have something to do with the Nether Dragon ship?" Miao Yi blankly replied, "Lady boss, you sure have a vivid imagination." The lady boss continued to smile, ignoring Miao Yi's reply as she asked, "You said you completed your mission. Were you the one who discovered the Nether Dragon ship?" Miao Yi smiled bitterly. "Lady boss, why do you insist that I have something to do with the Nether Dragon ship? We're two completely separate matters altogether. I don't mind telling you this much. My mission here had nothing to do with the Nether Dragon ship at all. To me, the Nether Dragon ship is practically the stuff of legends. I don't even know what it looks like. To be honest, I do wish to lay my eyes on it someday, but stuff like that is just too far off for a nobody like me to reach." Hearing the seriousness in his tone, the lady boss couldn't help musing, "Could I have been mistaken?" She brushed her hair aside and said, "Fine, then we'll move on from this topic. Right now, the whole tavern is incredibly busy, and we're lacking a set of hands. If you work here as an employee, you'll get 10 orbs of will a day. The payment will be handed to you once a month. You don't have to pester me about your background either. It means nothing to me. When your mission is finished and you want to go back, you can just leave. I won't stop you. Otherwise, I'll really have to kick you out of the tavern this instant. The innkeeper wasn't joking with you. We can't have a guest continue to stay in our storeroom. If we were to allow something like that, then once people hear about it, our regulars will want to find similar loopholes in the future. That will mess up the rules of my tavern. It won't be fair if we were to just help you alone and not anyone else." Miao Yi was lost for words. He asked, "I already told you that I'm sent here to keep tabs on you. And yet you still dare to hire me? Big deal. Your organization isn't the only one who wants to keep an eye on me. Feel free to spy on me as much as you want. I have nothing to do with all those nonsensical struggles for power. I simply go about my social affairs as how I believe they should be handled. Complicated people always like to make things seem more difficult than they actually are, thinking that there's always a hidden agenda to everything when there isn't even any to begin with." The lady boss narrowed her eyes at him and continued, "I've already said this much. Do you honestly think of yourself as such a precious commodity? I've given you enough face already. Stop playing coy." "I'm honestly not trying to play coy. Your tavern is just too busy. All I want to do is coop myself up in the tavern and cultivate. If I were to become an employee, when will I be able to do that? I doubt the rowdiness here would recede anytime soon. God knows how many more years the madness around the Nether Dragon ship will continue to persist. If it's just a passing trend, then I wouldn't mind." As he said this, Miao Yi's eyes suddenly gleamed, as though something just came to mind. He said excitedly, "Lady boss, didn't you say you need more manpower? I know 2 very suitable candidates that I can introduce to you." The lady boss narrowed her eyes at him frustratingly as she thought, "Do you really think anyone can just waltz into my tavern?" However, she kept her cool and said blankly, "Tell me more." "They're both Yao cultivators who I met back in the subjugation crusade, but because they fought alongside me, they ended up offending Bai Zilian, the grandson of Yao sage Ji Huan. As a result, they didn't dare to stay in the Yao nation any longer, and escaped all the way here to Flowing Clouds Dune Sea. They hid themselves here for many years, and had even stayed in your tavern for a time. They ended up giving you almost all the wealth they brought back from the subjugation crusade. Are they the 2 guys who brought you back here after your battle with those 2 assassins?" "That's right. They're the ones. The 2 of them don't have any sort of background, and are definitely reliable. If you don't mind the fact that they are Yao cultivators, why don't you take them in and let them make a living for themselves? If you agree, then I'll call them over right now and let you see them for yourself." The lady boss tilted her head slightly. "You sure know how to think for someone else's sake. But first, let's talk about the issue with you first." Miao Yi asked with a confused tone, "Weren't you lacking manpower?" He was implying that he had already found 2 candidates for her. "If I really plan to just take in anyone, why would I need any recommendations from you? I can have as many as I want. It's not that. Lady boss, those 2 guys are really suitable to be your employees. Just make it easy on yourself and take them in. They've really had it rough." Miao Yi patiently tried to convince her. The lady boss placed a hand up before her lips and yawned. She said, "Seeing as how you're being this sincere about it, bring them over to me then." "Okay. I'll help you call them right now." Now that he had resolved Pai Junzi and Tao Yangchuan's problem, Miao Yi put the wine flask down and prepared to take his leave. Suddenly, the lady boss's voice came from behind. "And you can move out of the storeroom tomorrow as well." Miao Yi immediately stopped dead in his tracks. He awkwardly turned around and slowly walked back. "Lady boss, you're kidding, right?" "What do you mean? I've already made things very clear for you. It'll be problematic for me if I allow you to continue staying in the storeroom. Of course, if you work here as an employee, there wouldn't be any issue whatsoever. No one will be able to argue with that." She waved her arm and continued, "Go then. Bring me those 2 guys you were telling me about. How can I possibly leave now?" Miao Yi sat back down with a firm expression, gritting his teeth as he said, "Lady boss, I can work as your employee, but can you promise me something?" The lady boss eyes gleamed. "My dear little brother, this big sister has already helped you plenty. Don't go too far. Lady boss, since you're already offering me this much, you should just help me all the way. I have it pretty rough too. Can it? Stop nagging so much. Just tell me what it is. Don't you see? The reason I'm taking you up on your offer is precisely so that I can continue to stay here legitimately in the tavern. But I don't need the salary. Instead of that, can you just give me less work to do? So that I'll have more time to cultivate. I don't have the practice of withholding my employees' salaries. You will be rightfully paid according to the work you do. Otherwise, won't my employees have an excuse to slack off then? What will you do if they don't obey my instructions anymore? I promise I will obey your every command. I just need you to give me some extra personal time. Seeing as how you don't want to accept the salary, let's do it this way then. You don't need to work too much. Just show up in the lobby downstairs every day and do an hour's worth of work. Besides that, you will also have to bring 2 buckets of bath water to my room every day. Once in the morning, and once at night. And also, I want you to spend half an hour every day to ensure that my room is clean and tidy. Lastly, you will have to drink with me around this time every day. All these things shouldn't take up more than a couple hours of your everyday life. Are these terms acceptable? If it's still too much for you, then get lost. There was no room for negotiation at all. However, it was true that it wouldn't take up too much of his time. Miao Yi immediately nodded and smiled as he said, all right. Then about the two guys I want to introduce to you, if he wasn't trying to help Pai Junzi and Tao Yongchun out, he would have surely tried to bargain a little bit more to ensure that he would get the maximum benefit. The lady boss seemed to be in a good mood. I'll decide once you bring them over. For now, as she turned back, she realized Miao Yi was already gone without a trace. Soon, she caught sight of him in the courtyard downstairs. He scanned his surroundings suspiciously, then stabbed a chopstick into the earthen wall of the courtyard. The lady boss was at a loss for words when she realized that he even had a secret sign ready. Pai Junzi and Tao Yongchun only appeared outside the tavern's gates around sunset the next day. After all, they couldn't be just sitting outside the tavern the whole time. Some time had passed before they noticed Miao Yi's signal. Meanwhile, Miao Yi was already wearing the employee's uniform, with a trilby hat on his head and a white towel over his shoulder. He had been waiting for the two of them for a long time. He stood in the courtyard and waved to the both of them. As the two walked in, they couldn't help looking a little confused by Miao Yi's attire. Pai Junzi curiously asked, "What's with the getup?" Miao Yi transmitted his voiceover. "Right now, I'm one of the tavern's employees. Don't say I didn't offer you guys any help. I painstakingly managed to convince the lady boss to take you two in and hire you as employees. Just tell me now if you're willing to take the offer or not. If you don't want it, then turn around and walk away this instant." Pai Junzi and Tao Yongchun were overjoyed by his words. This Tempest Tavern was well known for treating its employees generously. Not to mention, it was completely safe here. To the two of them, there was nothing better than this. How could they possibly refuse? Like little chicks nibbling at rice grains, they nodded repeatedly and said, "Yes. Yes. We'll take it. Good. Remember to be on your best behavior when you meet the lady boss later. Don't botch this up." Okay. We got it. Come with me then." Miao Yi waved his hand and led both of them into the tavern. Then, one of the employees approached them with a smile and said, "My apologies, dear guests, but we're fully booked." Miao Yi waved his hand and said, "They're one of ours. The lady boss wants to see them." As he slouched over the counter, the scholar couldn't help chuckling to himself the second he saw Miao Yi's attire. He smiled and said, "No air, so these two are the ones, eh? They look a little familiar." "Yeah, that's right. Once everything is settled, I'll bring them over to see you." Miao Yi cupped his fists. Pai Junzi and Tao Yongchun also politely bowed to the scholar. They both knew that he was the innkeeper. When they reached the rear courtyard, Miao Yi said to them, "You two wait here for a bit. I'll be back soon." The two of them nodded. Soon, they saw Miao Yi coming out of the kitchen with two large buckets of water. He nudged his head at them, signaling them to follow behind. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.